This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Xiao Su. Wake up. Lao Zhang. Call an ambulance. I go drive. The hurried footsteps ran away quickly, and the glass door was pushed open and creaked shut. Jisoo had a splitting headache and could only see the person in front of him vaguely. His handsome eyebrows and eyes suddenly became sharp. He quickly jumped back and hit the small round table against the wall with a bang. He flicked his wrist, and there was nothing on his wrist. No familiar bracelet slipped down. Jisoo felt cold in his heart. Without the bracelet, he, a deformed person with no offensive power, was trapped among so many bloodthirsty monsters. The chance of survival was too small. At this time, everyone in the bakery was looking at him, and they were obviously scared by Jisoo. Who would have thought that the person who had just fainted on the ground would suddenly jump up and bounce out in a whoosh? Is this the speed a human can reach? Even if a spring became a spirit, it would not be as fast as him. Right? Miao Liqiu opened her mouth, but could not make a sound. Jisoo in front of her was very unfamiliar. The look in her eyes was scary. If there was a knife at hand, Miao Liqiu suspected that he would cut her without hesitation. Miao Liqiu's scalp was numb, and she carefully tried. Xiao Su. I am Aunt Chiu. What's wrong with you? Jisoo's eyes were still fixed on the people in the store, and his peripheral vision quickly glanced at the door and immediately retracted to lock the target. One hand quietly reached behind him and grabbed the edge of the table. Once the bloodthirsty monster pounced on him, he could use the round table to block it for a moment, creating an opportunity for him to escape. Jisoo knew very well that Aunt Chiu was dead, and she couldn't come back to life. If she showed up, it was definitely not her. The glass door was pushed open, and Zhang Yi rushed in. The car is here. Hurry up and lift Xiao Su into the car. Where is Xiao Su? Zhang Yi saw that there was no one on the ground, and the atmosphere in the store was not right. In a blink of an eye, he saw Jisoo standing at the table. Zhang Yi was sweating all over his body and face, hot and anxious. When Jisoo was packing bread for the guests, he fell to the ground without warning, which scared the couple. Zhang Yi wiped the sweat from his face. Are you awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable? I drive the car here and go to the hospital for a checkup. I can rest assured that he is fine. At this time, Jisoo also began to sweat. Uncle Zhang was eroded when the dark matter swept the world, lost his independent consciousness, and became a complete bloodthirsty monster. But now Uncle Zhang is standing in front of him. Aunt Chiu, Uncle Zhang, and the people in the store. If they were all created by some powerful deformed monsters, their purpose would only be hunting. He was trapped here in a bad situation. Just as Jisoo was thinking quickly about how to escape, those bloodthirsty monsters, who wanted to tear him apart in his opinion, had already pushed the door and left. A familiar face reminded Jisoo to go to the hospital before leaving. The sudden fainting might be caused by physical problems. The customers in the store left one after another, and only Aunt Chiu and her husband were left. Miao Liqiu did not dare to approach Jisoo, and whispered, Xiao Su, are you okay? It was not until this time that Jisoo noticed that Aunt Chiu and Uncle Zhang were dressed neatly and cleanly. Aunt Chiu was still so plump, and the store was filled with a rich aroma of bread. It has been too long since he smelled such a sweet smell. Was he attacked by a freak with the ability to weave dreams again? If this was really a dream, then was the dream weaver too strong? The characters and scenes were very clear and real. To achieve this, how high must the dream weaver's spiritual energy be? Whether it was a dream or a hunting ground for freak monsters. Jisoo didn't want to confront Aunt Chiu and Uncle Zhang head-on. He stared at them warily, walked along the wall to the door, pushed the door open, and rushed into the heat wave. It was very hot outside. Cars were coming and going on the street, and pedestrians passed by him with parasols. No one paid special attention to him. Occasionally, young girls passing by would look at him twice. It was natural. It was a look of pure appreciation for people with superior looks, without hunger and madness when seeing prey. Everything in front of him was too unreal. The scorching heat, the noisy traffic, the pedestrians coming and going, the intact buildings. Jisoo was on guard, not letting anyone get within a step of him, keeping a distance from everyone, leaving himself enough time to react. There were too many people on the street, which made Jisoo very nervous. He could almost imagine these people suddenly rushing towards him. 3 cups of passion fruit tea, with ice or at room temperature. I know. Jisoo looked at the man who was making a phone call in front of him, and then reached into his pocket. Sure enough, there was a cell phone and a key. The cell phone looked familiar. It was his last cell phone before the end of the world. And the key was his home key. His home was not far from Lichio Bakery. It was too dangerous outside. Although he didn't know what was going on, he thought home was the safest place. Jisoo decisively ran home, rushed into the community, ran into the apartment building, took the elevator upstairs, opened the door, and entered the house. He carefully checked every room to make sure that there were no hidden people or strange things. Only then did he feel relieved and opened his mobile phone to look for clues. The date showed that it was 3 years ago. Jisoo quickly checked the online news. The whole network was still discussing the spectacular spectacle not long ago. Meteor showers appeared all over the world. There were many videos and photos of meteor showers on the internet. The meteor showers were beautiful. In the dark night sky, it was like stars falling, dazzling and shocking the world. At that time, Jisoo was also standing on his balcony to watch the meteor shower. No one expected what kind of disaster would come with the meteor shower. People were only concerned with appreciating the beauty of the meteor shower, and were unprepared for everything that was about to come. Jisoo didn't know whether the researchers had found any abnormalities. He was just an ordinary person. He could only see the news released in the news. He had no way of knowing the news that was not released. He was like all ordinary people, and could only see the beauty of the meteor shower. Everything was exactly the same as 3 years ago, as if he had been deleted and started over again. The headache continued. Jisoo pressed his hand on the wall, and spiritual energy washed over it. The snow-white wall seemed to have ripples. The wall was still the same wall, but the material of the wall had completely changed. Only the wall transformed by spiritual energy could withstand the collision and attack of bloodthirsty monsters, and could also block the erosion of dark matter everywhere. After confirming that the deformed ability was still there, Jisoo walked to the balcony and looked into the distance. Everything in front of him was clear and bright. It was not the gray world swept by dark matter at all. It was impossible to weave such a real and huge dream. At least the deformed people with dream-weaving ability that he knew could not do it. If this clear and colorful world in front of him was really created by a deformed person with dream-weaving ability, then it was not a deformed person, but the creator. In the 3 years of the end of the world, Jisoo had seen all kinds of strange phenomena. Those deformed monsters had all kinds of strange abilities. There was nothing they could not do except what you could not think of. Jisoo did not rule out the possibility that the deformed monster read the memories of countless people and combined them to piece together the illusion in front of him. Jisoo decided to wait and see. All the actions of the deformed monster could not escape the purpose of hunting. He just had to wait and see. The phone rang suddenly, which scared Jisoo. It was Aunt Chio's call. Since the death of Grandma Chin next door, the people Jisoo had contacted most were Aunt Chio and her husband and Chung Yimo, who had grown up with him. If the deformed monster wanted him to relax his vigilance, it might attack him through these acquaintances. Jisoo answered the phone cautiously, and Aunt Chio's worried voice came from the other end. "Xiaosu, are you home?" Jisoo looked around, away from the balcony, and walked quickly to the master bedroom. He opened the safe and saw the familiar jewelry box inside. He hesitated to open it. Inside were his mother's favorite jewelry when she was alive, and the crystal bracelet he was looking for was also inside. Jisoo took out the natural amethyst Buddha beads bracelet. As soon as he got it, Jisoo knew that it was real crystal, and it could use spiritual energy to stimulate powerful natural crystals. Jisoo felt it was too crazy. If everything in front of him was an illusion, it was fake. But there was a real natural crystal. Then was this deformed monster crazy? Did he want him to break it with natural crystals? "Xiaosu, are you listening?" Aunt Chio's voice came from the phone. Jisoo held the crystal bracelet tightly, and he was not panicked in his hand. "I'm at home." He was waiting at home. If Aunt Chio dared to come over, he would send her off with crystals. "I'm relieved that you're at home. Have a good rest. You can call me if you have anything. The store is a bit busy. I hang up first." After saying that, he really hung up the phone. Jisoo, ? That's it? Won't the deformed monster send someone he's familiar with to paralyze him and defeat him? Jisoo threw down his phone, wrapped a bracelet of 108 amethyst beads around his left wrist, and put on another yellow crystal bracelet. His deformed ability has no attack power, so if he wants to fight a bloodthirsty monster with a knife, he can only rely on crystals. Jisoo has more than 100 crystals on his wrist. And he is very confident. Based on the principle of, I won't move unless the enemy moves. He stays at home and waits for the prey to come to him. Jisoo didn't go out. He reinforced the 4 walls, security doors, and windows of his house with energy. He didn't know if it would work. The building and the house might be fake. But so what? Be prepared. What if it works? After finishing all this, Jisoo hid in his room and waited patiently. Jisoo had a headache and sat in the corner, feeling groggy. When he woke up, he found that the sun was setting. He grabbed his phone and saw that it was already the afternoon of the next day. After charging his phone, Jisoo went out of the bedroom and checked around. Nothing was wrong, and his stomach was growling with hunger. He covered his hungry stomach and sighed that all this was too real. There was half a bag of coconut bread in the refrigerator, and he didn't know when it was put in there. Jisoo took it out and smelled it. It was quite fragrant. It had been a long time since he smelled such fragrant food. Jisoo was thinking about what to do next while eating. Nothing had happened from yesterday to now, which puzzled him. If this was the hunting ground of the deformed monster, the monster would not do nothing and just waste time with him. After eating all the bread and drinking a bottle of mineral water, Jisoo decided to take the initiative. He wanted to go out and take a look. He now had a crystal and had a certain ability to protect himself. Since the bloodthirsty monster was slow to move, he would force the monster to show up. Chapter 2. The elevator door opened, and a young couple stood in the elevator. The man had a red and swollen slap mark on his face, and the woman's long hair was a little messy. Her lipstick was smudged, and her handbag fell to the ground. Seeing Jisoo standing at the door, the woman wiped her red lips and pressed the door closing button in a rage. Wait for the next one. The elevator door slowly closed, and Jisoo saw the woman pick up the handbag, raised it, and smashed it on the man's head. The battle was fierce. Jisoo could only wait for the next elevator. He was still on guard against everyone, but he did not deliberately avoid the crowd. The bloodthirsty monster had an instinctive desire for human flesh and blood, and this desire could not be suppressed. Jisoo's goal was to lure them to pounce on him and break such a real illusion, so that he could kill and find a way to leave. Jisoo walked on the busy street. The crystal bracelet in his hand turned faster and faster, waiting for the first bloodthirsty monster to pounce on him. After walking around 2 streets, he met many people, but no one took the initiative to attack him. Could it be that the deformed monster had seen through his intention? Or was there another reason? Jisoo stood on the street and pondered. A battery boy passed by him in a flash. He was stopped at the traffic light in front of him. The battery boy was pushed to the side of the road and went to the booth to get a ticket. After returning, he put on his helmet and continued on his way. Jisoo was silent. Do the illusions created by monsters also need to abide by traffic rules? A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He only considered dreams and illusions created by deformed monsters, but missed a possibility. What if all this is not a dream or an illusion, but reality? Everyone in the end times knows that the limit of human beings is an invasion. Whether it is physical or conscious, they can only barely withstand this time. If they can withstand it and keep their self-consciousness, they can survive, become deformed people, and gain deformed abilities. Those who cannot withstand the invasion will either die directly or become bloodthirsty monsters in human skin. They hunt humans and feed on humans. Before Jisoo woke up in the bakery, he was experiencing a second invasion. His self-consciousness was shredded again and again, and he tried to pick it up again and piece together the fragmented consciousness. He was persisting in fighting, not wanting to become a bloodthirsty monster who had lost his self-consciousness. A large amount of energy invaded his brain, and his head was swollen and painful and about to explode. Finally, with a bang, his consciousness was instantly shredded, and he had no consciousness at all. His head seemed to have really exploded. Then he woke up in the bakery. Is there a possibility that he was actually dead and reborn 3 years ago? And all this is actually true? Jisoo urgently needed to verify his guess. He looked around and saw a jewelry store not far ahead. He ran over quickly. Do you have crystals? Yes. The young lady in uniform work clothes led Jisoo to the crystal counter. There was a fist-sized crystal ball on the counter. Jisoo liked it at first sight and asked the young lady to take it out for a look. The crystal ball and the base were carefully placed on the counter. Jisoo reached out and covered the crystal ball. The abundant energy was transmitted back. This was also a real crystal. It was so big that as long as the energy was stimulated well, the building could collapse in an instant. If all this was fake, putting these real crystals was simply seeking death. Jisoo, I want this crystal ball. The crystal ball was clearly marked with a price. And the price was very considerable. The customer asked for it without bargaining or hesitation. The lady's smile was very sincere. You have a good eye. Crystal balls of this quality are rare. Please pay here. Jisoo stood still. I don't have enough money. In addition to money, does the store accept other things? Jisoo met the lady's gaze. For example, my blood or a part of my body. I wonder if you are interested. The smile on the lady's face gradually disappeared, and she stared at Jisoo without blinking. Every nerve in Jisoo's body was clamoring for alertness. And the crystal bracelet on his right wrist flashed a dangerous light. Jisoo also stared at the woman, waiting for the moment when she showed her fangs. The prey has been delivered to the door, and she has taken the initiative to ask for fresh blood and flesh in exchange. It would be too unreasonable not to take action. Right? The young lady looked at him expressionlessly. Are you serious? Jisoo secretly mobilized his spiritual energy. Without wasting his crystal, this crystal ball alone can solve the problem. Of course, I volunteered to exchange my flesh and blood for this crystal ball. The young lady's eyes widened and suddenly raised her hand. Jisoo quickly retreated to distance himself. His spiritual energy was about to stimulate the crystal ball, and he heard the young lady shouting, "Security!" 2 minutes later, Jisoo was asked to leave the jewelry store. All the staff in the store looked at him with complicated eyes. He looked normal when he entered the store. He didn't look sick at all. Mental patients are like this. When they're not sick, they look like normal people. He looks good. What a pity. The security guard sent Jisoo to the door, being careful not to irritate him. Do you know where your home is? If you can't remember, you can call Yayoling, and the police uncle will come to help you. Jisoo stood on the street, looking up at the scorching sun. The crystal ball was real. His behavior was regarded as a mental disorder, but it was a normal reaction of a normal person. Was he really reborn? Jisoo couldn't be sure, and was worried that all this was a conspiracy to mislead him. He still had doubts in his heart. If he was really reborn, then what happened before would definitely happen again. Jisoo tried hard to recall what happened in this period 3 years ago. If the time and events can match, it means that he may really be reborn. Time has passed too long. In addition to remembering the meteor shower, Jisoo only remembers working part-time at Aunt Chio's bakery every day. At that time, there seemed to be several bizarre murders, but he couldn't remember what the specific cases were. Being trapped in a recurring nightmare for too long has worn away too many of his memories. Jisoo took out his cell phone and wanted to check if there were any familiar headlines online. Maybe he could open the gate of his memory. Suddenly, there was a ding, and a message came in. Jisoo clicked it, and saw that it was a photo of a crowd sent by Chung Mo. All black heads. Jisoo casually replied with a question mark. And only after replying did he feel familiar, as if this had happened before. Chung Mo's message came. Chung Mo, Ji Ting Ting. Do you believe in ghosts in the world? I saw it last night. Jisoo, how much did you drink? Chung Mo, not much. No. I really saw it. I got up at night, and saw a black shadow standing on the roof of the opposite building. Standing motionless on the edge of the roof. When I leaned over the window and looked out, the black shadow disappeared. Chung Mo, there was an accident in the building where I saw the ghost. The police are here. If you are fast enough, you can come and watch. Chung Mo, there are a lot of people. Everyone is gathering downstairs to inquire about the news. Are you coming? After Chung Mo reminded him, Jisoo remembered that there was indeed such an incident. He was busy in the store at that time, and he didn't see the news after Chung Mo until he got home at night. So he naturally didn't go. This is actually a homicide case, which has nothing to do with the haunting that Chung Mo said. The person who was killed was an elderly person living alone. According to the news released later, the scene was very bloody. The victim's head was chopped off and placed on the dining table, facing the door. The victim's limbs were missing, leaving only the torso leaning on the sofa. And blood was everywhere in the living room. The weather was so hot that the body was easy to rot. It was the neighbor who smelled the stench and knocked on the door, but no one answered. So he called the police. After investigating the scene and investigating the interpersonal relationships of the elderly, The old man's son was finally locked. The suspect had a serious gambling addiction and owed millions of debts. He was forced to hide from debt collectors all day long. He had asked the old man for money to repay his debts many times. But the old man didn't give it. Every time he came back, he would beat the old man with fists and feet. The day before the old man was killed, someone saw the suspect appear in the community. Jisoo was not very clear about what happened afterwards. Until a few days later, when dark matter swept the world, he did not hear about the arrest of the suspect, so he should not have been caught. At that time, Chung Imo said nervously that he saw a ghost on the roof. Jisoo just thought he was drunk and dizzy, and did not care. After 3 years of apocalypse, Jisoo's vision is different now. He thinks any strange thing is possible. This incident came true. If the results of the investigation are the same as his memory, it means that there is a high possibility of rebirth. This time, Jisoo still did not go to watch. It was too dangerous to crowd over there. As long as it is not 100% certain that it is rebirth, then all this may be an illusion. Danger is everywhere. He did not plan to go there now, and decided to go to the roof later to see. He must quickly determine whether he is in reality or illusion. Stand aside. Don't block the door of the store. Seeing that he did not move for a long time, the security guard could only urge him. Jisoo looked back at the store. The crystal ball had high energy, and the power it could generate was definitely very strong. The price was also very high. All his money combined could not buy many crystal balls of this quality. Crystal balls were powerful, but they were not as useful as small crystals. Crystal balls were suitable for large-scale destruction, facing a single bloodthirsty monster. Small crystals were more convenient, and would not be too painful to throw away. The use of natural crystals was not discovered until 2 years after the end of the world. At that time, a team of deformed people who were out were attacked by deformed monsters, and more than half of the teammates were killed or injured. In the life and death struggle, the mental energy of a deformed person went out of control and destroyed a jewelry store. At that time, the entire building and the deformed monster disappeared in an instant. With amazing power, only then did the role of crystals spread, and a crazy battle for crystals began. Not all deformed people could use crystals. Only when the mental energy reached a certain level could the crystal energy be stimulated to obtain unexpected attack effects. Jisoo had enough mental energy, but not enough money. He planned to buy some for emergency use. He kept the crystal bracelet left by his mother to save his life. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary, and he was reluctant to use it. Jisoo took a car to the largest jewelry wholesale market in Xinjiang City. When he came out, he was wearing Super 7 crystals of various sizes on his neck and wrists, and he had prepared some in his backpack. This trip made Jisoo more certain about the possibility of rebirth. He visited the entire wholesale market, and the crystals he bought had energy, which meant that all this was likely to be true. When he came back from the jewelry wholesale market, it was completely dark. Jisoo did not enter the community through the main gate. A murder case had just occurred during the day, and the community was in the process of strict investigation. Jisoo walked around the community wall for most of the time, and covered the wall with his palm. The spiritual energy penetrated, and the wall seemed to have turned into liquid, splitting to both sides, and a gap that only allowed one person to pass through appeared. Jisoo entered and recovered. When he arrived at the building he wanted to go to, he found a police car downstairs, and someone was guarding this side. Jisoo avoided the surveillance, went around to a hidden place, and continued to use spiritual energy to open a hole in the wall. After entering, he immediately recovered and went up the stairs, recalling the suspect information released by the police. Jisoo couldn't help but think too much. People who live in fear all day are most likely to be eroded by dark matter. There are only a few days before dark matter sweeps the world. It is inevitable that someone will attract dark matter in advance because of emotional loss of control. The missing limbs of the deceased may have been taken away by that thing. Jisoo went up layer by layer, dismantled a string of hair crystal bracelets in the middle, took off the beads one by one, played with 2 in his hand, and put the rest into his pocket for use. Chapter 3. Jisoo climbed all the way to the top floor. The metal door leading to the roof was locked. The spiritual energy washed through the big lock, and the lock opened with a click. Jisoo gently opened the metal door and walked up. The wind on the roof was very strong. The smoke exhaust pipe and the independent machine room were in the dark, like lurking monsters. Jisoo walked around the roof carefully and found nothing suspicious. He stood on the edge of the roof and saw Chung Mo on the opposite building leaning on the window and looking out. Seeing another shadow appear, Chung Mo froze obviously, and then immediately took out his mobile phone to take a picture of the roof, and then turned off the lights and pulled the curtains at the fastest speed, fearing that the ghost would chase him. Looking at Chung Mo's series of actions, Jisoo just felt funny. Judging from his performance alone, this person really looks like the real Chung Mo. Whether it is true or not is debatable. If all this is fake, how can there be a real Chung Mo? The phone dinged. Jisoo turned away from the edge of the roof, clicked on the message, and it was Chung Mo's crazy screen. Chung Mo, ah! Chung Mo, Ji Ting Ting. I saw the ghost again. Chung Mo, picture. Chung Mo, brother. Pray for me that I can still see the sun tomorrow. That ghost has found me. Jisoo, go to sleep. Don't think too much. Chung Mo, if something happens to me, you must tell the police uncle that I was killed by a ghost. These photos are evidence. Use my death to prove to the world that there are really ghosts in the world. Chung Mo, when my parents come back from their business trip, persuade them to have another child while they are still young. And don't be too sad for me. Jisoo, This is really Chung Mo. Jisoo has to believe that all this is true, and that the childhood friend is also true. Jisoo is still reading Chung Mo's last words, and his phone keeps ringing. There is a faint sound of heavy breathing in the wind. Jisoo mutes his phone and listens carefully, and can only hear the whistling wind. Jisoo put his phone in his pocket, held 2 beads in his hand, squatted down gently, pressed his left palm on the roof, and his spiritual energy spread out. Energy feedback came from the outer wall of the building, and a black shadow quietly crouched in the shadow. As if disturbed by the energy, the black shadow jumped up and cut off Jisoo's retreat. The thing was on all 4s. No, not 4 limbs, but 8 limbs. The black shadow stood up, and the 2 extra arms on the ribs kept paddling. The 2 extra legs grew on the waist and abdomen and kept kicking, like a human-shaped caterpillar standing up. But this caterpillar smelled a bit strong, and the stench made Jisoo frown. Seeing this strange thing in front of him, Jisoo, who had been suspicious, suddenly calmed down. He had seen a lot of this thing in the end times. This was a deformed body eroded by dark matter. It did not belong to the category of deformed people. They would freak in unpredictable directions, without clear consciousness, and were bloodthirsty and cannibalistic. The shadow's eyes bulged. His throat was hoarse, and he made a voice that was not human. Your limbs are beautiful. I will keep them well. Give them to me. Give me your limbs. The deformed body roared and rushed towards Jisoo, landing on all 8 limbs like a beast. Rushing forward, Jisoo quickly retreated. The crystal in his hand popped out, and the spiritual energy was instantly stimulated. A small crystal burst out a ball of white light, and the gold wires in the crystal were like magnified energy steel needles, shooting out in all directions. Jisoo hid behind the computer room at the fastest speed, pressed one hand on the wall of the computer room, and the spiritual energy spread out. The wall trembled for a while. The reinforced wall of the computer room was intact and blocked the impact of the crystal energy. When Jisoo came out from the back of the computer room, the deformed body had disappeared, leaving only the stinking blood stains splashing backwards. The reinforced roof and protective wall were intact. If there was no spiritual energy reinforcement, the roof would definitely be shot into a sieve by the crystal energy at this moment, and everyone living on the top floor would suffer. Fortunately, they took precautions in advance. Jisoo walked along the edge of the roof and found no trace of escape. He was sure that the deformed body was destroyed by the crystal energy, and even the corpse was not left. Such a weak deformed monster will only appear in the early stage of dark matter erosion. The longer the time, the more unpredictable the deformed monster will be. The tremor on the roof was obvious. Jisoo was worried that someone would come up to check, so he cleaned up the blood on the roof, locked the metal door again, and left the scene quickly. He returned to the original route and left the community. After this battle, the possibility of rebirth is as high as 70%. The remaining 30% will have to wait for the news from the police and the catastrophe in a few days. If the news released is the same as his memory, plus the end of the world arrives as scheduled, rebirth can be basically confirmed. However, he will always retain a 10% doubt and will not believe anyone or anything 100%. Since the possibility of rebirth is so high, Jisoo must prepare in advance. There is no need to buy too many crystals. It will not be too late for him to pick them up when the end of the world really comes. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the mental energy threshold of the deformed people was not high enough to activate the crystal energy. This was the best time for Jisoo to collect crystals. In addition to crystals, Jisoo also needs a variety of seeds. The more and more comprehensive the better. Jisoo contacted a seed company and placed a large order. Each seed must be vacuum-packed and delivered to a designated location within a specified time. This is not a short-term disaster. If you want to survive, you must have a source of food. If you eat up all the food, you will die. In the past, the base needed supplies and had to venture out to find them. Every time they went out, people died. As time went by, food became less and less. If you want to grow your own food, all you can find is eroded flour and rice. Not only does it taste terrible, but it is also impossible to grow. This time, even if you store less of other things, you can't lose seeds. In addition, daily necessities, cooking oil, seasonings and medicines should be stored as much as possible, especially medicines. After being eroded by dark matter, the composition of the medicines changes. Eating them will not cure diseases, and it may be fatal. Some commonly used machinery and equipment are also indispensable, such as gasoline and diesel. You need to store more. On the night of the full invasion, the properties of many materials change. Gasoline and diesel turned into thick glue, and vehicles were scrapped. People could only travel by foot. Even bicycles were not safe. They might get stabbed in the crotch at any time. This was the main reason why people could not travel far after the end of the world. After calculating, Jisoo did not have enough money. Even if he sold the house now, it would be too late. Jisoo hesitated whether to use the card at home. The card was his, but the money inside was not his. It was the money of his neighbor, Grandma Chin, which was worth tens of millions. It was said that the money was remitted to her by her eldest grandson, and Grandma Chin saved it all without spending a penny. Grandma Chin had no other relatives. She transferred all her savings to Jisoo's card, and gave the property certificate and some important items to Jisoo for safekeeping. Grandma Chin did not know whether her grandson would come back. If he did, Jisoo could give him the house and the money of her eldest grandson. Grandma Chin left her life savings to Jisoo. If her grandson did not come back, all the money and the house would be left to Jisoo. Jisoo never thought about asking for Grandma Chin's money and house. He didn't see Grandma Chin's grandson come back until the end of the world. Not to mention that Grandma Chin and grandson's money was not spent. Even Jisoo's own money turned into a string of numbers. The biggest regret in life is that the end of the world is coming, and the savings are not spent. Jisoo decided to spend all the money for Grandma Chin and grandson. If the eldest grandson really comes back, the supplies will definitely be divided with him. If he doesn't come back, then all these supplies will be his alone. Jisoo went home to get the card and went out to buy a lot. If you want to buy so much gasoline and diesel, the normal way is definitely not possible. After thinking about it, Jisoo can only ask a friend of his father for help. He opened a private gas station in the suburbs of the northern city of Xinjiang City. If you want to get so much oil, there should be a way. Jisoo went there in person. When he talked about the tonnage he wanted, Meng Gong was shocked. He asked Jisoo what he wanted so much oil for. Jisoo only said that it was very useful and asked Uncle Meng to help think of a way. Meng Zhong hesitated for a long time before agreeing to help Jisoo ask. It was uncertain how much he could get. Jisoo gave Meng Zhong some money and asked him to buy as much diesel as possible. If he didn't have enough money, he should ask him for more. He had to hurry up and wait for urgent use. Before leaving, Jisoo took pictures and touched Meng Zhong gas station. And even the house and car were not spared. Jisoo helped reinforce the gas station and protect the underground oil storage tank. If the end of the world really comes, this will be an oil storage point. Maybe he can consider reinforcing a few more gas stations in Xinjiang City. Although the reinforced oil may not be his, it is better to have oil than not. As long as there is oil, he can always think of a way. He is tired of walking outside and competing with bloodthirsty monsters in speed and physical fitness. With oil, a car is also necessary. After the dark matter swept, there were very few vehicles that could be used. Without means of transportation, the desperate survivors even caught deformed animals for transportation. Deformed animals are not easy to tame, and there are restrictions on carrying goods and people. In any case, they are not as useful as cars. As long as there is a car, It can be modified to supply energy or continue to keep the status quo. The premise of everything is to have a car. 2 years after the end of the world, Jisoo saw cars modified with new materials from other places. Each car was ridiculously expensive, and they only accepted crystals and uncorrupted grains. Almost no base could afford them. Rather than being slaughtered at that time, it is better to buy the car now and modify it directly. Jisoo bought a batch of trucks of various models and other models with the huge money from his grandson. He spent the money on the card and rushed these cars to the designated location within 2 days. In addition, Jisoo also persuaded Zhang Yi to buy an off-road vehicle with a high chassis, so he would not be afraid of corpses blocking the road. If he did not have enough money, he could pay in installments. Miao Liqiu was Jisoo's mother best friend. The two were closer than sisters. After their parents passed away, Miao Liqiu and Zhang Yi were the best to Jisoo. Except for Grandma Qin. They had no children. They had sought medical treatment everywhere for many years and had done a lot of test tubes, but none of them worked. After Jisoo lost his parents, the couple never sought medical treatment for this. On the one hand, they were too old and their physical condition was not suitable for having children. On the other hand, Miao Liqiu wanted to take good care of Jisoo for her best friend. Miao Liqiu was good to Jisoo. And it was the same after the end of the world. And Chiu was an ordinary person. Very tough. And she always protected him. People with ulterior motives wanted to undermine him and control him. So they had to get rid of those close to him first. And Chiu and Chung Yimo were both killed in this way. At that time, he could not see through these conspiracies until there was no one around him who could be trusted. Zhang Yi had a car. He was not picky, as long as it could be used for transportation. He never thought of buying an off-road vehicle and was hesitant for a while. Jisoo said, "How about this? Uncle Zhang, can you lend me some money? I want to buy a few trucks, but I don't have enough money." Instead of waiting for the deposit in the bank to be invalidated, it is better to borrow it in advance to buy supplies. Zhang Yi was worried that the child would invest blindly, and asked Jisoo what he would do with the truck. Jisoo only said that he and his classmates had founded a transportation company and needed funds and trucks. Zhang Yi asked carefully, and Jisoo answered in a formal manner, knowing that Jisoo was serious about his career. Zhang Yi had no doubts and lent all his savings to Jisoo. Jisoo would use the money to help Aunt Chiu and Uncle Zhang buy a truck, and the rest would be used to buy supplies and store them. Then he contacted Chung Yimo. Chung's parents were in business and had plenty of money, and Chung Yimo had saved some money over the years. Jisoo told him that he and his classmates were going to open a transportation company together, and they needed a few trucks, and asked Chung Yimo if he wanted to get involved. Chung Yimo was so angry that he screamed. The first person his good brother thought of when he opened a company was not him. He asked them how many trucks they had bought, and he wanted to surpass his classmates to become the majority shareholder. Jisoo had used all the connections he could use, and he really couldn't do anything more. After the end of the world, the most dangerous place is the densely populated big city. People's thoughts and emotions are the most difficult to control. If a person loses control of his emotions, he will not only attract bloodthirsty monsters, but also become a bloodthirsty monster himself. Jisoo did not intend to hide these materials in Xinjiang City. The address he left was Baiwan Town, which was more than an hour's drive from Xinjiang City. Jisoo's grandfather lived in Baiwan Town. There were many self-built villas and greenhouses in the town, and there were farmlands outside the town for farming. My grandfather's house was outside the town, with farmlands and greenhouses in front of the door. The vegetables and fruits grown were sold to the Xinjiang City farmers market. Since my grandfather passed away, my mother took over the planting until my parents died in a car accident. Jisoo lived in the city and had to go to school on weekdays. He had no time to take care of the fields and greenhouses. With the introduction of an acquaintance, he could only rent the greenhouses and fields to others for planting at a low price. However, the man only rented for 3 years. After the contract expired, he kept saying that he would consider it. He dragged it for 2 months before telling Jisoo that the rent was too expensive and he did not plan to renew the lease. If it could be cheaper, he would consider renewing the lease. Jisoo's greenhouse is the most advanced in the town. It cost nearly 1 million to build before his parents died. The next year, his parents died unexpectedly. Jisoo had no choice but to rent it out at the price of an ordinary greenhouse. The other party said that the rent would be cut in half, but Jisoo disagreed and took it back. At that time, Jisoo was already studying in another place, so he could only wait until the winter vacation to go home. As a result, during the winter vacation, Grandma Chin fell and had a cerebral hemorrhage in the hospital until she died. After handling the funeral for Grandma Chin, it was time for school to start again. He originally planned to go back this summer vacation to see her. As a result, the greenhouse and the fields were abandoned for a year. Now that this situation is the case, there is no need to rent it out. He bought so many seeds that he can plant them himself. At the beginning, Jisoo built the fortress base in the suburbs of Xinjiang City and did not return to Baiwan town. In that chaotic situation, there were man-eating monsters everywhere. There was no means of transportation. It was impossible to walk to the town more than 100 kilometers away. This time, Jisoo decided to build a base in Baiwan town. From all aspects, this is the best location for long-term development. Jisoo returned to Baiwan town in advance. There were too many materials to be put in the open. He had already thought of a storage method. Except for large machines, solar power generation equipment, and photovoltaic panels in the warehouse next to the small building. All other things were stored in the underground warehouse. Because the underground warehouse must be large enough to store cars, Jisoo used his distortion ability to build a large enough space underground. When building and changing the material properties to open up space, the ground would vibrate a little. Fortunately, my grandfather's house has a separate building and yard, so even if there is a vibration, it will not be discovered. After Jisoo built the underground warehouse, he reinforced the small building, yard and warehouse next to it with spiritual energy, so that it is not easy to be destroyed from the outside. Whether it is hiding people or things, it is very safe. Jisoo was in a hurry, and the car dealership dispatched cars everywhere. It was not until midnight that the cars that Jisoo needed were delivered one after another. Each car was filled with gas and driven into the underground garage one by one. After all the people who delivered the cars left, Jisoo reinforced all the cars with spiritual energy, and then sealed the underground garage. Jisoo barely slept that night as batches of supplies were delivered one after another. It was almost dawn when he followed the last batch of delivery trucks out of town. Chapter 4. When he woke up, the first thing Jisoo did was to check the news of the day. Many people were concerned about the Xinjiang City dismemberment case. The police announced the suspect and were trying their best to catch the suspect. The news released by the police was the same as Jisoo's memory. He could almost believe that he was really reborn. In this case, dark matter will definitely sweep the world and disasters will still come. Compared with the previous unpreparedness, Jisoo hoped that more people would survive this time. More survivors are better than more monsters. He edited the Doomsday survival guide while lying in bed and sent it out anonymously. Then he searched online for how to make the official believe the news of the coming Doomsday. As a result, many Doomsday-related contents popped up. Among them, the most popular blogger sorted out the strange deaths that occurred around the world after the meteor shower. There were more than a dozen exposed. All kinds of bizarre deaths. Just today, another murder occurred in China. The deceased was a woman who returned home from the night shift. The body had traces of crazy biting. Blood and flesh all over the body. Bones were exposed in many places. And the skin and flesh were missing. The most frightening thing is that there are several neat teeth marks on the body, which do not look like beasts, but more like bite marks left by humans. The blogger called it cannibalism. The end of the world is coming, and the people must be prepared for survival in the end of the world. Stockpiling supplies is essential. The authorities should not hide the truth. They need to know the truth. The blogger sorted out the recent global death events. After the blogger's analysis, the truth became more and more terrifying. Many people began to believe that the end of the world is really coming. There are also many people who do not believe it. The comment area has been noisy. Compared with the blogger, the survival post posted by Jisoo is too shabby. Look at the popularity of others, and then look at his own post. There are not many people reading it. When Jisoo came back to find the blogger, he found that not only the content was gone, but even the blogger could not be found. Jisoo, he thought too much. Even the blogger could infer that the danger was approaching. The officials who have more information cannot be unaware of it. But knowing is one thing, and whether it can be prevented is another. Judging from the results, it should be a failure to prevent it. This global invasion is invisible and intangible, and it is too difficult to stop it. Even if anti-nuclear radiation defense is used, it cannot be stopped. Dark matter can corrode everything. stable and uncorroded. Jisoo only knows crystals. Apart from that, there are only deformed people like him who have the ability to block dark matter. It cannot be stopped, no matter from the perspective of time or his personal ability. He cannot stop this disaster. What he can do is to try to keep some things. Jisoo threw down his mobile phone and prepared to go downstairs to buy some supplies to store at home. There needs to be a safe place to stay in the city after the end of the world. There is no place safer than home. When the dangerous period comes, he can retreat to Baiwan town and hide. Jisoo just opened the door and saw a person standing at the door of his neighbor house. He subconsciously grabbed the crystal bracelet on his wrist and was on guard. If something went wrong, he would immediately hide in the house. The walls and security doors of his house have been reinforced with spiritual energy, so he is not afraid of the crazy bloodthirsty monsters hitting him violently. The sound of the door opening startled the man standing at the door of the neighbor house. He turned around and looked over. His light eyes seemed to be pressed by a snow mountain, and one glance made people feel cold all over. The experience of surviving in the end times told Jisoo that this man was very dangerous. The man stared at Jisoo with a dark gaze for a few seconds, and then swept across the bracelet he was holding tightly. Jisoo kept his left hand holding the security door without moving. Seeing that the man did not move or speak, he just stared at the door of Grandma Chin's house. The aura around him was gloomy and sad, and the negative emotions almost condensed into substance. Jisoo was terrified. This man must not turn into a monster at his door. Hello? Who are you looking for? The man looked over again. Do you have a key? Jisoo? ? Jisoo was alert. The man was dressed in black, straight and sharp, with deep and clear facial features, and his eyes were gray-blue like ice and snow, cold and sharp. Such a pair of eyes. Jisoo only felt familiar. He should have seen them before, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them for a while. The damned recurring nightmare had worn away a lot of his memories. Seeing Jisoo's alertness, the man said slowly, I am Grandma Chin's grandson. My name is Chin Yenin. Jisoo, Jisoo, shock. Fuck. The excellent grandson, who had always lived in Grandma Chin's stories, was actually back. No wonder he felt familiar. Grandma Chin showed him a photo of her grandson. That was a photo of her in junior high school. The boy was wearing a white shirt, with a smile on his lips, and his light eyes were warm. He was a handsome boy, as bright as the moon. At that time, Jisoo was really amazed by the appearance of his grandson. This must be the white moonlight in the hearts of many people. Jisoo was amazed again, and praised the appearance of his grandson, which made Grandma Chin laugh non-stop. Grandma Chin was very good at grasping the opportunity and asked cheerfully, Is my grandson very handsome? Jisoo praised him. Super handsome. He is a school idol wherever he goes. Grandma Chin asked mysteriously, How does my grandson compare to the boy who chased you downstairs? Jisoo, I didn't expect Grandma Chin to be waiting for him here. No wonder she showed him the photo of her precious grandson. Grandma Chin vigorously promoted her grandson. Auradan has been a little warm boy since he was a child. He is very caring and has good grades. He is always the first in the school. When he comes back, I will introduce him to you. Okay? Jisoo looked at the man in front of him and suspected that Grandma Chin had some misunderstanding about the little warm boy. It's no wonder that he couldn't recognize him. The difference between Chin Yenin after he grew up and the warm and beautiful boy in the photo is too big. They are simply two extremes. He is really handsome, and he is also really cold. The problem now is that his money has been spent. Jisoo scratched his head. At that time, Grandma Chin's grandson had never come back. How could he come back this time? No. Chin Yenin might have come back at that time. At that time, he was still working part-time at Aunt Chio's bakery. He went out early and came back late. He would not be at home at this time. Even if Chin Yenin really came back, he would not meet him. If Chin Yenin had come back 2 days earlier, all his money would be returned to him in full. But Jisoo has no money now. The money has become supplies, and is now stored in the underground warehouse of his grandfather's house. Chin Yenin saw the expression on the boy's face constantly changing. It doesn't matter if there is no money. Wait a minute. Jisoo turned back to the house and closed the security door with a snap. Open the safe and take out all the relics of Grandma Chin, except for a bank card. Everything else is there. Jisoo took a breath, exhaled slowly, opened the door again, and handed him a large metal box. Jisoo always kept a certain distance. This is what Grandma Chin asked me to pass on to you. The key is in the box. Qin Yinan looked at the familiar metal box. His face became paler. His fingertips trembled. And he didn't dare to take the box. He knew that his grandmother was old and couldn't wait for him for long. So he hurried to solve the problem over there and rushed back. But it was still too late. Qin Yinan clenched his fingers hard and took the box. It was obviously summer. But he felt cold all over. Jisoo couldn't see his expression clearly. And he thought it would be more sad than he was at that time. After all, it was a relative he hadn't seen for many years. It would be difficult for anyone to accept the news of his death when he came back. When Jisoo's family bought the house here, Qin Yinan had already gone abroad. And Jisoo had never seen him. Ji's father and mother learned that Grandma Chin was alone. So they took good care of the old man and invited the old man to their home to have fun during the holidays. Grandma Chin loves Jisoo very much. And loves him like her own grandson. Jisoo's father and mother died in a car accident. And Jisoo was seriously injured and hospitalized. Grandma Chin has been staying in the hospital to take care of him. Telling him again and again that as long as Grandma is there, he is not an orphan. The pain of the death of a loved one is difficult to heal throughout life. And Jisoo understands it best. Whenever he thinks of his parents, he will feel heartbroken and surrounded by gloom. This is very dangerous. And he cannot let his negative emotions grow. The headache gradually worsens. Since waking up, the headache has been with him. Jisoo took a breath and suppressed his surging emotions. Now is not the time to talk about money. So he can only talk about it another day. Qin Yinan opened the lid of the metal box. And inside were all Grandma's most precious things, including the car he broke when he was a child, the family portrait he drew in kindergarten, his composition book in elementary school, his student ID card in junior high school, the broken pen in high school, and the photos he has carefully collected. The most eye-catching thing in the box is a thick diary. This is the diary left by Grandma. Grandma likes to write a diary. But she doesn't write every day. When she encounters something interesting or worth recording, she will write it down. And write freely. Qin Yinan's fingers stayed on the cover. But he didn't dare to open it. His emotions were very restrained. But the grief was pervasive. And it spread out from the endless silence. Jisoo was worried that he couldn't control his emotions and brought danger. So he advised, "Please accept my condolences." Grandma Chin died peacefully. In fact, Grandma Chin fell into a coma. And she didn't wake up until she died. She seemed to have a premonition. And she packed up her things a few days ago and gave them to Jisoo for safekeeping. In case she was gone, she could pass these things to Qin Yinan. Jisoo knew that Grandma Chin must miss her grandson very much. But it was a pity that she didn't see him until she died. There was no need to tell Qin Yinan these, so as to prevent him from really losing control of his emotions. Jisoo, nothing has changed at home. If you want to know anything, you can ask me. Qin Yinan's voice choked. Thank you. Watching Qin Yinan enter the door, Jisoo went out to buy things. He had to go to Baiwan town again in the afternoon. The seeds for expedited delivery could be delivered later today. Jisoo bought a lot of things from the supermarket. After several consecutive trips, the door opposite was always quiet. I wonder if Qin Yinan was still there. Jisoo stood at the door for a while, but did not knock. He had to walk through this hurdle by himself. All Jisoo could do was to reinforce his house, block the free dark matter from the outside world, and minimize the possibility of him being eroded. Jisoo went home and took a sticky note, left his name and phone number, and posted it on the neighbor door. He went out again and took a taxi to Baiwan town. It was almost dark when Jisoo came here yesterday. The farmland and greenhouses were deserted. There was no one at home. Few people were around here, so no one saw him coming back. Today, the time was right. Before Jisoo got off the car, he saw a dark-skinned and strong ant standing in front of his yard looking inside. The taxi drove to the door and stopped. Jisoo paid and got off. "Auntie, what do you want?" Auntie Hei Zhuang didn't know Jisoo, and looked at him with strange eyes. "I heard someone say there was a truck coming last night, so I came to see if this family is back." In fact, she was worried that someone would steal vegetables. There was something going on at home these 2 days, so they didn't stay here to watch, and asked someone they knew to help watch. When they heard the sound of a truck coming, they hurried over to check. Jisoo looked at her strangely. "Do you have something to do with this family?" Auntie Hei Zhuang smiled a little unnaturally. "No, nothing. Jisoo opened the gate. And Auntie Haezhuang's face changed immediately when she saw this. And she left quickly. Auntie Haezhuang ran and looked back, trotting all the way to the glass greenhouse on the other side. A couple of men and women were busy in the greenhouse. The middle-aged man, with the same dark skin, squatted on the ground and smoked, watching baskets of fresh cucumbers, tomatoes, and eggplants being picked. There was still a layer of flowers on the seedlings. It is expected that they can be picked until August, and then autumn vegetables can be planted. Off-season vegetables are the best to sell. Qian Baotong was thinking about whether to plant more rare goods this winter to earn more money. Then, he saw his wife running over, her tight skin trembling, shouting as she ran. Baotong, it's bad. The kid is back. Qian Baotong frowned. What are you yelling about? Which kid is back? The dark-haired aunt panted. The owner of the glass greenhouse is back. What if he finds out that the glass greenhouse is planted with vegetables? Qian Baotong scolded. Don't make a fuss. If he finds out, what can he do to us? Qian Gao Mao, a tall and strong man, moved a basket of tomatoes to the edge of the field and sneered. What are you afraid of? Mom? I heard that the boy is still in school. He is in high school or college. He is just a student who can't carry anything on his shoulders or hands. What does he know about farming and greenhouses? Only my aunt's family honestly pays such a high rent for the land and greenhouse. My uncle said that we can plant without worry. His family has given a high rent, and we must plant for 2 more years. It's not like my uncle didn't pay us. There is nothing to worry about. Qian Baotong threw away the cigarette butt. A young boy. Our Gao Mao can scare him to tears when he stands in front of him. Look at your little achievement. All the fat is in vain. Not as brave as a chicken. Auntie Haezhuang patted her chest. I am worried that he will not let us plant. Then the acres of seeds we have planted will be wasted? And these are bearing fruit. It is the time to sell them. I have to worry. He dares. Qian Baotong is very confident. The seeds have been planted, and the vegetables are in the harvest time. These are all planted by us at our expense. If he doesn't plant them, he will have to compensate us for our losses. Hui Cheng paid the rent. We are right everywhere. Auntie Haezhuang was also confident after being told by her husband and son. The land has been planted. The seeds and fertilizers have been planted. What else can be done? Jisoo was cleaning the yard. With the help of the deformed ability, it didn't take much time to transform the yard into what he wanted. After cleaning up the yard, before the truck arrived, Jisoo went out to look at the fields that had been abandoned for a year. Some places were reclaimed to grow vegetables, but most of them were empty, with weeds and wild vegetables growing on them. Jisoo saw a familiar auntie, a resident of the town, who was watering the vegetable garden she had reclaimed. Jisoo walked over. Auntie Hua, you are busy. Auntie Hua stood up and looked at the handsome young man in front of her. A little unrecognizable. You are Bai Soen's family, right? Jisoo smiled. It's me, Auntie Hua. I haven't seen you for a long time. Auntie Hua was a classmate of Jisoo's mother, and they were all residents of the town and knew each other well. After a round of greetings, Auntie Hua threw down the watering can and said embarrassedly, I think it's a pity to leave this land barren and overgrown with grass. So I open up a piece of land to grow vegetables. If you want to eat vegetables, you can come here to pick them. If you need land, you can plow it anytime. I'm just planting them for fun. Jisoo nodded. These vegetables are growing well. Auntie Hua, please pick them as soon as possible. I really need the land. If you don't pick them now, you won't be able to go out and pick vegetables in 3 days. Auntie Hua squatted down to pick the vegetables without saying a word. These vegetables will not be fully grown until August, so it's not impossible to pick them now. But they are a little tender, so it won't delay eating. Aunt Hua's subordinates kept asking, why didn't you rent the fields together with the greenhouse this time? It's a pity to let the grass grow here. The old people in the town always sigh when they come and go. It's a pity for these fields. Jisoo smiled. The greenhouse is not rented either. I plan to keep it for myself to grow crops. Aunt Hua's subordinates paused. Isn't your greenhouse still rented to Su Hui? Everyone in the town knows that it was renewed for 2 years. But they don't know how to run a greenhouse. I heard that they didn't make much money. The family went out to work, so they transferred your greenhouse to my wife's brother and sister-in-law. They started growing crops last year. Don't you know? Jisoo's face darkened. He really didn't know this. He told him that he would not rent it, but spread the news of renewal in the town. Is this trying to get something for nothing? Chapter 5. Seeing Jisoo's bad face, he turned and went to the greenhouse. Anhua thought of something and was worried that Jisoo, a child, would suffer. She didn't pick the vegetables and ran to the town. Although Jisoo's grandparents and parents were gone, there were still distant relatives in the town. There was no reason to let a few outsiders bully him. At the beginning, everyone in the town knew that Su Huicheng rented Jisoo's greenhouse and fields. Su Huicheng said that he would renew the lease for 2 years, and no one doubted it. Jisoo's glass greenhouse was very smart and unique in the town. Many people wanted to rent it. Who would have thought that Su Huicheng would lie? Jisoo's family has 2 glass greenhouses in total, each covering an area of 5 acres. Beautiful and smart. There is nothing in the greenhouse near the residence. Jisoo just thought it was abandoned and had not seen it in person. Through the glass wall, you can clearly see inside. The land has obviously been turned over. The red brick pavement is full of withered plant roots and stems, and plants are trampled on the ground mixed with mud. A thick layer of dirt stuck to the dark red floor tiles, making it difficult to shovel. Broken farm tools, broken baskets, and broken bags were thrown everywhere. Seeing such a greenhouse, Jisoo felt suffocated. He walked around the greenhouse and walked quickly to another greenhouse. He could see the green inside from a distance. Jisoo pushed the door and went in. Most of this greenhouse was land. Only about 2 acres were planted with vegetables, for people were picking them in the field. Jisoo stood at the end of the field. This greenhouse was no less dirty and messy than the previous one. The most eye-catching thing was the cigarette butts thrown everywhere. Everyone knew that smoking was not allowed in the greenhouse. Not only would it pollute the vegetables, but it would also be a fire hazard. Looking at the originally clean and tidy greenhouse, which had become like this, Jisoo felt a breath of depression stuck in his chest. When the black and big ant looked up, she saw the young man standing at the end of the field with an unclear expression, and hurriedly pulled Qian Baotong. That kid is here. Qian Baotong straightened up and took a look. He slowly put the cucumber in his hand into the basket and walked towards the field. And Heizhuang followed him, trying to scare the other party with the number and momentum. Qian Baotong took out a pack of cigarettes, knocked out 2, and handed one to Jisoo. But Jisoo didn't take it. You are the grandson of the Bai family, right? Qian Baotong took back the cigarettes, put one behind his ear, and clamped one between his fingers, and took out a lighter to light the cigarette. Do you know how much this glass greenhouse cost? If it burns or causes an explosion, you will be in debt of millions. Jisoo's tone was calm, and there was no sign of anger. And Heizhuang touched her husband. Su Huicheng had also told Qian Baotong to quit smoking. Smoking is not allowed in the greenhouse. There are safety hazards. But Qian Baotong just didn't listen and smoked a cigarette. Qian Baotong felt a chill in his heart for no reason when he saw Jisoo's cold gaze. He held the cigarette between his fingers and didn't know whether to light it or not. Qian Gaomao came over and glanced at Jisoo's thin body, not taking him seriously at all. What do you want? Jisoo glanced at the baskets of vegetables. His eyes were cold. I heard that you renewed the lease for 2 years. While I'm free now, let's sign the contract and settle the rent. Don't worry. I won't raise the rent. The price I rented to Su Huicheng is the same as the price I rented to you. Qian Gaomao stared. What rent? Hasn't my uncle already paid the rent? Jisoo was still gentle and easy to talk to. Su Huicheng only rented for 3 years, and paid the rent for only 3 years. Since you want to renew the lease for 2 years, you must pay 2 more years of rent. When the black and big ant heard that they wanted money, it was more painful than cutting her flesh. And she immediately yelled, What 3 years? Su Huicheng obviously rented for 5 years, and paid 5 years of rent. And you still want money? Do you really think we are easy to bully? Jisoo saw that this family was determined to play rogue with him. Auntie, no matter how loud you yell, it's useless. I have the contract as proof. It's not whoever has the loudest voice is right. If you don't pay the rent, I can only ask you to leave. I won't rent my greenhouse to you. Qian Gaomao looked ferocious, showing his strong arms and reaching out to push Jisoo. Are you kidding me? We worked hard to plant the seeds and invested all the money. You just say you don't want to rent it? If you want us to leave, you have to compensate us for our losses. This matter can't be settled without hundreds of thousands of dollars. Jisoo avoided Qian Gaomao's push. Since you want to talk to me about money, let's calculate it carefully. Without my consent, You occupied my greenhouse for a year. We have to settle the rent and the wear and tear and maintenance costs of a series of equipment. Xian Gaomao waved his fist fiercely. Whoever grows crops in your broken greenhouse will suffer a loss. My uncle has been growing crops for 3 years and has lost a lot of money. You still dare to ask us for money? I don't have money, but I have fists. Do you want it? I thought that a helpless boy would be scared. But he suddenly grabbed his wrist. I didn't know what happened. I just felt a piercing pain in my wrist and could only scream. Qian Baotong saw his son was restrained. And without thinking, he grabbed Jisu's clothes. Jisu grabbed his wrist again. And his wrist immediately felt severe pain. Qian Baotong screamed. No matter how weak Jisu's deformed ability was, he was still a deformed person. It was not easy for him to deal with a few ordinary people. Jisu dragged one person with each hand to the door. And He Zhuang and Qian Gaomao's wife were frightened and chased their men to the door, shouting, "Murder! Someone come quickly! Someone is going to die!" Jisu dragged the two out of the greenhouse and threw them on the ground. The two women followed them out, hugged their men and started crying. And He Zhuang cried especially loudly, wishing to attract everyone in the town. Jisu turned back to the entrance of the greenhouse and pressed his hands on the glass door. His spiritual energy spread rapidly. He wanted to reinforce both greenhouses. Unless he let them in, no one could get in. To outsiders, Jisu just pressed his hands on the glass wall. And no one knew what he was doing. And He Zhuang sat on the ground and cried, seeing a group of people rushing over. She cried even louder, cursing loudly while crying. Among the crowd, someone's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. And he shouted, "Keep your mouth clean." And He Zhuang was not scared. She was not afraid at all. There were so many people at the scene. And she was sure that the man would not dare to do anything to her. If he really dared to do it, and He Zhuang would dare to lie on the ground and extort him for hundreds of thousands of yuan. Faced with such a rogue, the man was so angry that his face turned blue. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't really do it to the woman. An old man with a high generation came forward to mediate. The seeds and fertilizers would definitely not be taken back after being planted. But the vegetables that had grown could be picked. Xian Baotong family would pay another half-year's rent to Jisu. And the 1 year's rent owed would be paid. Not to mention whether Jisu agreed or not. Xian Baotong family disagreed first, shouting that Su Huicheng had paid the rent. And they had the right to use the greenhouse for 5 years. Jisu had no right to drive them away. And they couldn't even think about the rent. The people in the town were all puzzled. Jisu said Su Huicheng only rented for 3 years. But Qian Baotong family said they rented for 5 years. Jisu always stood away from the crowd. Without saying anything, he took out his mobile phone, found the photo of the contract with Su Huicheng, and handed it to the people in the town. It was clearly written in black and white that the lease period was 3 years, and the rent was paid in one lump sum. With real evidence in hand, the people in the town advised Jisu to try to mediate. If he couldn't mediate privately, he could only sue. Jisu didn't plan to mediate with him, nor did he want to sue. He didn't have so much time to waste on this matter. Jisu asked everyone to go back, and he turned around and left. He knew from the beginning that the rent would not be returned. So he would not let them pick the vegetables in the greenhouse, and keep them to pay off the debt. Anhua quickly caught up and whispered, "Jisu, this matter is best resolved peacefully. It is said that villains are hard to guard against. You can't stay here every day. If they cause trouble, smash glass or destroy equipment, it will cost more than the money for the vegetables. It is better to give them the vegetables and send them away." Jisu kept walking. "I can't send them away. If I really give them the vegetables, they will only think they are right and make more trouble. The glass walls and equipment reinforced by spiritual energy are difficult to blast even with crystal energy, let alone human power." It was getting dark, and Jisu received a call from the truck driver, saying that seeds and fertilizers were delivered. The driver was still wondering who would buy seeds and load them in a large truck. How much land would it take to plant them? When he saw the endless greenhouses and farmland here, he no longer had any doubts. Jisu asked 2 drivers to help move the seeds into a separate underground warehouse, stacking them neatly in bags, running back and forth, and the 3 of them moved until midnight. Jisu paid them their wages and sent them away. He then took a bag of bread and a box of milk from the warehouse, quickly filled his stomach, and then got up and went out. Having been stared at for so long, it was impossible for Jisu not to notice it. Not to mention that Qian, Baotong family had no intention of hiding their malice. Jisoo walked over in the dark and heard banging sounds from a distance. He stood in a corner of the greenhouse and watched the family hit the glass door lock with a hammer they had found from somewhere. They probably wanted to enter the greenhouse, but found that the door could not be opened. So they thought of breaking the lock. Qian Baotong family saw the things unloaded from the truck. Some of them were packed in cartons, and they didn't know what was inside. But they all recognized the bags of grain seeds. They even bought the seeds back. They were determined to take back the greenhouse and plant it themselves. After all, the land and the greenhouse belonged to others, and they would definitely not be able to argue. Besides, they knew that Su Huicheng only rented the land for 3 years. They just wanted to occupy the greenhouse for 2 years because of the high rent. Seeing that the plan was ruined, the whole family was furious. They would rather destroy the vegetables in the greenhouse and the cultivated land than let others have them. After some discussion, Qian Baotong decided to use poison and spray herbicides on both greenhouses, killing all the fruits and seeds in the field. The daughter-in-law disagreed. Herbicides might not kill the seeds buried in the soil, if the land could no longer grow any crops. The best way was to spread salt and make the 2 greenhouses decorations from now on. The Qian family was so angry that they lost their minds. Even if they needed money to buy salt, they would spend money to vent their anger. Qian Gaomao drove a van and bought all the salt in the supermarkets in the town. He dragged a truck back and prepared to spread salt in the greenhouse. However, the greenhouse was locked and they could not get in. They could only smash the door desperately. Qian Gaomao smashed for a long time and was exhausted. The glass door was intact without any traces. This was incredible. Give me the hammer. I smash it. Go and find out if there is an open ventilation window. If not, crawl in through the ventilation window. Qian Baotong took the hammer and continued to smash it. Qian Gaomao looked for ventilation windows around the greenhouse. There were several large boxes at the door of the greenhouse. Jisoo didn't know what was in them. Seeing this family sneaking around, it was obvious that they were up to no good. Spiritual energy quickly outlined lines, and a rectangular frame appeared silently next to the glass wall. Qian Gaomao held his mobile phone to illuminate, bent down to find a ventilation window, and suddenly bumped into a wall. He was stunned for a moment, took a photo with his mobile phone, and it was really a wall. The material looked like a cement wall. Qian Gaomao didn't understand why there was a wall here. He scanned the phone to the side, and it was still a cement wall. Qian Gaomao panicked and turned around in place. There were cement walls all around. Looking up, Qian Gaomao was scared to death. Dad! Mom! Help! Help! Qian Gaomao's screams that didn't sound like human voices came from not far away. The sound was dull, as if it came from the wall. Qian Baotong heard his son's cry, rushed over with a hammer, and then was stunned on the spot. The black and strong aunt and Qian Gaomao's wife, who chased him, were also dumbfounded. A cement column as tall as a person appeared in front of him at some point. The column was square and only as tall as a person. Qian Gaomao's voice came from the cement column. He was trapped in a cement pillar. The black and strong aunt collapsed on the ground in fear, and Qian Baotong was also frightened. Gaomao, are you in there? Dad, I'm trapped in cement. Hurry up and save me. I'm going to die. Qian Gaomao's screams came from the cement pillar. Qian Baotong's face was shaking, and he swung a hammer to hit the cement wall. There were constant bangs, but the cement wall didn't even fall off. Qian Baotong's clothes were soaked. Sweat kept dripping down. His face was pale. He was so scared that his hands and feet were weak. The weather was so hot. Qian Gaomao was trapped in a small cement wall. He would be suffocated if not killed by the heat. Seeing Qian Gaomao's voice getting smaller and smaller, Qian Baotong's eyes turned red with anxiety. Gaomao. Gaomao. Hold on. Qian Gaomao's wife trembled and said, Dad? Dad? Call the fire department. We can't break it open by ourselves. Yes. Call the fire department. You. Call quickly. Qian Baotong's voice was not over yet. He heard his wife scream, and a concrete wall appeared around him. The black and strong aunt had been paralyzed by fear and couldn't move at all. She watched the concrete wall close above her head, and was so scared that her heart and gallbladder broke. Seeing such a weird scene with their own eyes, Qian Baotong and his daughter-in-law were scared out of their wits. Behind Qian Baotong, the cement pillar that trapped Qian Gaomao was like weathered sand. disappearing quickly. Qian Gaomao was as if washed by water, and crawled forward with limp limbs. Dad? Dad? Let's go. There's a ghost here. When Qian Baoong saw his son coming out, he helped his son stumble and run to the van, and his daughter-in-law followed him. The cry of Aunt Heizhuang came from the cement pillar. Qian Gaomao turned around and saw a short and thick cement pillar. Mom! My mom is still in there. The cement pillar that trapped Aunt Heizhuang also began to turn into sand. Before the cement pillar completely disappeared, Aunt Heizhuang jumped up immediately and rushed forward at the fastest speed in her life, not daring to look back. Chapter 6. After the Qian family drove away in fear, Jisoo went to check the contents of the box and found that it was a few boxes of edible salt. He immediately understood what the family wanted to do. People's hearts can be so vicious in peacetime, let alone the survivors after the end of the world. They can do anything to survive. At that time, Jisoo was not completely disappointed with family affection. When his aunt grabbed him and cried that his uncle had turned into a monster, and only she and her cousin were left in the family, Jisoo softened his heart, ignored their past shortcomings, and accepted them in his base. After that, it was classmates and friends. He would help them if he could. At first, they would be grateful and grateful. After a long time, their lives became stable. Their hearts changed, and they wanted more things. In those 3 years, Jisoo experienced the warmth and coldness of human feelings. Misjudged many people, and misjudged many people. Jisoo moved the salt back to the warehouse, and did not return to the city. He had to wait until all the supplies were received before going back. Until the next afternoon, Qian and Baoong family did not appear again. They were probably scared. Compared with those seeds and vegetables, life is of course the most important. The townspeople thought that such a rogue would not give up, and would definitely continue to make trouble. But nothing happened in the whole day. Someone with a quick mouth asked what to do with the vegetables in the greenhouse. They had already been picked, and the weather was so hot that they would soon rot. Jisoo was just about to get rid of these vegetables. He would definitely not be able to eat them all, and he didn't want to bother moving them to sell. He didn't have time. I have to go back to the city tomorrow. I can't take these vegetables away. Those who need them can take them back to eat. How can I eat so many? If you can't take them away, sell them to me. My greenhouse is also producing, so you can take them to the city to sell together. Jisoo looked at the person who was talking. It was the man who scolded the black and thick ant yesterday. Maybe he often basked in the sun, so his skin color was darker, but his facial features were good. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was resolute and upright. His temperament was different from that of ordinary people. He must have been a soldier. Jisoo knew that he meant well. If he really didn't want these vegetables, any of them could be taken home. If he couldn't finish them, he could sell or give them away. Jisoo agreed and opened the glass door. Town residents who needed vegetables could pack them in bags by themselves. He would sell the rest to Zhongji. Zhongji saw that Jisoo agreed, so he went home and drove the small truck over to load the vegetables. Zhongji's parents also came with him. Jisoo didn't know Zhongji, but he had an impression of Zhong parents. When the family had a funeral, the couple came. They were cousins on the grandfather's side. It's no wonder that Zhongji was so angry when the black and big ant scolded Jisoo. The couple worked very efficiently. They moved the picked vegetables outside. Zhongji weighed them one by one. Zhong mother took the empty baskets and went to the field to pick them. They picked all the ripe ones. Otherwise they would be too old to eat. Father Zhong looked at the messy greenhouse, frowning so hard that flies could be killed. Without saying a word, he picked up a pitchfork and a shovel and started to clean up. He shoveled all the roots and soil on the road together and dragged them out of the greenhouse. Seeing the Zhong family busy, the townspeople who took the vegetables also lent a hand to help. With more people, there is more power. It didn't take long for the 2 greenhouses to be cleaned up, and even the reservoirs with a lot of mud and dead grass were washed clean by the sprinkler. Everyone was sweating from the heat. Jisoo kept a few baskets of vegetables and distributed them to the townspeople who helped. Before leaving, Jisoo reminded them, "It's not peaceful outside recently. It's best not to go out if you can. Close the doors and windows when you go to bed at night. And don't open the door to anyone casually. The murderer of the dismemberment case in the city has not been caught yet, so everyone should pay attention to safety." They had all heard about the dismemberment case and were very alert recently. Jisoo reminded them that they were not on guard against the murderer, but a series of dangers that appeared after the end of the world. After the townspeople left, Zhongji said, "I'm going to the city to deliver vegetables tomorrow morning. Do you want to go back to the city with me? You have to get up very early to deliver vegetables to the farmer's market." When his parents were still there, they set off before dawn. Jisoo didn't know when the supplies would be delivered, so he refused. He could go to the town to take a bus back. Zhongji transferred the money for the vegetables to Jisoo. Although Jisoo didn't know what the current wholesale price of vegetables was, he knew that the money was definitely wrong. These vegetables could not be sold at this price. Jisoo stared at the phone. "Did you press an extra zero? These vegetables could not be sold for more than 20,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan would be about right." Zhongji smiled. "Yes, that's all." Zhong's father took a black bag from the car and handed it to Jisoo. Jisoo opened it and saw stacks of red bills inside. Jisoo looked at them puzzled. "Mr. Zhong said, your parents may not have told you that when my daughter Ningning was still alive, we spent all our savings on her treatment. We borrowed from all our relatives and friends, but it was still not enough to cover the hospital expenses. Your parents gave me 100,000 yuan at the time for emergency use. They knew that my family was in financial difficulty and never asked for this money. Now that we have more money, we must pay it back. You keep it." Jisoo was holding the bag with mixed feelings. If Zhong's father hadn't told him and hadn't returned the money, he wouldn't have known. Just when he needed the money, Jisoo accepted the money and decided to go to the Zhong family's greenhouse. Jisoo went over in a small truck, and his hand pressed on the door, quietly reinforcing the small truck. If nothing unexpected happened, the world would be in chaos in 2 days. If Zhongji happened to be driving on the road, he would have a place to hide. When my parents were alive, they often talked about how my cousin's family were all honest people, but they were unlucky and had a sick child. Seeing the child being tortured by illness every day, my parents really wanted to die. At that time, Jisoo didn't feel much about the honest people in his parents' mouths. After experiencing more, he realized how rare such honest people were. So Jisoo didn't mind secretly helping them, hoping that they could all survive. Zhongji's family was not from Baiwan town. 2 years ago, they came to the town and rented a greenhouse for planting. The family lived in a 2-story building next to the greenhouse. Jisoo reinforced the small building to block the dark matter and bloodthirsty monsters. The Zhong family rented a plastic greenhouse. It was too hot in the summer, so the plastic greenhouse was rolled up and ventilated everywhere. Jisoo wanted to reinforce the plastic greenhouse but failed. In order to block the erosion of dark matter, in addition to strengthening the spiritual energy, a closed space was also needed to prevent erosion to the greatest extent. Crops grown on eroded land will contain dark matter. Once the dark matter in the human body exceeds the standard, it will become frenzied, weird and deformed, and it is difficult to predict. At that time, it was impossible to eat food that had not been eroded. But now it is possible. As long as the initial comprehensive invasion is prevented, there will be no big problems afterwards. Even if the free dark matter in the air still has an impact on the land, that little impact will become insignificant in the environment after the end of the world. Jisoo, can these plastic films be put down? Zhong father, the temperature is too high. If they are put down, the plastic greenhouse will become a steamer and the vegetables will be scalded. The Zhong family has 6 plastic greenhouses covering an area of 30 acres, with fruits and vegetables. It's a pity to give them up. Jisoo thought for a while and said, I heard that there will be a heavy rainstorm the night after tomorrow. It's best to put down the plastic film and press it down. It's best not to go out to prevent accidents. Zhong's father looked up at the sky. Really? The weather forecast shows no rain this week. Summer rain is good for vegetables and fruit trees. But if there is a heavy rainstorm, you have to block it. Otherwise the ungrown fruits and vegetables and flower buds will be knocked down. Jisoo, it's okay to be careful. You can pick all the ripe vegetables tomorrow and the day after tomorrow and store them at home. Seal the greenhouse to prevent the plastic film from being rolled away. Father Zhong nodded, indicating that he understood. It's better to be safe than sorry. Jisoo followed Father Zhong to visit each greenhouse and reinforced all 6 greenhouses. He hoped that Father Zhong could really seal the greenhouses. After returning from the Zhong greenhouse, the medium truck that Jisoo bought for Uncle Zhong had been delivered. The truck that Chung Yimo bought was also delivered soon. In order to become a major shareholder, Chung Yimo bought 10 light trucks and 5 medium trucks in one go. It is estimated that he spent all the money he could use on buying cars. These cars cannot be put in the open. Others don't have a car that can be driven. But he has so many here, deliberately attracting people's attention. After dark, Jisoo built another row of large warehouses next to the warehouse next to the small building, and specially divided 3 rooms to store Chungmo's trucks. Time was running out, and Jisoo was not afraid of being seen by others for the suddenly appeared warehouse. By the time someone came to the door, it would probably be the end of the world, and no one would care whether it was an illegal construction. Jisoo put Uncle Zhang's medium truck in this small warehouse, and also put out a truck from his home for daily use. Except for gasoline and diesel, all the supplies he bought had been delivered. Time was running out, and Jisoo was very anxious. Until noon, Jisoo finally waited for Uncle Ming's call. The oil had been bought. The amount of oil was large, and it had to be transported in professional oil storage tanks. Uncle Ming asked Jisoo's opinion. Jisoo asked Uncle Ming to help buy underground oil storage tanks, and he would take care of the rest. Uncle Ming told Jisoo that it was not easy to drive during the day, and it would take until night to deliver it. Jisoo repeatedly reminded him that it must be delivered tonight. There were many people and eyes during the day, and Jisoo started to dig a pit with his distortion ability when it was dark, waiting for the underground oil storage tank to be delivered. Jisoo waited until after 2 a.m. before he heard the rumble of a truck, followed by a crane, and several workers who were familiar with the job. He worked until morning, and the underground oil tank was buried intact. The oil inlet and outlet were adjusted, and the workers left with the truck. After everyone left, Jisoo reinforced the underground oil tank. To ensure the safety of the oil tank, he built a closed underground warehouse outside the oil tank, so that even with an excavator, the oil tank could not be dug out. Jisoo did not rest. He closed all the ventilation windows of the 2 glass greenhouses and filled the reservoirs inside and outside the greenhouses with water. The enclosed space reinforced by spiritual energy is not only more solid, but also heat-insulated and cold-proof. In harsh temperatures, it will be the most comfortable living space for humans. Everything is ready. The yard is sealed and ready to take a bus back to the city. Looking at the more than 10 acres of land in his family that was abandoned and overgrown with grass, Jisoo was reluctant to give up. Clean land after the end of the world is too rare. Once it is eroded, there is no way to grow healthy crops. But the fields are bare, without even a shelter. Is it too late to buy mulch now? Mulch? If there is no mulch, he can use his spiritual energy to cover the ground with a layer to disguise the mulch. As long as he survives the indiscriminate invasion tonight, he can weather the mulch and the fields will be saved. Right? The disadvantage of this method is that when the fields are reinforced, all vegetation on the surface will be cut off. Fortunately, his home was originally a wasteland, so he didn't care about the weeds and wild vegetables. Jisoo covered all the fields, went to the town again, and reinforced as much as possible before returning to the city. The family has a van, which is the car that his parents usually used to transport vegetables to the city. When his parents passed away, the van was only 2 years old and still very new. Jisoo was reluctant to sell it, so he let Uncle Zong drive it often, and he might use the car after he graduated from college. Jisoo got off the car at the door of the bakery and took the truck key from the store. His driver's license did not allow him to drive a truck, so he could only drive Uncle Zhang's car. Before leaving, he casually mentioned, "Did you see the news this morning? Last night, there was another murder. A delivery boy was killed, and only 1/3 of his body was eaten by an unknown object. Strange murders are happening all over the world, and there is no reasonable explanation so far. For safety reasons, it is best to close the store early tonight, and don't rush to open the door tomorrow morning. If there is danger, hide in the store and don't go out. Be sure to pay attention to safety." After leaving the bakery, Jisoo called Chung Imo again. Chung's parents went to another city to discuss business. They didn't come back until the end of the world. Chung Imo lived in fear every day and never saw his parents again until he died. Chung Imo was still asleep when he heard Jisoo asking him to call his parents back from business. The apocalypse was rampant on the internet and could not be suppressed. If he did not come back now, it would be too late if the apocalypse really came. Chung Imo was completely confused. "Ji Dingting, have you been brainwashed by some prophecy? How come you even believe in the apocalypse? Didn't such overwhelming apocalypse appear many years ago?" In the end, it was fine. Nothing happened. At that time, Jisoo did not believe it either. He worked until the apocalypse. And then woke up from a sleep, and the world had changed. Jisoo, haven't you read the news these days? Aren't the deaths of people bizarre enough? Chungmo, it's a little weird. But the dead didn't jump up and bite people? This shows that the dead are not infectious. Zombies will not appear. And the end of the world will not come. Jisoo, Jisoo, wake up. The end of the world does not mean zombies. Chungmo wanted to cry. Brother. You are my real brother. I have to say it seriously. The internet is saying that the end of the world is coming. Mom and Dad, please come back soon. Do you believe that I will die before the end of the world comes? Jisoo gave him an idea. Just say you had a car accident and ask them to come back quickly. Today? Chungmo, Chungmo, how much hatred and resentment do you have? Do you want to curse me like this? Jisoo, listen to me. Quickly trick your parents back. Play less games. Watch more videos. See how many people have already started to stock up. If you don't take action, are you going to starve? Jisoo hung up the phone, drove Uncle Zhang's car to buy oil drums, and reinforced all the gas stations in Xinjiang City by the way. Chungmo was completely dumbfounded. It was easy to trick them back. But what about after tricking them back? Does he still want to live? Chapter 7. Jisoo drove out for a circle and reinforced everything that could be reinforced, trying to keep as many things as possible. He bought a truckload of oil drums and put them all in the van. Then he made a few more trips and used up all the remaining money before driving back. Uncle Zhang's car was also reinforced to ensure that it could run normally after the end of the world and would not have any problems due to the erosion of dark matter. Going to the store to return the keys. While the two were busy, Jisoo quietly reinforced the bakery. There was a small bedroom in the store, and the couple lived in the store most of the time, which was convenient for getting up early to make bread. As long as the store door was locked, they would be safe in the store. Everything was ready, and it depended on whether the end of the world would come as scheduled. On the way back, Jisoo called Chungmo again, and heard Chungmo howling over there, asking him to come to rescue him at night. Otherwise he would definitely not see the sun tomorrow. Chungmo's deception plan was very successful. To make it more realistic, he specially photoshopped a photo of himself with a bloody head and sent it to his parents. The effect was outstanding, and his parents bombarded him with phone calls one after another. Chungmo felt guilty and scared. He didn't dare to answer the phone and waited for death. When Jisoo returned home, the sticky note on the neighbor door had disappeared. I don't know if it was blown away by the wind or taken away by his eldest grandson. After such a long time, he should have calmed down. Jisoo knocked on the door. It was time to talk to him about the money. After knocking for a long time, no one answered the door. Jisoo continued to knock. Grandson. Ba! Chin Yenin. Are you there? In the dim bedroom, the scaly claws dug deep into the door frame, and heavy breathing came from behind the door. Jisoo leaned on the security door and listened. The house was quiet, as if no one was there. He decided to come again at night. After a sleepless night, Jisoo couldn't stand the constant pain in his head. He went home and fell asleep to replenish his energy, waiting for the next life and death battle. Jisoo was awakened by the urgent ringing of his cell phone. He opened his eyes suddenly, and it was pitch black in front of him. He subconsciously clenched the crystal on his wrist, remembering where he was. He got up, turned on the light, and answered the call. Chungmo's ghostly howling voice came, and Chung's father's angry roar could be heard through the phone. They had been discussing the order for 2 months, and were about to sign the contract. At the critical moment, their son had a car accident. How could this be tolerated? Business is important, but their son is more important. The couple rushed home in a hurry, but their son was staying at home. He even turned the house into a warehouse, filled with rice, noodles, snacks, water and gas tanks, leaving no place to stay. After asking about the situation, the couple almost fainted from anger. Chungmo, because the whole network was discussing the topic of the end of the world, and he had watched a lot of stockpiling videos, accepted his good brother's advice and ran to the supermarket to stock up, and tricked his parents back by the way, in case the end of the world really came. Chung's father was so angry that he grabbed a belt to beat the child, and Chungmo jumped up and down and ran for his life. This time, even Chung's mother, who always spoiled her children, picked up the clothesline and played mixed doubles. Chungmo was beaten so badly that he ran away with his head in his hands. Chung's father was so angry that smoke came out of his head. Are you a fool? Who else would believe those irresponsible remarks except you? Chung Mo said confidently. Ji Tingting also believed it. Chung father, Chung mother, Chung father roared. Who else would believe it except you two fools? Chung Mo clicked on the hoarding video. Many people believe it. They are hoarding and grabbing supplies. Chung's father was so angry that he fell backwards. Look at what they are hoarding. Others use refrigerators. You use houses? Chung's father decided to use the iron fist of love to help his son clear the surging river in his head. Jisoo stood outside the door for a while, listening to the lively fight inside. Silently lit candles for his good brother, and helped to reinforce the house by the way. Before leaving, he did not forget to send a message to his good brother, reminding him that it was late at night and the dew was heavy. Remember to close the window. Jisoo passed by the parking area and reinforced Chung Mo's car to facilitate escape. The wind was very strong. The sky was abnormally dark, and even the street lights were only dimly lit. The whole world seemed to be stained by ink. Cars were still coming and going on the street, as if no one noticed it. Jisoo clutched the crystal bracelet tightly, ran all the way home, and knocked on the neighbor door again. But still no one opened the door. It's so late. Is he not coming back? Jisoo was not sure whether he had left or something happened. After all, he was Grandma Chin's grandson, and he couldn't just leave him alone. The spiritual energy swept across the door lock, opened the security door, and walked in. Chin Yenin, are you there? Jisoo turned on the light and walked around the house. All the window curtains were closed. Grandma Chin's metal box was placed on the coffee table, except for the diary and keys. Everything else was there. Walking into Chin Yenin's room, everything was neatly arranged inside, and nothing unusual was found. Jisoo turned and left. His eyes fell on the door frame, opened the door, and looked behind it. 3 clear claw marks were deeply embedded in the wood. This is the house he had reinforced. How sharp must the claws be to leave such clear scratches? Jisoo's heart was beating wildly. The most frightening thing in the end times is not the deformed creatures whose original prototypes can be seen, but the fallen creatures whose original prototypes cannot be seen at all. They are strange and unpredictable. Among the fallen creatures with sharp claws, Jisoo was most impressed by the fallen beasts. They have sharp claws, hard scales, and huge bat wings. They can be seen on land, sea, and air. Before the use of crystals was discovered, if you encountered a fallen beast, you would definitely die. With crystals, you would only have a certain chance of survival. If you want to fight against a fallen beast head-on, you will definitely die fast enough. No one knows where the fallen beast came from. Some people say that the fallen beast is a long-extinct atavistic dinosaur. Some say that the fallen beast is an alien species. And some say that the fallen beast is the legendary resurrection of the Western ancient dragon. There are many different opinions, and there is no conclusion. Jisoo was not sure whether such claw marks were left by the fallen beast. Dark matter had not yet invaded the world, and the invasion energy was thin, so it was impossible for the fallen beast to appear. However, such scratches made Jisoo worried. Jisoo looked around. The glass, walls, and furniture were all intact, except for this scratch. Thinking of the missing diary and key, Jisoo had to think of the worst result. Chin Yenin was corroded. He had clearly reinforced the house. So how could it be corroded? Unless he was not at home and was corroded outside. Restore the door lock and hide back home. Thinking of Grandma Chin, Jisoo felt irritated. How could he have thought that before the end of the world came, Grandma Chin's eldest grandson had already been corroded? It was impossible to prevent it. If it was an invisible invasion condensed by pure dark matter, it would be better than being corroded by dark matter. When encountering an invisible invasion, as long as you keep your self-awareness, you can become a deformed person and gain deformed abilities. But it can be slowly eroded by dark matter, and the final destination is nothing but frenzy and monsterization. The possibility of successful deformation is too low. Before dark matter invades the world, pure dark matter cannot appear, and there will be no invisible invasion. Chin Yenin is very likely to be eroded and monsterized. Jisoo stood by the window, looking at the darkness without a trace of light, listening to the roar of the hurricane, and his headache became more severe. Miao Liqiu and Zhang Yi were awakened by the alarm clock. The air conditioner stopped at some point. It was just dawn at this time. They get up early every day to make bread, and today is the same. Miao Liqiu took the remote control and pressed it. But the air conditioner did not respond. The couple realized that there was a power outage. The small bedroom has limited space, and it will be particularly stuffy without air conditioning. Today is a bit abnormal. I didn't feel hot, but felt that the temperature was suitable and very cool. The couple just thought that the air conditioner had just stopped and the room was still cool, and they didn't think much about it. Zhang Yi got up and washed, and found that the water was also cut off. He could only go to the front store to clean up. The store was also not hot. Could it be that the temperature dropped? Zhang Yi looked outside and saw no pedestrians. He moved the flour he would use today and sent it to the production room. He didn't know when the electricity would come back. Without electricity and water, he couldn't do anything. As usual, Zhang Yi began to clean up the store, mopping the floor, wiping the table, wiping the glass. He always felt something was strange. When wiping the glass window, he saw a person standing on the street, standing right in the middle of the street. Zhang Yi then remembered what was strange. In the past, there were people and vehicles passing by outside at this time. Today, it was particularly quiet outside, with no cars and no pedestrians. Zhang Yi wiped the glass door and turned to the cashier to get the key. He forgot that Jisoo asked him not to open the door so early. Zhang Yi came back with the key and found that the person standing in the middle of the road suddenly rushed towards this side. Very fast. Zhang Yi was shocked and waved his hands and shouted, "Glass door! Be careful of the glass door!" Bang! There was a loud bang, and a pool of blood was left on the glass door. The person who rushed over fell to the ground, his head and face covered with blood. Zhang Yi was shocked and stunned on the spot. There was only one thought in his mind: it's over. Someone is dead. Miao Liqiu ran out. What's that sound? Zhang Yi came back to his senses and hurriedly unlocked the door. Someone hit the glass door. Hurry! Call an ambulance! The couple used to lock the glass door and then put on a soft lock from the inside. Zhang Yi pulled the soft lock and it made a loud noise. He finally opened it. As soon as he looked up, he saw a kitchen knife coming down on his head. Miao Liqiu screamed in fear. Zhang Yi fell to the ground and watched the woman outside the door chopping the glass door with a kitchen knife. Her eyes were full of bloodshot. Her pupils were like needles. Her face was distorted, and her exposed skin was covered with black spots like mold spots, which were very scary. The woman used all her strength in every cut. The kitchen knife soon broke, but the woman still didn't stop. The man on the ground got up again and hit the glass door again. His strength was so great that the whole store was shaking. The glass door trembled violently, as if it would fall down at any time. The couple was terrified. Miao Liqiu picked up the soft lock on the ground, rushed over to lock it from the inside, and dragged her husband to hide behind the cashier. She picked up the mobile phone that fell on the ground and called the police, but found that the mobile phone had no signal. The couple's faces were as pale as paper, listening to the sound of collision and knife chopping. They didn't know what to do. In the end, they could only run back to the small bedroom, lock the door, and move the tables and chairs to block the door. Even if the glass door was destroyed, they had to guard this door. It was not until then that they heard the continuous screams outside. Before dawn in Baiwan town, Zhongji's family got up. They moved the vegetables picked yesterday out of the house and loaded them into the car one by one. Zhongji drove to the city to deliver vegetables as usual. Before he drove out of the greenhouse area, he saw someone staggering on the road. Zhongji slowed down and honked the horn. The people on the road seemed to be frightened. They stood still and suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the car. Zhongji stepped on the brakes and watched a man hit his pickup truck and then bounced out. Zhongji was stunned for a few seconds. His first reaction was that he was hit by a scammer. His second reaction was to get out of the car to check. The force of the collision was definitely not light. Whether it was a person hitting the car or the car hitting the person, there was no surveillance here. If something really happened, he would not be able to explain it. Zhongji ran over and was shocked when he saw the man on the ground. Under the headlights, the man's face was covered with layers of black spots. In his wide-open eyes, the pupils were very small, and the whites of his eyes almost occupied the entire eye socket. Bloodshot covered the whites of his eyes, and black spots were spreading towards the whites of his eyes. The man lay on the ground. His face was hideous. His needle-sized pupils trembled twice, and suddenly turned to Zhongji. Zhongji's scalp numbed, and he retreated alertly. The man suddenly jumped up as if there was a spring behind him. and pounced on Zhongji. The speed was too fast, and Zhongji could not dodge at all. He was thrown to the ground, and the man roared like a beast and bit Zhongji's throat. Zhongji instinctively raised his arm to block, but was bitten hard on the arm. The severe pain and the instinct for survival aroused Zhongji's ferocity. He held the man's neck with one hand to prop him up, bent his knees, and pushed the madman hard. Zhongji turned over and climbed up. A piece of flesh on his arm was torn off, and blood was flowing. He saw with his own eyes that the man who bit off a piece of his flesh devoured his flesh and rushed over again. Zhongji was frightened and kicked him, while the man fell to the ground. He turned around and ran to the car. Several black shadows rushed out nearby, all running towards this side at a very fast speed. Zhongji jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. One of them hit the door hard. Zhongji looked at the figures running over one by one. Fear was like a poisonous snake, tightly binding him. There were more and more black shadows. Some people rushed over like crazy with kitchen knives and sickles in their hands, and chopped up all those who blocked their way. The sharp pain in his arm reminded Zhongji that this was not a dream. All of this was real. Zhongji started the car and backed up quickly. If he was surrounded by these people, he would definitely die here. He stepped on the accelerator to the maximum and backed up to the door of his home. Zhong Fengmin, who was in the greenhouse, heard the sound of the car and came out to see that the family car had returned. Without waiting for Zhong Fengmin to speak, Zhongji jumped out of the car, grabbed his father and ran home. Close the door. Close the door quickly. Windows. Close the windows. Mother Zhong was cooking with a gas stove. She didn't know what happened. And then she heard a bang, and something hit the door. Zhong Fengmin didn't have time to ask more, and ran to close all the windows. Zhongji dragged the dining table, sofa and cabinets to block the door. There were constant bangs outside the door, and each bang would make the furniture blocking the door move back, and the main door seemed to be knocked open at any time. Zhong's mother was frightened by the noise, and was even more frightened when she saw her son's arm was covered in blood. Fengmin, my son is injured. Bring gauze. Zhong Fengmin, who was closing the window upstairs, looked at the situation downstairs, and cold sweat kept pouring down. Those people were banging on the door while waving kitchen knives and sickles, and their clothes were covered in blood. They didn't care whether they hit the people around them. Hearing Zhong's mother's voice, Zhong Fengmin quickly closed the curtains, took out hydrogen peroxide, iodine and gauze from the drawer and ran downstairs. Zhongji sat on the sofa and held the door. Zhong's mother brought a candle. When they saw the wound, Zhong's father and mother gasped. Zhong Fengmin frowned. How did he get hurt like this? Where's the meat? Zhongji was sweating profusely, and he hissed in pain. He was eaten. Those people outside are eating human flesh. Zhong's father and mother were all pale when they heard it. They didn't know what happened. Such a big wound couldn't be treated at home. The weather was so hot. It would be dangerous if it got infected and inflamed. You need to go to the hospital for this injury. You can't treat it yourself. Father Zhong was helpless and didn't dare to do anything. Zhongji shook his head. The situation is unclear now. You can't go out. Zhongji washed his hands and treated the wound himself. There was no electricity or signal, and there was a group of crazy people blocking the door outside, so he couldn't go out. Chapter 8. Jisoo packed his backpack and put all the crystals he bought in advance into his backpack. The pockets on his wrists were full of crystals. These were not enough. He took a reinforced baseball bat from the room. If the problem could be solved with a stick, crystals and spiritual energy would not be wasted. In the early days of the apocalypse, the most common ones were the crazy corpses eroded by dark matter. They were dominated by dark matter, had no self-awareness, were manic, violent, and bloodthirsty, and their strength and speed exceeded those of ordinary people. Compared with the strange and bizarre freaks and deformed creatures, the crazy corpses in the early days were undoubtedly the bottom of the list. However, there were so many of them that it was not easy to survive among a group of crazy corpses. Compared with the dangerous future, the early days were obviously a good time to escape and collect supplies. If you missed these 3 months, it would be a period when bloodthirsty monsters and deformed monsters would be rampant. Later, degenerate creatures would appear, and the survivors could only barely survive in the cracks between various terrifying monsters. Jisoo knew very well where his shortcomings were. His deformed ability was not good at fighting, and only the spiritual energy to stimulate crystals could be used. So he had to collect more crystals before the real danger period came. Only when the combat power was guaranteed could he find a way to move oil from the gas station and bring Aunt Chiu, Uncle Zhang and Chum Mo's family to Baiwan town safely. Jisu's deformed ability was not good at fighting, but it was very important, because only this ability could build a truly safe base. He used to be the protected object of the base, and rarely went out. The people who protected him had their own thoughts. The emergence of a safe base was absolutely indispensable to a deformed person with his ability. As long as he was there, even if he gave up the existing base, he could rebuild one wherever he went. At the beginning, Chung Mo patted his chest and promised that he was the most solid backing of his good brother, and would definitely protect Jisu. As a result, he couldn't even protect himself, and was pitted to death. The truck was parked in the parking lot outside the community. As long as Jisu arrived at the parking lot safely, and got on the car smoothly, he could rush to the broad road of collecting crystals. Everything was ready. Jisu opened the security door, and walked out after confirming that it was safe. He hesitated for a moment, and knocked on the neighbor door again. There was no response. Qin Yinan really didn't come back last night. If he was directly exposed to the dark matter, the possibility of survival was almost zero. Not to mention that he was already eroded. If he wanted to cut off the erosion, unless he had great luck and encountered an invisible invasion, he could keep his self-awareness, and turn the erosion into deformed energy. Of course, the consequence of the invasion was that he would become a bloodthirsty monster and die directly. In the final analysis, if you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. And outsiders really can't help. Jisu walked towards the stairs lightly with a baseball bat. Step by step. Silently. As soon as he got down one floor, he saw two security doors wide open. And there were bloody footprints on the ground. He went all the way downstairs. Jisu looked inside and saw two bodies, one large and one small, lying in the living room. They were bitten beyond recognition, and the scene was very bloody. Jisu ran downstairs without stopping. Some doors were closed, and some security doors were severely deformed. As long as the door was open, blood would be seen. The owner had almost no chance of survival. Jisu ran to the 7th floor smoothly, and was almost hit by the falling security door. A crazy corpse fell out with the door, and reached out to grab Jisu. He was hit by a stick and hit the wall. Jisu rushed downstairs quickly. There was a lot of noise on the stairs. The crazy corpse that had already run down turned back, and a group of crazy corpses swarmed up. And the crazy corpses behind also chased after him. Jisu stopped and the crazy corpse behind rushed up. Jisu dodged against the wall, and swung a stick over. The crazy corpse rolled down the stairs, and collided with the crazy corpse that ran up. Jisu turned and ran upstairs, throwing a small crystal downstairs, and quickly used spiritual energy to reinforce the stairs while stimulating. The elevator was unusable, and if the stairs were destroyed, he would have no chance of going down, even at a faster speed. The stairs on the 5th and 6th floors were still missing 2 steps. There were no bodies, only bright red on the walls and the ground, flowing down the broken stairs, and the strong smell of blood was nauseating. Not wanting to slip on the blood, Jisu could only jump to the next floor by holding the stairs, and ran down smoothly. The community was full of survivors running around and crazy corpses chasing the survivors, screaming and calling for help. Jisu ran to the gate of the community at the fastest speed with a baseball bat. When he met a crazy corpse rushing over, he swung the bat and knocked it down. He couldn't stop, as he would be surrounded by crazy corpses if he stopped. Jisu ran all the way to the parking lot, with a large group of crazy corpses falling behind him. He saw many corpses along the way, all of which were bitten into a bloody mess. Jisu was not the only survivor in the parking lot. They were all running towards their cars. Some cars could not start, while others barely started and stalled after driving a few meters. Jisu waved away the crazy corpses blocking his way, rushed to the front of the truck, took out the keys, but before his hand touched the door, he was knocked to the ground by someone, who grabbed his hand tightly and snatched his car keys. "Give it to me! Give me the key!" The man grabbed Jisu's neck with one hand, and tried to pry Jisu's hand holding the key with the other hand. This man obviously found that his car could not start, so he wanted to rob someone else's car. Jisu was fair-skinned, thin and frail, and was undoubtedly the best target. At the critical moment of life and death, no one is not selfish. Seeing the key grabbing here, The survivors who just got off the car also ran over here. Jisoo defended against the crazy corpse, but failed to defend against the survivors rushing out of the car next to him. The man who pinched him was indeed stronger than him, but Jisoo had more fighting experience than the man. Jisoo swung a stick over, and the man's head was immediately broken and bleeding, and he covered his head in a daze. Jisoo took the opportunity to overturn the man, quickly jumped into the car, closed the door, and locked it. The crazy corpse that rushed up hit the truck crazily, slapping the truck, and the man with a broken head and bleeding jumped up and ran away at the fastest speed. The other survivors who wanted to grab the key also fled in all directions. Jisoo started the truck, stepped on the accelerator, and knocked several crazy corpses away. The truck crashed into the car in front with a bang. Jisoo hurriedly reversed and turned, and the cars blocking the road were knocked away. He drove the truck out of the parking lot. The first stop he went to was the jewelry store with the crystal ball, which was the closest to the community. The truck stopped at the door of the store, and the glass door of the jewelry store was all shattered. Jisoo put on his backpack, pushed the door open, knocked down a crazy corpse that rushed over, jumped out of the car, and hit him with a stick. Jisoo got in through the broken glass door frame. The store was in chaos. The glass counters were all smashed, and the glass was scattered all over the floor. The crystal counter he had been thinking about fell to the ground, and the large and small crystals inside were scattered all over the floor. Jisoo put down his backpack, grabbed a bunch of crystals, and stuffed them into his backpack. He found the high-quality crystal ball next to the counter. Jisoo quickly picked it up and put it in his bag, thinking it had been sold. But it was still there. The cabinet door that fell to the ground was seriously misaligned. Jisoo opened the cabinet door and saw several cloth bags inside. When he opened them, he found that they were all crystals of different qualities, and there was also a bag of crystal columns. Jisoo quickly packed the bags and took them away. The backpack was stuffed bulging. Just as he was about to get up, thick blood slowly flowed out from under the display cabinet next to him. Jisoo, He took a step forward lightly, saw the situation under the display cabinet, picked up the backpack and ran out. There was a rustling sound from the ceiling, chasing towards the door. Jisoo ducked and got out of the door frame. A black shadow fell from the ceiling, and glass splashed everywhere. Jisoo quickly climbed into the car and started the car. Bang! The metal door frame was knocked out and hit the car body. Jisoo stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. The black shadow missed and ran wildly behind the truck. Jisoo saw a freak with tumors all over its head and human legs around its waist in the rearview mirror, chasing the truck. Even if it had more legs, it couldn't catch up with the truck and was soon thrown out of sight. This ghost thing not only ripped off human legs and put them on itself, but also liked to eat human organs. There were several corpses without legs piled behind the counter. Each corpse had its chest and abdomen torn open, and its internal organs were hollowed out. The death was extremely miserable. Jisoo drove towards the jewelry wholesale market in the west of the city without stopping. That was where he really wanted to go. The wholesale market, which was bustling in the past, was now deserted, and even a few crazy corpses were not seen. Jisoo knocked open the gate and drove the truck directly in, blocking the door. Jisoo jumped out of the car and used his deformed ability to seal all the gaps along the side of the car to prevent the crazy corpses outside from running in. The jewelry wholesale market has only 2 main gates, which will be cleared and locked at night. As long as one gate is blocked, the monsters outside can be blocked. The wholesale market was dark. Jisoo turned on the lights, opened the side door of the car, unloaded the trailer and a pile of snakeskin bags from inside, and walked quickly to the deepest part, starting from the first door. All the crystal bracelets, ornaments and beads on the shelves and cabinets were swept into the bag and taken away without leaving a single one. Jisoo still remembered that in order to compete for the crystals here, all the survivors in Xinjiang City were dispatched, and there were heavy casualties. Jisoo did not have a strong combat-type deformed person around him, and rashly participating in it would be a suicide. Seeing that things were impossible, he did not want to lose manpower, so he could only search the jewelry store with his own people. And he also gained a lot. Under the circumstances at that time, a crystal bead was extremely rare. If it fell into the hands of a deformed person with enough spiritual energy, it would be enough to turn the tide against adversity. Chung Mo hid behind the curtains and quietly looked downstairs. He was so scared that he retracted his head after just one look. It was too terrible. The scene was shocking. and screams and cries for help were heard. Chung Mo usually sleeps until noon, but he was woken up early today. There were screams and roars everywhere upstairs, downstairs and outside. When he got up and saw the situation outside, all his sleepiness was scared away. Chung Mo's first reaction was to call Jisoo, but the result was predictable. There was no signal on the phone. He dialed almost every 5 minutes, hoping to get lucky and make the call. But unfortunately, he didn't succeed until noon. He didn't know if Jisoo was safe now, or if he was scared to be alone at home. In short, he was scared. Even if his parents were there, it was clearest from a high place. There were corpses everywhere, and monsters running and eating people everywhere. Chung Mo looked at the miserable situation downstairs, climbed onto the cabinet, took down the long knife his father gave him from the wall, and went to the kitchen angrily. At this time, Chung's mother was sharpening the knife in the kitchen. "Mom, help me sharpen the knife. I want the long knife to drink blood." Chung's mother looked at her son with a middle school spirit in surprise, and picked the lightest fruit knife from a pile of knives and handed it to him. "Don't make trouble. Your toy knife can't even scratch the oil skin." Chung's parents had recovered from the shock and fear in the morning. When they realized that the end of the world had really come, they saw the family together, and then looked at the supplies piled up in the house. "I have to say that fools have good luck." Chung Mo was shocked. "Didn't Dad say this is a real knife?" Chung's father walked out of the room with a long-handled axe in his hand. "It's a simulated knife. It should be able to knock out the monster after sharpening." Chung Mo, do you need to sharpen the knife to knock out the monster?" Chung Mo saw the long-handled axe in his father's hand, and his eyes lit up. "This axe is good. Lend it to me." Chung's father was alert. "What are you going to do?" Chung Mo, "I'm going out for a while to see if Ji Tingting is safe." Chung's mother stopped sharpening the knife. Chung's father immediately withdrew his hand that was handing over the axe. "Do you think Jisoo is as stupid as you? Who wouldn't hide at home in this situation? Unless there is no way to hide at home, they will rush out to survive." Bang! There was a sound from the security door, and the three people were silent instantly. Chung's father walked gently to the door with the axe in his hand, and looked out through the cat's eye. A person with black spots on his skin staggered up from the ground and ran towards the stairs. Father Chung breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "A monster slipped." It was much quieter now. The noise was the loudest in the morning. There were screams and crashes upstairs and downstairs. There were also survivors who escaped and knocked on the door for help. No one dared to open the door. They could only listen to the cries for help turning into screams. Everyone was extremely frightened. The more this happened, the more agitated the monster became. It was very bloody and brutal. Father Chung said, "Since Jisoo also believes that the end of the world will come, he must have been prepared. There are monsters everywhere outside. Don't think about coming back if you go out. There is food at home. We just need to stay at home and wait for rescue. Jisoo will definitely make the same choice." Mother Chung followed and advised, "Momo, be obedient. You can't go out now. It's too dangerous." Chung Mo held the imitation knife tightly, worried that Jisoo would be in danger and no one would help him. Chapter 9. The wholesale market is very large. In addition to the shops, there are rows of stalls. Jewelry crystals are placed on the stalls. There are a lot of them, and they are very heavy. Jisoo can't move a bag of crystals, so he can only use a trailer to transport them back and tow them to the car. Jisoo was busy in the wholesale market for a few days. He moved all the crystals he could find into the car and transported them back to the town. On the last trip, he filled the car so full that he couldn't fit any more. He could only move the common supplies in the car to the co-pilot seat. Only then did he finish loading and drove back to Baiwan town overnight. As soon as the truck stopped, Jisoo jumped out of the car immediately. The rectangular frame outlined by spiritual energy had fallen, covering the truck and the small building and courtyard. The solid wall quickly formed, blocking all the crazy corpses that chased after him outside the wall. Jisoo then opened the entrance to the underground warehouse, opened the car, and used a trailer to transport bags of crystals down and placed them in a separate underground warehouse. After unloading the crystals, he put the common supplies back into the car. He often runs outside, so he can't do without these things. For safety, the underground warehouse, where the crystals are stored, is reinforced with several layers of spiritual energy. It is impossible to use spiritual energy to penetrate these protections. Jisoo only left a small bag of crystal beads, which was carefully put into his waist bag. Many summer clothes have no pockets or the pockets are shallow, so it is easy to lose the crystal beads when running. Jisoo bought a few high-quality waist bags in advance. As long as you buckle them around your waist, they will not fall off no matter how you run. After finishing these, Jisoo went home to take a hot bath, changed clothes, and felt refreshed. The family has always used solar water heaters, and Jisoo installed a cold water tank so that they can take a normal bath even if there is a power outage or water outage. Jisoo walked to the vent and looked out. The crazy corpse that followed him was floating outside the wall and did not leave. Jisoo spoke, attracting the crazy corpses nearby, took out the smallest crystal from his waist bag and threw it out, activating his spiritual energy. Jisoo squatted down to avoid it, and saw a flash of light at the ventilation hole, and the gathered crazy corpses were completely silenced. Jisoo walked around the ventilation hole and made sure that there were no crazy corpses outside. Only then did he weather the suffocating wall and feel the night breeze, and he felt refreshed. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, he recalled that he had not encountered many crazy corpses in the past few days. Compared with cities and densely populated towns, there were fewer people in the greenhouses and fields, and naturally fewer crazy corpses. Once there are more survivors here, crazy corpses and deformed creatures will follow. If you want to build a safe base at that time, it will inevitably be another fight. Jisoo made a decision quickly. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the crazy corpses and deformed creatures had not gathered here, and he would circle his own territory in advance to block the danger outside. The rest of the internal construction could wait for later. The consciousness model of the Xinjiang fortress base that he had built was still there. The base covers an area of more than 400 acres. After 3 years of continuous strengthening and improvement, the base consciousness model has complete facilities in all aspects. Jisoo only needs to extract the required part of the wall and reduce the proportion to put it in reality, without rebuilding it. At present, there is no such large venue to put a complete fortress base, and it cannot be put before he has absolute strength. Jisoo will not bring disaster to himself. It's ridiculous that such a large fortress base has accommodated so many survivors, but he ended up isolated and helpless. Jisoo observed his own consciousness world and unexpectedly found that the consciousness model of the fortress base seemed to have become smaller. The original model should be 4 times larger than it is now. Looking at his own consciousness world, it also became unfamiliar. The originally clean and neat pure black world had a hazy white mist rising on the edge, and there seemed to be another space in the white mist. Jisoo observed carefully and wanted to see the situation in the white mist clearly. The headache that followed him, like a shadow, suddenly became severe. Jisoo hugged his head suddenly. In just a few seconds, he was sweating profusely in pain, and even his consciousness was blank for a few seconds. Jisoo held the carriage and gasped. He didn't understand what happened to his consciousness world. The most important thing for a mentally deformed person is the world of consciousness. If there is a problem here, it is equivalent to a problem with his deformed ability. However, he has no problem when using his deformed ability. The release and construction of mental energy are faster than before. But it seems that the world of consciousness is not fine. Jisoo tried to extract a wall and reduce the proportion. He only needed to enclose his own land of more than 20 acres. In this way, he could go to Xinjiang City to pick up Anchio and Chungmo's family. After adjusting the proportion and shape of the wall, Jisoo extracted the wall and projected it into reality. It was pitch black around him, and Jisoo felt the familiar ground vibration. Until the vibration stopped, Jisoo walked to his own land to check the situation of the wall. Jisoo walked all the way to other people's farmland, but he didn't see where the tall wall was. Jisoo's heart sank. Could it be that the project failed? Jisoo turned and ran home, took a flashlight and a baseball bat back, and went to find the wall in the dark. Jisoo did not look for it randomly, but went straight to the main road. The entrance and exit of the wall was determined in that direction, which was a fixed point. Jisoo ran all the way and saw a tall wall in front of him. The heavy gate was closed. This was Jisoo's special design. The wall was a closed area to prevent all dangers from entering. Seeing the wall and the gate, Jisoo knew that the launch had not failed. But the wall did not appear in the expected position, which made Jisoo very confused. He could only hold a flashlight and look along the wall. On the way, he encountered 2 crazy corpses trapped in the wall. Jisoo was not polite and waved a baseball bat to send them to the west. After walking for a while, Jisoo used the flashlight to shine around and saw a familiar small truck, which was Jongji's car. Jisoo walked over and saw that there were still vegetables that had not been unloaded in the car, which had wilted in the sun. Jisoo shone the flashlight into the house. Jongji, are you home? The tightly closed door suddenly opened, and Jong Fengmin and Jongji appeared at the door with sickles and hatchets in their hands. Jong mother followed behind with a kitchen knife. All three of them were alert. The flashlight swept across their faces, and there were no black spots left on their skin after the dark matter eroded. Jisoo then walked over. Are you all okay? Seeing Jisoo coming, the three members of the Jong family subconsciously retreated and became more alert. Jisoo stopped and shone the flashlight on himself to let them see his appearance clearly. He was not eroded. The three members of the Jong family then relaxed. Jong Fengmin walked out first. Did you just come back from Xinjiang City? How is the situation in the city? Is anyone coming to save us? In the early days of the apocalypse, the survivors were waiting for official rescue. When Jisoo established a base and took in survivors, he was also waiting for rescue. But unfortunately, there was no rescue. Human hot weapons were destroyed in this catastrophe, and there were very few guns and ammunition that could be used normally. Jisoo had seen many people holding guns to show off their power, but they could not kill people and would explode and kill themselves. Jisoo shook his head. The city is densely populated, and there are crazy corpses everywhere. All the survivors have hidden, and there is no rescue. Jong Fengmin could not hide his panic and disappointment. They tried hard to persist just to wait for rescue. Now Jisoo said there was no rescue. So what would they do in the future? With so many man-eating monsters, how would they survive? Jongji stared at Jisoo, holding the hatchet tightly in his hand. Did you also feel the vibration and come out to check? Jisoo looked at Jongji and shone the flashlight on the plastic greenhouses on the side. All the plastic films were put down, and these greenhouses should be saved. Jong Fengmin took his words to heart. Jisoo said, now there are man-eating monsters everywhere outside. We can't passively wait for rescue. We must save ourselves. I build a wall to enclose this area, so that those crazy corpses outside can't get in. The three members of the Jong family were very surprised. Wall? Jisoo said, in this disaster, some people die completely. Some people are still human. Most people have become monsters. And very few people have passed through the gates of hell, and will be deformed with some special abilities. As soon as these words came out, the parents of the Jong family looked at Jongji at the same time. Jisoo held the crystal bracelet. You were invaded? In the early days of the apocalypse, there were a lot of pure dark matter, which was attracted by strong negative emotions and easily condensed into invisible. Jongji didn't know what invasion was. When he saw the monsters leave, he sneaked out with his father and wanted to move some vegetables from the car back home. As a result, something drilled into his head, and he was in great pain. That thing competed with him for control of consciousness in his head. Jongji didn't know how crazy he was. He only knew that he had been fighting with that thing. When he woke up, he saw that the house was smashed by him. His parents' eyes were red, and he was tied up tightly with ropes. Jisoo looked at Jong's father and mother. Since they were alive and well until now, Jongji must have suppressed the invisible. Jisoo, try not to come out. The house is a protective barrier. It is easy to be invaded from outside. Those monsters are sensitive to negative emotions, especially fear and despair, which they love to eat the most. Jong Fengmin, The foot that stepped out slowly retracted until it stood inside the door. Jisoo looked at Jongji. What ability do you have? Jongji paused, untied the bandage wrapped around his right arm, and bloody spikes grew out of the bloody wound. Jong's mother covered her mouth tightly, worried that she would scream. Even though it was not the first time she saw it, she was still very scared and turned her eyes away. Father Jong looked at the thing growing out of his flesh and blood, and was worried. Sue, can this thing be cured? Jisoo shook his head. This is his ability that was deformed after being invaded. It cannot be cured. Mother Jong said in a trembling voice. Then, is there any danger? Jisoo could not answer this question. There was definitely danger. Before he reached perfect deformity, it was dangerous every moment. Jongji said, Mom, where is there no danger now? Having a life-saving ability always gives you a higher chance of survival than others. You go in first and close the door. I talked to Jisoo. Jongji was worried that his parents would also be invaded. So he followed Jisoo's words, and didn't dare to let them go out. Jisoo and Jeongji walked to the car. Jeongji said, "Is your deformed ability a wall?" Jisoo, "I guess so. Every deformed person knows his ability. When he defeats the invisible and keeps his self-consciousness, the deformed ability will appear in his consciousness. His deformed ability is not a wall, but a fortress. It took him a long time to master the use of the fortress. He originally thought that his ability could only build a fortress. But later he found out that the fortress has the characteristics of strong defense and difficulty to break through. All the buildings he built are fortresses. Jisoo's fortress can prevent the erosion of dark matter, the invisible invasion, and the leakage of emotions. It is difficult to break from the outside, unless the people hiding inside take the initiative to go out. Their safety is absolutely guaranteed. Jeongji, how big and high is the wall? Can it protect against those monsters? If it was before, Jisoo would have given an accurate answer immediately. But now, he was a little uncertain, and could only invite Jeongji to go and see the wall. He hadn't found the boundary yet. Jeongji followed Jisoo to the wall and looked up. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see the end. Jeongji was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This was completely different from what he thought the wall was. This was not a wall, but a sky-high barrier. The wall was smooth, and there was no seam. It was as if such a tall wall was a hole. Jeongji was speechless for a long time. How high is this? Jisoo pressed his eyebrows. It was originally about 5 stories high, and the wall in front of him was obviously more than this height. Jisoo, I have to take a closer look to confirm. Jisoo walked forward along the edge of the wall, because the main gate of the wall was fixed on the main road. The area in front was limited, so he could only develop backwards. In addition to farmland and greenhouses, several self-built buildings were also enclosed. The two approached tentatively. The doors of the 3 self-built small buildings were wide open, and they could smell the stench from afar. The two went in to take a look. There were corpses in the 3 buildings. The weather was hot, and the corpses were already unrecognizable. Now they couldn't look at them. When they arrived in front of the last row of buildings, before Jisoo and Jeongji could go in, they heard a crisp sound, and glass fragments fell on their heads. The two quickly dodged, and a crazy corpse jumped out from the 3rd floor, smashed in front of Jisoo, crawled on the ground, and rushed towards Jisoo. Jisoo swung the baseball bat, and half of the crazy corpse's head was deeply sunken. But it didn't hurt the vital parts, and it still crawled towards Jisoo tenaciously. Jisoo held the baseball bat with both hands, ready to hit again. But the head in front of him suddenly flew up, and dirty black blood sprayed all over the ground. No matter how fast Jisoo reacted, he was still splashed with a few points. Jisoo looked at Jeongji in surprise. This is also a werewolf. He had 3 years of survival experience, and his moves were quick and decisive. He did not expect that Jeongji, who lived in peacetime, could be so ruthless. He chopped off the head like chopping a winter melon. Should we say that this person's adaptability was beyond ordinary people? Before Jisoo caught up, Jeongji had already rushed into the building with a hatchet. After a collision, Jeongji walked out dragging 2 headless bodies. The weather is too hot. These corpses cannot be left alone. They need to be dealt with in a centralized manner. Jisoo's expression was extremely complicated. Aren't you afraid? Jeongji lowered his eyes and wiped off the black blood on the hatchet. Afraid? How can I not be afraid? The wound on my arm was bitten by these monsters. I also saw the wife of Lao Xiao next door rushing out of her house, wanting to come to my house for help. But she was pounced on by these monsters halfway. I saw with my own eyes that a living person was eaten up and only a skeleton was left. She kept screaming, and her flesh was almost eaten up. But she didn't die until her internal organs were pulled out. And she died. Jeongji looked at Jisoo. I don't want myself and my family to die like this. It's too painful. Only when you have concerns in your heart can you be fearless. After a complete circle back to the main gate, the approximate result was also calculated. The proportion of the wall was originally reduced to more than 20 mu. But when it was put into use, it directly enclosed nearly 100 mu. This can no longer be explained by errors. There is also the height of the wall. Jisoo reobserved his consciousness world. This time, he saw more problems. It was not that the consciousness model of Xinjiang Fortress Base was reduced, but that his consciousness world became larger. The original consciousness model was about 4 times larger than before. It would definitely not work if it was reduced according to the original proportion. This is also the main reason for the miscalculation of the area and height. The size of the consciousness world is related to the strength of the distortion ability. Jisoo didn't understand why his consciousness world became larger for no reason. And it suddenly became so much larger. Jisoo looked at the rolling clouds and fog at the border. Could it be the cause of these white fogs? Jisoo didn't dare to look at it for fear of another explosive headache. He could only suppress his doubts in his heart and leave the consciousness world. No need for Jisoo to explain. After walking around, Jongji had roughly calculated the area. When it was dawn, he could see the wall with his own eyes and calculate the approximate height. Jisoo, I have to go to the city again. Can I leave the base to you? Jongji nodded in agreement. Originally, he wanted to go to the city with Jisoo to collect supplies. Now the danger in the base has not been completely resolved. He is worried about leaving his parents alone here. So he can only stay here and wait for the next opportunity. Jisoo reminded him. In this world, we must not only guard against monsters that are obvious at a glance, but also monsters in human skin. This is the most dangerous. They don't have any problems from the outside. They are mixed in with the survivors and are hard to guard against. Many gathering places of survivors in Xinjiang City have been destroyed by these monsters. When it was almost dawn, Jisoo started the car, left the base, and returned to Xinjiang City. The most important crystal problem has been solved, and the wall has been built. Jisoo is going to pick up the people. In a factory building in the city, there are deep claw marks everywhere on the wall, and I don't know how many metal support frames have been broken and collapsed. The chains are broken all over the ground. The man woke up from the chaos and madness. Chapter 10. Qiang heard a noise in the factory and woke up suddenly. He held the iron rod tightly and gently opened a crack in the door. He saw that the man had stood up from the ground, brushed off his clothes, and moved his wrists. He looked normal. The man tilted his head and looked over. With just one glance, Qiang's blood froze from head to toe. Those were not human eyes at all. Qiang closed his eyes. Control your emotions. Your fear is delicious. Qiang slowly retracted his head. What's wrong with you? Can you control yourself? Qiang found a relatively sturdy metal pipe in the collapsed metal support and tried it in his hand. He wanted to keep it for self-defense. But the metal pipe was like paper and was easily pinched into metal skin. Qiang threw the metal pipe and looked at Qiang again. I want to go back. Qiang yelled and opened the door. Are you kidding? It's a mess outside now. There are man-eating monsters everywhere. Cars can't be driven. How are you going to go back? Then walk back. Qiang walked towards the factory door. Qiang ran over to block the metal door. At this time, Qiang's eyes had returned to normal, and the terrifying aura on his body had also subsided. There is no one at home. Why are you going back? It's halfway across Xinjiang City from here to there. It's too dangerous. Qiang stared at Qiang for a long time before saying, There is someone. My grandma left me a younger brother before she died. I want to go back and see him. Qiang was dumbfounded. What? What? Brother? Qiang nodded. This is the only thing my grandma left me. Qiang hesitated. The younger brother left by grandma was Qiang's only relative in the world. He really had to go back and see him. Walking back is too slow and too dangerous. It's definitely not possible. It would be better if we had a car. Qiang scratched his head. Qiang, what happened to your car? Qiang collapsed. I want to know what happened to my car too. 4 days ago in the afternoon, Qiang came to him and asked him to help find a secluded place with no one around and to find a strong chain to tie him up. Qiang thought he was crazy until Qiang showed him his right hand that had turned into a claw. Qiang realized the seriousness of the problem. The internet was full of doomsday talk. There were many murders, and the dead were all incomplete. There were more and more people who believed in cannibalism. Qiang went to the hospital like this, and he could never explain it. Qiang could only drive Qiang to this remote factory and tie people up according to his request. Qiang asked him to leave, but Qiang was not at ease with him being tied up here alone. He came back secretly after leaving for a while and hid in the office to watch over him. Everything went smoothly at first, but Qiang started going crazy the next day. The worst thing was that the madness seemed to be contagious. And Qiang also had a headache and lost his mind. It was not until the 3rd day that he woke up. At this time, Qiang had broken the chain and was scratching the wall in the factory. Qiang was thirsty and hungry. So he climbed out of the office window and wanted to drive out to buy some food. But the car wouldn't start. He opened the hood to see if there was a problem with the spark plug, but accidentally touched the oil pipe, which broke into slag on the spot. The gasoline turned into a black jelly, which looked like asphalt. After being exposed to the air, it quickly solidified. Chi-Ying was stunned, and he took another shot in disbelief. And then cracks appeared on the engine. Without a car, he couldn't wait to die of thirst and hunger. So Chi-Ying decided to go out and take a taxi, but was soon forced back by the man-eating monster. There was really no other way. Chi-Ying could only take all the water and snacks she could find in the car into the office. Took a bite of nuts and spit them out. Not only did they have no taste, but they also felt like chewing sawdust. Hard and slaggy. Chi-Ying could only drink water to fill her stomach. Qin Yanan followed Chi-Ying to see the car. The fuel tank and fuel pipes were all solidified together. Hard as stone. It was completely hopeless. Chi-Ying looked pale. Can you eat something before consuming your energy? I'm starving. Aren't you hungry? Qin Yanan was also very hungry. The two left the abandoned factory and ran towards the nearest convenience store. Outside the abandoned factory, monsters covered with black spots could be seen everywhere outside. They gathered in groups and guarded in front of several buildings. Qi-Ying held the iron rod tightly and asked in a low voice, "What are these ghosts doing?" Qin Yanan turned into an alley without disturbing those things. "Hunting. There are survivors upstairs." Qi-Ying, ? Qi-Ying, did you see it? Qin Yanan glanced at him. Their fear is fragrant for 10 miles. Qi-Ying, Qi-Ying silently fell back 2 steps, worried that this guy was starving and used him as a reserve food. Before the two of them walked out of the alley, they heard chaotic footsteps surrounding them, and monsters with black spots on their skin rushed in from both ends of the alley, roaring and rushing towards the two. Qin Yanan turned his head to look at the pale Qi-Ying. Control your emotions. After Qin Yanan finished speaking, he rushed forward. Qi-Ying was almost collapsed. Emotions were something he couldn't control just because he wanted to. Facing these things, no one would not be afraid. Qi-Ying clenched the iron stick and ran forward with Qin Yanan. The monsters had things in their hands. Kitchen knives, wooden sticks and wine bottles, as well as flower pots and bricks. They would not let go of anything they could get their hands on, as if they had no soul to fight with empty hands. Qi-Ying thought Qin Yanan would rush into the monster group alone and kill them all. Then he saw him grab the strong monster running in front, lift him up, and hit the monster group. All the attacks fell on the strong monster. Qin Yanan pushed the group of monsters back to the alley with his own strength. At this time, Qin Yanan's right hand had completely turned into a sharp claw, and black scales spread upward along his wrist. With amazing power, Qi-Ying arrived and pushed the group of monsters out with Qin Yanan. While the monsters fell to the ground, the two ran away quickly, running all the way on the street, with a group of monsters chasing behind. The two were chased by the monsters for several streets. Qi-Ying was almost out of breath. He had been hungry for a few days. If he continued to run like this, he would not be able to sustain his physical strength. A wine bottle flew from behind and hit Qi-Ying's back. Qi-Ying stumbled to the ground. The monsters chasing behind followed suit and threw things in their hands. For a while, kitchen knives, sticks and bricks flew all over. Qi-Ying looked at the black objects that were thrown at him. He even thought of his last words. Suddenly, he was dragged over by a huge force and stumbled into the shop on the street. Qin Yanan quickly closed the glass door, pulled the shelf on the wall to block the door, and then pushed the cash register and display cabinets to block the door. The monsters quickly chased after him. After several collisions, the glass door was broken. Fortunately, the shelf blocked it for a moment. This is a convenience store. Qin Yanan took food and water from the shelf. Qin Yanan, you have to learn to control your emotions. Otherwise these things will keep chasing us. Qi-Ying was almost going crazy with hunger. When he saw the bread on the shelf, he opened it and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed it for a few bites and spat it out. He took a few sips of water to calm down. Qin Yanan was drinking water. What? Qi-Ying's facial features were distorted. Can this thing really be eaten? Qin Yanan picked up a bag of bread and looked at it. The color of the bread was dark brown. You dare to eat this color? Qi-Ying, Qi-Ying took the bread bag and looked at it over and over again. Isn't this black whole wheat bread? There were a few clear big words on the bag. It was just ordinary toast bread. Not whole wheat. Let alone black whole wheat. Then this color was terrifying. Qing took a few sips of water to calm down. Unable to tell what was special, Qin Yanan simply opened a pack and tried it himself. It was quite soft, but tasteless. The wheat aroma, milk aroma and sweetness were so light that they were almost unnoticeable. It seemed that they had been left for too long and spoiled. Qing took another box of chocolates, opened it, ate a piece, and spit it out again. This is not chocolate. It's mud. Right? Are these things all bad? The two looked at the production date. They were all fresh, but the taste and color were completely different. The impact at the door became more and more violent. The shelves were pushed inward, and a monster had already crawled in. The two took some things and left through the back door. Chapter 11. Jisoo drove the truck to the door of the bakery, and saw that the glass wall and glass door were intact and soft-locked inside. He knew that his uncle and aunt were still inside. So he turned around and moved the rear compartment closer to the glass door. The nearby crazy zombies were attracted by the sound of the car and gathered around. Jisoo waited for the crazy zombies to get closer, then threw a crystal and killed 2 waves silently. Taking advantage of this gap, Jisoo jumped out of the car, cleared the spiritual energy near the glass door, ran back to the car, stepped on the accelerator, and reversed into the bakery. Miao Liqiu and Zhang Yud were in anxiety. In addition to being frightened and confused at the beginning, they calmed down and thought that there might be rescue. But until now, let alone rescue, they haven't even seen a living person. There is no water and electricity, although there are still some bottled water in the store, and the food is still edible. These are consumables, and will be eaten sooner or later. By then, before the monsters come in, they will die of thirst and hunger. With a loud bang, the couple's faces changed drastically. They grabbed a kitchen knife and a rolling pin and hid behind the door, not daring to go out. Jisoo ran into the store, threw out 2 walls, and pressed against the carriage to prevent the crazy corpses outside from squeezing in. After finishing all this, he went to knock on the bedroom door. "Uncle and Aunt, are you there?" Suddenly hearing Jisoo's voice, Miao Liqiu and Zhang Yud were very surprised, and hurriedly moved the things piled at the door. Seeing Jisoo standing at the door, Miao Liqiu's eyes immediately turned red. "Why did you run out? Are you injured?" "I'm fine." What happened to Uncle's hand?" Jisoo saw Zhang Yud's left hand wrapped in gauze, and blood seeped out. Zhang Yud sighed. "Uncle is useless." They waited in the store for a whole day, but no rescue was received, and the mobile phone could not be used. They really couldn't wait any longer, worried that Jisoo was alone at home with a child, and no one would help him in danger. After discussing, the couple decided to go to Jisoo, and the 3 of them could take care of each other. While there were no monsters outside, the couple took a kitchen knife and a rolling pin, quietly opened the door, and walked out. When the 2 walked to the street, a group of monsters surrounded them. The couple was terrified. There was no way forward, so they could only run back. Miao Liqiu was pounced on by a monster. Zhang Yud bravely chopped him with a knife. The monster did not react at all, but bit Miao Liqiu's neck. Zhang Yud reached out to push him away in a hurry, but was bitten on the hand. Zhang Yud chopped the monster several times, but the monster did not let go. It was Miao Liqiu who swung the rolling pin and hit the monster's head to save Zhang Yud's left hand. The couple fled back to the store. Fortunately, there was a medicine box in the store, which was used to deal with burns. They had never dealt with such a big wound. There was no choice but to disinfect it several times, sprinkle some hemostatics, and wrap it with gauze. Worried about inflammation, they have been taking anti-inflammatory drugs these days. Jisoo looked at Zhang Yud's wound. There was a circle of teeth marks on the palm of his hand. The bite was very deep. If it weren't for the hand bones, the whole piece of flesh would have been bitten off. Zhang Yud was not eroded or invaded. The medicine box had been kept in the store and was well preserved. The medicine was still effective for him. The wound was not inflamed and had begun to scab. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise. Jisoo felt helpless about this. The safe area was here. Neither Qin Yanan nor Uncle Zhang and Aunt Chiu could hide at home. It was lucky to be injured. Qin Yanan still didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Based on Jisoo's experience, the possibility of Qin Yanan surviving was very low. Jisoo, the urban area is densely populated, and there are too many crazy people. Those monsters will become stronger and stronger. We can't stay here for long. I'm here to pick you up and go to the countryside. Can Uncle Zhang still drive? Miao Liqiu, I can drive. Jisoo didn't delay. Move everything you can take away from the store into the car. Especially the food. There's not much in the store. But flour, sugar, butter and eggs are the most. These have never been eroded. And now they are all extremely delicious. They can't be wasted at all. And they must all be taken away. The three of them moved things into the car together. And moved everything they could take away into the car. Even the bed and the big refrigerator. The car was packed full. And there was no room left for Chung Mo's family. Jisoo asked Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang to take the car keys. Get on the truck first. And send them to drive their own car. Jisoo first asked the two to hide behind the cashier counter, weathering the wall on one side. And the crazy corpses crowded outside swarmed over. Jisoo threw 2 crystals out. 2 balls of light flashed. And all the crazy corpses disappeared. The crazy corpses in the distance were left with only broken limbs. Jisoo hid behind the car and avoided harm. Get in the car. Jisoo stepped on the blood on the ground and ran to the co-pilot and opened the door. Miao Liqiu and Zhang Yid ran out and were shocked to see the bright red on the ground. Jisoo shouted, "Hurry up. Don't stand there." Miao Liqiu was the first to come to his senses, holding a rolling pin and running out on the blood. Zhang Yid followed. The three of them quickly got in the car and closed the door. And all the crazy corpses nearby ran towards this side. Jisoo started the truck and rushed to the parking lot. There are very few cars that can be driven now. You have to guard the car. I'm going to pick up a friend later. You stay in the car and wait for me. Don't get off the car no matter what happens. And don't trust anyone. Jisoo, there is a kind of monster that looks like a human, but is not human inside. They will approach the survivors and wait for an opportunity to eat them. You must be careful. Miao Liqiu's face was pale, and he trembled. Have you encountered it? He had encountered too many in his previous life. Many survivors died at the hands of bloodthirsty people. The destruction of some small bases was also their work. They stabbed humans in the back with human appearance. After finding the car parked in the parking space, Jisoo braked and said, "Get out. Quick." Zhang Yid opened the door and jumped out of the car first, followed by Miao Liqiu. It was not until this time that Miao Liqiu remembered that since there were so few cars that could be driven, how could Jisoo be sure that their car could be driven? After getting out of the car, Miao Liqiu did not have time to think about it. He pressed the unlock button. When he heard the sound of the door unlocking, the couple was very surprised that their car could be driven. The two got into the car, one on the left and the other on the right. They were almost roasted by the high temperature outside. They originally thought that the inside of the car would only be hotter than the outside. But the inside of the car, after being exposed to the sun, was not hot at all. The couple was a little confused. It's like they were hiding in the store. They didn't feel hot without air conditioning. They thought it was cooling down. But they really ran out and realized how hot it was outside. It wasn't cooling down at all. It was just cooler in the store. As for the reason, they didn't know. The two cars sped all the way to the community where Chung Mo's family lived. The car stopped downstairs. And before the crazy corpses caught up, Jisoo jumped out of the car, ran to the apartment building, quickly closed the glass door, and reinforced it by the way, locking all the crazy corpses that caught up outside the door. Jisoo ran upstairs with a baseball bat. There were not many crazy corpses left in the building, and the few that were encountered were pushed downstairs by Jisoo. Jisoo ran to Chung Mo's house in one breath and knocked on the door. Chung Mo, open the door. Chung Mo and his parents were sitting in the living room sorting out supplies. A few days passed, let alone rescue. Not even a siren was heard. They had a bad feeling. If there was no rescue, they would have to have supplies to survive. And now they were just sitting back and eating out of their savings. Even if they saved more, the water consumption is still very high, and the bottled water at home can't last long. The knock on the door startled the three people. Hearing Jisoo's voice, Chung Mo jumped up directly, without waiting for his parents to stop him. He rushed over to open the door, and saw Jisoo kicking a monster down the stairs. Come in quickly. Chung Mo dragged Jisoo into the door, and slammed it shut. Jisoo was panting, and sweating profusely. The floor he lived on was too high, and there was no elevator. It was simply fatal. Chung father and mother breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, it was really Jisoo who came over. If it was a monster pretending to be, the three of them would have died by now. Chung father glared at his reckless son. Chung Mo, He opened the door because he heard Jisoo's voice. Chung's father and mother asked Jisoo about the situation outside. But Jisoo didn't have time to tell them in detail. There is no rescue. And there are crazy corpses outside. Jisoo asked them if they wanted to go to the countryside, where he had built a small base. In peacetime, everyone runs to big cities. But after the end of the world, you will know that the countryside is the foundation. Too many survivors want to go to the countryside. But no one can leave the city alive on their own legs. Go. 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 I will definitely go to your base. Chung Mo's eyes were bright and full of energy. Jisoo was not worried about Chung Mo, but was worried that Chung's father and mother would have other ideas and might not listen to his arrangements. Chung Chifeng said, "What kind of base? How many people are there in the base now? The ability to deform is not a secret, and many people should know about it now." Jisoo explained again that there are not only deformed monsters outside, but also deformed abilities. There are houses, greenhouses and farmlands in the base, which can be self-sufficient, including your family. There are only 9 people at present. There are even man-eating monsters, and the ability to deform is nothing at all. They also saw monsters with human faces all over their heads, crawling around outside the building, coming and going freely like spiders. Chung Chifeng quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Will the base accommodate other survivors? Will the base be developed and expanded? Chung Chifeng is a businessman and will not be content with mediocrity. Jisoo knows this very well. But they are Chung Mo's parents. Jisoo cannot know that the end of the world is coming and not save them. If something happens to them, Chung Mo will undoubtedly suffer the most. Jisoo, these are all later. The most important thing at present is to have a safe place to stay. Chung Mo interrupted. Dad, why are you asking so many questions? Just listen to the arrangements and we will do it. Hurry up and pack up and leave. Chung Chifeng is helpless with this son. Compared with Jisoo's independence and opinion, his son is a fool. The reason why he asked is also worried about the future. Since there is a deformed ability, that is strength. If the base does not develop and grow, how can they defend the base with just a few people? If the base cannot be defended, how can they talk about shelter? If the end of the world cannot end in a short time, the base that can be planted and developed will definitely be the focus of competition in the future. He has to worry. Chung Mo looked at the things in the room and pulled his hair in anxiety. How can we take so many things away? It would be a pity to throw them away. Jisoo, take as much as you can. Put the rest here first. Lock the doors and windows. And come back to pick them up next time. My car is full. You have to put your things in your car. Chapter 12. The 3 members of the Chung family all looked at Jisoo. Chung Chifeng, can the car be driven? They have been observing the situation outside these days, and only saw 3 cars swaying out of the community, as slow as a turtle, with black gas coming out of the rear of the car. The other cars either couldn't start, or they broke down completely after moving a few meters after starting. Jisoo, there are not many cars that can be driven. You can try. The 3 members of the Chung family didn't say anything more and quickly packed their things. Jisoo looked at Chung Mo filling 2 large boxes of snacks, and his eyebrows jumped. Are you going to use these as staple food? Chung Chifeng was carrying a bag, holding a large box in one hand and rice in the other. Seeing his son filled a box of puff food, he was so angry that he wanted to beat the child again. What can you do with these except take up space? Chung Mo said pitifully. I want to eat. The family has sufficient supplies and everything they want to eat. Chung Mo has not experienced the taste of hunger yet. Jisoo walked to the window and looked down. Chung Mo's business car was parked downstairs. Do you have a rope at home? You brought too many things. If you encounter a crazy corpse, you can't run away. It will be very dangerous. Chung Chifeng immediately understood what Jisoo wanted to do. There was no long rope, but there were a lot of sheets, quilts and towels. Chung father, mother and Jisoo were busy. Chung Mo looked around and couldn't help. Jisoo told him, move the rice, noodles and snacks you want to eat onto the sheets. We will make a cloth bag and put it down from the window. Chung Mo also took action. When Jisoo and the others prepared the long rope, Chung Mo had already filled 3 cloth bags. They obviously couldn't take so many away. They could only pick one, tie the 4 corners, send it out from the window, and slowly put it downstairs. Close the window, lock the door, and the 4 people go out with bags on their backs and weapons. Before leaving, Jisoo told them not to be afraid or fearful. These emotions will attract monsters, and may turn themselves into monsters. You must control your emotions. This is the secret to survival. Jisoo was walking in front with a baseball bat, trotting down the stairs. The sound of his footsteps soon attracted the crazy corpses. Facing the crazy corpses rushing up, the 3 members of the Chung family were very afraid and instinctively stopped. Don't stop. Follow me. Jisoo kept walking, swinging the baseball bat and hitting the crazy corpse on the head. Taking advantage of the unstable standing, he kicked the crazy corpse, and the corpse rolled down the stairs. Jisoo quickly followed and hit the crazy corpse on the head several times. It was the first time for the 3 members of the Chung family to face the blood at such a close distance. In addition, the whole building was filled with a foul smell. Chung Imo and Chung Mother couldn't help but vomit. Chung Chifeng held back, and his face was also very pale. Jisoo glanced at them. Hurry up. Chung Chifeng supported his wife and children and followed Jisoo's footsteps. When he ran to the 3rd floor, he was blocked by 2 crazy corpses. The 2 were gnawing on the body of a crazy corpse, which was the one that Jisoo had solved when he went upstairs. He didn't expect there would be such trouble. Chung Imo only took a look, and sat down on the stairs with his legs weak, while Chung Mother vomited again, with fresh and delicious food in front of them. The crazy corpses naturally didn't care about the corpses, and rushed towards the 4 people with blood. Jisoo swung a stick and knocked down one, and the other one had already rushed over. Come and help! Chung Chifeng gritted his teeth, grabbed the long-handled axe and rushed up, and chopped the axe on the head of a crazy corpse. The crazy corpse seemed to have no sense of pain and rushed towards him with the axe. Chung Imo was shocked by this scene and almost cried out. When he looked up, he saw a crazy corpse running down from the upstairs. Jisoo and Chung Chifeng had no time to care about what was behind them. Chung Imo didn't have time to think about it, and pulled out a long knife and stabbed the crazy corpse. The imitation knife had been sharpened very sharply, and it was easy to pierce through, as if stabbing a rotten winter melon. The knife went all the way through, causing no damage to the crazy corpse at all. Chung Imo was almost knocked down the stairs, but fortunately, he was supported by Chung Mother below. The fruit knife in Chung Mother's hand stabbed into the monster's neck, and dirty blood splattered. The monster was still alive, and still struggling to eat. Get out of the way! Chung Imo and Chung Mother hurriedly avoided it. Jisoo's baseball bat fell on the head, and with a click, the skull of the crazy corpse was completely sunken and fell to the ground motionless. Without time to say more, the 4 people ran downstairs quickly, and then they were shocked by the crowded crazy corpses outside the glass door. The exit was blocked. How could they escape? Chung Chifeng was sweating profusely. Jisoo raised the baseball bat and waved it in the air. And now Lichio, who had been waiting outside, saw it. The car honked and rushed out with a kick on the accelerator. Most of the crazy corpses surrounding the door were led away by Miao Lichio, and the remaining small part still guarded the door and refused to leave. Control your emotions. I lead them away. You hurry up. After Jisoo finished speaking, he turned and ran to the 2nd floor, jumped out of the 2nd floor window, and deliberately went around to the door of the unit and yelled. As expected, the attraction of fresh meat was stronger than that of cars. All the crazy zombies, who were unwilling to leave, turned their heads and rushed towards Jisoo. Jisoo ran away with a group of crazy zombies. Chung Chifeng seized the opportunity, opened the unit door and ran out, running towards the parking space. After unlocking the car door, the lights flashed. We would have to wait until it started to see if we could start the car. Chung Chifeng pulled open the back door. Chung Imo and Chung Mother were already dragging a bag of supplies over, and there was also a crazy corpse. Chung Chifeng went up with an axe, chopped one down with one axe, and turned around to drag the supplies and ran. Help! Help! While the 3 members of the Chung family were busy stuffing the supplies into the car, someone in the opposite building was lying on the window, waving his arms and shouting for help. They were in trouble now. So how could they save others? If Jisoo hadn't come to help, they couldn't even get downstairs. Don't stand there. Get in the car. Chung Imo was pushed into the car by Chung Chifeng, and the car door was closed with a bang. The crazy corpse rushed up from behind and bit his neck. Chung Mo's pupils shrank suddenly, seeing the monster on his father's body that he couldn't get rid of or push away. Blood kept spurting out. Chung Imo was completely scared. The sudden sound of the door opening woke him up. His mother had already gotten out of the car. Chung Imo opened the car door with red eyes. stabbed the monster's eyes with a long knife, and finally got the monster off his father back. Chung mother ran over and covered Chung Chifeng's neck, which was bleeding continuously. Chung Mo stabbed several times in a row. His eyes were red with hatred, and the smell of blood attracted more monsters. Get in the car. Chung Mo pushed his parents into the back compartment and sat in the driver's seat. There is a medicine box in the cloth bag. Stop the bleeding for Dad first. Chung mother was pale, covering the wound with one hand and digging the cloth bag with the other hand to find the medicine box. I'm fine. You drive carefully. Chung Chifeng covered his neck tightly, which was bleeding continuously. Chung Mo paid attention to his father's condition while starting the car to find Jisoo. As soon as he reached the corner, he saw a van parked on the side of the road, and the person in the cab was Jisoo. Jisoo didn't want to expose the use of the crystal for the time being. He wanted to take advantage of the information gap to store more crystals. His strength was limited, and he could only rely on these crystals, so he was not afraid of being surrounded. Two cars drove out of the community one after another, and Miao Lichio's car was already waiting on the road. Qin Yenan and Qi Ying were chased all the way into the community. Qi Ying was about to kneel down to his brother. He was really too tired. He thought he could rest after running into the apartment building, but the door of the apartment building was broken and could not stop the monster at all. He could only continue to run upstairs. Qin Yenan ran in front and first noticed the dried blood on the ground. The stairs seemed to have been washed by blood. He paused and jumped high. Watch your feet. Qi Ying was unable to react and almost missed a step. He fell on the stairs, and there was a gap with 2 steps missing under him. Fuck. Qi Ying was going crazy and was dragged over by Qin Yenan by his arm. Some of the monsters that caught up with him missed a step and fell down. Some struggled in the gap, and some jumped over. The two continued to run upstairs. They didn't encounter any monsters along the way. They ran to the door of their home smoothly. Qin Yenan knocked on the door opposite, but no one answered the door, and he couldn't sense the existence of emotions. Seeing the monster chasing after them, Qin Yenan could only open the door and hide in his own home. The security door was hit by the monster with a loud bang, and the building was shaking with such force. Qi Ying collapsed on the ground, looking at the security door in fear, worried that the security door would be scrapped in the next moment. They had seen many terrifying monsters along the way, and the security door could not stop the crazy monsters at all. They also saw a strong monster that broke through the wall and rushed in to chase them. Qin Yenan was also worried about this. He pushed the sofa and furniture as fast as possible to block the security door, trying to hold on for a while longer. Qi Ying panted. How is it? Is your brother here? Qin Yenan. I don't know. Qi Ying, can't you sense the fear of the survivors? Qin Yenan frowned. He could still sense the fear of the survivors outside, but now he can't sense anything. He walked to the window and opened the tightly closed window. The heat wave hit his face, as if he had opened a blind box of fear. One after another, fear emotions appeared clearly in his perception. He gently closed the window, and the fear emotions disappeared again. It was not that there was a problem with perception, but that this house blocked his perception. Along the way, they had hidden in many houses and shops, but none of them blocked perception. Only this house was the most special and exceptionally cool. Qin Yenan walked around the house. The traces of the living room had been destroyed by him, and there was no problem. He went to his grandmother's room before her death, but didn't see anything. He went into his own room again. All the furnishings were the same as when he left. His sight fell on the door. When he left, the door was stuck on the ground suction, but now the door was more than 10 centimeters away from the ground suction. Qin Yenan looked at the claw marks hidden behind the door and determined that someone had been at home. He suspected that the target fell directly on Jisoo. Qin Yenan could only think that Jisoo had left a spare key to his grandmother's house. No one answered the door when he knocked, so he opened the door to see. As for why the house could isolate perception, he had not thought of the reason yet. Qi Ying followed. What's going on? Don't tell me your brother isn't home? They ran here on foot, risking their lives to find someone. Qin Yenan, wait until the monster leaves. Then I try knocking on the door again. Chapter 13. Jisoo brought Enchio, Uncle Zhang and Chung Mo's family into the base. Several people were shocked by such a tall wall. They thought that the wall was at most higher than the wall of the community. Who would have thought that this wall was as tall as a high-rise building? However, such a high wall makes people feel safe. Zhongji has cleaned up the corpses and crazy corpses in the base. Compared with the stench in the city, the air here is really good. There are ready-made empty houses in the base. Jisoo asked Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang to live in Lao Zhao house. Lao Zhao and his wife are gone, and the children have settled down in a big city. The house is empty. In front of the door is his greenhouse, but the land has been eroded by dark matter. After discussing, Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang wanted to live in the small house at the entrance of the gate. It was a gatehouse with a small space. There was a problem with the proportion before. The gatehouse was stretched 4 stories high, which was very uncoordinated. Fortunately, he modified it before dark. Zhang Yud said, "Uncle doesn't have great skills, but I can show you the gate, so you can feel more at ease when you go out." With Uncle Zhang and Aunt Chio guarding the base, Jisoo can indeed feel much more at ease. Jisoo, the gatehouse is too small and inconvenient to live in. You can be on duty here, but you have to go back to eat and rest. And you can't stay here. A house built entirely of spiritual energy will be safer. But the gatehouse is too small and empty, and it is next to the main gate of the base. There are great safety hazards, and it is not suitable for living. It is more convenient to live in someone else's house. Zhang Yu did not insist and followed Jisoo's arrangement. The overall shape of the base is like a circle. Jisoo's family, Lao Zhao family and Zhong family are on a horizontal center line. There are fields and greenhouses in front of the gates. The other empty houses are in the back, separated from Jisoo's house by a small road and farmland. There are no other houses, so Chung Mo's family can only choose the house over there. Fortunately, they are all in the same base, and not too far away. Chung Chifeng's neck had been bandaged. The monster's bite was off-center, not injuring the carotid artery, but a piece of flesh was torn off his neck, and the blood was flowing non-stop. After the bleeding was finally stopped, Chung Chifeng could not move around. He went back to his residence to rest first, and left the cleaning of the house to Chung Mother and Chung Yamo. After unloading all the things in the car, Jisoo had to go to the city again. The gasoline and diesel he was thinking about had not been brought back yet. When they heard that Jisoo was going to the city to get oil, Zhongji and Chung Yamo wanted to go with him. They both had cars and needed oil. Chung father and mother knew their son very well. If he went out alone, they would never agree. Even if they were worried about him going with Jisoo, they would still grit their teeth and agree. Now is different from the past. If you want to survive, you can only risk your life. Go out more and gain experience to become stronger as soon as possible. In order to bring the oil back as soon as possible, you need to go with a few more vehicles. Among them, in addition to Zhongji and Zhong father who can drive trucks, Zhang Yud and Chung Chifeng can also drive. But unfortunately, these two are injured and cannot go out. Chung Yamo had never driven a truck before. Even Jisoo had bumped into other trucks when he first started. Now that he was proficient, Chung Yamo still needed to practice more and could not drive a truck by himself. Jisoo's truck was a light truck, which looked quite large. A 220-liter oil drum could not hold much, and Zhongji's small truck could hold even fewer oil drums. Jisoo asked Zhongji, "Can you drive a medium truck?" Zhongji nodded. Yes. Jisoo took Zhongji to the warehouse next to the small building. The warehouse had been quietly expanded by Jisoo and separated into several small warehouses. In the warehouse that Jisoo opened, there were 3 new cars, 2 medium trucks, and 1 off-road vehicle. Chung Mo's eyes widened. Can these cars be driven? What about the car I bought? Jisoo, your car is somewhere else. You can only know if you can drive it by trying. Zhongji and Zhong Fengmin each drove a medium truck, which started easily and drove out of the garage smoothly. Jisoo drove his own light truck, and the 4 drove 3 trucks to leave the base and head to Chijiang City. Jisoo's car was running out of gas, so he needed to stop at a gas station in the southern suburbs of Chijiang City to refuel. Chung Yamo had been asking all the way about how to get the ability to deform. He was eager to become stronger now. The scene of his father being bitten was deeply engraved in his mind. He wanted to become stronger, and he wanted to have the ability to deform. Invisible invasion is very dangerous. Only 20% to 30% of people can keep their self-awareness and successfully enter the initial stage of transformation. If they fail to achieve perfect deformity in one day, danger will follow them like a shadow. They will lose their consciousness at any time and become a bloodthirsty monster with human appearance. Chung Yamo was also a deformed person at that time. His deformed ability was mimicry. Chung Yimou thought it was a useless ability. It could barely save his life. But his combat effectiveness was weak. No matter what kind of ability Chung Yimou had, he could keep his self-awareness, which showed that his will was strong enough. This was also the reason why Jisoo was willing to bring him out. Invisible invasion is indeed dangerous. But ordinary people are even more dangerous. They are constantly being eroded by dark matter in the air. Food and water. Being invaded and eroded is undoubtedly the difference between being half dead and half alive and heading towards death, rather than being eroded slowly. It is better to take a bold gamble. As long as you successfully enter the initial stage, you will not be troubled by erosion. Jisoo repeatedly emphasized to Chung Yimou that once you encounter an invisible invasion, you must keep your self-awareness. As long as you can keep it, he will become a deformed person and have deformed abilities. Jisoo drove the car to a gas station in the southern suburbs. This gas station is relatively remote. He and his parents have been here before. When reinforcing the gas station, he naturally would not forget this place. Chung Yimou knew for the first time that Jisoo drove so recklessly, facing the abandoned vehicles blocking the road. He directly hit and pushed them away. The movement was not small, and soon attracted the nearby crazy corpses. Jisoo's rectangular frame appeared again, and soon formed a wall, covering the entire gas station and the yard next to it, and the crazy corpses were blocked outside. Chung Yimou was shocked, jumped out of the car and touched here and there. He was very curious about Jisoo's ability, and he was more determined to become a deformed person. Zhong Ji and Zhong Fengdian's cars were also covered in, without the threat of crazy corpses. They could safely load oil. The three of them took down all the oil barrels on Jisoo's car. These were small oil barrels of dozens of liters, and they couldn't load much at all. Chung Yimou, with such a small number of oil barrels, even your truck can't be filled. Is the medium truck here to accompany you? Jisoo, there are plenty of oil barrels. You can load them first. Jisoo walked towards the courtyard wall, destroyed the courtyard wall, and revealed a large warehouse filled with large oil barrels of various colors. Before he found this place, he was worried that he couldn't buy large oil barrels. Even if he bought it online, it would be too late. He could only buy some small oil barrels for emergency use. And then he found these large oil barrels. After asking around, he found out that this was the warehouse of an online store. These large oil barrels were not easy to sell, and had been stored here for a long time. Jisoo didn't hesitate and immediately contacted the boss to buy all these oil barrels. The boss was worried that he couldn't get rid of the oil barrels. Selling this side was not enough. And he also sold plastic ton barrels to Jisoo. It is not safe to store gasoline and diesel in plastic barrels, but they can be reinforced with spiritual energy. Except that the barrels are too big and cannot be moved after being filled with oil. There is no big problem. Jisoo is in need of barrels, whether they are metal barrels or plastic barrels. The plastic barrels cannot be moved, so they are transported back to the base to store oil. He specially reinforced the warehouses where metal barrels and plastic barrels are stored, and agreed with the boss to pick up the goods in a few days. Seeing so many large oil barrels, Chung Yimou gave a thumbs up and called Brother Ji for foresight. Chung Yimou loaded the oil. Jisoo moved the oil barrels. Zhong Ji and Zhong Fengmin were responsible for moving the oil barrels filled with oil into the carriages. Small oil barrels can be carried by one person, and large oil barrels require two people to carry them up. Fortunately, the gas station was fenced off. Otherwise, they would have no time to load and move oil. The oil storage capacity of this gas station is quite large. The carriages of two medium-sized trucks were fully filled, and there were still a few barrels left, which were placed in Jisoo's carriage, so that the gas station was emptied. The oil barrels have not been used up yet, so they can only be placed in the warehouse for the time being and taken when needed. Xinjiang City will become more and more dangerous, and the oil must be taken away as soon as possible. Jisoo asked Zhong Ji and Zhong Fengmin to drive the car back to the base first. He and Chung Yimou will spend a night in the city. Tomorrow, they will find a way to get plastic barrels, transfer the oil into the barrels, and free up the large barrels to continue moving oil. The large warehouse where the barrels are stored is in the northern suburbs, and Mengzhong gas station is also there. Jisoo and Mengzhong are not very familiar with each other, and have only met a few times with his father. This time, in order to buy oil, he troubled him, and people did their best to do it for him. He had to go and see it for both emotional and rational reasons. Mengzhong family is well off. Otherwise he would not have the money or connections to open a private gas station. Jisoo had never met Meng Zhong in his previous life. He didn't know whether he was gone or left Xinjiang City. This time, Meng Zhong gas station. His car and convenience store were reinforced together. If Meng Zhong stayed in the store, he would have a great chance of survival. When Jisoo drove to his neighborhood, it was already completely dark. Chapter 14. Jisoo parked the truck at the door of the apartment building and cordoned off the entrance before the crazy zombies gathered around. As long as they could get on the car smoothly, they would not be afraid of being surrounded by the crazy zombies. There were far more crazy zombies outside than inside the building. Jisoo took a flashlight and took Chung Mo upstairs carefully. When they met two wandering crazy zombies on the stairs, Jisoo killed them all without mercy. When he came to the stairs with 2 steps missing, Jisoo stopped and looked at the cracks at the gap, which seemed to be broken at any time. If he stepped on the gap and fell, he would break his bones in a matter of minutes. Damn it! What kind of disaster has happened to your family? Even the stairs are destroyed. Is there any big monster hiding? Chung Mo looked around vigilantly. Even the stairs can be destroyed. The two of them are definitely not opponents. Big monster Jisoo, He had to repair the stairs that he destroyed himself. Jisoo used his spiritual energy to quickly construct 2 steps of stairs to fill the gap. And a brand new 2 steps of stairs appeared. Jisoo hurried upstairs. Chung Mo passed by the repaired stairs and stepped hard. It was very solid. Jisoo ran up to his own floor. When he shone the flashlight, he saw bloody footprints all over the floor. They were all gathered at the door of the neighbor house. The security door was bumpy and had a large bloodstain. It was obviously hit hard. Jisoo immediately became alert. Qin Yinan was very likely to have turned into a deformed monster. Now the door lock was intact. Obviously someone opened the door and went in. Otherwise the security door would not have been hit like this. Jisoo gently opened his own security door and motioned Chung Mo to go in first. He reached into his waist bag and took out a crystal bead and pressed it in his palm. Whether it was Qin Yinan or not, he had to confirm it. If there was really a terrible deformed monster hiding here, his home would become very dangerous. Chung Mo stood at the door of Jisoo's house, holding the door handle tightly. If he encountered a monster, he would snatch Jisoo back as soon as possible. Jisoo knocked 3 times and waited for a while. There was no movement inside the door. Jisoo continued to knock and tried to speak. Qin Yinan, are you home? There was a sudden thump from the quiet door, as if someone knocked on the security door. Chung Mo was so scared that he almost rushed over and dragged Jisoo back into the house. Who's outside? A male voice came through the security door. Jisoo frowned slightly. The voice sounded familiar, like someone he met after the end of the world. But it was not Qin Yinan. I'm Jisoo. I'm looking for Qin Yinan. Is he home? The security door clicked and quietly opened a crack. It was pitch black everywhere, but there was a flashlight outside the door. It could be seen that there was really a person outside the door, not a monster covered with black spots. Qiying dared to open the security door. Are you Qin Yinan's brother Jisoo? Jisoo, brother? Looking at the person in front of him, Jisoo was speechless for a moment, wondering why Qiying appeared here. At the beginning, Qiying was also a member of his base. He entered the base with Mo Lingxiu, who was the cousin of his cousin's girlfriend. He accepted his aunt and cousin, and brought his cousin's girlfriend, his girlfriend's family, his cousin's friends, and their families to the base. After Jisoo and his cousin fell out, Qiying was naturally classified on his cousin's side and was not trusted by him. But he didn't expect that the few people he trusted the least were the ones who saved him in the end. Jisoo always thought that Qiying was an ordinary person, and his identity to the outside world was also an ordinary person. Very low-key and very good at pretending. No one expected that Qiying would use the ability of the Dreamweaver to create a dream within a dream and rescue him from the nightmare of endless reincarnation. When the 3 escaped, Jisoo was unfortunately invaded again and went back to 3 years ago. And everything started all over again. Jisoo didn't know what happened to Qiying and Mo Lingxiu after his death. Qiying asked him if he wanted to go to Yuhai base with him, but Jisoo refused. His enemies were still here, and he would not go anywhere. Unfortunately, he failed to take revenge in the end, and was invaded again. When he met someone who had helped him, he didn't mind giving back to the best of his ability. Jisoo, I'm looking for Qin Yinan. Qiying had a strange expression. You two are really interesting. He ran across half of Xinjiang City to find you. But you were not there. Now he went out to find you. And you are back again. Are you two playing hide and seek? Jisu's heart moved. Is he okay? Qiying, what can happen to him? He is fine. As long as he regains his sanity, he will be fine. The only thing to worry about is that he will go crazy again. And the chains and cages will not work. And he can be easily destroyed. Jisu couldn't believe it. Could he really be interrupted and eroded by the invasion? Is he so lucky? Jisu thought for a while. Did he say when he would be back? He didn't say anything. He just asked me to wait for him at home. By the way, I just heard a car downstairs. Could it be you guys driving back? Qiying had already accepted the fact that the car was scrapped. Otherwise he and Qin Yinan wouldn't have run all the way back. The night was dead silent. And the sound of the truck was particularly clear. Qiying ran to the window to look. In the darkness, the two headlights were very eye-catching. And it was definitely a truck. Such a big car could not be hidden. Jisu admitted generously. It's my car. Qiying's eyes immediately changed when he looked at Jisu. They tried many cars along the way, including the truck. Without exception, none of them could start. Unexpectedly, Jisu's car could still start. He was really lucky. Qiying was full of doubts. Don't go out again. Stay at home and wait for your brother to come back. Chung Imo watched the whole process, closed the security door, and pulled Jisu to ask, when did you have a brother? Why didn't I know? He is Grandma Qin's grandson, who just came back from abroad a few days ago. Chung Imo often came to visit Jisu, so he naturally knew Grandma Qin, and knew that Grandma Qin had an older grandson abroad. He heard that he couldn't return to China for something. Chung Imo didn't know the specific situation. He only knew that he didn't see him come back when Grandma Qin passed away. The funeral was handled by Jisu. He didn't expect him to come back at this time. I couldn't take a shower, so I could only wash myself with bottled water. Water is as precious as food nowadays, and I couldn't afford to waste it. Qin Yinan hasn't come back yet, so Jisu wants to go to the northern suburbs to look for Qin Yinan. If he comes across a jewelry store, he can also collect crystals. He can't waste the time waiting in the early days of the apocalypse. Jisu and Chung Imo packed their backpacks and just opened the door when the door opposite opened. Qiying had been waiting at the door. Where are you going? Jisu, I have something to do. So I go find Qin Yinan. Do you know where he's going? Qiying shook his head. He only said he was going to look for him at a nearby gathering place for survivors. But I don't know where he's going. I think you should stay home and wait for him to come back. And stop running around. Shoo! Jisu motioned Qiying to be quiet. Qiying and Chung Imo both became nervous. And they heard the sound of dragging footsteps on the stairs. Jisu clenched the baseball bat in his hand, twisting the crystal on his finger with his thumb. Inspired by the ring, Jisu strung the crystal beads with a rope and tied them on his fingers, 3 on each hand, so that it would not hinder the movement of both hands. The footsteps became clearer and clearer. A dark shadow staggered down the stairs and suddenly bumped into the 3 people's field of vision. Chung Imo and Qiying both groaned, and their hair stood on end. It was too creepy. At this time, facing Jisu and the other 2 was a gray and swollen woman's face. There were 2 heads on the left and right sides of the woman's head. The 3 heads were fused together, and the 3 bodies were also fused together, twisted and weird. Jisu had an impression of this face. It was the young woman he met in the elevator the next day after returning. They lived upstairs from Jisu's house and often quarreled. Sometimes they made a lot of noise at night. Jisu was often woken up at night. The reason for the quarrel was simple. His wife wanted to buy a new house and move out, and didn't want to live with the old man in the old community. The housing prices in Xinjiang City are not cheap. If you want to buy a new house, you have to sell the old house here. But the old man is unwilling to do so, worried that he will have no place to live in the future if he sells the old house. And family conflicts arise. Jisu doesn't know how the young couple and the old man stick together, judging from the degree of adhesion of their heads. Their flesh and bones are all fused together, and there is no way they can be separated in the future. The woman's hair is disheveled. Her pupils are like needles, and her whites are covered with spider web like black bloodshot. Her swollen mouth is open, and she makes a few ho-ho sounds in her throat. Finally, she squeezes out a sound. Do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry. The man on the left side of the woman's head, who has never seen the face of the woman, followed up and said, We are hungry too. Shut up. All the food is mine. Useless men have no food to eat. The woman roared miserably. The old man on the right side of the woman couldn't bear to see his son being bullied. So he started to speak. Your husband is almost dying of exhaustion from working outside. And just because you want to buy a house, you can't help him. But you buy a bunch of shoes, clothes, and cosmetics all day long. And you don't know how to be frugal. Now you don't even let me eat. I've never seen a wife like you. The woman waved her gray and swollen arms to grab the old man on the right. You old man. You still have the nerve to say that. If you agreed to sell the house, why would we have to work so hard? The young man on the left didn't say a word, and the old man on the right was scratched a few times. The arm that had been hidden behind him suddenly swung out, and a kitchen knife chopped the gray and swollen face of the woman, and the smelly rotten water sprayed all over the floor. Chung Mo's fragile nerves were damaged by the stench, and he almost sat on the ground. He stretched out his hand with trembling hands, trying to pull Jisoo back. What are you waiting for if you don't run while the monsters are quarreling among themselves? Qiying also looked pale. He followed Qin Yan all the way here. He thought he had trained his courage, but he was still dizzy by the scene in front of him. He tried hard not to let his fear explode, but he had reached his limit. Jisoo, go back to the house. Qiying shouted this while holding his breath. The three-faced man who was still killing each other suddenly stopped, and then his 6 legs moved together and rushed towards Jisoo and the other two. Chung-mo, go back. Close the door and don't come out. Jisoo held the baseball bat tightly with both hands and faced the three-faced monster. This is his home, and he must not let this monster grow up. Jisoo swung the baseball bat fiercely, and the woman in front of him rotated on the spot. The old man on the right was turned around and faced the baseball bat head-on. The old man's face seemed to melt, and his 2 eye sockets were black and rotten water was oozing out. Jisoo could imagine what would happen if he hit the old man with a bat. But he couldn't stop it anymore. He could only control the baseball bat to move down, and swung it on the monster's neck, as if it was hitting the mud, and the rotten flesh and blood splashed all over the wall and the ground. And the 3 monsters didn't move at all. Jisoo was not frightened, but Chung-mo, who did not close the door obediently, was frightened to death, and his fear instantly reached the highest point. Delicious. What a delicious taste. Eat, eat, eat. Eat them all. I'm so hungry. Eat them quickly. The monster was stimulated by fear and showed 3 kitchen knives at the same time, all of which chopped towards Jisoo. The corridor leading to the stairs was blocked by the monster. Jisoo could not lead the monster away and could only deal with it here. Jisoo retreated repeatedly and narrowly avoided the kitchen knife. He was almost cut on the neck. He twisted his thumb, pinched the crystal bead on his index finger in his hand, turned around and ran home, and the monster chased him closely. Jisoo rushed into the door and quickly closed the door. The crystal bead in his hand had been left outside the door. The security door suddenly bulged inwards. No sound was heard. Only invisible energy exploded outside the door, deforming the 2 security doors. Chung-mo fell to the ground, looking at the security door in a state of panic, with a face full of horror. Jisoo looked at Chung-mo. Stay home and don't go out. Wait for me to come back. Chung-mo, this walking monster-sucking machine will cause more trouble if he is taken with him. Jisoo does not plan to take him out, as long as he does not run out on his own. The reinforced house can keep him safe. Chung-mo wanted to go with him, but he knew his own weight and his legs were weak at this moment. The cat's eye was covered with blood, and he could not see the situation outside. Jisoo gently opened the security door. There was sticky rotten blood outside the door. The monster should have been killed. Jisoo was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a gray and swollen hand suddenly grabbed the door panel and swung the security door open with a bang. Ah! Grass! Chung-mo's fragile nerves were completely broken. Jisoo was also shocked. The monster woman was not dead yet, but only half of her body was left, with 2 empty heads. She crawled quickly like a fish with a broken tail, relying on her arms to bite Jisoo's calf. Jisoo swung a baseball bat and beat the woman who crawled in out. Jisoo quickly followed her out, closed the security door, and beat the monster woman away with a few consecutive blows. He took out disposable gloves from his bag, put them on, grabbed the half-body and dragged it away, leaving a long trail of blood in the corridor, and dragged it all the way down the stairs. Qiying saw the abnormality of the security door and approached tentatively. Through the peephole, He saw Jisoo swinging a baseball bat to hit the head, and then dragged the half-body away. He felt terrible. Is Jin Yinen's brother so cruel? He seemed to have no idea what fear was. He was fierce and cruel when he started to fight. That well-behaved and harmless face was wasted. Chapter 15. Jisoo threw half of the body downstairs, got in the car and left, and sealed the exit of the unit building by the way, so that the crazy corpses outside could not enter, and the people inside could not come out from the unit door. The truck drove north along the main road, and stopped when it came to a jewelry store to take a look. Maybe the crystal was not of good enough quality. He went into 3 jewelry stores in succession, but did not find any crystals, and instead consumed several crystals. Jisoo felt that it was too bad, so he simply stopped looking blindly and drove to a small store where he had found crystals before. When Jisoo found the place, it had been looted, and he found some scattered crystals in the collapsed ruins. Now there should be a lot of them. There happened to be a shopping mall nearby, and Jisoo had taken refuge there. At that time, Jisoo fled there with other survivors. There was a large supermarket in the mall with a lot of inventory. The survivors just wanted to hide in the large supermarket full of food and wait for rescue. Jisoo was the same. But there were too many people, and the fear could not be hidden, and the supermarket was besieged repeatedly. The glass wall was too fragile. He was still in the initial stage of transformation and had limited ability. He could only reinforce it piece by piece. More and more survivors escaped, and food and water became less and less. After more than a month, there was still no rescue. The internal intrigue became more and more serious, and people died every day. At that time, some small bases had been established. At the suggestion of people he knew, Jisoo moved to the suburbs with the survivors, who were willing to leave, and established his own survivor base. Jisoo parked the car in front of the store, and found that the glass door of the store had been destroyed. Jisoo put on his backpack, took a baseball bat, sat in the car to observe the glass door, and used his spiritual energy to construct a similar door. Before getting off the car, throw 2 crystals out of the car, get off immediately after clearing 2 groups of crazy corpses, and run to the store. The constructed glass door was immediately put in, and the new door replaced the old door to stop the crazy corpses chasing outside. The store is not big, but there are a lot of stocks inside, especially on the wall behind the counter. There are rows of bags of crystals. The counter displayed crystal necklaces, crystal rings and crystal bracelets of various shapes, as well as many braided ropes and accessories. Jisoo was not overwhelmed by excitement. The glass door was broken, so something must have come in. Jisoo carefully checked. The chair overturned, and 2 crystal ornaments fell to the ground and shattered. The glass counter was also tilted, and there were black bloodstains on the counter. Meow! A shrill cat cry came from behind. Jisoo turned around suddenly, reacting faster than his brain, and the baseball bat had already swung over. The head of the crazy corpse that pounced on him was hit off the side, and it hit Jisoo hard, and the ball of white in its mouth fell to the ground. Jisoo hit the counter behind him. The face of the crazy corpse was covered with black spots and bloodstains, and blood oozed out one by one. The white of the eye almost occupied the entire eye socket, leaving only the pupil as big as a needle tip, and the white of the eye was covered with black bloodstains. The crazy corpse grabbed a piece of glass and pounced on Jisoo. Jisoo swung his baseball bat and hit the crazy corpse on the head. The crazy corpse didn't know what pain was, and would pounce on him as long as he could move. Jisoo retreated again and again. The shop was too small, and there was no shelter. He didn't want to die with a crazy corpse. Since he couldn't use the crystal, he had to do it himself. The glass fragments stabbed Jisoo again, but were shattered by a swing of the stick. He kicked it with his foot, and the rebound force made Jisoo and the crazy corpse retreat together. Jisoo's stick didn't stop, not giving it a chance to breathe, and all hit it on the head. When the crazy corpse finally stopped moving, Jisoo was exhausted. He looked at the bloody marks on his arm. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. He took out the snakeskin bag, put all the broken crystals on the ground into the bag, and then put all the crystals on the wall into the bag. Only half a bag at a time. For easy transportation, Jisoo cleared the wall shelf, put everything on the counter into bags, opened the cabinet door to look for inventory, and suddenly noticed a long blood stain on the ground, extending to the fallen chair. Jisoo walked over and saw a white ball hiding behind the chair. Half of its body was stained red with blood, and its fur stuck together. The white ball seemed to sense something. slowly raised its head, meow, and jumped up, and rolled on the ground in pain when it touched the wound. The two intact front paws grabbed the counter, stood up tenaciously, and jumped back on one hind leg, dragging the injured leg on the ground without strength. Seeing the face of the little thing, Jisoo was very surprised. It turned out to be a ragdoll cat. From the face, it was still a kitten, but the body was completely out of the category of kittens, the size of a 1-year-old child, and could walk upright. Jisoo's heart was pounding. He thought of some news brought back from outside after the modified car appeared. And the most shocking one was that the deformed animals established their own power, called Beast City. The Beast City is only responsible for deformed animals, and only accepts deformed animals. They are smart and powerful, speak human language, and behave and think like humans. Create a force, recruit deformed animals, and become one of the top forces in the end times. Many large bases want to win over the Beast City, but unfortunately no one succeeds. Deformed animals are not captive animals in peacetime. Most of them are hostile to humans. When they are released into wildness, they are famous cruel species in the end times, and should not be provoked. In his previous life, Jisoo was too envious of these deformed animals. When he was lonely and helpless, and no one could trust him, he really hoped to have a partner around him, who would let him put down his guard and trust him wholeheartedly. Humans are always blinded by various interests, but deformed animals are not. As long as you get their friendship and loyalty, you don't have to worry about them stabbing you in the back. They will be the best partners. It's a pity that the deformed animals are wilder than one another, and there are even fewer deformed animals that will associate with humans. So Jisoo can only think about it, now that this fate is in front of him. It's time for him to have a deformed animal. Jisoo softened his voice. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Can you speak? The deformed cat was pressed against the wall. Its fur was trembling, and its beautiful blue eyes were wide open, obviously very scared. Deformed animals are alive, and they are also the prey targets of crazy corpses and deformed monsters. This kitten has obviously fought a desperate battle with a crazy corpse. But even if it is deformed, it is just a kitten with limited strength. Jisoo gently put down his backpack, took out a ham sausage from the bag, tore open the package, and the fragrance immediately wafted out. Are you hungry? This is for you. Jisoo tried to use food to let the little guy relax his vigilance. The deformed cat's nose moved, and its eyes were fixed on the food. It was obvious that it wanted to eat it, but it was afraid of humans and dared not approach. Adult deformed animals are very lethal. Jisoo basically has no chance of winning without using crystals. Facing a wounded cub, Jisoo is not afraid at all. He took out a plastic box from the counter, cut the ham sausage into small pieces with a knife, and put it in the box, and pushed it to the kitten, looking at the box that slid in front of him. The kitten looked at Jisoo uncertainly, without relaxing his vigilance. Jisoo sat on the ground, took a sausage, tore open the package and started eating. Eat it. The kitten watched Jisoo take a bite, stretched out his tentative little paws, grabbed the plastic box and pulled it over. The deformed little paws are a bit like human hands, and can pop out sharp claws. The kitten has a piece of ham on each paw tip, and then eats them one by one. Mouth and vigilance are not stopping. Jisoo took out a box of pure milk and started drinking it. After the kitten finished eating the sausage, he looked at the pure milk eagerly, and was already greedy for the milky smell. The kitten stared for a while, and seeing that the human had no intention of giving it a drink, he simply pushed the plastic box to the human. The kitten was very hungry, and it was because he was too hungry that he came out to find food. Even if he was injured, he couldn't stop the instinct to eat. Jisoo looked at the milk. Cats shouldn't drink pure milk, right? Do you want to drink it? Jisoo handed the milk box forward, and the kitten stretched out his paws and jumped forward twice. The cat wanted to drink it. The milk box was held by two furry little paws, and the kitten imitated Jisoo and drank milk with a straw. Jisoo, this is new. It was the first time he saw a cat drinking milk with a straw. It is already deformed, so it should be okay to eat human food, right? After drinking half a box of milk, the kitten looked at Jisoo eagerly, obviously wanting to eat more. Jisoo tentatively stretched out his hand, and the kitten looked at the hand without hiding. Jisoo touched the kitten's soft belly. Only when he really touched it did he know how thin the kitten was. The ribs were clearly visible, and it really only relied on its fur to support its appearance. Jisoo ignored the expectation in the kitten's eyes. You can't eat too much at once if you are hungry for too long. Be good. I will check your injuries. There was confusion in the kitten's beautiful eyes. Jisoo gently touched its injured leg, and the kitten was so painful that it first stood up. It slapped Jisoo's hand with one claw, but the expected wound did not appear. The hand was only slapped by the small pad, and the claw hook was non-exposed. Cubs can more intuitively feel good and evil. Jisoo has no ill intentions, and the kitten can feel it. Jisoo gently comforted. Don't move. Let me see. The kitten was very obedient and lay still. It would only meow softly when it was really in pain, for fear of attracting predators. One of the kitten's hind legs was bitten to a bloody mess, with deep bite marks and lacerations around it. The injured leg cannot be touched. If you move it, the kitten will cry out in pain. I don't know if the bones are injured. Jisoo found a pair of scissors on the counter. It seemed to have been placed for decades. Old and broken. Jisoo used spiritual energy to strengthen it. Carefully cut the hair near the wound, and then took out disinfectant and bandages from the bag to bandage it simply. Jisoo regretted a little that he had prepared so many supplies, but missed the pet medicine. The properties of the eroded medicine are uncertain, and it is impossible to determine whether it is toxic. Even if it is not toxic, there will be little left after the erosion. Fortunately, the kitten is deformed and has a strong recovery ability. It should be able to recover on its own without medicine. After Jisoo bandaged the kitten, he formed a rectangle to frame the distance from the store entrance to the truck, picked up a baseball bat to deal with the crazy corpse trapped inside, and then came back to move the bagged crystals into the car. The kitten struggled to stand up, holding the counter and jumping to the door. Lying on the door and looking at him carefully, Jisoo locked the car compartment and stretched out his hand to the kitten. Would you like to go with me? It is difficult for a deformed kitten to survive wandering outside, let alone now that it is injured. The possibility of surviving alone is too low. The kitten hesitated and stretched out its little paw and placed it in Jisoo's palm. Jisoo grabbed it and smiled. Good cat. He carried the kitten into the car and put it on the co-pilot. The kitten was too small, and the seat belt was loose in front of him. Jisoo had to put his backpack in front to block it, in case the kitten flew out when the brakes were applied. After the fence was weathered away, Jisoo drove to the largest pet supplies store in the city. Even if the food was corroded, it would not have much impact on the deformed cats. At most, the taste would not be very good. He covered the car and the entrance of the store again. Jisoo asked the kitten to stay in the car while he went down to move things. Jisoo moved cat food into the car again and again. The kitten lay on the car window and watched him busy. Jisoo suddenly had the illusion of raising a child, and the sense of responsibility of an old father was overwhelming. So he plundered all the food in the store, and took away all the cat supplies and toys. Jisoo brought a bag of kitten food into the car, opened it and smelled it, and could hardly smell it. The original fragrance and nutrition of the corroded food will be lost, and dark matter will remain in the food. Ordinary people will keep the dark matter in their bodies after eating it, but the deformed cats will be fine and can be digested. Jisoo handed the cat food to the little cat. It tastes a little bland. Just eat it. The little cat knows what it feels like to be starving to death, so it is not picky. It reached into the bag with its paws and fished out only 2 pieces of cat food. The little cat licked the cat food into its mouth and ate it. Its round eyes slightly narrowed, and it seemed very comfortable. Then it put its furry head into the bag, took a bite, and raised its head to chew slowly. Jisoo was touched by the little cat eating by itself, and wanted to give it a spoon so that it could dig and eat by itself. Jisoo drove to the mall. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be survivors gathered there. I wonder if Chin Yenin will be there. The truck stopped at the entrance of the mall. Jisoo told the little cat to stay in the car, put on the bag, and get off with the baseball bat. The windows and doors of the car were all locked. The air conditioner was turned on all the way, and the cab was still very cool. In addition, it was reinforced by spiritual energy, so the coolness lasted longer and would not suffocate the little cat. At a time when all vehicles were scrapped, a drivable truck would definitely attract attention. As soon as Jisoo left, a survivor hiding nearby ran out and tried to steal the car. Chapter 16. Jisoo carried a baseball bat and rushed to the second floor to clean up the crazy corpses. The entrance of the supermarket and all the glass walls were blocked from the inside by shelves. The survivors hid in the corners and behind the shelves. watching Jisoo run over with fear in numb eyes. They have seen a lot of death these days. They are very lucky to escape here. They just want to survive, and don't care about others. This mall is a ring. Jisoo ran wildly on the second floor with the crazy corpses, and knocked them down from the second floor one by one. After cleaning up the tail, Jisoo circled and ran back to the supermarket door. He looked inside through the shelves and didn't see any familiar friends. They should not have escaped here yet. These glass walls and shelves can't stop the crazy corpses. This supermarket has been breached many times, and many people died every time. Jisoo survived the first attack by relying on the compartments that were reinforced bit by bit. And the people who were lucky enough to hide in the compartments also survived. That's why more and more people surrounded him. And most of them chose to leave with him in the end. Excuse me, is there anyone here named Chin Yenin? It was quiet. No one answered him. And no one let him in. They looked at the crazy zombies swarming up again with indifference. Jisoo shouted, Chin Yenin, are you there? Very good. If you don't answer, you're not there. Jisoo didn't stay on the second floor. He ran down the escalator on the other side and left the mall. Jisoo ran to the driver's cab. Just around the front of the car, he saw blood all over the floor. There were several bloody handprints on the door, and a group of crazy zombies were eating around a corpse. Jisoo unlocked and opened the door quietly. But the movement still attracted the crazy zombies who were eating, and they quickly jumped into the car, giving them 2 crystals by the way, and the car body was shaken by the impact. The kitten purred, and its 2 little paws kept gesturing, and occasionally pointed at the door of the cab. Jisoo was busy driving. I know. A bad guy wanted to steal the car, but was eaten by a monster. After the kitten complained, he continued to eat cat food beautifully. Jisoo drove out of the area and turned to another main road. He encountered a roadblock made of scrapped vehicles and immediately stepped on the brakes. There were too many abandoned vehicles, and the truck could not squeeze through, so it could only reverse to the other side. Jisoo glanced at the rearview mirror and was stunned. He didn't know when a tabby cat was hanging on his car, looking at its human-sized body. It must be an adult deformed cat. Jisoo, shock. He quickly glanced at the co-pilot. The kitten was still eating happily, and had no idea how nervous the new parents were at the moment. The windshield made a sizzling sound. Jisoo looked over and met the sight of a deformed cat with a pitch-black body. The black cat brother had a fierce look in his eyes, showing his fangs, and his whole body lay horizontally on the windshield. His deformed claws scratched 3 white marks on the reinforced windshield. There was a thump on the roof of the car. Something fell on the roof. Jisoo, shit. He was surrounded by a group of deformed cats. Deformed animals are not easy to mess with. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. If you don't run now, when will you run? Jisoo turned sharply, thinking that he could throw away the black cat brother who was lying on the windshield. But the deformed cat's front and back paws were tightly attached to both sides of the windshield, and he couldn't shake it off like an octopus. Jisoo's vision was blocked, and the truck crashed into an abandoned vehicle. Big Brother Lihua, who was hanging on the side of the car, moved to the window of the cab, and his sharp claws kept scratching the window, leaving scratches on the glass, making the glass bang. Jisoo couldn't drive blindly, nor could he get off the car, so he had to stop. The little cat, who was happily eating cat food, seemed a little excited when he saw the big black cat brother hanging on the windshield. He didn't want the cat food anymore, climbed out of the seatbelt, and stretched his short legs to reach the big cat outside. The noise here has attracted the nearby crazy corpses. Jisoo picked up the little cat and attracted the attention of the big black cat, leaving a gap in the cat biscuit on the windshield for him to see the way. Restart the truck. He must not be surrounded by crazy corpses. He must continue to move forward. The deformed cats either jumped onto the roof or hung on the car. The deformed cats that did not have time to climb onto the car staged a terrifying scene of knocking off the head of the crazy corpse with one claw, and then ran after the truck. Jisoo felt that he might be finished. He could not handle so many deformed cats. The big black cat hanging on the windshield patted the glass and pointed in a direction with his furry paw. Jisoo didn't know where these deformed cats wanted to take him. The car was full of deformed cats, and he couldn't get rid of them. He could only follow the instructions of the black cat and drove further and further away until he drove into a deserted factory area. The weeds inside were all dangerous black. There must have been a large-scale invasion here. Otherwise there would not be such a strong dark matter. Black Cat asked him to keep going, and Jisoo had no choice but to do so until he reached a row of factory buildings. There were no crazy corpses here, so it seemed that few people came here before the end of the world. The deformed cats hanging on the truck jumped off the ground one by one, all walking upright, surrounding the truck. Jisoo, in order to save his life, he would definitely not get off the car. Some deformed cats went to the factory, and soon some more deformed cats appeared. Among the cats, who were generally more than 1.6 meters tall, a tall, long-legged, handsome and upright human was mixed in, which was particularly conspicuous. Jisoo never expected that Qin Yinan would be here. Through the scratched windshield, Qin Yinan also saw Jisoo in the driver's seat. He walked past the cats and came straight to the door. Jisoo gave Qin Yinan the impression that she was thin and beautiful, like a high school student. There were man-eating monsters everywhere outside. Qin Yinan was most worried that Jisoo could not survive alone. Seeing that Jisoo had fair skin, neat clothes, and a truck in hand, it was obvious that he was living a good life. He was overly worried. Jisoo lowered the window a crack, very cautiously. "Why are you here? This place is deserted. Even if they come out to look for him, they won't find here, right?" Qin Yinan was a little helpless. Something went wrong. He sensed the fear condensing here, thinking it was a survivor. But when he came over, he found that it was these surviving cats. Qin Yinan's eyes fell on Jisoo's car. Since he found that his house could block emotions, he suspected that someone did it on purpose. If he couldn't sense fear, he might not know. It was because he could sense it that he knew that someone wanted to protect the people in the house. But he didn't stay at home. He went out, walking out of the factory. Qin Yinan sensed the situation in the car again. As he thought, it was empty, and his perception could not penetrate the truck. When the window was lowered a crack, Qin Yinan's perception was no longer empty. Although Jisoo was not afraid, the kitten in the car was very obviously afraid, and it curled up and trembled in fear. Qin Yinan didn't know how Jisoo did it, but the matter of blocking emotions must have something to do with him. Jisoo looked at the man through the car window. "Are you okay?" From the appearance, Qin Yinan's skin was clean and without black spots. This was almost impossible to happen to ordinary people in the end times. Only deformed people could absorb the dark matter that entered their bodies. Jisoo could not forget the claw marks at Qin's grandmother's house. There were many deformed creatures with claws. He would first think of the fallen beast because the fallen beast was too strong and too terrifying, and the psychological shadow left was too great. It was definitely the top of the food chain. The true identity of the fallen beast has always been a mystery. How strong must the invasion energy be to be able to transform into such a powerful monster? Even ordinary humans find it difficult to resist the invasion. Too many people died in the invasion, and even the corpses were not left, let alone the invasion energy of the fallen beast. What made Jisoo feel a little relieved was that Qin Yinan had claws before the global invasion began. At that time, the dark matter was not enough to support the invasion and transformation. The thin dark matter was at most enough to erode humans with excessive fear. If it's not a fallen beast, then it can only be a beast-like ability. There is no doubt that the danger of the beast-like ability is not at the same level as that of the fallen beast. "Qin Yinan, I'm fine. Do you want to come down and take a look?" Jisoo glanced at the cat bosses who were staring at him. Would he dare? These deformed cats are not friendly to humans, and they are baring their teeth and breathing fiercely, with sharp claws popping out of their pads, ready to pounce on Jisoo at any time. Qin Yinan made way. "They won't hurt you." Jisoo gestured to him to look at the windshield. Does this mean that they won't hurt him? If there was no windshield, he would probably have been scratched into tassels by now. Qin Yinan's eyes fell on Jisoo's arms. They won't take the initiative to conflict with humans. They may think that you have held the kitten hostage. You can let the kitten go first. Jisoo, the hostage taker of cats, looking at the kitten shivering in his arms. He wondered if he had the wrong role. He didn't look like a hostage taker at all. It was obvious that the kitten was more scared by the one person and the many cats outside the car. "Okay." Jisoo gently patted the frightened kitten. Qin Yinan stared at the hand and was attracted by the homemade crystal ring on the finger. "Qin Yinan, you like cats so much?" Jisoo raised his eyelids to look at him. This is not an ordinary cat. It is a smart and powerful deformed cat. Jisoo was also envious of the adult deformed cats. But unfortunately, he could only look at them. He could only raise the cubs at most. And he couldn't even think about the adult deformed cats. Now that even the cubs are about to be lost, It seems that these adult deformed cats will not let him take the kittens away. Qin Yanan, this kitten was previously taken care of by these cats. If you really like it, you can discuss with them to see if they are willing to give the kitten to you to raise. Jisoo looked at the group of deformed cats with fierce eyes. Let alone discuss. The look simply meant that there was no room for negotiation. For the kitten, Jisoo had to take the risk of getting off the car. The crystal bracelet on his wrist had already slipped into his palm, and he was playing with the smooth crystal beads. Without waiting for Jisoo to speak, the big black cat turned around and walked towards the factory. The other deformed cats followed him, looking back at Jisoo from time to time. And the meaning was very clear, asking him to follow. Jisoo followed with a kitten in his arms and a bracelet in his hand. In the factory, there were many cages of different sizes. Some of them were broken. Some were piled with a thick layer of cat corpses, and some contained crazy cats corroded by dark matter. Some of them had deformed appearances and turned into small monsters. Some of them had lost their fur. Their flesh was severely rotten, and most of their bones were exposed. They were still hitting the cages frantically. The metal cages had several layers. The two inner layers were severely deformed and damaged. Only the outer two layers were used to trap these small monsters. The outer cages were obviously put up by Qin Yanan to prevent these crazy cats from running out. On the metal beams of the factory, there were thin ropes hanging, and on the ropes were hung cat corpses. The corpses were severely rotten. These cats were obviously strangled to death before the end of the world and were hung neatly. Even though he already knew the conditions for the invasion, Jisoo was still shocked by the tragic scene in front of him. The bloody example was in front of him. The deformed cat would not trust humans, and it was impossible for Jisoo to take the kitten away. Looking at the kitten nestling obediently in his arms, Jisoo was reluctant to let it go. The words of persuasion were stuck in his throat. Faced with the crazy behavior of some humans, how could he convince the deformed cat that he would not hurt the kitten? Unable to speak, in this environment, the injured cats would only be hostile to all humans. Chapter 17. This may be Jisoo's only chance to get a deformed cat. The kittens are close to him. If he misses this chance, there will be no second chance. He wants to try again. Jisoo knows that these deformed cats can understand him. I get along well with this kitten and want to adopt it. I said I will take good care of it. You may not believe it if I just say it. I have a base. If you are worried, you can go back with me. If you don't want to live with humans, I can also rebuild a base for you next to the base. Nowadays, there are man-eating monsters everywhere. It's not easy to have a place to settle down. You can consider it. Jisoo knew that he didn't have the ability to subdue them. If the deformed cats were really willing to go back with him, he would circle a piece of land outside the base for them to live. There was no need to subdue them. Their existence was a deterrent. The deformed cats could indeed understand human language. The cats were a little agitated, and meows were everywhere, as if they were discussing countermeasures. Jisoo was a little surprised. The version he heard was that deformed animals could speak human language. Couldn't these deformed cats speak? Just as Jisoo was thinking this, he suddenly heard a slightly hoarse voice of a queen. Put down the cub. You can go. Jisoo, Jisoo looked at the black cat who was speaking, and his whole body was torn apart. He always thought that the black cat was the big brother, but he didn't expect it to be a queen. The solution proposed by Jisoo was directly ignored. They don't need to settle down, nor do they want to trade with humans. Every deformed cat has fierce eyes, baring teeth and claws, threatening humans to put down the kittens and get out of their territory immediately. Jisoo faced a group of ferocious deformed cats alone, and his fingertips slowly flicked a crystal bead. Since we can't come to an agreement, let the kitten choose for itself. If it chooses to follow you, I will leave immediately. If it wants to follow me, I will take it away even if you stop me. Jisoo carefully put the kitten on the ground. The kitten trembled all over and clung to Jisoo's hand tightly, meowing pitifully. The royal sister's voice sounded again. Come here, Buzai. The kitten turned its head to look at the big black cat, hesitating, as if thinking about which side to follow. Qin Yanan walked forward, and the kitten hugged Jisoo's arm with a meow. Its small body trembled violently, and it used 3 claws to climb onto Jisoo's body, just wanting to hide itself. The big black cat looked at the man who suddenly came over. Its pupils contracted, and the whiskers around its mouth trembled twice. But it didn't speak in the end. Qin Yanan said, since the kitten has made a choice, then let's do it. Jisoo looked at the big black cat, and saw that it was unwilling in its eyes. But he didn't speak again, and turned around and left with Buzai in his arms. The deformed cats did not follow. Jisoo opened the door and put the kitten on the couch behind the seat. He opened the car, took out cat strips, canned cat food and cat toys, and put them on the couch to calm the kitten. After tossing and turning in the morning, Jisoo was also hungry. So he took out bread and water and handed one to Chin Yanan. The bread Jisoo gave was normal in color. Chin Yanan did not refuse, but paused after the first bite. The bread was soft and full of milky fragrance. This was real bread, which was completely different from the bread he had eaten before. Jisoo sat on the edge of the car, thinking about how to ask for money. He had heard some things about Chin Yanan from Grandma Chin. In fact, they were just strangers who had met twice. Grandma Chin treated him sincerely. But it did not mean that Grandma Chin's grandson would treat him sincerely. Jisoo didn't want to be vague about the money. Grandma Chin left her savings with me and asked me to pass it on to you. A few days before the end of the world, many people were storing supplies, and I followed suit. I didn't have enough money, so I used the money that Grandma Chin left for you. I was originally planning to start a transportation company with my friends. I have already bought a truck. Fortunately, it can still be used. I can give you half of the supplies and the truck. After thinking for a while, he explained, I didn't say it before because I thought you might not be in the mood to listen to it. Chin Yanan didn't care where the money went. Thanks to Jisoo for taking care of Grandma all these years. Even Grandma's funeral had to trouble Jisoo. He should be thankful. It was only natural for Grandma to leave all the money to Jisoo. So why would he want his car and goods? Grandma mentioned Jisoo, her little grandson, a lot in her diary, and her love for him was evident between the lines. Grandma wanted to introduce such a good child to him. Even if Grandma was gone one day, he wouldn't be alone. At least there was someone to accompany him. The child who grew up under the care of Grandma must be right. The light eyes showed warmth, and the eyes-like man showed some popularity. No, the money Grandma gave you is yours, and the things you bought are also yours. I don't want them. Jisoo thought about it. He could give half of the supplies, but it was not easy for Chin Yanan to take them away. He could only drive a car at most, and so many supplies would be robbed if he took them out, and it would be a waste for others. Jisoo looked at him, and Chin Yanan's sight was in the distance. With a clear profile, a high and straight nose, and long eyelashes, casting a lonely silhouette. He is no longer the handsome boy in the photo. He has grown up and matured. He is still handsome, but his personality is completely different. He is completely different from the little warm boy that Grandma Chin said. If it is not that Grandma Chin looks at her grandson with 1,000 layers of filters, it is that many years of living abroad have worn away his warm boy attributes. Jisoo followed and looked into the distance. Under the erosion of dark matter, the material properties were changed, and all the bright colors were taken away. Time seemed to have left humans behind and quietly passed for decades, and everything was gray and old. Jisoo said, You can say no, but I can't not give it. I can't watch Grandma Chin's grandson sleep on the street without food or water. If you have nowhere to go, you can go back to the base with me. Chin Yanan looked at him. His light eyes were thoughtful. He had a place to go, and he had to go. He didn't know what the base Jisoo mentioned was like, and he was a little worried about leaving him alone in Xinjiang City. Jisoo jumped off the carriage. I'm going to the northern suburbs. Do you want to come with me? Chin Yanan, what's going on in the northern suburbs? Jisoo, I bought some plastic barrels and plan to transport them back to the base, and find someone by the way. Chin Yanan decided to go to the base with him. Let's go together. The purpose of his coming out was to find Jisoo, and now that he has found him, he will definitely not let him leave alone again. Jisoo was worried about how to carry the barrels by himself, and it would be great to have someone to help. Before leaving, Jisoo looked at the factory again. In his previous life, he had not seen many deformed animals, but this time he saw so many, and he also experienced firsthand how much deformed animals dislike humans. Fortunately, there was no direct conflict, and his little cat was still there. This area was all factory areas, and Jisoo was not in a hurry to leave. He drove the truck past the factory gates one by one, and finally found the big truck he wanted in a paper mill. These trucks were exposed and basically useless, but the carriages were still usable. He wanted to transport the plastic barrels back to the base, and these carriages were definitely indispensable. The paper mill was empty, with no living people or corpses. Jisoo drove the truck in, adjusted the direction at the factory door, and bumped into the front of the truck. The two were pushed forward and pulled back by the seat belt. The little buddy on the couch meowed and stuck to the back of Jisoo's chair. Shin Yenin, buddy, The metal interface was corroded, and its properties changed. It was not as hard as before, and could be easily broken. Jisoo reversed, adjusted the position, and wanted to do it again. Shin Yenin quickly pressed the gear lever. What do you want to do? I help you. Jisoo looked at him suspiciously. Can you drive a truck? Shin Yenin. A little. Jisoo opened the door and jumped out of the car. Brake the front of the car. I want the car. Shin Yenin followed and got out of the car. Walked around the cab. Reversed neatly. And crashed straight. Bang. Hitting the connection between the front of the car and the car. There was an angle between the carriage and the front of the truck, and it was obviously broken. Shin Yenin reversed again, pushed against the front of the truck, and the truck turned and backed up, with the rear compartment facing the truck's compartment. Shin Yenin got off the truck, searched the truck, found the hook, knocked off the broken part of the connection between the carriage, and then used the hook to reconnect the truck and the carriage. But this would definitely not work. The hook and the carriage were very brittle, and both had to be made as hard as before. Shin Yenin stopped. Come. Jisoo walked over, his expression unclear. Do you know I can reinforce it? Shin Yenin wiped his hands with paper. I don't know. If you want the carriage, there must be a way to take it away. Jisoo pressed the carriage with one hand, and the spiritual energy rushed over, reinforcing all the places that needed reinforcement. And it took a short time. Shin Yenin stood on the side. His eyes could not see anything unusual, but he could feel the energy fluctuations, like running water covering the entire carriage and the hook. The energy fluctuations quickly disappeared, and he could no longer feel it. Jisoo sat in the passenger seat. He was bumpy even when driving a light truck, and with a long carriage attached. Jisoo had no confidence that he would not overturn the truck, so he could only give the driving seat to someone with better skills. Shin Yenin drove fast and steadily, which was obviously not as simple as knowing a little bit. Jisoo was happy to be idle, and curled up in his seat to show him the way. The little boy brought his snacks and toys, and tried to climb from behind the driver's seat to behind the passenger seat. Their light truck was towing a large carriage, which made too much noise. Instead of going directly to Mengzhong gas station, they went to the warehouse where ton barrels were stored. Jisoo waited for Shin Yenin to park the truck, and then he used the same trick again. He did not put up a capping rectangle, but just built a circle of walls around the large warehouse to block the crazy corpse. Shin Yenin saw at a glance that this ability was special and important. The ability is very special. Be careful. Jisoo would not be stupid again. Don't worry. I can build and tear down. Shin Yenin opened the door and got out of the car, walking towards the crazy corpse with bare hands, putting on gloves as he walked. And then Jisoo saw the man twisting his head with his hands. As easy as twisting a melon vine. Is this the calmness that an ordinary person can have? Jisoo got out of the car with a baseball bat, with 2 crisp cracks of bones. The last 2 crazy corpses also lay on the ground. Jisoo watched the man throw the work gloves he picked up from somewhere on the ground. There was no expression on his face, but his movements were full of disgust. Obviously, he couldn't accept the rotten meat and blood. Jisoo looked at the crazy corpse with twisted neck bones again. Compared with smashing it with a baseball bat, it seemed cleaner and neater. Shin Yenin could do it, but Jisoo didn't think he could do it. When the crazy corpse went crazy, it was very strong. He couldn't control it in a head-on confrontation, let alone twisting its neck. It was estimated that before he could do anything, his head would be bitten off first. Jisoo and Shin Yenin had different directions of deformation. The deformed form itself had a physical advantage. They were always the force in the deformed team. Mental deformities had strange and unpredictable abilities. Their abilities were indeed tricky, and it was also a fact that they were scum in combat. Mentally deformed people like Jisoo have the ability to recruit others, but their own fighting ability is not good. If they want to survive, they can only rely on others. Relying on others' help is always unsafe. Only Crystal can make him feel at ease, so he will collect as many crystals as possible. Only in this way can he feel safe. Jisoo opened the warehouse door and used a trailer to transport the ton barrels out one by one. Each empty ton barrel weighs more than 100 pounds. It is not convenient for one person to carry it. It is more labor-saving for 2 people to carry it into the carriage. There are many ton barrels. Even if there is a carriage, it cannot be transported all at once. It can only be filled up first, and then transported next time. Before going back, Jisoo had to go to Mengzhong gas station to take a look. For safety reasons, he unloaded the carriage full of ton barrels, and only drove the truck over, which was light and fast. Chapter 18. Shin Yanin accompanied Jisoo. His driving skills were much better than Jisoo's. He could easily avoid vehicles blocking the road. He was more stable than Jisoo's reckless rush. However, the expected situation of more abandoned vehicles as they approached the gas station did not occur. The road was clean, and there was not even a single abandoned car. Shin Yanin slowed down. How far is it? Jisoo looked out the window. Just in front. Soon they knew why the road was so clean. The entire gas station was surrounded by abandoned vehicles, one on top of another, forming a circle of high walls. Someone on the car wall was looking around. When he saw a vehicle coming, his eyes were hot, and he quickly disappeared. Shin Yanin lowered the window. Fear surged in. It was not strong. There were only a dozen or so. Some strong and some weak. But overall it was weak. Shin Yanin, is the person you are looking for here? This is Mengdong gas station. Jisoo is not sure whether Mengzhong is here or not. The abandoned vehicle can be placed like this. Obviously it is done by humans. And it is a deformed person with deformed ability. Jisoo, not necessarily. Ask someone. A person appeared above the abandoned vehicle and threw something at the truck. Shin Yanin dodged, and the thrown object fell to the ground and immediately burned. Shin Yanin, it's a Molotov cocktail. Like a signal, Molotov cocktails filled with gasoline were thrown at the truck. Even if Shin Yanin's driving skills were good, he could not escape unscathed under such dense throwing. He could only make an emergency turn. An abandoned vehicle fell from the air and prevented the truck from leaving. Before Shin Yanin could retreat, the road behind was also blocked by an abandoned vehicle. Molotov cocktails fell around the truck, using flames to surround the truck, and Shin Yanin had to stop the car. A bald man appeared on the wall of the abandoned car, with a hideous scar on his left face going straight to his forehead. Jisoo's eyelids jumped violently. He didn't expect to meet this madman here. His name is Fan Bao. He is a gangster. He was imprisoned for a few years. After he was released from prison, he caught up with the end of the world. It is said that birds of a feather flock together. The people who followed him included his former cellmates and his later brothers. The chaotic end of the world is a hell for ordinary people. But it has become a paradise for these thugs. The most famous hunting base in Xinjiang City was built by this person. Their hunting target is not deformed monsters, but survivors. They specialize in robbing the survivors who go out to collect supplies. As long as they meet them, they will leave no survivors except supplies and women. Jisoo's base has also been intercepted. Supplies were robbed, and everyone was killed. The hunting base has committed many evils and was jointly encircled and suppressed by several bases. Jisoo also led people there. They are inhumane. They tortured the ordinary people they captured to mental breakdown, and then drove them to attack the encirclement and suppression team, using their fear to attract monsters. Jisoo didn't know what level of fear he had reached at that time. So many people were fighting together, and the fear condensed, which directly attracted a fallen beast. They had heard all kinds of rumors about the fallen beast, but that was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. They were all frightened by the overwhelming fear and could not move. Only the fear spread wildly and uncontrollably. The fallen beast swooped down, was eaten, smashed, and crushed countless people. Jisoo was on the periphery, and was also blown away by the hurricane brought by the behemoth. The pain made him regain his mind from the intimidation. Without thinking, he directly threw out a house and covered everyone nearby. At that time, he didn't care about so many things, and he just wanted to survive. The screams outside the house, the breath and eating sounds of the fallen beast, became the lingering nightmares of those who survived by chance. Fan Bao, standing on the wall, was surrounded by his men, waving Molotov cocktails in their hands and shouting loudly. Car! Car! We have a car! Boss! Hurry up! We can't let the car that's delivered to our door get away! Boss! You're wise. The gas station is indeed a feng shui treasure land. If you guard this place, you won't have to worry about not having a car delivered to your door. Catch! 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 A group of people shouted in unison. Fan Bao grinned like a bloodthirsty monster. The scar on his forehead became more and more hideous. Amid the cheers of his men, he grabbed the truck in the air. But the truck didn't move at all. Fan Bao was stunned for a moment, and grabbed it again. The truck still stayed in the same place. He could grab and pile up even abandoned vehicles. So there was no reason why he couldn't grab and pile up intact vehicles. What Fan Bao didn't know was that if it was an ordinary vehicle, he would definitely grab it. But the nature of the vehicle reinforced by the deformed ability fortress was different. Unless he could restrain Jisu's ability. But unfortunately he couldn't. The noise gradually died down. The men carefully observed the boss's expression, seeing that he looked confused and ferocious. They all fell silent. Go push the car back. Fan Bao gave an order. And the men shouted and climbed over the wall surrounding the abandoned car to push the car. Jisu's eyes darkened. Rush it. Qin Yinan, are you sure the car won't be destroyed and people won't die? Jisu sneered. Don't underestimate my reinforced car. Hit it. Qin Yinan quickly started the car and hit the abandoned vehicle blocking the road in front, pushing the abandoned car out of the flames. Sparks flew. The abandoned car quickly caught fire, and the truck pushed the burning abandoned vehicle towards the abandoned car wall. Fan Bao standing on the wall was full of viciousness. These abandoned vehicles were all survivors he captured. He pushed them back one by one. It was not easy to build such a high wall. If it was destroyed, it would have to be rebuilt. Qin Yinan didn't care how he built it. He drove at the fastest speed and hit the abandoned car wall. Fan Bao's face trembled, and a scrap car was thrown out of the wall and hit the truck that was rushing over. He missed the best opportunity while he hesitated. With a bang, a piece of the piled-up abandoned vehicles was knocked down. Fan Bao staggered and jumped away in embarrassment. He didn't expect that someone would be more desperate than him and dare to hit him like this. The men who rushed out were also dumbfounded. They thought it was very safe to use such a high abandoned vehicle as a fence. Even the besieging monsters were repelled by them using Molotov cocktails. The solid car fence was actually knocked down. Fan Bao was furious. What are you doing? Kill them! The men immediately picked up their weapons and turned back. The truck roared and moved forward with difficulty. There were abandoned vehicles in front, behind, left and right, and it was blocked tightly. Qin Yinan, the car will not be destroyed and people will die, but it will be stuck. Jisu, Qin Yinan simply got out of the car and went to deal with the frame that was stuck on the chassis of the truck. As soon as he appeared, a figure rushed towards him. One of the man's arms quickly turned green and deformed, like a green sword, slashing at Qin Yinan's head. Seeing this familiar green arm sword, Jisu frowned. The #1 executioner beside Fan Bao, Dao Qing. Jisu didn't expect Dao Qing to follow Fan Bao so early. This man is no less than Fan Bao. But he is not as crazy as Fan Bao. He is very calm and is an emotionless killing machine. He does whatever Fan Bao tells him to do, and has no thoughts of his own. His messy long hair covers his face, and he is silent, like a mummy, decayed and gloomy. He always appears silently behind his target, and loves to behead his target. He has no human emotions and only attacks to kill people. Jisu wanted to remind him, but he saw that the green arm knife that was chopped down was firmly grasped by a hand. Qin Yinan's right hand is turned into a sharp claw, and the black scales spread over the wrist and are slowly climbing to the forearm. Qin Yinan exerted force under his claws, grabbed the green arm knife, and threw it out with Dao Qing, and smashed it hard on the ground. Before Qin Yinan could pull the frame under the car, an abandoned vehicle suddenly moved and hit Qin Yinan next to the car. The sharp claws pressed down the abandoned vehicle that was smashed. But because the car's skin was too fragile, it was directly crushed. The abandoned vehicle pushed Qin Yinan and hit the truck behind him. The sharp broken corners scratched his arm. There was no bleeding, but black scales grew on the wound. Qin Yinan's eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils. The violent emotion of wanting to destroy and kill all living things was hard to contain. Jisu did not see the change in Qin Yinan, but only knew that it was dangerous for him to be exposed like this. Get in the car. Qin Yinan did not get in the car, but lifted the abandoned vehicle with an amazing strength, and went to meet Dao Qing, who rushed over and punched him out. The green arm knife was covered with cracks, and green blood seeped out of the cracks. The arm knife could break at any time. As long as Qin Yinan got in the car or left the car, Jisu would have room to operate. He threw the crystal on the ground and activated it instantly. The truck bounced a bit, and the frame stuck under the car was shattered. He threw several crystals around the car in succession, and activated them one by one. All the abandoned vehicles surrounding and blocking the road were destroyed. When the crystal was activated, there was no sound, only a powerful energy impact. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, those abandoned vehicles were all scattered and broken into powder for no reason, and they had no idea what happened. Jisoo climbed to the driver's seat and saw Fan Bao standing on a high place, using his ability to throw abandoned vehicles at Qin Yinan. Jisoo threw a crystal at the vehicle in the air and Fan Bao respectively, and the spiritual energy was divided into two streams and activated at the same time. Get out of the way! Jisoo loudly reminded Qin Yinan outside. The energy exploded, and the powder and fragments of the abandoned vehicles flew everywhere. Qin Yinan rolled on the ground with a neat movement to avoid the energy impact. Fan Bao and others who had just climbed up were all blown away. The unlucky subordinates who were close were pierced by the flying fragments and fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Jisoo stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, drove to the gas station convenience store, braked suddenly and stood in front of the store, jumped out of the car with a baseball bat, and knocked over the two men guarding the door without saying a word. He may not be able to defeat the deformed people, but he is more than enough to defeat ordinary people. Jisoo kicked the glass door open and saw pairs of terrified eyes. They were huddled in the corner, mostly young girls, with black spots all over their skin and fear in their eyes. If there was no reinforced convenience store, these people would have become monsters' food. Even if the monsters didn't come, they would be corroded by fear and turned into monsters. Jisoo frowned. Fan Bao's evil deeds had already begun a few days after the end of the world. Jisoo looked around and didn't find Meng Zhong. Does anyone know the owner of the gas station? His name is Meng Gong. There was silence. A woman who was closest to the corner slowly raised her hand. Her hair was messy. Half of her face was swollen, and most of the buttons on her white shirt had fallen off. She could only rely on her hands to grab the collar and barely close the clothes. Chapter 19. There were no black spots on her skin left by erosion, so she was obviously not a deformed person. Otherwise she would not be bullied like this. I know him. I'm an employee here. The woman's voice trembled. Only by staying in the reinforced convenience store can the initial indiscriminate invasion be completely blocked. Jisoo, has he been here before? Female employee, no. The boss comes here occasionally, but he hasn't been here since the end of the world. Jisoo guessed that it was unlikely that Meng Zhong would stay here. He was the boss, and it was impossible for him to stay up all night with the night shift employees. Jisoo did not give up. Do you know where he lives? The female employee shook her head. She was just a small employee. How could she know where the boss lived? The glass door was pushed open again, and Jisoo immediately picked up the baseball bat and found that the person who came in was Qin Yinan. Jisoo, where are those people? Qin Yinan lost control for only a moment, and was quickly suppressed by his self-consciousness. I didn't find the bald man. Maybe he ran away. Have you found him? Jisoo, he's not here. With Fan Bao's madness, he would bite off a piece of his opponent's flesh even if he didn't want to die. He wouldn't run away easily. He should just avoid them temporarily, and might come back after they leave. After all, the gas station is here, and there is food in the convenience store. The house is solid and not easy to be breached. There is no place more suitable than here. As long as there is a gas station, they can produce a steady stream of Molotov cocktails. They wanted to repay Meng Zhong's favor, but they didn't expect that Fan Bao and his people would benefit from it. Jisoo turned around and was about to leave. After a pause, he took off his sun protection clothes and threw them to the half-dressed female employee. Those people should come back. We can't stay here for long. Go. Most of the girls imprisoned here were captured by Fan Bao and his men. When they heard that they could leave, hope appeared on their numb and desperate faces. Some of them stood up tentatively. Seeing that Jisoo and the others did not stop them, they walked out boldly, and then walked faster and faster, and finally ran. Someone took the lead, and the others rushed out one after another. Soon all the survivors in the convenience store ran away. In the past few days since they were captured, they watched the men being forced to push carts, and the disobedient women and children were released, leading away the monsters nearby. The end can be imagined. They were afraid all the time, not knowing when it would be their turn. now that they had a chance to escape. No one would be stupid enough to stay here and wait for the beasts to come back. They all ran away at the fastest speed. Qin Yinan watched them leave the convenience store, and his fear quickly subsided. Compared with the monsters outside, they were more afraid of staying here. In the end of the world, people are more terrifying than monsters. Jisoo pushed the door open and went out. His spiritual energy constructed a fully enclosed hexahedron. When he released it, a rectangle without any technical content appeared, completely enclosing the gas station, not only above the ground, but also underground. Even if Fan Bao and the others came back, they would not be able to dig out the oil tank even if they dug 3 feet underground. Qin Yinan stood by the car and looked at him. The same formula, the same emotional isolation. There is no doubt that this place has also been touched by Jisoo. Jisoo turned around and met the man's deep eyes. Jisoo? Question mark. Qin Yinan, where else has it been reinforced? It's better to seal it all together. So many ton barrels can be used. So there should be more than one gas station. Jisoo originally just wanted to move the oil, but Fan Bao's behavior reminded him that it was impossible to move all the gas stations in Xinjiang City. His ton barrels and large oil drums were limited, and they could not hold so much oil. If the gas station was left alone, someone would always waste the oil by various means. Without oil, all the cars he bought would be useless. Fan Bao and the others knew that the oil in the gas station could be used, and if they left here, they might go to other places. Jisoo, it should indeed be sealed up. Since it is impossible to take everything away, it can only be sealed up. Meng Zhong has a reinforced car in his hand, and a car needs oil. Jisoo will not move this gas station. When he finds Meng Zhong, he will return the gas station and the convenience store to him. Before finding Meng Zhong, it can only be sealed up first. The two got in the car and left. They did not go to get the car, but to find a gas station. Qin Yinan was still driving. Jisoo glanced at his right hand and turned to look at Bazai. The little guy was lying on the couch, holding the couch tightly with all his claws that could be used, and he spread himself like a cat pancake, fearing that he would be thrown out. Jisoo reached out and touched the little guy's head. Bazai meowed, and his voice was full of accusations. If it were not for the back of the chair blocking it, it would have flown to the windshield now. Without navigation, Qin Yinan was not familiar with the roads in Xinjiang City, and could only rely on Jisoo's guidance to go to gas stations one by one. It was dark before they had reinforced a few. It was very dangerous to move at night. The two of them ate something and spent the night in the car. Jisoo squeezed on the couch with Bazai in his arms. Qin Yinan was tall and had long legs, so he made do with the seat for a night. The reinforced truck was like a small mobile fortress. Very safe. Just as Jisoo thought. After the two left, Fan Bao brought people back. They were all seriously injured, with many car fragments stuck in their bodies. Although the car became brittle after the attack, compared with human flesh and blood, brittle is also a sharp weapon. They didn't understand what kind of ability it was. Like an air explosion. Silent and powerful. They knew they were no match for them. So they fled in a hurry and only waited until they left before coming back. There was food, drink, shelter, and a gas station here. It was a feng shui treasure land for building a base. They couldn't give up here. They hid in the dark and observed for a long time. They made sure that they didn't see the truck. They knew that they really left and didn't occupy the gas station. This made them feel a lot more relieved. But when they saw the situation of the gas station clearly, they were dumbfounded. The good gas station was actually sealed by cement. Not only that, even the glass door and windows of the convenience store were sealed together. Not to mention the food and water inside. They couldn't even get in now. Fan Bao couldn't give up easily. He ordered his men to dig the ground and smash the wall. And he must dig out the gas station and convenience store. Jisoo was very confident in his ability to deform. Even the crystal energy could not destroy it. No matter how they knocked and dug, they could not destroy the solid fortress. After dawn, the two continued to drive to find gas stations, sealing them one by one. Some of the more remote gas stations had no survivors. Not even a few crazy corpses. Such gas stations would be released by Jisoo and left to survivors in need. Of course, they were not Fan Bao's group, but survivors who really needed gasoline and diesel. Human wisdom should never be underestimated. Dark matter can indeed invade everything, but it is hard to guarantee that there will not be slipping through the net. It is said that the first new material modified car was produced by a mechanic who kept replacing the fuel tank and engine because there was no available gasoline and diesel. He had to look for new energy, which led to the new material modified car. The appearance of modified cars in the previous life was subject to the early or late appearance of new energy. Only with new energy could there be modified cars. Now that Xinjiang City has a complete gas station, modified cars may appear earlier. Jisoo didn't need to get off the car. He could seal the gas station in the car. Maybe the end of the world is still short, and the survivors are only concerned with collecting supplies and surviving, knowing that all vehicles are scrapped and gasoline has turned into glue. Gas stations are not so important, unless the oil in the gas station is found to be usable by accident. The subsequent sealing was very smooth. They found dilapidated corpses at the gas station with a convenience store. The glass wall of the convenience store was smashed, and there were food packaging and mineral water bottles scattered in the store. Survivors should have stayed there. I don't know whether they were attacked by foreign deformed monsters, or the survivors themselves turned into deformed monsters. In short, only corpses were seen. No living people. The truck drove around Xinjiang City for a whole day, and all the gas stations were sealed except for the gas stations that were deliberately left behind. The gas stations that were left behind were all far away from the northern suburbs. Even if Fan Bao and others wanted to find a gas station, they had to be alive to find it. The two people and the cat spent another night in the car, and went to the northern suburbs after dawn, took the carriage, and went all the way to Baiwan town. Zhong Ji and Zhong Fengmin drove back to the base 2 days ago, and had been waiting for Jisoo and Chung Yimou. They thought they would be back the next day, but it was already the 4th day. Miao Liqiu and Chung parents were very worried. Chung mother ran to the door several times a day, waiting for her son to come back. Early in the morning, they heard the horn of a truck. Miao Liqiu and Zhang Yi were preparing breakfast. When they heard the truck coming back, they immediately ran to the door and waited until the sound of the truck was approaching before opening the door. The truck drove straight in, and the couple hurriedly closed the door and locked it, locking the group of zombies chasing the car outside. Qin Yinan got out of the car and looked at the tall wall. He clearly realized that Jisoo's ability was stronger and more important than he thought. Where Jisoo was, there was a safe place. Jisoo took the baby down from the couch, and Chio and Uncle Zhang had already followed and were surprised to see such a big cat. Jisoo introduced Qin Yinan to them. This is Grandma Qin's grandson. Miao Liqiu and Zhang Yi both knew Grandma Qin because of Jisoo, and Chio warmly invited them to have breakfast, which had just been prepared. Now there is no electricity or gas, so cooking can only be done by burning grass and firewood. Jisoo smelled the fragrance of steamed buns from a distance, and his stomach was growling with hunger. He could only rely on snacks to fill his stomach outside, and he could not eat enough. There was a rusty big oil barrel at the door of Miao Liqiu's house. The oil barrel had been modified, and firewood could be added from the bottom, and a pot could be placed on top, making it a mobile stove. At this time, a big steamer was placed on the big oil barrel, and the fire in the stove was blazing, with white mist curling up. Seeing such a simple stove, Jisoo remembered that he had bought a wood stove specifically, with double pots and single pots, but he forgot to give it to Aunt Chio when he left. He didn't know where he found such a shabby big oil barrel. Miao Liqiu saw Jisoo staring at the big oil drum and smiled. This is what the Zhong family's sister-in-law found for me. Although it doesn't look good, it's really useful and delicious for cooking. Go inside, wash your hands, and get ready for dinner. Miao Liqiu urged them to go in. Zhang Yi had already prepared water for them to wash their hands. There were houses and greenhouses here, and almost every family had a well. But these wells also needed a pump to pump water, and a pump required electricity. There were many wells in Jisoo's 2 glass greenhouses, and there was also a pressurized well in the yard. No electricity was needed, and water could be pumped out manually. When Jisoo left, the yard door was locked. There was no electricity, and no pressurized well. In such hot weather, using water must be a big problem. Uncle Zhang, this water. Jisoo saw a row of pure water barrels in the house, some of which had been used up. Zhang Yi said, Zhongji's family has a small generator, and there happened to be some diesel left at home. So we used a water pump to pump well water, and our 3 families all stored some. Jisoo nodded, without saying much, just entered the consciousness world, and found the well model in the consciousness model of the fortress base. These were all constructed by him with spiritual energy. After the end of the world, there was a serious shortage of food and water. Without food, you wouldn't die from starvation for a few days. But without water on a hot day, people would really die. At the beginning, he hid at home because he had no food or water and had to take the risk to go out and look for it. So he hid from place to place and came to that shopping mall. After he built the base, the first thing to solve was the water source problem. The surface food and water sources were severely eroded, and the content of dark matter was all at a high-risk level. On the contrary, the water sources hidden underground had a lower content after being filtered through layers of the ground. So Jisoo had the idea of digging a well. He could construct a well model, but he didn't know how to find underground water sources. At that time, he found someone who knew the business among the survivors, and then he dug a well in the base to solve the water problem. One town has sufficient water resources, and water can be found just a dozen meters away, so it is very convenient to dig wells. Chapter 20. Breakfast was vegetarian stuffed buns, with carrots, zucchini, eggs and fungus stuffing. The buns were made from uncorrupted flour, and were very fragrant. There were no carrots and zucchini in the glass greenhouse. Seongji's family had them, so they should have sent them. Aunt Chio's cooking is so good. It's so delicious. The wee aroma was rich. The vegetarian stuffing was fresh and fragrant. And even the simple rice porridge was fragrant. Miao Lichio smiled and said, "You must be starving after running outside all day. Eat more. I can smell the fragrance of your family's food from a long distance. Lichio, you have to teach me this skill when you have time. The same food you make is more fragrant." Chung Mother came before she arrived. Chung Mother walked in with a smile on her face. She heard the sound of the car and knew that Jisoo was back. So she came to see him. Miao Lichio smiled and asked everyone to sit down and eat something. Chung Mother said that they had already eaten. Now every family is in trouble, and they are all saving money. Mother Chung felt strange when she didn't see Chung Imo. Where is Imo? Jisoo finished eating the buns. He's still in the city. I transport a batch of barrels first, and then go back to pick him up. Miao Lichio brought another plate of buns to the two of them, urging them to eat more. It's not easy to have a full meal when running around every day. Mother Chung's smile was about to break. Where is Imo? Is he safe? At my house? There's food and drink at home. As long as you don't go out, there's no danger. With the visual attack brought by the freak body, Chung Imo will definitely not dare to go out in the short term. Mother Chung, She was really worried that her stupid son would run away. Mother Chung was anxious. When are you going to the city again? Can I go with you? The four people at the table all looked at her. Miao Lichio said, Wenyin, they are going to transport Will back, which is all physical work. We can't do it. We just need to guard the base and wait for them to come back. Speaking of guarding the base, Miao Lichio suddenly remembered something. By the way, on the day he went out to move the oil, a group of people came to the door to ask for help, saying that they were survivors in the town and wanted to take refuge in the base. You were not there, so we didn't dare to open the door. There were not many people in the base. And Jisoo, Chung Imo, and the father and son of the Zhong family were all out. The remaining people were either women or wounded. They really didn't dare to open the door. Jisoo nodded. Safety is the most important. I think Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhong have taken his words to heart and didn't open the door casually. There is a place to take refuge in the town, instead of running here at the risk of being eaten by monsters. It is obviously closer and safer to go to the town. There are footsteps outside the door again. It's the father and son of the Zhong family and Chung Chifeng. The oil barrels that Zhong Ji and Zhong Fengmin brought back are still in the car. They are not in a hurry to unload the car. They want to wait for Jisoo to come back before making a decision. Jisoo and Qin Yanan had almost finished their breakfast, and a group of people followed Jisoo to leave. So many oil barrels and ton barrels needed a special warehouse to store oil. Jisoo took them to the big warehouse. The big warehouse was divided into 6 independent warehouses, each with a door. Warehouse number 1 was the oil storage warehouse. The father and son of the Zhong family were both people of few words. They turned around to drive the truck. Zhang Yud and his wife and Qin Yanan followed Jisoo to unload the truck. Chung Chifeng's wound was on his neck. The wound was large, so he couldn't make big movements to avoid breaking the wound and bleeding again. He could only use the oil guide pipe to pump the oil from the big oil barrel into the ton barrel. Chung's mother couldn't move the ton barrel alone. Fortunately, Zhong's mother came over, and the two of them moved the unloaded ton barrels to warehouse number 1 together. Zhong's mother was used to doing hard work, so she had no problem moving it in at one go. But Chung's mother couldn't. She rested several times on the way before she could deliver a ton barrel to the warehouse. After the ton barrels were placed, and the oil in the large oil barrels was transferred to the ton barrels, it was already noon. The three families went home to prepare lunch and take a shower. Their clothes were all wet with sweat. Jisoo didn't open the gate until then and took Qin Yinan in. There is a solar water heater at home. You can take a hot shower. Qin Yinan saw it from outside. The solar energy was placed on the roof. There was a large water tank next to it. It should have been installed later. It was used to store cold water to adjust the water temperature when taking a shower. In this way, even if there is no electricity or water, it will not affect the normal use of the solar water heater. When the solar energy and the water in the water tank are used up, use the water pump to pump water together. Jisoo took people to the bathroom. You take a shower first. I find you some clothes. Jisoo went down the stairs to the basement, which had also been expanded. Some supplies were placed in it, all of which were separated from the underground warehouse, so as to avoid frequent visits to the underground warehouse to get things and expose the existence of the warehouse. The underground warehouse was completely enclosed underground. Except Jisoo. No one could enter, and no one knew the specific location of the underground warehouse. Jisoo prepared a lot of clothes and shoes and socks for all seasons, with a complete range of inner and outer clothes and a wide range of sizes, mainly for him to wear when he grows taller and stronger. The clothes outside that have been attacked are dark in color and look very old. They can be worn, but they are not very sturdy. If you squat, you may have to wear open crotch pants. If you don't want to be embarrassed, you can only store some in advance. Qin Yinan was tall and had long legs, so Jisoo gave him the largest size. Qin Yinan was still standing at the bathroom door, and Jisoo handed him the clothes. This is the largest size. Wear it. Qin Yinan, thank you. He really needed to take a shower. Since he woke up, he was either on the run or on the way to escape. He had no time or opportunity to take a shower. The last time he took a shower was 3 days ago. He simply washed himself with mineral water at his grandmother's house. And then he kept running around outside. The weather is so hot. People really stink. Jisoo went to the small warehouse, where he left a set of solar power generation equipment, considering the electricity consumption of the base and greenhouse. He bought a lot of photovoltaic panels and brackets. These are all good things. Once they are invaded and damaged, it is basically impossible to restore them. Even if new energy appears in the future, not everyone can afford it. Free solar energy is in front of him, and Jisoo can't let it go. It's okay to use solar power generation at home. It's easy to use and install. The photovoltaic power station cannot be installed in a day or two, so I can only wait until I'm done with this busy period. After Qin Yinan took a shower, he didn't find Jisoo at home. When he came out, he saw Jisoo at the warehouse, moving solar panels out. Qin Yinan walked over and saw that the warehouse was full of photovoltaic panels and brackets, which surprised him a little. Qin Yinan, aren't you afraid that the end of the world has not come, and these materials will be stuck in your hands? Jisoo, if he was not sure, he would not dare to spend money like this. But he couldn't say that to Qin Yinan. Jisoo, of course I am afraid. But even if the end of the world has not come, I can find a way to resell these materials, so I am not afraid of being stuck in my hands. Qin Yinan didn't ask any more questions, and moved the solar power generation equipment home with Jisoo. Jisoo installed the solar panels on the roof of the small building, and worked with Qin Yinan very quickly. When Anchio came to find them for dinner, they had basically installed them. After lunch, they still had to go to the city to move oil in barrels. Jisoo went over and called Zhongji out, with Qin Yinan joining. Zhong Fengman no longer needs to go out and take risks. The three of them are deformed people, with a higher chance of survival than ordinary people, and a lower chance of being invaded. There are many vegetables drying in front of the Zhong family's door. Before, a truck was full of them, and they could not be eaten up at all. In such hot weather, if they are not processed quickly, they will all rot. In addition, the greenhouse is still producing continuously, which makes the Zhong family anxious. What is most lacking now is food. These vegetables cannot be wasted. Zhong mother and Miao Liqiu decided to dry what can be dried. cook what can be cooked, and pickle what can be pickled, and save them as much as possible. If you want to pickle, you need a lot of seasonings in jars. Zhong mother told Zhong Ji to go out and find more. The three were about to leave when they saw Zhong Fengmin coming out of a greenhouse with a big basket. Wait a minute. Take this with you. Zhong Fengmin put a full basket of grapes on the ground. The grapes were purple to black, and each one was as long as a knuckle, which looked very tempting. Zhong Fengmin fanned himself with his straw hat, his face full of worry. Now is the grape season. A whole 5 acres of grapes. We can't eat them all, and we can't sell them. They are really going to rot in the ground. You can take them with you on the road to quench your thirst and replenish sugar. The price of fruits has been high in recent years, and the Zhong family also thought about growing some fruits. They chose 3 familiar and good fruits to grow, and the income is good. Originally, I thought that I would vacate another greenhouse to grow fruits this autumn, leaving only 2 greenhouses to grow vegetables. Who would have thought that humans would encounter such a disaster? Jisoo picked a grape, wiped it casually, and put it in his mouth. The flesh was crisp, and the juice was sweet and sour. Very delicious. For others, the end of the world has been less than a month. But for Jisoo, it has been 3 years. He has not eaten normal food for 3 whole years, let alone fruit. In addition to grapes, the Zhong family's greenhouse also has dragon fruit and apples, each occupying a greenhouse. It is still early for apples to mature, and dragon fruit is about to mature. The most important thing now is grapes. This kind of grape is very productive, and the vines are full of large bunches of grapes. It was very pleasant in peacetime, but now it is a bit worrying. In the early days of the end of the world, social order collapsed, and everyone was still living in chaos and fear. The base was not formed, and it was impossible to trade. The only way was to extend the storage time as much as possible. Bases would be built one after another in a month. Jisoo said, I will build a closed warehouse for you. You can put ripe fruits and vegetables in it. If you can find ice cubes, bring some back to extend the preservation time. The temperature of the fortress he built is suitable. Compared with the high temperature outside, the preservation time is definitely longer. If there are ice cubes in it, the preservation time will be even longer. Jisoo entered the consciousness world. In order to increase the preservation effect, he deliberately thickened the walls. In the pure black consciousness world, only spiritual energy is building the warehouse model. The warehouse model is very simple. Just a closed rectangle. When Jisoo adjusted the proportions, he found that the white mist seemed to become thinner at the edge of the pure black world. He looked carefully at the white mist world, and a dark shadow emerged faintly in the tumbling white mist. Jisoo tried hard to see what it was. His constant headache suddenly intensified. He did not give up. He gritted his teeth and held on. He was about to see the true appearance of the black shadow. Jisoo's attention was all on the black shadow. He did not notice that the white mist at the edge had invaded the dark world. The warehouse model closest to the edge was the first to be hit. Wisps of white mist poured into the warehouse model. His head was in great pain. His self-consciousness was invaded and eroded inch by inch. Jisoo's consciousness was blank for a moment. His long-term vigilance and consciousness defense made him immediately realize what this severe pain meant. His consciousness was being invaded. But he had reached a perfect abnormality. The pure dark matter that invaded him had been completely swallowed by him. It was impossible for it to revive, unless he was invaded a second time. Chapter 21. In the eyes of Zhong Ji and Zhong Fengmin, Jisoo was just thinking with his head down. But Qin Yinan felt the energy fluctuations on Jisoo's body, which were relatively weak, similar to the degree of sealing the gas station before. It was just that the weak energy fluctuations suddenly soared, and Jisoo was surrounded by violent energy filaments, as if they had been bound and suppressed for too long. And the energy filaments began to bloom and stretch out to the surroundings. Qin Yinan's expression suddenly changed. He could clearly sense the movement trajectory of the energy filaments. Get out of the way! Qin Yinan pushed away Zhong Ji and Zhong Fengmin who were standing nearby, and felt the energy fluctuations brushing across his arms, and blood oozing out of the fine wounds. The great basket on the ground instantly broke into countless pieces, and the rich fruity fragrance and bloody smell drifted in the air. Zhong mother, who brought water to wash the grapes, was already scared silly. Jisoo was trembling all over, with blood on his lips and nosebleeds dripping continuously. He was trying to suppress the rioting energy while defending and patching up his injured consciousness. He was doing 2 things at once, and would never turn himself into a bloodthirsty monster. Feeling the energy fluctuations being recovered, Qin Yinen's right hand quickly turned into a claw, and the black scales instantly armed his elbows. Zhongji couldn't stop him, and watched Qin Yinen run towards Jisoo. The hard claws grabbed and entangled in the air. Zhongji seemed to see sparks flying, and something flashed against Qin Yinen's scales. It was the trace left by the energy filaments brushing against the hard scales. Qin Yinen entangled Zhang Yan's scattered energy filaments, quickly approached Jisoo, picked him up, and walked quickly into the house. Bring a wet towel. The three members of the Zhong family were all frightened by the sudden change. Zhong Fengmin was the first to react. He took the towel on the rope and poured water to soak it. Zhong Fengmin was about to deliver the towel, but was stopped by Zhong Ji. Give me the towel. I go. Jisoo was too dangerous. Zhong Ji would not let his father take risks. He was a deformed person, and his chances of survival were greater. Qin Yinen put him on the sofa, turned his face to prevent the nosebleed from choking him, and covered his forehead with a wet towel. Qin Yinen knew that this was not nasal bleeding, so he did not dare to pinch his nose to stop the bleeding, and could only keep wiping him. The energy filaments tightly wrapped around the scales of his right arm suddenly loosened and receded like a tide. Jisoo's brows relaxed, and he opened his eyes to meet a pair of frosty and snowy eyes. Qin Yinen's face was very solemn, and his well-defined jaw was tightly tense, as if he had encountered a life-and-death crisis. When he saw him open his eyes, the ice and snow melted instantly. How do you feel? Are you okay? Qin Yinen asked in a low voice. Jisoo took off the towel, slowed down, propped himself up and sat up, looking at the person who approached him without fear of life and death, with mixed feelings. To be honest, even though Qin Yinen is Grandma Qin's grandson, Jisoo does not trust him as much as he does Aunt Qiu and Chung Mo. The latter has a foundation in the previous life, but Qin Yinen does not. All Jisoo's understanding of him comes from Grandma Qin's narration. In the eyes of the grandmother, the grandson is the best in the world, and the emotional tendency is serious. Jisoo can listen, but he can't believe it all. In addition to the money issue, there is also the reason for Grandma Qin to bring Qin Yinen to the base. After all, he is Grandma Qin's only relative. Jisoo will help him a little bit, even if he is a puddle of mud. He can't watch him die. What's more, Qin Yinen is really excellent. He can do everything, and his personal strength is still very strong. He is calm and composed. He doesn't panic when encountering things, and he acts decisively. Such a person will definitely live well in the chaotic end times. No matter where he is, even if he is a friend for many years, he dares to help him when he knows the danger. He may not be able to do this. The severe pain that seemed to blow up the top of his head has subsided, leaving only a continuous headache, which continues to refresh his presence. He has become accustomed to such pain. In the end of the world, no one lives an easy life. He can feel a headache, which means he is still a person. Jisoo held a wet towel and kept his eyes on the man, his expression unclear. Why did you run over here? Aren't you afraid of death? Qin Yinen looked at him for a moment, then said, Grandma mentioned repeatedly in her diary that she left me a good and good-looking brother. If she can't wait for me to come back, she will entrust my brother to me and let me live a good life with you. The sun was blazing outside the window, and the dark green leaves were shaking, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground. There was dead silence all around. There were trees, but no more cicadas. Maybe Grandma had expected it, and didn't want him to live in hatred and darkness. She left him a brother standing in the sun, so that he could see the beauty of the world. And there was no need to live in the mud for irrelevant people. He can come out, give up the darkness, and walk towards the light. Even if Grandma is gone, he is not without worries. There is still a brother in the world who is related to him and needs his care. Grandma used her brother as a thread to hold him and trip him, so that he would not really fall into the filth of hatred and sink completely. Jisoo nodded. This really sounded like something Grandma Qin would say. Jisoo took the initiative to extend his hand. Welcome back, Brother Qin. Qin Yinen noticed the change in Jisoo's attitude and became less wary of him. He didn't completely trust him, but he was much closer to him than before. Qin Yinen stretched out his hand and shook his. It would sound better if you removed the word Qin. Jisoo smiled, bright and lively. Are you hurt? Jisoo didn't expect Qin Yinen to rush over and directly use his claws and scales to resist the energy filaments. This kind of filament has never appeared before, and even Jisoo didn't know its power. Qin Yanan dared to wrap it around the scales. If he made a mistake, his right arm would be cut into radish slices. He is a ruthless person. Qin Yanan didn't rush in without thinking. Jisoo's energy fluctuations were indeed very strong, but not as strong as when he lost control and went crazy. Qin Yanan felt that he could withstand it, so he went straight to it. Qin Yanan stretched out his right arm for Jisoo to see. No injury. The scales are not bad. The scales were intact, but the raised parts were a little dull, as if they were frosted. That was the result of being scratched by the energy filaments. The energy collided and produced a haze, which was the sparks that Zhongji saw. Jisoo frowned. Isn't your deformation speed too fast? The scales I saw a day ago were still at the wrist, but this time, they went directly to the elbow. Jisoo said, put them away. It's best not to use the deformation ability too often, which will speed up your deformation speed. Qin Yanan put away the claws and scales. What about you? Compared to using the deformation ability, no one uses it more frequently than Jisoo. Jisoo, I can control it. His fortress ability has reached perfect deformation. As long as the mental energy is sufficient, it will not continue to deform no matter how it is used. The biggest problem now is the white fog world, which is very unstable and dangerous. If this is really the distortion ability of the second invasion, he will have to go through the distortion process again. What's worse, he has never heard of a second invasion distortion person. He doesn't even know what's going on now. Qin Yanan raised his eyebrows and didn't comment. His control almost cut someone off? Qin Yanan, you seem to know a lot about these? Jisoo, it's just experience. Zhongji poked his head at the door and asked. Jisoo, are you okay? Jisoo stood up. No. It's the side effect of distortion. Zhongji also experienced distortion. When he was distorted, he was crazy and manic, and his house was smashed. Jisoo was silent, but he was more dangerous than anyone else. The invisible energy filaments could kill people invisibly. If Qin Yanan hadn't been able to sense the energy fluctuations, Jisoo would have been suddenly attacked, and everyone close to him would have been in tragedy. Distorted people are indeed very dangerous. Jisoo suddenly realized that something was wrong. In front of the Zhong family, he didn't ask any more questions. This might be Qin Yanan's distortion ability. Jisoo, look at where the warehouse is best to be placed. A warehouse that only stores fruits and vegetables does not need to be too large. Jisoo only built a 50 square meter warehouse next to the small building. A square closed warehouse appeared out of thin air. Zhongji and his son had seen Jisoo surround the gas station, so they were mentally prepared. Zhong mother was not prepared at all. Even though she had seen thorns growing on her son's wound, she was still shocked by the warehouse that suddenly appeared out of thin air. Zhong father and mother stood not far away, not daring to approach Jisoo, obviously still in shock from what had just happened. The warehouse was completely closed, with only one sliding door. Zhongji opened the door of the warehouse, and it was pitch black inside. He reached in and tried it. The temperature difference between inside and outside was large, so fruits and vegetables could indeed be stored, but they could not be stored for too long, and could only be kept as long as possible. Jisoo stood aside, and Zhong Fengmin tried it himself. The temperature difference between inside and outside was at least 10 degrees. In the absence of a refrigerator to keep fresh, this was undoubtedly the best choice. If ice cubes could be obtained, the temperature inside would be lowered, and the fruits and vegetables would be kept longer. Both Mr. and Mrs. Zhong liked this small warehouse very much. They picked another basket of grapes, washed them, and asked them to take them to the car to eat. Knowing that they were afraid, Jisoo did not approach, and Qin Yanan helped him pick up the grapes. Jisoo knew very well that ordinary people were afraid of deformed people. In their eyes, deformed people were just rational monsters. Because of the instability and danger of deformed people, they were afraid. And Jisoo understood. After all, no one could guarantee that the deformed person who was still chatting with you the moment before would suddenly lose consciousness and turn into a bloodthirsty monster. Just like Jisoo, he was still talking about building a warehouse the moment before, and the next moment his consciousness was invaded, and his mental energy was difficult to control. If it weren't for Qin Yanan, he would really hurt innocent people. The three of them each carried a bag of grapes and left. Qin Yanan was a little worried about Jisoo. The gas station has been sealed. There is no rush. We can go tomorrow. Jisoo, that's too urgent. No one knows what kind of monsters will be mutated in the city. While they are busy mutating, we should quickly move the things we need back. Persuasion failed. 3 people and 3 cars set off again. Jisoo planned to find another docking carriage and try to transport all the large oil drums and ton barrels back in one trip. Little Buzai's hind legs were injured, and he couldn't run around with Jisoo. Jisoo gave Buzai to Aunt Chio to take care of him. Buzai's food and toys were unloaded into the warehouse, and the carriage was empty again. When they passed through the South City, they took the large oil drums left behind, and then went to the North City. On the way, they picked up 2 carriages for the ton barrels to move. On the way back, they took a detour to Jisoo's community, took Chung Yamo and Chi Ying, who stayed at home, and went to load oil together. The unit door was sealed, and the crazy corpses outside could not enter. The corridor was quite quiet. Qin Yinan didn't let Jisoo get off the car. He went up to pick him up. He ran upstairs in one breath, and was almost staggered by the stench of decay. Qin Yinan was shocked to see the dirty bloodstains all over the walls and the ground. He was clean when he left, but he became like this when he came back. Obviously, he had experienced a fierce battle. Qin Yinan stepped on the sticky and smelly blood and rotten meat, opened the security door, and didn't find Qi Ying at home. So he went to knock on the door opposite. Who? A vigilant voice came from inside the door. It's me. Open the door, Qin Yinan said. Qi Ying recognized Qin Yinan's voice and opened the door quickly. Why are you back now? I found someone. I knocked. This smell is too strong. Qi Ying was shocked by the stench outside the door, and his soul left his body. He quickly covered his mouth and nose and returned to the house. Qin Yinan's eyes were heavy. What's going on outside? This is his and Jisoo's home. Is it okay if the outside is like a cesspool? Qi Ying covered her mouth and nose tightly and said in a muffled voice, It's not us. Qi Ying told Qin Yinan about their encounter with the 3-faced fusion monster, and added, Your brother. Contacting Qin Yinan's cold gaze, Qi Ying changed the subject quickly. Very well behaved. Very cute. A good brother. Qin Yinan glanced at the garbage in the living room. His eyes became colder. Clean up? Go downstairs. Qi Ying immediately found a garbage bag and cleaned up the living room with Chung Yamo. Qi Ying had been locked up at home for several days, lacking water and food. He couldn't go out alone and could only ask for help from neighbors. Jisoo prepared a lot of food and water. Chung Yamo couldn't make the decision when he was away. After the two negotiated, Chung Yamo lent the food and water to Qi Ying, and Qi Ying would return it to Jisoo later. Because it was too boring, Qi Ying simply stayed at Jisoo's house and waited for them to come back. Qin Yinan went home, packed some clothes, and went downstairs with his bag. When the two saw Qin Yinan was gone, they hurriedly carried the garbage out and followed Qin Yinan downstairs. There was a truck blocking the door of the unit, and a bunch of crazy corpses were squeezed outside the car, trying hard to squeeze in. Qin Yinan threw the car keys to Qi Ying. You and Chung Missouri drive this car. Qi Ying caught the keys. Let Chung Yamo get in the car first, and climb from the driver's seat to the co-pilot. Seeing the grapes on the seat, Chung Yamo was shocked. At this time, there was still fruit to eat. It was too luxurious. Chung Yamo turned around and shouted, Whose grapes are in the car? Can I eat them? Qi Ying, grapes? Where did the grapes come from? Qin Yinan had a blank expression on his face. Get in the car. Qi Ying felt Qin Yinan low pressure, pushed Chung Mo's butt and stuffed him into the co-pilot, and quickly got in the car and closed the door. The car blocking the door drove away, and the car behind followed closely to block the exit. A crazy corpse took the opportunity to squeeze into the unit door, and Qin Yinan twisted his neck without hesitation. Jisoo pushed open the door, and Qin Yinan immediately got in the car and closed the door. Jisoo consciously moved to the co-pilot and gave the driving seat to Qin Yinan. The large oil drums and ton barrels were all on the car, and the people were all there. Just find a gas station nearby to fill up the oil. It was still a fence, enclosing the 3 trucks and the gas station together. Shongji jumped out of the car, holding a hatchet, and cleared the crazy corpses one by one, with a quick and neat movement. Chung Yamo was scared by this scene as soon as he got out of the car. Qi Ying was silent, looking at the man with the hatchet, alert in his heart. Qin Yinan also looked at Zhongji twice more and got out of the car to fill up the oil. Chung Yamo had not forgotten the grapes in the car. He held them and rubbed against Jisoo, asking in a low voice, "Master Ji, whose grapes are these? Can I have one?" Because he didn't know who the owner of the grapes was. He looked at them eagerly, and didn't dare to eat any. After the apocalypse, although he didn't starve, he also knew how precious food was, let alone fruits. Where could he eat fruits? Jisoo patted his head. "Work hard, and I reward you with a bunch later." Chung Yamo made a gesture of waving his sleeves and hanging his hands, with a flattering face. "Then can I take one in advance?" Jisoo nodded generously. "Eat it." Chung Yamo happily picked one and stuffed it into his mouth, looking very happy. And it was so delicious that he wanted to cry. One is one. Chung Yamo ate one and put the grapes in the car, and started to work seriously. Xiang pulled Qin Yinan and whispered, "Your brother's ability is quite strong, isn't it? If he can easily surround the gas station, wouldn't it be easy to surround the base?" Qin Yinan paid attention to the interaction between the two people over there. "He is very strong. It's not just the ability to deform." Xiang continued to mutter, "Will your brother be robbed directly when he goes out like this?" Qin Yinan glanced at him. "Feeling cold? Work." Xiang, okay. He's meddling in other people's business. With this guy here, others can't rob him even if they want to. There are 5 people this time, so the oil can be loaded faster. All the big oil barrels are full, and there is not much oil left. So just put them into ton barrels, and put less in each barrel for easy transportation, until the gas station was emptied. Jisoo weathered the wall, and the 3 cars left the city and returned to Baiwan town. It was getting dark. Jisoo looked out the window, and there was no trace of green in the large farmland. The leaves all turned dark green. There were some crazy corpses wandering in the fields. When they heard the sound of the car, they all chased the car. The eroded crops will continue to grow. These crops have a very high content of dark matter and are high-risk crops. The deformed people will distort faster after eating. If ordinary people eat it, the dark matter will accumulate in their bodies, and they will soon go berserk or freakish. Compared to starving to death, many people would rather eat high-risk crops. After all, they will not die immediately after eating, but they will really starve to death if they do not eat. Jisoo was distracted, and suddenly saw a black shadow in the air, flying up and down, stumbling towards the gate of the base, and a group of crazy corpses chasing on the ground. Jisoo sat up straight. "What is that?" As he spoke, the truck was approaching. Qin Yinan turned on the headlights, and the black shadow turned out to be a teenager. Both arms of the teenager turned into black wings. Maybe the degree of deformation was not enough, and the wings were not big, and it was difficult to bear the weight of the teenager's body. He waved his arms vigorously, trying not to let himself fall. So he flew up and down very unsteadily, and he might fall at any time. If he fell, he would directly become the food of the crazy corpses. The boy finally fluttered to the front of the gate, hit the gate with a thud, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time. A group of crazy corpses had chased him. Zhang Yid heard the sound of the car approaching and immediately opened the door. Then he saw a person with wings lying in front of the door. The truck was approaching. Zhang Yid hesitated for 2 seconds, ran over quickly, grabbed the person's wings, and dragged him aside. 3 trucks rumbled past in front of him. Zhang Yid quickly tried to close the door, but the door was only half closed, and a group of crazy corpses had already rushed in front of him. Zhang Yid's mind was blank. He could close the door smoothly before. Why not this time? Zhang Yid was knocked down by the crazy corpse, and was instantly submerged by the swarm of crazy corpses. Jisoo, Qin Yinan and Zhongji jumped out of the car as fast as possible. Zhongji chopped with his hatchet. Jisoo swung his baseball bat continuously, and Qin Yinan's right hand turned into a claw. He grabbed a crazy corpse and held it forward horizontally, pushing a group of crazy corpses back continuously. Zhang Yid's muffled screams became clearer. Qin Yinan pushed forward and saw Zhang Yid drowned in the mad zombies. He quickly grabbed him and tried to snatch him back, but Zhang Yid's legs were tightly grasped by several mad zombies. Qin Yinan grabbed Zhang Yid's arms, but didn't dare to pull hard, fearing that he would be torn apart. There were too many mad zombies squeezing in, and the 3 of them alone couldn't stop them. Zhongji tore off the bandage on his arm, and bloody thorns grew out of the wound, spreading rapidly through the gate passage, hindering the movement of the swarming mad zombies. The 3 of them freed up their hands to deal with the mad zombies who were clinging to them, and Zhang Yid was finally dragged into the base. The thorn bushes created by Zhongji were still sparse, and could not stop the impact of so many mad zombies. Jisoo shouted, "Everyone leave the passage." Zhongji immediately turned around and ran to the base. Chung Mo and Qiying, who were still wrestling with the mad zombies, shook off the monsters and turned around and ran. Jisoo rushed out of the passage and hid by the wall. Several balls of white light burst out in the passage, and a strong smell of blood floated in the air. Jisoo rushed into the passage again, ran to the gate, threw a few crystals outside the door, activated them one by one, and the crazy corpses rushing in were instantly cleared. Jisoo ignored the crazy corpses that ran in again, and closed the door as quickly as possible to block the monsters outside. Qin Yanan and Zhongji were dealing with the crazy corpses that ran in. Qiying found a shovel, and knocked down one with every blow. Chung Mo's pretentious long sword was not brought with him, and he didn't find a handy tool. He could only pick up a brick and hit the crazy corpses' heads one by one. He screamed while hitting them, and was obviously scared crazy. Jisoo walked out of the smelly blood mist. His thin figure, with indifference and murderousness, smashed the heads of two crazy corpses at will. His clothes were stained with a lot of rotten meat and blood, and his shoes and trouser legs were the worst hit areas, and even his skin was covered with a layer of blood. Jisoo walked quickly towards Uncle Jean to check his injuries. Uncle Jean was covered in blood. His clothes were torn. His legs were bloody, and there were scratches and bites. Several of the wounds were deep and long, obviously scratched by the crazy corpse with his nails, and the blood was flowing non-stop. Zhang Yi lay on the ground, trembling with pain. Jisoo seemed to have just crawled out of blood, dirty and smelly, and did not dare to touch Uncle Zhang's wounds. After Qin Yanan cleaned up the crazy corpses, he found a piece of clothing from the guard room, tore it open, and tightly wrapped Uncle Zhang's legs to stop the bleeding. Zhongji dismantled the bed board in the guard room and ran over, lifted Zhang Yi onto the bed board, and left quickly. It was dirty and hot here, and the air was full of blood mist from crazy corpses. Zhang Yi couldn't stay here any longer. If the wound got infected, it would be troublesome. Zhongji and Qin Yanan lifted the bed board and set Uncle Zhang back first. Jisoo then walked in front of the boy, his face full of frost. The crazy corpses poured in this time, not because Uncle Zhang closed the door slowly, but because the group of monsters attracted by the boy were too close. If they didn't enter the base, they would be attacked from the front and back by the crazy corpses. If they risked opening the door, there would be the danger of the crazy corpses following them. The boy staggered to his feet, and his black wings returned to his arms, with many injuries of varying sizes on his body. He was obviously also frightened. His expression was dazed. His face was pale. He looked up and saw Jisoo, and excitedly reached out his hand, but was avoided by Jisoo. "Brother Su, don't you remember me? I'm Jianxi." The boy's voice trembled, not knowing whether it was because of fear or because the wound was too painful. Jisoo only had a vague impression. When he was a child, he was particularly popular with children because he was good-looking. The children in the neighborhood liked to play with him. A group of children climbed trees and went down to the river, running wildly all day long. Jianxi was the youngest among them. He seemed to have a younger sister who always stood by and watched them play. Later, Jisoo went to the city to study in junior high school and only came back on holidays. After his parents got into trouble, he rarely came back. Jisoo looked at his arms. He thought Qin Yanan's deformation speed was fast enough, but he didn't expect Jianxi to reach the middle stage of the initial transformation. If he was not controlled, he would soon enter the semi-deformation. The deeper the deformation, the more difficult it would be to control self-consciousness. Otherwise, there would not be so many deformed people who died in the full deformation period and eventually degenerated into real monsters. Jisoo's face was cold. "What are you doing here alone?" If they didn't happen to come back and Uncle Jean opened the door, Jianxi would definitely die tonight. Jianxi's eyes were red. "Brother Su, do you know who owns this base?" "Jisoo, why?" Jianxi tightly grasped his trouser pockets. "No. I wonder if outsiders can come in here." Jisoo looked at his bulging pockets. Jianxi said, "I am willing to exchange things." "Jisoo, what do you have to exchange?" "They say that only food is the most precious now." "I don't have food. All the food and water in the house have been taken away by my uncle." Jianxi took out a stack of things in embarrassment. "This is the contract signed by my parents and others. This piece of land of several hundred acres is contracted by my family, and we still have the right to use it for several years. I don't have food now. I can give you the food in the land. Okay. Jisoo hasn't been back for too long. But I didn't know that this piece of land was contracted by the Jin family. If so, then the extra land occupied by the base belongs to Jianshi's family. What is really valuable is not the crops in the land. These crops have been severely eroded. And even if they are harvested, they dare not be eaten by people. But these fields. Jisoo is very interested. This situation tonight will happen sooner or later. Jisoo just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Without the outer base as a buffer, the central base is directly exposed to the outside, which is indeed very dangerous. Even the Xinjiang fortress base has several layers of walls. If the first layer is lost, there are at least 2 or 3 layers, so it won't be destroyed in one attack. Enclose this piece of land. Build a buffer wall outside the wall, and set up a sentry post on the wall to facilitate the base people to stand guard. In this way, every time you return to the base, you don't have to rely on whistles and listen to the sound to open the door. The current wall is too high. Climbing up is a physical job. Standing on it to stand guard is equivalent to standing on the roof of a 20-story building, which is dangerous and has no sentry effect. Building an outer base is a matter of time. Jisoo held out his hand. I accept these fields. Jianshi was stunned. You? This base is? Jisoo nodded. The base is mine. After being stunned for a while, Jianshi immediately handed the contract in his hand to Jisoo. My parents and grandparents are gone, so my sister and I signed it. It clearly states that we voluntarily sublease all the fields to the person in charge of the base. Jisoo took it and took a look. Under the bright car lights, he could clearly see the handwritten transfer certificate on the contract, with the autographs of Jianshi and Jianhuan. Jisoo put the contract away. Do you still live in the original place? Jianshi nodded. A few years ago, my family also followed the trend and built a small villa. Jisoo, well, you can go back and continue to live in your own house. Jianshi's face turned pale. He had come here with great difficulty just to live in the base. If he lived in his own house, wouldn't he still be outside the base? Jisoo knew what he was thinking. I will enclose these hundreds of acres of fields in the base, and your house will also be enclosed. Jianshi's home is just behind the base wall, not too far from the base. There is a row of houses on the edge of the field, all of which are self-built villas. I wonder how many people are still alive there. Jianshi understood and quickly recovered his composure. What? When will the wall be built? My sister is alone at home. I want to go back first. Jisoo, are you sure you can get home alive? Jianshi pursed his lips tightly. He was not sure, but he couldn't leave his sister alone at home. Jisoo looked at the entrance of the base. The gate was banged by the crazy corpses. There were constant roars outside the door. The crazy corpses blocked the door, and no one wanted to go out. Jisoo, you can't go out now. It was hard to close the door, and it was impossible to risk opening it again. Jianshi gritted his teeth and looked up at the wall. He couldn't see the top at a glance. It was too high. He couldn't fly out at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go around so much. Qin Yinan came back soon. The wound is too deep and too long, and Chio's hemostatic drugs and bandages are not enough. It's hard to stop the bleeding. A doctor may be needed to suture it. It was completely dark, and there were dangers everywhere outside, let alone finding a doctor. It was hard to find a living person. Jianshi knew that he had caused trouble for the base, and lowered his head. I'm sorry. Jisoo looked at him. It was useless to say anything now. It was still important to save people. Other people in the base rushed over. The noise just now was too loud, and the roar of the crazy corpse spread throughout the base. Seeing the bloody passage and the gate, everyone felt physically uncomfortable. When Chung Mother saw Chung Mo coming back safely, she finally put her heart back in her stomach. Jisoo asked Zhongji to take people to unload the car and clean the passage. He went to the warehouse next to the small building and put the supplies bought for Uncle Zhang and Aunt Chio in a warehouse. Rice and flour were prepared the most, and some other things were also prepared. 2 large boxes of medicine were prepared for wounds alone. In the end times, injuries are unavoidable, although dark matter will not spread through wounds. Those crazy corpses carry countless germs. Coupled with the continuous high temperature, too many survivors die from external injuries. Jisoo bent down and wanted to take a box of medicine out, but the rotten meat and blood on his clothes and shoes made his head hurt. Let me do it. You go and wash it, Qin Yinan said. Jisoo made way and watched Qin Yinan carry a box of medicine out. Thank you. Qin Yinan's eyes swept across Jisoo's fingers, and all the homemade crystal rings had disappeared. Jisoo locked the warehouse door, went back to wash it thoroughly, and then went to Aunt Chio's house. Qin Yinan was not there. He had already left. Seeing Jisoo coming over, Miao Liqiu immediately asked, "Why did you send so many medicines? The medicines outside must be in short supply now. Your uncle can't use all of them. You can move them back later. The medicines that can be used normally are indeed in short supply." Jisoo prepared a lot in advance. When he was purchasing outside, he also reinforced several large pharmacies. I don't know if they are saved. I will go and see them when I have time. Jisoo was worried that Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang would abuse the corroded drugs, and reminded them, don't use drugs outside casually. Those drugs are corroded by unknown elements, and their ingredients have changed. Life-saving drugs may be poisons. Miao Liqiu was frightened. Then this. Uncle Zhang's drugs are fine. You can use them with confidence. After a pause, Jisoo decided to tell the truth. I borrowed money from you before, and I only bought a truck. The rest of the money was used to buy supplies and stored. At that time, the whole network was in panic, and strange deaths were reported all over the world. Just in case, I also followed the trend to store supplies. These drugs are the supplies bought with your money. After proper storage, they have not been corroded. There are also food and other things, all in my warehouse. When I have time, I will build a warehouse for you and move all the things here. Miao Liqiu was surprised. Lending money to Jisoo to start a business was a decision made after the couple discussed. She never thought that Jisoo borrowed money not to start a business, but to buy supplies. Zhang Yid had taken painkillers and had recovered. You are too brave. What if the end of the world didn't come? Miao Liqiu continued. Only those who are brave can do great things. If it weren't for Xiao Su, we would have been eaten by monsters, or starved to death, or died of thirst. Zhang Yid grinned. Xiao Su is a capable person. Better than me. Miao Liqiu was worried, but he didn't give in. He must be better than you. Jisoo walked to the bedside and looked at the two wounded. Uncle Zhang and the deformed kitten were on each side. Seeing Jisoo, the kitten made a meow sound and crawled over on 3 legs. Jisoo reached out and took the kitten into his arms. The little guy lay on Jisoo's shoulder and purred, obviously very happy. There were a lot of bandages wrapped around Uncle Zhang's legs and body. Blood seeped through the gauze. Jisoo looked at it for a while. The blood was still slowly seeping out. The wound was too big, and the hemostatic drug had limited effect. It was difficult to stop bleeding without suturing, and even more difficult to heal. Uncle Zhang's face and lips were as pale as he had lost too much blood. Mr. Qin has good skills, and the bandage was very smooth. Jisoo frowned. Now it was not a question of whether it was flat or not, but whether the bleeding could be stopped. It was definitely not okay to keep bleeding like this. Jisoo handed the cloth to Aunt Chio, and just as he went out, he met Qin Yinan, who had returned. I was just looking for you. Qin Yinan went back to find Jisoo, but Jisoo came here, and the two of them went in the wrong direction. Qin Yinan, Uncle Zhang's wound can't be wrapped like this. The bleeding can't be stopped, and stitches are needed. And wrapping it so tightly is not good for the wound. And the weather is too hot. Jisoo was thinking about this problem. Now the main gate was surrounded by a group of crazy zombies. If he wanted to leave the base, there was only one way. Jisoo said decisively, open the side door to go out. This area is all farmland. There is a main road outside the main gate. If you open the door in other directions, you will face farmland. If you want to drive the car out, you have to clear a road. Human life is at stake. This side door must be opened. And it can only be opened in the north, because the town is in the northwest of the base. Going out from the north gate can get around the main road and go to the town faster. The north of Jisoo's house is all farmland. There are no houses, and the base wall also appears in the fields. When they heard that Jisoo was going to open a side door on the northern wall, everyone who could move came to help. The father and son of the Zhong family took the lead and took sickles to cut down the crops that had not yet grown to allow the car to pass. The cut bean stalks and corn stalks were not wasted. They were carried to the open space to dry and used as fuel after drying. Jisoo constructed a road that led directly to the wall. He hesitated in the world of consciousness for a long time before constructing a satisfactory side door. He put it on the wall, and a side door that only allowed one truck to pass appeared. The side door was closed, and there was still a farmland outside the door. Jisoo didn't dare to let people go out to clean it up. It was dark, and if there was a crazy corpse hidden in the farmland, it would be a loss. If you want to drive out of the farmland and reach the main road smoothly, it is better to drive a truck with big wheels and a high chassis. Jisoo's truck has been cleared out and can go out. The main purpose of going out overnight this time was to take Jeonye to the town to find a doctor, which made others feel very worried. There were many dangers outside. It was not easy to find a doctor even during the day, let alone at night. It was very dangerous for them to go out like this. Originally, I wanted to persuade Jisoo to wait until the day to go out, but after seeing the blood-soaked gauze on Jeonye's leg, I didn't dare to speak. If he continued to lose blood like this, it was unknown whether he could hold on until dawn. Miao Lichio's eyes were red, and she was obviously also scared by the inability to stop the bleeding. Jisoo comforted her. Don't worry too much. I go to the hospital to see. There should be a doctor on duty staying in the hospital. Miao Lichio repeatedly reminded her to be careful and pay attention to safety. The truck has limited space, and can only seat 3 people at most, and one person has to stay on the couch. Several people work together to lift Jeonye onto the couch. Jisoo must go, and Jeongji needs to stay at the base to deal with follow-up matters, so he can't go with him. Jisoo trusted Chungimo, but he was a weakling and could not help for the time being. The only person who could go with him was Qin Yenin. Jisoo looked at Jianxi, who was eager to go home, and said, "The truck will honk in a while to attract the nearby zombies. Wait until we are far away before you leave." Jianxi immediately said, "I know." Jisoo looked at his dry lips and brought him 2 bottles of water and a few packs of instant noodles. Seeing the food, Jianxi swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He and his sister had not eaten for 2 days, and were so hungry that they took the risk to come to the base for help. He was unwilling to starve to death. As long as there was a way to survive, he would always try. It stands to reason that the family contracted so much land. There should be no shortage of food. Even if the food was sold every season, the family would have enough food for a year. Jianxi's family also had some food left, but unfortunately it was all moved away by his uncle and cousin who broke in. Not even half a bucket of dry noodles was left, leaving nothing for them. Jianxi took the food and water and hugged them tightly in his arms. His thin body trembled constantly, and he tried to hold back his tears. "Brother Su, I will pay you back. I will definitely pay you back." Jeongji opened the side door, and the truck drove into the farmland silently. It was quickly closed and locked again. He waited for the truck to lead away all the crazy corpses nearby before letting Jianxi out. Fortunately, the cab of the truck was high, so he could see the road ahead clearly. The truck quickly climbed onto the main road in the bumps. The crazy corpses gathered in front of the main gate of the base were attracted by the sound of the car. A few turned around to chase, and more were still banging on the door. The sound of the car was completely different from the fear in the base, which attracted the crazy corpses even more. Jisoo slowed down and honked the horn to attract all the crazy corpses. After Jisoo finished speaking, he lowered the car window and closed his eyes. Qin Yenin had been paying attention to the crazy corpses chasing the car. The fear on his side suddenly broke out. Qin Yenin's hand trembled, and the car body shook. He looked in shock and saw Jisoo's eyes were closed. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. The blood on his face was gone, and his forehead was covered with sweat. The crazy corpses who were originally not interested in the sound of the car and only wanted to break into the base suddenly turned around and chased the truck frantically. Such a strong fear emotion is the ultimate delicacy. In the dead silent night, there were only the piercing horns and the roars of the crazy corpses. All the crazy corpses scattered in the fields chased the truck. Qin Yenin looked at Jisoo again and again. He could always feel the fear emotion in others, more or less. Only Jisoo. He blocked the fear emotion very well, without a single leak. Now it was suddenly released. The fear emotion was so strong and sweet that even Qin Yenin felt trembling. How many hardships did he go through to release such a delicious fear emotion? Qin Yenin held his breath and dared not smell it, but found that holding his breath was useless, and the sweet smell rushed straight into his sensory nerves. In the darkness, the light pupil color gradually turned into gold. The gray-blue pupils turned into vertical pupils, and the fingers holding the steering wheel turned into claws one by one. He was trying his best to endure and suppress the desire to eat and tear apart all living things. Chapter 22. Jisoo didn't want to let himself completely sink into fear, so he was busy with 3 things at once, and his long headache began to gradually intensify. He sank into the world of consciousness, and his spiritual energy was divided into 2. One half was wandering outside and measuring, and the other half was quickly constructed in the world of consciousness. A wall that could enclose hundreds of acres gradually took shape. The truck moved forward slowly, maintaining a distance that the zombies were about to catch up. Soon, the body of the truck bumped and got on the east-west main road, completely leaving the farmland. "Stop," Jisoo suddenly spoke, and at the same time, he collected the fear that had been released, and once again locked it tightly in his own world of consciousness, and closed the car window at the fastest speed. The suppressed and stagnant cab suddenly relaxed, and Jisoo clearly heard 2 slightly rapid breathing sounds, one from the driver's seat, and the other from the couch behind him. Jisoo looked at the man in the driver's seat. The dim light of the dashboard made his profile even more stern, and his powerful jaw was tightly clenched, revealing his sharpness and danger everywhere. "Jisoo, what's wrong?" Qin Yin closed his eyes and tried to slow down his breathing. "It's okay." Zhang Yu didn't know the reason. He just instinctively felt the danger. His hair stood up, as if he could die at any time. The fear spread wildly and uncontrollably. He froze his body and dared not breathe. Only after the danger was eliminated did he take in oxygen. Jisoo was silent for a few seconds, and there was a bang outside the car. The group of zombies had completely left the range of the wall, and Jisoo deployed his latest wall. The truck restarted. The 3 people in the car could not feel the ground shaking, but the people in the base felt it clearly. Zhongji's family was too familiar with this kind of vibration. The first time they felt the vibration, they were trapped in a tall wall, and now it started to shake again. Could it be that Jisoo was using the wall ability again? Jianxi was flying in the air, flapping his wings vigorously. There was a bag hanging around his neck. The bag contained food and water given to him by Jisoo. He saw the tall wall appearing out of thin air with his own eyes, and he was so shocked that he almost fell from the air. The sudden tremor made those who experienced it for the first time panic. Looking at the 3 members of the Zhong family, they all looked calm and did not stop working, as if they did not feel anything unusual. When the tremor stopped, Zhang Qifeng asked Zhong Fengmin about the situation. "Brother, did an earthquake happen in Baiwan town?" Zhong Fengmin took a shovel and shoveled the broken meat and blood on the ground together. This job was too exciting and smelled too strong. Most people could not do it. Only Zhongji and Zhong Fengmin stayed here to clean up, and the others went to move oil drums. Zhong Fengmin shoveled up a broken hand and threw it on the pile of corpses, then said, "It's not an earthquake." Zhang Qifeng waited for the next words, and then there was no more. Zhong Fengmin continued to work silently. Zhang Qifeng, Zhongji said, "It should be Jisoo who built the outer wall. We will know when we go out." Zhang Qifeng was thoughtful. "Call me when you go out. I will go with you." Zhongji glanced at his neck, and the meaning was very clear. Even if there was an outer wall, it was not ruled out that there were crazy corpses trapped inside the wall. He went out to explore and clean up the crazy corpses. Zhang Qifeng, an injured person, would only increase the difficulty of exploration. Zhang Qifeng understood what Zhongji meant when he saw his eyes. "My injury is not a problem. Call Momo and the young man later. More people can take care of each other." Zhongji did not refuse. The crazy corpses trapped in the wall must be cleaned up. More people can speed up the process. Baiwan Town People's Hospital. In the dark clinic, everyone held their breath nervously, listening to the footsteps passing by the door, and the metal pipes deliberately knocking on the ground. Each sound seemed to hit the fragile nerves of the survivors. The timid ones have covered their ears, their teeth chattering with fear, and their bodies trembling. The nightmare that comes every night has come again. The footsteps that left returned again, and the person outside the door shouted, "I know you are very hungry. We have food and water. As long as you are willing to follow Brother Su, you can get food immediately. You insist on hiding and refusing to come out, and you insist on not handing over the doctor and nurse. If you want to fight Brother Su to the end, you can only continue to play the survival game. With the experience of the first 3 nights, I don't need to repeat the rules of the game. The old rules. I give you 3 minutes to think about it. A low whimper came from the clinic where the survivors were hiding. They were too scared. After 3 minutes, if no clinic took the initiative to hand over the doctor or nurse, the monster would randomly point to a clinic, and his lackeys would swarm in, break into the clinic, and catch all the survivors hiding inside. If there are no medical staff, the survivors in the clinic will be killed directly. If there are medical staff, but they do not surrender voluntarily, all the people in the clinic will be guilty. They will be hung out of the second floor window and hung by the first floor window, allowing the monster to eat them from the feet. The survivors will not die immediately, and blood will flow down the glass while they struggle. Every once in a while, the rope will be lowered so that the monster can eat more, until only a skeleton is left of the person hung out. This process can last for a long time. The survivors who hide not only have to listen to the screams of the survivors, but also have to see with their own eyes how the disobedient people are eaten by the monster bite by bite. Now there is no one in the 1st, 5th, and 9th clinics. 3 clinics were cleared in 3 nights. Last night, the 3rd clinic could not bear such fear. In the 3 minutes of consideration, 2 nurses were actively pushed out, and a 2-night safety period was obtained. The skeletons of the 2 nurses were still hanging outside the window. Tonight, one of the remaining clinics will be chosen. The probability of choosing one of the 6 clinics is too high. Time passed by minute. As long as 3 minutes passed, it would be too late to seek refuge with or push out the medical staff, and they would also be killed. In the 7th clinic, everyone covered their mouths tightly. Their shoulders trembled, and they cried silently. They were too scared and had gone crazy with fear. They didn't want to die, and they didn't want to die in that way. The thin wooden door and the small lock can be easily knocked open. Even if all the tables, chairs and cabinets in the clinic are pushed over to block the door, it still cannot guarantee safety. What's worse is that there are doctors and nurses in their clinic. Once the door of the clinic is broken, they will be hung out to feed the monsters. The slender figure sitting motionless against the wall slowly stood up and walked towards the door, but was tightly grabbed by another person who stood up. The little nurse's face was full of tears, and she held the young man's white coat tightly and refused to let go. The little nurse cried and said in a breath, "Don't go, Dr. Tao. You can't go out." As long as he went out, Dr. Tao would die. There was no other way. Not to mention that Dr. Tao was still injured. They were on the 1st floor, but they couldn't escape from the window. There were a lot of monsters gathered outside the window, and there was absolutely no possibility of escape. Tao Qingwu looked out the window. The glass was covered with sticky blood. The pale moonlight was covered with a layer of blood. Ferocious and terrifying faces were scrambling to hit the glass. There were constant bangs, leaving a bunch of stains. But the glass was intact. When Su Tsuinqing began to kill people wantonly, many people tried to control the madman. But Su Tsuinqing suddenly grew many limbs on his body, which was completely unlike a human. He rushed into the crowd and killed people indiscriminately. The limbs were hard and sharp, and they could easily string people together, scaring all the survivors to flee. From the moment they chose to retreat, they lost the initiative, which led to the subsequent escape game, and everyone's life was in the hands of that monster. Tao Qingwu was also injured when he tried to stop Su Tsuinqing. A long cut was opened on his back by the limbs. Fortunately, the spine and ribs on his back blocked it. If the front was cut open and his internal organs were injured, he would have been dead by now. Tao Qingwu looked at the shadow hanging outside the window. It was 2 leg bones without flesh and blood. It was one of the 2 nurses. He seemed to see his own fate. He would be eaten by the monster bit by bit. Listening to the counting outside the door, Tao Qingwu's fear gradually calmed down. If he couldn't kill the monster, he could only kill himself. I don't know what happened to that person. Why did he come back? If he didn't come back to this town, would his chances of survival be greater? After all, his workplace is absolutely safe. And his mother, I don't know if she is still alive. In this situation, I'm afraid I won't see her again. In the dark, someone knelt on the ground sobbing. Dr. Tao, please, my child is only 7 years old. Tao Qingwu clenched the pen in his pocket, his arm trembling slightly. I'm sorry, Dr. Tao. People followed and begged. You can't do this. Don't forget who saved you. If we hadn't opened the door to the hospital to let you in for refuge, you would have been eaten by the monster long ago. People should have a conscience. You can't repay kindness with enmity. The little nurse cried and pulled them, not letting them kneel, not letting them force Dr. Tao to die. Amid the sobs, someone complained in a low voice. If you hadn't opened the door to let people in, that monster wouldn't have sneaked in. And so many people wouldn't have died. The little nurse was furious. We are all human. Who knows who is the monster? You came in with him. How come you didn't realize he was a monster? If we hadn't opened the door to let you in, how could you have the right to speak here? You wouldn't have been eaten by the monster long ago. Xiaoming. Tao Qingwu stopped the meaningless argument. You stay here. Don't go out. Tao Qingwu took away the little nurse's hand and walked quickly to the door. The table, cabinet and chair blocking the door had been quietly moved away, waiting for the doctor and nurse to leave. Tao Qingwu paused as he tried to open the door. As long as we hold on, we will be rescued. Please wait a little longer and let Xiaoming stay one more night. Please. Tao Qingwu opened the door and walked out on his own initiative. However, the next moment, Xiaoming also rushed out and bumped into Tao Qingwu, and the door of the clinic slammed shut. It was too dark in the clinic, and Tao Qingwu could not see who pushed Xiaoming. He only saw a hand quickly withdrawn, and then the sound of the table and the cabinet being pushed, and the door of the clinic was blocked from the inside again. Xiaoming's blood ran cold. Tears kept flowing, and her body kept shaking. She was finished. She was going to die. She was going to be eaten by the monster in the most painful way. Chapter 23. On the dark street, several figures ran all the way towards the hospital, followed by a large group of crazy zombies, each of which was running very fast. Several people were about to run out of breath, seeing the hospital in front of them. They shone their flashlights and were immediately frightened by the dense group of crazy zombies outside the hospital. No! There are too many monsters. The boy holding the flashlight almost lost his grip on it. Go upstairs. Quickly. The man in the front was a slender man, swinging a metal stick in his hand and knocking down the monsters rushing head-on. They all carried things on their backs, which were not light and seriously affected their speed. But they could not leave them behind. This was their capital for survival. They had been busy for several days for these things, and they must not lose them. Several people stumbled up to the second floor, and Fan Lin, who entered the door last, immediately closed the door and held it tightly with his strong body. There was a loud bang, followed by the sound of the door breaking. Fan Lin was bounced up by the impact. His arms were throbbing with veins, and he held the door frame tightly. Two other people rushed forward and held the door with Fan Lin. With a click, the floor suddenly tilted. Bai Tingyan and Bai Jiaojiao, who were lifting cabinets and dragging tables to block the door, had no time to speak. They heard a loud bang, and the stairs and half of the floor of the room collapsed, and the three people who were blocking the door fell down. Fuck! White Whale rushed to the broken part with a flashlight. Brother Lin. Angzi. Dajuan. How are you? The stairs were crushed by the zombies, and a large piece of the second floor also collapsed. Fortunately, the upper floor did not continue to collapse, and Fan Lin and the other two fell on the top of the ruins. The bad thing is that they fell into a nest of crazy corpses. Bai Tingyan immediately said, Lao Lin, use the flamethrower. Fan Lin didn't care about the pain all over his body. He had long wanted to try the power of the homemade flamethrower. He raised the spray gun and sprayed at the crazy corpses that rushed over. The flame several meters long swept across the group of crazy corpses, quickly igniting a large area. The whole first floor instantly turned into a sea of fire. The group of crazy corpses was wrapped in flames, as if they had lost their target, pushing and colliding with each other. The scorching heat made the three people's skin sting and their hair curled. They could only use metal pipes to stab and sweep to block the monsters that rushed over. They soon couldn't even hold the metal pipes. It was too hot, and they could only wrap them with clothes. Bai Tingyan quickly untied the folding ladder on his back, and Bai Jiaojiao and Bai Jing helped to put the folding ladder down. Climb up! Quick! Fan Lin picked up the two people who were stunned by the heat and asked them to go up first, and he would cover them. The three finally climbed up, all in a mess. The crazy corpses couldn't go up to the second floor, but they were not feeling well hiding on the second floor, being roasted by the fire in the summer. They were like living meat on a baking tray. Extremely unbearable. If they wanted to escape from here, they could only jump out of the second floor window. But there were dense groups of crazy corpses outside. It would be fine if they were not injured. But once they were injured, they would definitely not be able to compete with the speed of the crazy corpses. Several people hid in the window to blow the wind, and they were about to burn with heat. Bai Jing carefully took out the night vision goggles. This was a college gift from Bai Tingyan, and he liked it very much. It was a pity that after working hard for so many years, he finally finished the college entrance examination and was going to study his favorite major. But it turned out to be the end of the world, which couldn't be more miserable. Bai Jing felt sorry for himself for 2 seconds, raised the night vision goggles to observe the hospital building opposite, and when he saw it, he screamed in fear. "Brother! There is a ghost!" Bai Jing put down the night vision goggles. His face turned pale with fear, and he dared not look anymore. "What ghost?" Bai Tingyan walked over quickly and took the night vision goggles to see. Bai Jing said nervously, "Look. Do you see it? Is there something crawling on the wall?" Bai Tingyan didn't see anything strange, but saw Tao Qingwu. His situation is not good. Bai Tingyan threw the night vision goggles to Bai Jing. Qingwu is in danger. He climbed up the window and was about to jump out, but was caught by Fan Lin and Bai Juju. Fan Lin was just calm. "You are crazy. If you jump out like this, you will not be able to save people. You will also be killed." Bai Jiaju was also frightened. "There are too many monsters. The original plan will not work. We have to think of other ways. In order to come to the hospital to save people, they prepared a lot of things. The doors leading to the hospital were locked. If they could not open the locks quietly, they could only climb in from the second-floor window. So they even brought a folding ladder. But no one expected that there would be so many monsters gathered here. Several times more than the last time. Faced with so many monsters, their preparations were like a joke. Before they even got close to the hospital, they were blocked by the monsters in the dilapidated shop. Bai Tingyan gritted his teeth, calmed himself down, and quickly analyzed the current situation. How to lead so many monsters away. In the hospital lobby, a few small flashlights barely dispelled the darkness. Tao Qingwu and Xiao Ming were dragged over by their followers. The wound on their backs was torn, and Tao Qingwu was sweating profusely in pain. He looked at the followers, who chose to persecute others in exchange for a chance to survive. Some avoided his gaze and dared not look at him, while others were full of malice and took pleasure in the suffering of others. Tao Qingwu finally looked at the man sitting on the chair. He was Su Tsuincheng, with an ordinary face, medium height, and in his 50s or 60s. In peacetime, such a person is the most ordinary person who dares not make big mistakes in his life. After the end of the world, there is no legal constraint. As long as he throws away morality and bottom line, he dares to do anything. The thin man with dyed yellow hair wanted to pull Xiao Ming away, but Xiao Ming held Tao Qingwu tightly, and was so scared that her legs were weak. She relied on Tao Qingwu for support. She was extremely frightened, trembling all over, and unconsciously muttered, "Why? Why? What did the doctor and nurse do wrong? Why do you treat us like this?" The yellow-haired man failed to pull Xiao Ming away several times, and only felt a chill on his back. He secretly looked at Su Tsuincheng and saw him leaning on the chair, with no expression on his face. Only the flickering eyes revealed his bloodthirsty madness. "Die! All of them should die. Everyone in Baiwan town should die. All of them should go down to be buried with his son." Huang Mao shuddered. His scalp was numb, and he raised the iron rod to hit Xiao Ming. "Why the hell? Your existence is wrong. Occupations that Brother Su doesn't like should not exist." Tao Qingwu raised his hand to block it, and took the stick for Xiao Ming, and his entire left arm was numb from the pain. Huang Mao was provoked, and worried about his position in front of Brother Su. So he swung the iron rod to greet Tao Qingwu. "You still want to be gentle with women when you are about to die. I will hang you two together in a while, and watch each other being eaten by monsters one bite at a time." Tao Qingwu was hit by 2 more sticks, and Xiao Ming, who was scared out of her wits, didn't know what she heard. Her body trembled violently, and fell to the ground with convulsions, and Tao Qingwu could hardly hold her up. Huang Mao still didn't separate the two until now, and was very angry, and hit Xiao Ming with the iron rod again. Xiao Ming was hit a few times, and her body twitching suddenly stopped. She knelt on the ground, hanging her head and motionless. Huang Mao was a little panicked, worried that he had beaten someone to death. Brother Su had no outlet for his anger, so he hung him out to replace him. He stepped forward and kicked him. "Don't play dead. Get up." Xiao Ming got up. She jumped up and pounced on Huang Mao, bit Huang Mao's neck, and tore off a piece of flesh and blood, splashing blood everywhere. Xiao Ming didn't raise her head until then. Her face was covered with clusters of black spots, and only the pupils were left in her eyes. She hugged Huang Mao tightly in her arms, like a hunter who had caught his prey, staring at everyone vigilantly, swallowing the flesh in her mouth quickly, and took another bite at Huang Mao's wound. Huang Mao's screams echoed throughout the hospital building. The frightened followers all scattered with a whoosh, away from the cannibalistic nurse. Even Su Tsunshin, who was sitting motionless on the chair, stood up at this time, with cowardice and fear flashing in his eyes, full of vigilance. Xiao Ming's body and face were covered with blood and mincemeat. She smiled at them while eating. What did the doctors and nurses do wrong? All the followers were so frightened that they were speechless. How could they know what the doctors and nurses did wrong? It was just that Brother Su wanted to attack the doctors and nurses, and they just obeyed. They didn't know. Huang Mao kept screaming. Xiao Ming seemed to think he was too noisy and bit off his throat. The hospital building finally quieted down. Xiao Ming was still eating. The deadly hall on the first floor was left with only the sticky sound of chewing raw meat. No one dared to move. Xiao Ming's eyes, which were only pupils, scanned everyone, as if looking for the next target. Tao Qingwu squatted on the ground, staring at Xiao Ming from a sunny and cheerful girl to a man-eating monster. He was extremely tormented, just like when he saw his colleagues die tragically, and he was unable to rescue them. His breathing was trembling, and he tightly grasped the pen in his pocket. He fell into deep pessimism and despair. Black spots began to appear on his pale skin, one cluster after another, from light to dark. A black shadow suddenly passed by his eyes at a very fast speed, interrupting Tao Qingwu's self-destruction, and a scream came from behind. Tao Qingwu stood up and saw Xiao Ming hanging on a man, biting off the man's throat with 2 bites. Tao Qingwu looked at the fire outside the glass door, a little stunned. With a bang, a group of flames exploded in the monster group, and the slender man rushed to the front. The shop where Bai Tingyan and others were hiding was knocked down by a group of crazy corpses. There was no other way. They could only fight hard. Otherwise everyone would die here. Several people threw Molotov cocktails while running, and took advantage of the gaps when the monsters were dodging to rush forward quickly. When they encountered the fearless monsters rushing over, they were greeted by metal sticks, fire axes and flamethrowers. They had to get into the hospital. In the hospital lobby, Xiao Ming was still hunting, and the followers, who were showing off their power, were fleeing in all directions. Su Tsunshin also wanted to escape. Even though he had strength, he was still timid and cowardly in his heart. He could do whatever he wanted in front of ordinary people, but he didn't dare to fight monsters head-on. He wanted to escape with his followers, but was spotted by Xiao Ming, who hung on him like an octopus. Su Tsunshin panicked, and limbs grew on his back, piercing Xiao Ming's body at the fastest speed. But he also screamed. Xiao Ming tore off a piece of flesh on his neck, and then tore it on his face, and the whole masseter muscle was torn off. Xiao Ming was thrown away by the limbs, and Su Tsunshin was in great pain and hatred. He kept screaming, and the energy fluctuations around him rose step by step. The 8 limbs grew longer and longer, and his body became less and less human. The limbs supported the ground, lifted Su Tsunshin high, and rushed towards Xiao Ming at a very fast speed. He was not afraid or timid at this moment. His brain was filled with uncontrollable violent emotions, and the limbs kept stabbing out. He wanted to tear the little nurse into pieces. The fight between the 2 monsters was extremely fierce. Tao Qingwu hid behind the reception desk and watched Su Tsunshin go from having only 8 limbs at the beginning to having 4 limbs later. His body shape changed. His hair fell off, and his skin and flesh seemed to be sucked dry by an invisible force, leaving only severely deformed gray bones. That was not a human skeleton. He had become a real monster. Su Tsunshin opened his huge mouth full of fangs and roared. Xiao Ming, who was fighting, suddenly jumped away, tilted her head to observe the prey in front of her, and suddenly lost interest. She raised her head to feel it, turned around and rushed to the guide examination table, and met eyes with Tao Qingwu, who was hiding behind. Tao Qingwu held his breath. The little girl who usually loves beauty now has messy hair, blood and meat residue on her clothes and face. The nurse's uniform, which is always washed the cleanest, has been stained with blood, and its original color can't be seen at this moment. Big black spots bloom on her face, layered, like a weird and seductive flower. It stared at Tao Qingwu with almost completely white eyes, and its voice became more hoarse and unpleasant. Doctor, nurse, did something wrong? What? Tao Qingwu looked at Xiaoming like this, and his eyes were red. Bang! With a loud noise, Tao Qingwu and Xiaoming looked out the door at the same time. Bai Tingyan was smashing the glass door with a flamethrower can. Van Lin and his men barely controlled the horde of zombies with firepower. Each of them carried 3 cans of spare fuel and a pack of Molotov cocktails. Now they were almost gone. They could not enter the hospital before they ran out. They would definitely be torn to pieces by the monsters. Bang! 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 Bai Tingyan kept smashing the glass door to attract Xiaoming's attention. Do you have a key? Tao Qingwu did not have a key. The hospital security guard locked the door. But the security guard had been killed when he subdued Su Xuanqing. His body was thrown out of the second-floor window. Even his flesh and blood had been eaten clean. How could he find the key? Bai Jiajiu held a fire axe and chopped down the monsters one by one. Peiyong and Fang Jun waved metal sticks to stop the monsters that were rushing over. White Whale held a spray gun, and the flames wrapped around the monsters' heads, making them completely unable to distinguish. Bai Tingyan kept knocking. Lao Lin. Pliers. Be careful. Bai Tingyan turned around and saw the monster with limbs all over it coming to the reception desk. The sickle-shaped limbs chopped down without hesitation. And Xiaoming and the reception desk were split in half. Tao Qingwu fell back and watched Xiaoming break into 2 pieces. The upper body quickly crawled, and the sharp limbs stabbed all over the ground. Van Lin took out the fire pliers, and Bai Tingyan pushed the glass door. The fire pliers stretched in through the crack of the door, trying to clamp the soft lock. Hurry! Bai Tingyan urged, taking advantage of the 2 monsters fighting. Just in time to save people. In the darkness, the tiny tentacles slowly crawled, piercing into Xiaoming's body one by one, dragging Xiaoming and disappearing into the darkness. Tao Qingwu had been paying attention to Bai Tingyan and the others. When he retracted his sight, he found that Xiaoming was gone, and even the corpses lying on the ground disappeared silently. The arthropod monster seemed to be frightened and rushed towards the glass door. With a loud bang, the glass door was intact, but the arthropod monster flew out. The people outside the door were frightened by the sudden change. Before they could figure it out, the arthropod monster rushed over again. This time, it did not hit the door. The sickle-shaped limbs chopped hard, leaving several marks on the glass door. But the soft lock was cut off. The arthropod monster broke through the glass door and rushed out, shoveling away countless crazy corpses that blocked the road along the way. As soon as it rushed to the road, it was knocked out by a speeding truck. What is it? Qin Yan hurriedly stabilized the steering wheel and braked urgently, so that it did not hit the building on the roadside. The gray-white monster was knocked out and rolled far away. Soon, its long legs flipped, and it stood up again, and quickly fled into the distance. Jisoo frowned, with a bad premonition in his heart. Full freaks actually appeared here, and they were still fleeing. What is the reason that makes the full freaks who kill and eat more than anything else run around? Chapter 24. The high beam lights were on, and the front was bright. The densely packed zombies were surging like a tide. The zombies wrapped in flames were running wildly, setting fire everywhere, and rushing towards the hospital gate. At this time, the hospital gate was about to be lost. Countless zombies were desperately pushing the glass door. Several people inside the door tried their best to hold the door. There were too many monsters. They could not defend it alone. They could only insert metal sticks diagonally into the handle of the glass door to try to block the monsters. Van Lin held a thick soft lock in his hand. This was prepared in advance. They just waited to enter the hospital and lock the door from the inside again. One of the original plans was to cut off the soft lock and use Molotov cocktails and flamethrowers to cover the rear. They had enough time to enter the door and lock it. But now, their plan was completely disrupted. When the arthropod monsters rushed out, they tried to avoid and stay away from the gate. The monsters went crazy. They and the monsters almost rushed to the door one after another. And then the glass door was stuck by the monsters and could not be closed. The metal bars holding the glass door were bending and could break at any time. Bai Tingyan used all his strength to hold the glass door. Are there any survivors in the hospital? Call out for help. Tao Qingwu blocked the door regardless of the wound on his back. Yes, but they may not come out. Bai Tingyan shouted, people inside come out to help. If the gate cannot be defended, everyone will die in the hospital. Bai Tingyan's shouts echoed in the building. No one responded, and no one came out. The survivors hiding in the clinic just blocked the door of their own clinic more tightly, and no one dared to come out. The faces of several people were very ugly. They were almost at their limit. The gap of the glass door was getting bigger and bigger. The metal rod and the door handle squeezed out a tooth-grinding creaking sound, and the door gap was pushed wider. Bai Jing slipped and used his back to press against the glass door. Brother, what should I do? Bai Tingyan was also thinking of a solution. The hospital lobby was too clean. There was not even anything to block the door. The only big thing was the reception desk, which was fixed on the ground and had been smashed by the monster. He looked at the escalator leading to the second floor. If the door could not be defended, he could only retreat to the second floor. As long as the two escalators were blocked, the monster group could be prevented from going up. As for those who hid at the clinic and did not want to come out, they could not protect themselves and had no time to care about others. Ah, hair. Fong Jun suddenly screamed, and a hand in the crack of the door grabbed his hair, and the force was so strong that it almost pulled his scalp away. Bai Jiajiu swung the fire axe and chopped at Fong Jun's head. Fong Jun's face was pale. His legs were weak from fear. His scalp was loose, and his head and face were splattered with foul blood. He raised his hand and touched it, and grabbed a swollen and smelly broken hand. Fong Jun, fuck. Bai Jiajiu had no expression on her face. It's okay. My hair is saved. The fire axe swung and chopped at the heads of the monsters squeezed in the door crack. The corpses were stuck in the door crack, adding more burden to the shaky metal rod. Just when Bai Tingyan wanted to give up the door and retreat to the second floor, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up. Several people closed their eyes subconsciously. They heard the roar of the truck. Everyone was refreshed. Someone is coming. Xin Yinan reminded, sit tight. The truck roared into the group of crazy corpses, knocking away a group of crazy corpses, and was soon slowed down by countless crazy corpses. The truck bumped violently, ran over the bodies of crazy corpses, and moved forward with difficulty. Jisoo lowered the window a little, and immediately many fingers dug in, trying to lift the window glass. Jisoo threw two crystals out from the gap, and the spiritual energy was activated. The truck bounced up, and one side of the wheel was off the ground. It was almost overturned by the crystal energy. Fortunately, Qin Yinan had good driving skills and pressed the wheel off the ground again, which saved the truck from overturning. Qin Yinan looked straight ahead. Please, squeak before you start. Jisoo pulled the corner of his lip. I squeak a few times first. You get ready. Qin Yinan laughed. Got it. Let's start. Then, their truck jumped forward in the group of crazy corpses. Every time it jumped, it would clear a group of crazy corpses. Qin Yinan took the opportunity to accelerate and collide, and just jumped and rushed to the hospital building. Qin Yinan stepped on the accelerator, and the truck roared towards the glass door, braked suddenly and drifted, and the body of the truck was steadily horizontal in front of the glass door. Jisoo threw out the fence frame that he had prepared long ago, and surrounded the hospital gate and the truck together. Countless crazy corpses were blocked outside the fence. As for the crazy corpses inside the fence, there were too many of them, so it was better to use crystals to deal with them directly, saving time and effort. He threw a few more crystals out, and the truck jumped on the spot, and the group of crazy corpses crowded at the door were taken away in one wave. The glass door was broken open, and the metal rod that was bent to the limit was completely broken. The few people blocking the door were protected by the glass door, and did not face the impact of the crystal energy directly. They were just bounced out by the broken glass door. Several people fell, and didn't understand what happened. When they saw the blood and flesh on the ground, and there was no complete monster, they were only shocked, followed by a strong sense of crisis. They didn't know who the person in the car was, whether he was an enemy or a friend, good or evil. With such terrible strength, if he had any ideas, they would have no chance of winning. Various thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Bai Tingyan had made a decision. No matter who it was, he had to keep it stable first. It would be best to make friends with him. But he couldn't make friends with him, and he couldn't make enemies with him. Bai Tingyan stood up and suddenly realized that something was wrong. The monster group didn't rush up. He walked quickly to the door and saw the situation outside. The hospital gate was surrounded by a wall. It's not that the monster group didn't rush up, but that the monsters were blocked outside the wall. The other people who followed were also a little dumbfounded. Fan Lin looked at Bai Tingyan. This wall. Bai Tingyan signaled him to be silent, and not to say anything now. And wait and see. The passenger door was pushed open, and a fair-skinned young man jumped out of the car. He scanned the crowd, and then fell on the hospital lobby. After a quick observation, he found no danger. Jisoo saw the man in the white coat and immediately said, "Doctor, help me." Tao Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. He was already traumatized by the title of doctor, and did not step forward immediately. Bai Tingyan walked over and took the initiative to ask, "Dr. Tao is injured. Do you need my help?" Jisoo glanced at him. The man had distinct facial features, a calm temperament, and a frank look. Jisoo did not refuse his help. "Thank you. My uncle was scratched by a crazy corpse, and couldn't stop the bleeding. I came to find a doctor to save his life." Bai Tingyan called the tall and strong Fan Lin, leaned into the car, and wanted to move the injured out. When he looked up, he met a pair of eyes as cold as ice and snow. Bai Tingyan unconsciously tensed his nerves. He felt the danger. Qin Yanan nodded at him, grabbed the couch, and moved Uncle Zhang out with Bai Tingyan. Jisoo and Fan Lin lifted one side each, and finally lifted the man out of the cab and laid him flat on the floor of the hall. Jisoo returned to the car and brought a mobile power supply and a bracket floodlight. He had prepared a lot of these high-power and high-capacity mobile power supplies and floodlights for emergency use, and now they were just in time to be used. Once the floodlights were turned on, the entire first-floor hall was as bright as day, which was much brighter than the medical flashlights on both sides. Jisoo adjusted the angle of the light and illuminated the entire first-floor hall again. He still did not find any danger, but a fully deformed monster ran away, which still made him very concerned. While Jisoo was busy, Qin Yanan stood beside Uncle Zhang. With an obvious defensive posture, Uncle Zhang had lost too much blood and was a little confused at this moment. "Dr. Tao." Jisoo remembered that Dr. Tao was injured, so he had to ask, "Is there any other doctor in the hospital? Please help my uncle check." Tao Qingwu clenched his fingers and walked over. "Let me see." Due to limited conditions, Tao Qingwu roughly looked at the wound. There was no injury to the aorta. Otherwise the person would not have survived until now. But there were too many wounds, and they were too deep, so it was difficult to stop the bleeding with such a bandage. Tao Qingwu said, "The wound needs to be sutured and sutured." Jisoo then saw that Dr. Tao's back was already stained red with blood. There was a cut on his white coat, revealing the blood-stained bandage inside. There were clusters of black spots on his exposed skin. Jisoo frowned unconsciously. In the end times where trauma is frequent, hospitals undoubtedly need to be protected. Medical equipment, medicines, and doctors in hospitals are precious resources. For this reason, Jisoo secretly reinforced by one hospital. But what happened to the black spots on Dr. Tao's body? Is it because he was not in the hospital on the night of the apocalypse? Or did his reinforcement fail? Jisoo hoped it was the former, so that he would not have worked in vain. The hospital was saved, and the medical equipment, medicines, and medical staff in the hospital were also saved. But looking at the blood all over the ground, the answer clearly points to the latter. There are many reasons for the failure of reinforcement. Not because Jisoo's spiritual energy was not enough, but because of human interference. Jisoo's spiritual energy reinforcement is to use spiritual energy to change the original material properties to make it a pure fortress effect. But the security of reinforcement is far less than the safety of buildings built by pure spiritual energy. And the consumption of spiritual energy is also different. But the speed of reinforcement is much faster than the construction. Usually, the reinforcement is the outer layer, unless it is detailed reinforcement, specifically to a certain item in the house. Otherwise it is the outer wall of the house. As long as the space is closed, the people staying in the hospital are safe. But if the doors and windows of the outer wall are opened, the hospital loses its closed effect, and dark matter will drive straight in. These uncontrollable factors also made Jisoo unsure whether the places he reinforced could be preserved. Jisoo sighed, and it would be a lie to say that he had no regrets. Then stop the bleeding and suture it. Dr. Tao's own injury also needs to be treated. Tao Qingwu looked at Jisoo, his handsome face expressionless. The treatment room is on the 3rd floor, and the stairwell on the 2nd floor is locked, so we can't go up. Jisoo looked at him strangely. Where's the emergency room? The emergency room is on the 1st floor, and it doesn't close at night. It has a full range of emergency medicines and many medical staff. Although Jisoo cannot carefully reinforce the entire hospital, Some departments can be protected, such as the emergency room, pharmacy, backup power supply room and rooms for important medical equipment, which have all been carefully reinforced. Even if the outer wall is lost, at least something should be left. Tao Qingwu hesitated a little. There are people in the emergency room, and they may not let us in. Su Tsuanqing turned into a monster and killed people. The survivors fled in all directions. Many people fled upstairs and locked the door of the stairwell on the second floor. The survivors below could not go up and could only find a place to hide. The emergency room is large, and many survivors escaped. Su Tsuanqing once chose the emergency room. His followers failed to break the door open, and Su Tsuanqing's limbs could not pierce the door of the emergency room. A survivor saw that the emergency room was the safest, so he quietly came out from his hiding place and tried to escape to the emergency room. However, no one opened the door in the emergency room, and the man was discovered by his followers and lost his life. Don't even think about it. They will definitely not let us in. The white whale became more and more angry. The door was about to be broken, and no one came out to help. Did he really think that he could survive by hiding? Then go upstairs. We brought fire pliers. Before Bai Tingyan finished speaking, a shrill scream suddenly came from upstairs, and the messy footsteps echoed in the hospital building, running all the way downstairs. Several people in the hall, Qin Yanan looked at the second floor. The hospital building should have been reinforced by Jisoo. The fear was trapped in the building. Only when it was strong enough would it leak out from the open window, which was captured by him. Qin Yanan's pupils shrank. Something is coming down. Jisoo felt a chill in his heart, and his hair stood up. A great sense of crisis swept over his body. He almost immediately thought that this should be the reason why the fully deformed creatures escaped. Jisoo looked at Uncle Zhang, who was in a daze, and almost spoke at the same time as Qin Yanan. Go to the emergency room. Uncle Zhang's injury can't wait. The dangerous situation is unknown, and he came down from above, so they can only go to the emergency room. Jisoo bent down and was about to lift Uncle Zhang, but was pulled away by Qin Yanan. You take the things. Bai Tingyan knew the strength of the two. Even they changed their faces. There was no chance of winning on his side. He could only follow them. This might be the only way to survive. Bai Tingyan took the initiative to bend down, lifted the other end of the couch, and ran towards the emergency room. Fan Lin and Tao Qingwu followed on both sides, stabilizing the person on the couch and preventing him from rolling down. Jisoo handed the mobile power supply and bracket floodlight in his hand to the three Beijings, quickly grabbed a handful of crystal beads from his waist bag and held them in his hand, and followed at the end. There was a sound of chains colliding in the stairwell on the second floor, and the urging voices continued. With a rustle, the chains were pulled open. The stairwell door was opened, and a group of people rushed out, all pale, pushing and shoving down the escalator, just wanting to escape from this horrible hospital. Jisoo looked up alertly and met the line of sight of a row of heads on the second floor. Those heads were very fresh, both male and female, with dead white skin and not too many black spots. They only had a head, and under the head were black blood vessels that extended to an unknown place. The heads were staring at the downstairs with needle-sized pupils, grinning with bloody mouths, revealing sharp fangs. Help! I'm in so much pain. Help me! The cry for help appeared in everyone's mind, like a man or a woman, and everyone who was hit was dizzy and staggering. Chapter 25. Under the glass fence on the second floor, blackness spread out, like black water flowing freely, falling down like a waterfall, but turning into countless black tentacles in midair, flying towards the survivors fleeing everywhere. Jisoo watched the survivors, who were stabbed, melt into a pool of black water at an extremely fast speed, becoming new black tentacles. The black tentacles spread rapidly like a spider web, completely covering the entire first floor hall. The survivors who fled downstairs screamed in fear as the thin and dense black silk covered them, and the sound soon disappeared. They were stabbed by the black silk and melted quickly like wax figures. A woman's head that was parked on the second floor flew down. The woman had a shaky nurse's hat on her head, and dragged long blood vessel-like tentacles to chase Jisoo and others. The huge mouth full of fangs opened to the maximum, which was an extremely weird smile. Don't run. Save me. I'm in so much pain. Jisoo, who was running at the end, threw a crystal bead back, and the crystal energy exploded, and the black tentacles covering it were cleared. And Jisoo was also knocked to the ground by the impact of the crystal energy. Jisoo. Qin Yinan wanted to help, but he was holding Uncle Zhang in his hand. It's okay. Keep running. Jisoo quickly got up from the ground, and the black tentacles that had been cleared were connected again. The flying head woman shot at Jisoo like a sharp arrow, and the small crystal bead flew towards the woman's head. At the moment of activation, Jisoo had turned the corner and pressed on the wall with one hand. The reinforced wall blocked the impact of the crystal energy. The woman's shrill scream drilled into Jisoo's head like an awl. And Qin Yinan and others, who were running in front, were also uncomfortable. Qin Yinan endured the severe pain in his head. Bai Tingyan lost his balance and hit the wall. Fan Lin and Tao Qinghui were also in great pain. But no one let go, still holding the couch tightly, and didn't let the injured fall down. The white whales screamed in pain, grabbed their hair tightly, and tried to pull out the awl that had been drilled into their heads. But in fact there was nothing, only maddening pain. Jisoo was the main target of the flying head woman, so he suffered the greatest impact. His head also hurt, but it was not unbearable. For any deformed person, pulling it out would be a pain. His vision was shaking, and Jisoo stood against the wall. The black tentacles chased him, crawling all over the ground and walls like a tide. These black threads penetrated everywhere, and screams came out one after another in the closed clinic. The black liquid mass accumulated on the ground slowly swelled up, and the black color retreated, revealing a woman's head with only half a face left. The woman's head screamed fiercely. Damn! You all deserve to die. Run! 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 The few people didn't care about the headache and ran fast, turning the corner ahead. The emergency room was in front. Jisoo was stuck at the corner, holding the wall with one hand and throwing crystal beads with the other to intercept the black tentacles and half-faced human heads that were chasing after him. White Whale rushed over and knocked on the door first. Open the door! Open the door quickly! The emergency room was quiet. In such a dangerous situation, the people inside could not open the door. Fan Lin was tall and strong. He bumped the door sideways. The door trembled, and the sound was dull and heavy. It didn't seem to be locked, but it seemed that someone was blocking the door. Fan Lin shouted, "Give me the axe. Watch me split this door open." Bai Jiaojiu handed him the fire axe, but Fan Lin didn't take it. Hearing the movement inside the door, he took a few steps back and rushed forward to hit the door. The people inside were moving to prevent the axe from hitting and injuring the people inside the door. As a result, the door was hit again, revealing a gap. Under the spotlight, it was clearly seen that the door was not locked, and there was indeed someone blocking the door inside. The people outside the door were almost dying of anxiety, and the people inside the door insisted on blocking the door and not letting them in. The white whale was furious and cursed. The black tentacles were cleared out in 2 waves in succession. What spread over was no longer tentacles, but a huge black color that filled the passage. The black color looked like a huge burnt tree root, with countless roots climbing everywhere, and human heads hanging on the top of the roots. Jisoo threw out the crystal beads, and the energy exploded. A large hole was cleared out of the irregular black monster. Soon the large hole shrank and condensed into a black monster again. This time it was no longer like a tree root, but became like smoke and fog, ethereal and uncertain, rolling towards the emergency room. Fuck. 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 Don't come over. Fong Jun was almost scared crazy by this ghost thing, and he took out the only remaining Molotov cocktail and was about to throw it. Don't throw it. Bai Tingyan hurriedly stopped it, not to mention whether the Molotov cocktail could deal with this thing. When the Molotov cocktail exploded, they would be the first to be injured. Lao Lin. Fire throwing. Unless it was absolutely necessary. Bai Tingyan did not want to use the flamethrower and Molotov cocktail in the hospital. Once the fire started, they could not control it, and it was very likely to burn down the hospital. However, before Fan Lin could use the flamethrower, a wall suddenly appeared in front of him, completely blocking the passage. The rolling black monster hit him, causing the ground to tremble. Jisoo pressed his hands on the wall of the passage, and his spiritual energy rushed over, completely reinforcing the passage, making it tightly sealed everywhere, leaving no opportunity for the monster to take advantage. After doing all this, Jisoo took a breath and looked up to meet the shocked eyes of several people. Bai Jing pointed at the wall and spoke after a long while. Are we safe? Jisoo looked at the completely closed passage. If you feel it is safe to be trapped here, Bai Jing sat down on the ground. His legs were soft, and he was able to run here only because he did not want to die. Under the spotlight, the passage was as bright as day, and such a closed space gave several people a sense of security. They were a little unable to stand, so they put the couch on the ground and sat down to rest. Jisoo walked towards the closed emergency door, covered the door panel with his palm, took away the spiritual energy on the door, took 2 steps back, stared at the door, and thought about which way to enter. Qin Yinan stepped forward. It was just a door. There was no need to blast it. Qin Yinan walked towards the emergency door. His right hand gradually turned into a claw, and black scales covered his elbow. Bai Tingyan stared at his right arm with a very serious expression. Tao Qingwu's face turned pale, as if he saw a second Su Tsuinsheng. Qin Yinan raised his claws and exerted force, piercing through the door with a bang, and a cry of pain came from behind the door. The black claws grabbed the door and tore it hard, breaking half of the door directly. The claws turned up and lifted the remaining half of the door, and a pile of people fell out from inside. Qin Yinan turned sideways, and his claws grabbed the infusion pole that was stabbed out. He exerted force under his claws, and the metal pole was rubbed into wavy lines. The survivors of the sneak attack were so scared that they threw away the infusion pole and turned to run inside. Monster! It's a monster! Qin Yinan kicked open the other half of the door, and the survivors who blocked the door fell to the ground, grabbing everything they could to defend themselves in fear, and confronted the few people who appeared at the door. The atmosphere was stagnant, and the fear that was poured out made Qin Yinan tighten his claws suddenly, and new scales appeared above his elbow, and soon disappeared again. In the stalemate, an uncle in a security uniform came out, and the survivors in the confrontation gave way to the security guard. The layout of the emergency room was clear at a glance, and it was obvious that the security guard was the leader. The security guard's eyes fell on Qin Yinan's arm. Take whatever you want, but don't kill anyone. Jisoo walked to the door, and Bai Jing followed behind, putting the mobile power supply and bracket floodlight at the door. The emergency room was bright, and every expression of the survivors could be seen clearly. Bai Jing was angry, and deliberately let the dazzling floodlight shine directly into the emergency room. Jisoo's eyes stayed on the security guard for a moment, and then looked at the others. The survivors hiding here had very few black spots on their skin. Some of them had clean skin without any black spots. The security guard was one of them. Jisoo stood at the door, playing with a string of crystals in his hand. Dr. Tao, please. Bai Tingyan and Fan Lin carried the couch into the emergency room, and Tao Qingwu quickly followed and went straight to a bed. The survivors surrounding the door took a step forward, obviously not wanting them to go in. Bai Jiajio pulled out the fire axe from her waist and held it in her hand. There was a lot of blood on her clothes, and it was obvious that she had chopped monsters a lot. The survivor who came forward stared at the bloody axe and shrank a little. She was obviously a girl, but her momentum was more manly than a group of men. Tao Qingwu successfully pushed out of bed, and several people worked together to lift Uncle Jean up. Tao Qingwu searched in the emergency room again, looking for medicine and tools. Wherever he went, Bai Jiajie followed. Among the people brought by Bai Tingyan, the best one was not Fan Lin, but Bai Jiajie. Fan Lin was just tall and strong, and looked intimidating. Bai Jiajie grew up practicing Taekwondo in Sanda. After graduation, she became a private instructor. Her martial arts skills were absolutely reliable. Bai Jing, Fang Jun and Peiyong followed Jisoo. They admired Jisoo so much. He dared to intercept such a monster, and he could also build a wall and a truck. He was simply the winner of life in the end times. The 3 passionate teenagers who had just finished the college entrance examination looked at Jisoo with shining eyes, and their admiration was about to flow out. Tao Qingwu was busy, and suddenly heard a voice. Dr. Tao, do you need help? Tao Qingwu paused and looked in the direction of the voice. A person stood up behind the emergency equipment. His white coat was wrinkled, and there were 2 frightened nurses behind him. Seeing the surviving colleagues, Tao Qingwu opened his mouth, but no sound came out for a while. Dr. Zheng and the 2 nurses hid behind the equipment for a while. The door of the emergency room was breached, and it was not Su Tsuinsheng and his followers who came in. These people did not kill people or do anything else. It seemed that they wanted to save people. Dr. Zheng saw that Dr. Tao's back was covered in blood, and he was still busy. He couldn't hide it anymore, so he stepped forward to help. After all, not every madman wanted to kill doctors and nurses. Dr. Zheng came over and said, "Leave this patient to me. Your injury needs to be treated as well." Tao Qingwu's hands had been disinfected, so he couldn't waste them. Wait until they're done. Dr. Zheng and Tao Qingwu worked together to treat Zhang Yid's wound. Jisoo watched them take medicine from the closed medicine cabinet and reminded them, "Dr. Tao, take a look at the medicine." Even if he had carefully reinforced the emergency room, if the hospital door was not closed on the night of the apocalypse and the emergency room door was wide open, it was still possible for dark matter to invade. Although the night emergency room in a small town is not as busy as in a big city, it is still necessary to prevent it. Without Jisoo's reminder, Tao Qingwu and Dr. Zheng looked at the medicine when they took it. They had obviously discovered that there was something wrong with the medicine before, but they didn't know the reason. So they took a special look when they took the medicine from the medicine cabinet. Only after confirming that the color was normal, and there was no precipitation or impurities did they dare to take it out for use. Tao Qingwu nodded to Jisoo. "No problem." Jisoo looked at the two young nurses who were still in a panic, and thought that the head of the woman chasing them was also a nurse, and then thought of the irregular monster outside, which was very similar to the black tide he had heard of in his previous life. The black tide is ever-changing, has no specific form, and has a variety of abilities. It is a fusion mutant, which is triggered by fear and materialized by dark matter. The probability of its appearance is very low, but the harm is extremely great. It stands to reason that such a mutant should not appear so early. But it appeared here, so something must have happened here. The security guard saw that these people were not weak, and the key was that they were all young and had weapons in their hands. So he took the initiative to explain. "You can see that we have 3 medical staff here, and you can't blame us for not opening the door. Once Su Tzuinsheng and his people break in, all of us will be hung out to feed the monsters. We can't afford to be careless. It is better to be cruel and not save the person in need than to sacrifice everyone in the emergency room." Feed the monster? What happened here? Jisoo was just wondering why the fusion mutant appeared. The security guard was a little surprised. "Are you new here?" Jisoo nodded. "Just arrived. Bring my uncle to see a doctor for treatment." The security guard sighed and talked about what happened in the hospital in the past few days, emphasizing that Su Tzuinsheng and those bastards played an escape game, specifically killing medical staff, and also punishing them collectively. Many people were hung out to feed the monsters, which made Bai Jing and others horrified. Then, Bai Jing realized what he saw with the night vision goggles. It was the little nurse, who was eaten by the monster, and only had a skeleton and a human head left. Of course, it crawled on the outer wall of the hospital with only a skeleton left, which scared him to death. The security uncle sighed. Some clinics pushed doctors and nurses out to die in order to protect themselves. They were all children about the same age as my son. I really can't do such a thing. I can only try my best to guard the emergency room and prevent Su Tzuinsheng from killing them. In this way, they don't know if there are medical staff in the emergency room. It's not that no one has thought about handing over the doctors and nurses in the emergency room, but they were all stopped by the security uncle. Such a thing must not be started. In the end times, human nature is weak. If you dare to push others out to die today, you dare to eat human flesh because of hunger tomorrow. If you have no bottom line as a human being, what is the difference between you and the monsters outside? The security uncle can't control other places. At least it is not allowed under his nose. Jisoo pondered. To be able to create a black tide, what level of fear should be here? Jisoo asked, "Who is this Su Tzuinsheng? Why do you want to kill doctors and nurses?" Others may not know, but the security uncle knows something. Because Su Tzuinsheng came to the hospital to make trouble and had contact with the security guards. Su Tzuinsheng is an outsider. He has 5 children in total. The 4 older ones are daughters. He left them in his hometown and only brought out the youngest son. He gave his son all the best things. But it was a pity that his son was not ambitious. Lazy. He went out to eat barbecue and got into a fight with others. He was stabbed several times and sent to the hospital. He was still alive when he was sent to the hospital, but he was not rescued in the end. The security uncle had seen his humility, cowardice and despair. He knelt down and kowtowed to save his son, and kept crying for the doctor to save his son. He didn't believe that his son couldn't be saved, but blamed the doctor for not working hard and not being dedicated. Just because he was an outsider and he was poor. Even the doctors who treated patients looked down on him. He hated. He made a fuss. He didn't accept it. and the result was nothing. But his hatred for medical staff never disappeared. No one expected that hatred would turn a person into a monster. Not to mention that this hatred came inexplicably. It was completely imagined by Su Tsuincheng himself, insisting that the doctor deliberately didn't save his son, and he was avenging his son. After listening to the security uncle story, Jisoo had only one thought. This Su Tsuincheng was crazy. His psychology was seriously distorted, and he brought such a disaster to Baiwan town, and he must not be allowed to stay. Jisoo, where is Su Tsuincheng? Tao Qingwu had been listening to them, and replied, he turned into a real monster and escaped from the hospital. Jisoo, Jisoo and Qin Yinan looked at each other. A real monster? Could it be the one that was hit by the truck? If such a madman escapes, there will only be endless troubles in the future. The key is that he is still in a state of complete abnormality. Whether he completely loses his self-awareness and becomes a real abnormal monster, or safely survives the state of complete abnormality and becomes a perfect abnormal person. It is definitely a safety hazard for Baiwan town. A survivor said hatefully. Su Tsuincheng escaped. Where are those beasts who followed him? How many people have they killed? We must not let them continue to harm people. Jisoo glanced at the man indifferently. Except here. There should be no living people in the hospital. The black tide is extremely dangerous. All of them combined are not enough to kill the black tide. Even crystals are not useful for this kind of thing, unless they can encounter the abnormal ability to restrain the black tide. But unfortunately they don't have it. Chapter 26. After Uncle Zhang's injury was treated, he was pushed to the corridor outside the emergency room. It was clean and bright here, and it smelled much better than the emergency room. So many people hid in the emergency room for several days, and you can imagine what it smelled like inside. After they left the emergency room, the survivors inside also relaxed a lot. Tao Qingwu's back injury was also sutured, and he was carefully helped out by Bai Tingyan, and borrowed Jisoo's couch to lie on for a while. Uncle Zhang was seriously injured and lay on the bed without moving, and even the bed was pushed out. Bai Tingyan took out milk and bread from his backpack, inserted a straw, and handed it to Tao Qingwu. They were trapped in the clinic for several days, and the food and water in the vending machine were occupied by Su Tsuincheng and his people. They didn't eat or drink, and they had to be vigilant all the time to lose their lives. It was really tormenting. Now relaxed, Tao Qingwu drank a few sips of milk and fell asleep on the couch. Bai Tingyan took away half a box of milk, and took out some food from his backpack and pushed it to Jisoo and Qin Yinan. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise we would have died here. Jisoo and Qin Yinan sat side by side, looking at the small pile of food pushed in front of them. Milk, canned food, bread, biscuits and chocolate. All double portions. The food variety is quite rich. But Jisoo and Qin Yinan did not take it. Bai Tingyan smiled and said, don't get me wrong. This is not a thank you gift. After running around until now, everyone is hungry. Let's eat something to fill our stomachs first. How can a life-saving grace be dismissed with some food? Not to mention that Bai Tingyan has his own considerations. Jisoo pulled his backpack over. No. We brought it ourselves. Jisoo took canned luncheon meat and bread from his backpack, and pushed the backpack to Qin Yinan, letting him choose it himself. Qin Yinan took the same dinner as Jisoo, and a bottle of water. Tonight, too many things happened. One more thrilling than the other. And I am really hungry now. Bai Tingyan brought out some more food. White whale. Go get it to the doctors and nurses inside. Thank them. Jisoo paused while chewing the bread, and said nothing. White whale responded, got up from the ground, still holding a piece of bread in his mouth, and went in with food and water, directly facing a group of hungry eyes. They stared at the food and water in White Whale's arms, their throats rolling, and no reason or thinking could resist the temptation of food. White Whale looked at the people who rushed over in horror, fell to the ground with a bang, and his arms full of food were snatched away. Even the bread in his mouth was not spared, and was snatched away by a man with black spots on his face. He rubbed it all into his mouth, and stretched his neck in choking. Hearing the sound, Bai Jiajiu and Fan Lin jumped up at the same time and rushed in. Bai Tingyan stood up and walked in slowly. When he entered the door, he saw White Whale lying on the ground. All the food was snatched away. The biscuit crumbs that fell during the fight were quickly picked up and stuffed into his mouth, for fear that they would be snatched away by others if he was a second late. This scene frightened Bai Jing so much that he was lifted up from the ground. But he still couldn't come back to his senses. On the corridor, only Jisoo and Qin Yinan were still sitting there. Tao Qingwu was still sleeping, and was not woken up. Jisoo took a bite of bread and a bite of luncheon meat, and occasionally drank a sip of water. He was very calm and at ease. Qin Yinan was a little amused to see him like this. You deliberately didn't remind him? Jisoo leaned against the wall. The child is a little silly. Bai Tingyan probably wants to teach him a lesson. Why should I remind him? Qin Yinan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. You didn't do anything? The food on the ground was clean, normal in color, and even the taste had not changed at all. Jisoo ate the rest of the luncheon meat in one gulp. There is the largest 3-story self-built supermarket in the town, named White Whale Supermarket, which belongs to him. If he can defend the supermarket, the supplies inside will be enough for his family to eat and drink. If he can't defend it, he will be like those people who are starving. Although Jisoo didn't say it clearly, Qin Yinan had already heard that Jisoo had reinforced the White Whale Supermarket. Qin Yinan pinched the mineral water bottle. In addition to the hospital and the White Whale Supermarket, where else did you reinforce? Jisoo glanced at him and didn't hide it from him. Gas station, pharmacy, and the largest Jisheng shopping mall in the town. As long as the people in the town can survive the full-scale invasion and escape to these places, they can survive. As long as they don't meet a lunatic like Su Tsuanqing again, there shouldn't be a big problem. Qin Yinan is not familiar with Baiwan Town. Judging from Jisoo's deployment, he wants to use Baiwan Town as his base camp. Otherwise, he wouldn't spend time on these things. From a geographical point of view, Baiwan Town is indeed an excellent location for building a base. As long as Baiwan Town can be defended, the survivors can stay away from the end of the world and live and work here in peace and contentment. Qin Yinan believes in Jisoo's strength, but not in human nature. Even blood relatives can betray and stab for the sake of interests, let alone outsiders without any protection. Qin Yinan does not expect or believe that anyone can be wholeheartedly devoted to Jisoo. If he cannot protect Jisoo, he must ensure that Jisoo is absolutely safe. Qin Yinan was distracted when he heard someone beside him say, "Can you see the energy filaments?" Jisoo wanted to ask this question at the base, but he didn't ask it in front of the Zhong family. Qin Yinan knew what he was asking. I can't see it, but I can vaguely feel the energy fluctuations. Jisoo tilted his head to look at him. So, when I was reinforcing, you could also feel it? Qin Yinan nodded. Indeed. Jisoo didn't say anything else, and I didn't know what he was thinking. The emergency room was quickly handled. The food that was taken away had already entered someone else's stomach, and it was impossible to get it back. Bai Jing could only walk back dejectedly, but the doctor, nurse, and security uncle followed him. Bai Tingyan took food and water to the doctor and nurse again, in exchange for gratitude and thanks. They were so hungry that they didn't care about so much. Bai Tingyan also took a portion for the security uncle, who hesitated to take a bottle of water and didn't ask for food. The security uncle apologized again. Everyone is starving. Glucose can only be provided to young people first. They need physical strength to fight and guard the gate. Others can only starve. If it weren't for Dr. Zheng and the nurse stopping them, they would have eaten up all the medicine in the cabinet. White Whale was in a daze, suddenly stood up, and began to spin in place. Brother, when are we going back? I'm worried about my parents. Before the end of the world was prevalent, and many people followed the trend to stock up. The White Whale supermarket was almost emptied, and the White Whale parents had to urgently restock. On the night of the end of the world, White Whale and his parents were in the supermarket watching the goods, and they were busy until dawn. They didn't know that the weather outside had changed. When it was time to open the door, Bai's father went downstairs to open the door, and Bai's mother checked the bill. White Whale was drafted. Not long after Father Bai went down, he quickly ran back up, his face pale. Outside is in chaos. Mother Bai didn't understand. What's the chaos? White Whale had already rushed to the window to look out, and was so frightened that he shouted, Dad, close the door. Is it closed? Father Bai didn't dare to open the door at all. As soon as he got to the first floor, he saw the situation outside through the glass window. How could he dare to open the door? The family of 3 hid in the supermarket when they saw someone desperately banging on the door for help. They couldn't bear it, so they had to open the door to let the person in. However, Father Bai was careful and lowered the roller shutter leading to the second floor. Most of the products sold on the first floor are daily cleaning products, as well as a fresh food area and some milk gift boxes for promotions. Oil, salt, rice and grain are all on the second floor. After the end of the world, White Whale has never been hungry, except for not being able to go out to play or play games. His life is still the same. His idea is very simple. Hiding in the supermarket, waiting for the chaos to end or the rescue team to arrive. The survivors hiding in the supermarket were also very conscious. When they were hungry, they bought things with money. If the mobile phone could not pay, they bought on credit. They were all residents of the town. They saw each other every day and basically knew each other. Some people hid for a few days and ran back home when the monsters left. There was food and drink at home, which was more comfortable than hiding in the supermarket. When someone left, someone else came in. The supermarket gradually received a lot of survivors. It was easy to get chaotic when there were too many people. Some people wanted to go upstairs to buy something, but were rejected by Bai's father, who clearly stated that the things upstairs were not for sale. Although no one mentioned it again, there were always people looking upstairs. Bai Jing didn't understand why his parents looked worried at the time, until his cousin Bai Jiujiu came over with a fire axe. His parents were obviously relieved. I don't know what they said to Bai Jiujiu. When Bai Jiujiu came back, they took all the surviving Bai family members to the supermarket, with more Bai family members. Those obscure observations were also restrained. After following his cousin out this time, Bai Jing understood a lot of things, especially when those hungry people pounced on him. He understood why his parents were so worried. Their family of 3 simply couldn't guard such a big supermarket. If someone had bad intentions, their lives would be in danger. How could they not worry? White Whale was very anxious at this moment, and just wanted to go home immediately. Even the incident of hanging people out to feed monsters happened. What else could not happen? He had never had much sense of crisis before. Even if something happened, there were parents and uncles and aunts. Even worse, there were brothers and sisters. How could he, a child, worry about it? After seeing the dangers of the outside world, his thoughts have completely changed. Bai Tingyan looked at Jisoo. The wall was built by Jisoo, and he had to ask Jisoo when to leave. Jisoo glanced at Uncle Jean on the bed. Let's talk about it when it's dawn. If the Black Tide didn't leave, none of them could leave, and going out would be a death. Bai Tingyan pulled Bai Jing to sit down. When I left 2 flamethrowers for my uncle and aunt. Enough to last until we return. The flamethrower has limited power against monsters, but it is very powerful against living people. If someone dares to have evil thoughts, just cremate them and send them away. Jisoo had already discovered that the fire extinguishers they carried and the Molotov cocktails that Fong Jun took out were different from those made by Fan Bao and his men. Jisoo was very interested in this. Did you make all these by yourself? Even if the deformed people have more means, they are limited by their numbers. Ordinary people still account for the majority. In the end times where there are almost no hot weapons, flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails are very lethal weapons. When Bai Jing talked about this, he was very excited. Before he met Jisoo, the person he admired most was his brother Bai Tingyan. Bai Jing's nose was about to curl up with pride. These are all made by my brother. He is professional in these. If it weren't for the material limitation, he could make a rocket for you. Bai Tingyan held his head. Okay, don't brag. I can't make a rocket by myself even if you give me the materials. Jisoo thought that the base had no means of defense so far. If there were Molotov cocktails, he would not have to fight at close range, and could kill the crazy corpses by standing on the wall. Flamethrowers are also good things. The fire corpses outside the hospital are examples. Jisoo said, flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails are very good and practical. I wonder if you can sell me some. Bai Tingyan was helpless. Flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails are also limited by materials. There are not many that can be used. The fire extinguishers in the White Whale supermarket have been dismantled, and there are only a few cans. The fire extinguisher cans outside have problems. The internal pressure can never go up, and the flame can't be sprayed out. Jisoo thought. As long as there are intact fire extinguisher cans, flamethrowers can be made. Right? Bai Tingyan nodded. It's not too many to make. The solidified fuel materials are limited, and some Molotov cocktails can still be made. Jisoo, okay. I will find a usable can, and you can help make it when the time comes. Bai Tingyan stared at Jisoo for a moment, and Qin Yenin was very cold. Bai Tingyan smiled. You may not recognize me. I didn't recognize you at first. I remembered your name when I heard it. You are the child of Bai Suwen's aunt? Jisoo nodded. He really didn't know Bai Tingyan and Bai Jiaojiao. But Bai Jing looked familiar to him. Bai Jing should have come with his family to his parents' funeral. Jisoo had some impression of Bai Jing. Bai Jing was still young at that time. And of course Jisoo himself was not old either. Bai Tingyan said, so it's not a big deal. Just find me, if you need anything made. Jisoo and Bai Jing are indeed relatives. But this relationship is a bit distant. Jisoo's great-grandfather and Bai Jing's great-grandfather are brothers. At that time, there was a war and conscription. Bai Jing's great-grandfather was the eldest son in the family and needed to support the Bai family. Jisoo's great-grandfather went to enlist in the war and never came back. He only had one son. Jisoo's grandfather. Bai Jing's grandfather did support the Bai family. He had 8 children in total. 5 sons and 3 daughters. All of them started their own families and had many descendants. In Baiwan town, no one didn't know about the Bai family. On the other hand, there was only the grandfather in Jisoo's lineage. The grandfather had only one daughter, Bai Suwen. Now there is only Jisoo left. When the grandfather was still alive, he frequently visited the Bai family. When the grandfather was gone, my mother also had contact with the Bai family. Later, even my mother was gone, and Jisoo went to the city again, completely cutting off contact with the Bai family. Chapter 27. Several people rested in the passage for a night. Nothing happened. It was quiet outside. No black tide came. Uncle Zhang woke up in the morning. To prevent infection, Dr. Zhang gave him N4 at night. Uncle Zhang was much better. But because of excessive blood loss, his face was still pale. He could only go back to recuperate. The hospital had the conditions for foreign medicines that could be used. It was much better than Jisoo's previous conditions. At that time, the injured could only rely on themselves to recover. Too many people died from some trauma because there was no drug treatment. The people in the emergency room couldn't wait any longer. They knew that Su Xuanqing had turned into a monster and escaped. Those followers were almost dead. They wanted to go out. They were starving and had to go out to find something to eat. Jisoo and Bai Tingyan couldn't stay in the hospital for a long time. Jisoo decided to go out and take a look. He didn't weather the wall directly, but left an archway for only one person to pass through. He carefully observed and found no black silk. Jisoo, I go to the hall to take a look. Qin Yinan, I go with you. Jisoo looked at Qin Yinan. He wanted Qin Yinan to stay and look after Uncle Zhang. Compared with Bai Tingyan, Jisoo trusted Qin Yinan more. Relatives could not make him trust. Compared with distant cousins, his uncle's cousin was closer. In the end, he betrayed for the sake of interests? As for the security uncle, Jisoo couldn't take Uncle Zhang's life to bet on a person's kindness. But Qin Yinan had his own choice. Compared with Uncle Zhang, he was more worried about Jisoo's safety, let alone human feelings. From the perspective of interests, Bai Tingyan would not touch Uncle Zhang, but would protect him as much as possible to make friends with Jisoo. The strength of the two of them was here. As long as Bai Tingyan was not stupid, he would know how to choose. Qin Yinan had already discovered that it was difficult for Jisoo to trust others. He was on guard against everyone, even Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang. He might not trust them wholeheartedly. It was even more difficult for him to trust strangers and unfamiliar people. Qin Yinan said, Uncle Zhang will be entrusted to Dr. Tao and others to take care of him. Okay. Qin Yinan saw that Bai Tingyan and Dr. Tao had a close relationship, and as long as he entrusted it to Dr. Tao, it was equivalent to handing it over to Bai Tingyan. Bai Tingyan nodded and agreed. Uncle Zhang, leave it to us. Be careful. At this point, Jisoo had to thank him. We will be back soon. Jisoo and Qin Yinan walked out of the archway and carefully returned the same way. The whole hospital was quiet, and the black silk that covered the walls and the ground had disappeared. Everything last night seemed like a dream. But the damaged wall told Jisoo that everything was real. Jisoo gently pushed open the door of a destroyed clinic. It was clean inside, with no corpses or bloodstains, as if no one had ever existed. Jisoo pushed open each clinic in succession, and they were all empty. The people hiding inside became the nutrients of the black tide and were taken away together. The two walked to the hospital lobby and found no trace of the black tide. The ground was very clean, and even the fragments of the crazy corpses destroyed by the crystal energy disappeared. Jisoo frowned. This black tide is really not picky about food. It can eat anything. No wonder Su Tsuinqing's full abnormality escaped. If it is caught, it will become a nutrient. The two stopped their sight on the truck at the door. After the bombing of the Crazy Corpse group last night, the body of the car was dirty and covered with a thick layer. Now the body of the car is clean, as if it has been carefully licked by the monster. The crystal bracelet returned to Jisu's wrist. He held the crystal beads in his palm and slowly approached the truck. The two circled the truck several times and searched the bottom of the car compartment, and the cab. But there was no trace of the black tide. Jisu opened the door, took out the baseball bat he usually used, and planned to go upstairs to check. The two of them went up the escalator to the second floor and saw a completely open window at a glance. This was the passage for the dark matter to enter the hospital, making Jisu's reinforcement useless, and the reason why Dr. Tao could still be corroded in the hospital. Jisu walked over with a baseball bat, ready to throw the crystal at any time. He approached the window cautiously and looked out. He didn't see the black tide, but he saw the infusion tubes hanging outside the window. Many of them were tangled together, and there was blood on the broken ends at the bottom. Jisu knew that this was the rope to hang the medical staff out to feed the monsters. Jisu closed the glass window and was about to check other windows when his sight suddenly froze in one place. His heart was beating wildly. His eardrums were bulging, and even his breathing stopped. There was only that little bit of green in his vision, so beautiful and full of vitality. Jisu slowly squatted down and looked at the overturned pot of green plants. The leaves and rhizomes of the green plants had completely turned black. A palm-sized flower pot was hidden under the black leaves. In the flower pot, there were small petals as big as beans, as green and transparent as gems. The green in the small petals seemed to flow out at any time, in the end times full of decay and grayness. This is undoubtedly the most beautiful scenery. Jisu carefully reached out and touched the green, with surprise in his eyes that could not be concealed. Jisu had also thought about whether he was also responsible for what happened in the hospital. If he had not reinforced the hospital, would Su Tsuinqing not have occupied the hospital and done such evil things? Would the black tide not have appeared in this way? Now he had the answer. Whether he reinforced the hospital or not, it would not affect Su Tsuinqing's hatred for the medical staff, nor would it stop him from seeking revenge on the medical staff. The black tide would still appear, because a black tide appeared in Xinjiang City in the previous life. Black tides only form under extremely accidental circumstances. Each black tide has its own attributes, and the black tide in the hospital is very likely to be the attribute that the survivors dream of. Jisu roughly pieced together a clue from the known information in the previous life. A black tide once appeared in Xinjiang City, and then the black tide disappeared for no reason and never appeared again. At that time, an outsider entered Xinjiang City and took something away from Xinjiang City. It was a flower. Speaking of this flower, it is amazing. Rumor has it that it has caused countless people to fight for it. But the delicate flower turned into a nightmare. All the people who fought for it were killed by the delicate flower, and the delicate flower has disappeared since then. A few months later, the news of Nongqing spread among the survivors. It is said that there are uncorrupted grains in Nongqing, and the precious pure seeds from the outside world also come from Nongqing. The news of the delicate flower appeared again, and it was more specific. The news said that it was a pure flower that could purify the dark matter in the soil. After many cultivations and purifications, pure seeds were obtained. With pure seeds and clean land, there are uncorrupted grains. And this pure flower came from Xinjiang City. Jisu didn't know where these news came from, whether they were true or false. But the pure grain was indeed true. At that time, the survivors' bases in Xinjiang City and the surrounding areas were in frequent contact, and there was a tendency to unite. They wanted to join forces to attack Nongqing and take back the pure flower that originally belonged to Xinjiang City. Jisu didn't know what happened later because he was trapped in a recurring nightmare. Everything started over again. Jisu had been waiting for the pure flower, no matter whether the news was true or false. He would not give up. For this reason, he stored supplies in his house in the city and prepared for a long search and waiting, just to find the pure flower in advance. The black tide is ever-changing and elusive. No one can guarantee that it will not be a flower. Jisu did not connect the black tide with the pure flower at the beginning. Now he saw the pure green plants with his own eyes, and the window was a must-pass place for the black tide. In this way, everything is clear. Why did the black tide in Xinjiang City disappear for no reason? The reason is naturally that it was taken away from Xinjiang City. Jisoo just didn't expect that the source of the black tide was in Baiwan town. Jisoo reached out and wanted to take the small flower pot. The coldness climbed up his spine like a venomous snake. Every cell in his body was trembling. Jisoo turned around suddenly and was hugged and thrown backwards. The glass window that seemed to be closed suddenly popped open, and a black silk flew in, blooming in the air, like a big net to catch prey, covering Jisoo and Qin Yinan. Jisoo didn't care that the distance was too close, and threw a crystal towards the black silk net, turned around and faced it from behind. Jisoo and Qin Yinan were hit by the energy that exploded and slid out, and stopped when they hit the glass guardrail on the second floor. Jisoo spat a mouthful of blood foam on the glass guardrail. His internal organs were displaced by the impact. There were many floor tile fragments on his back. He blocked most of the impact. Qin Yinan was only scratched by the flying fragments, but his wide-open pupils instantly turned into vertical pupils, and gold spread in his eyes. The destroyed black silk net was reassembled into a bundle and flew towards the two people. Jisoo threw a wall at the fastest speed. There would be a time difference between the throwing and the actual object. This time difference caused Jisoo's ability to play a little role in actual combat, because it was too slow, and the enemy would not wait for him to be ready before attacking. But he had no other choice now, so he could only take a risk. Neither he nor Qin Yinan could withstand the second crystal energy impact. Jisoo watched the spiritual energy appear, and watched the energy frame gradually solidify. The black silk came close and touched the semi-solid wall. The black claws grabbed it fiercely. Jisoo's pupil shrank suddenly. Don't touch it! The black claws had already grabbed the black silk, like strangling a poisonous snake. The black silk twisted under Qin Yinan's claws, tightly wrapped around his scaly right arm. The black scales spread rapidly upward along Qin Yinan's elbow, and the deformation speed was so fast that it was out of control. The complete wall finally appeared, but Qin Yinan was dragged away by the black silk. Jisoo went around the wall and chased out. His head suddenly exploded with pain, and cold sweat instantly soaked his whole body. Jisoo was still moving forward. Everything in front of him seemed to be floating on the water, shaking endlessly. In a short time, Qin Yinan's arms were completely covered with scales, and his hands turned into claws, being entangled by black silk and dragged towards the window. Qin Yinan. Jisoo rushed forward, trying to catch Qin Yinan, but his body hit the side wall, and he watched Qin Yinan fall out of the window. Jisoo rushed to the window, but did not see Qin Yinan downstairs. He was dragged away by the black tide. Jisoo panted violently. Cold sweat dripped down, and the pain like the tide kept hitting him. While enduring the pain, Jisoo had to separate his consciousness to defend himself, and would never let the invasion have any chance. In the pure white world of consciousness, the white mist rolled violently, and every roll was tearing Jisoo's consciousness. The shape of the black shadow in the white mist became clearer and clearer. Until now, the white mist world has not given a clear cognition, which means that the distortion ability of the second invasion has not really formed. Qin Yinan. Jisoo yelled at the window, hoping that Qin Yinan would respond. But no, there was no sound of Qin Yinan outside the window except the roar of the crazy corpse. Jisoo dragged the baseball bat and staggered upstairs. He would lean to the window to look at each floor he ran to, looking for the black tide and Qin Yinan. He ran through floor after floor, all the way up. Jisoo ran to the 7th floor. A black shadow suddenly passed by the glass wall. He rushed over in a hurry, but saw nothing. At this moment, the hospital building rumbled and trembled. The vibration quickly disappeared. Judging from the sound, the center of the vibration was on the roof. Jisoo ran upstairs. At this time, on the roof of the hospital, a huge black shadow, like a burnt tree root, was tightly entangled with Qin Yinan. The heads dragged long black blood vessels and opened their huge mouths to bite Qin Yinan. At this time, Qin Yinan's arms were completely covered with black scales. His hands turned into claws. The black scales were climbing up his neck to his face. The golden vertical pupils flashed with a violent cold light. He grabbed the head that was bitten. The corner of the man's lips raised a bloodthirsty arc. With a bang, he squeezed it and burst it. The scream that pierced the mind was not painful for the man now. He felt hungry and depressed. Wanted to eat. Wanted to indulge his desire to kill. The black claws grabbed the black silk wrapped around his body, tore off a piece and put it in his mouth. Fear aggregate. The taste was complex and dirty. Like eating a mouthful of rotten rice. Unpalatable. But not inedible. The black tide twisted wildly. All the heads were screaming. Ramming and biting the man wildly. The man slapped the heads away. Grabbed the rotten rice that wanted to escape. The black tide was almost forced into a desperate situation. From the form of burnt tree roots, it turned into a smoke state again. Wrapped the man and fell off the roof. Both sides were hunting. It just depends on which side has better teeth. The black tide could not devour the man. But the man could eat the black tide. The difference was immediately apparent. So the black tide wanted to shake off the man and continue to fight. But it would soon be eaten up. During the fall, the huge black bat wings spread out behind the man, flapped the wings, and rushed upwards. The black tide climbing on the edge of the roof was about to retreat. But with a bang, it was knocked away by the man who rushed up. And the reinforced roof was knocked away together. The black tide was held down by the claws and torn into pieces. The man ate them into his mouth slowly. All the heads attacked the man's back, and the bat wings flapped, and the heads flew out together. Under the claws, the black tide dissipated like smoke. But the black blood vessels under the head were abnormally thick. The black tide was slapped away along with the head, and the huge body was several times smaller. The black tide disappeared at the edge of the roof, and the man followed and dived down and disappeared on the roof. When Jisoo ran up breathlessly, he only saw the damaged roof, but no Qin Yenin and Hei Chao. A dark shadow swooped down from the street far away from the hospital, and its huge bat wings smashed a bunch of crazy corpses. The man retracted his wings and used only his claws to tear the crazy corpses apart, venting his uncontrollable violent emotions. Chapter 28. Jisoo checked the damage on the roof. The building reinforced by spiritual energy is indeed not as strong as the one built entirely by spiritual energy. But it is not easy to break. What happened on the roof? Jisoo stood on the roof and looked around. There was no trace of Kuroshio at all, and Qin Yenin was nowhere to be found. Jisoo did not think that Kuroshio would leave so easily. There were still living people in the hospital. Living people who could create endless fear. Kuroshio would not be willing to give up. As long as he found Kuroshio, he could find Qin Yenin. Qin Yenin's black scales were a bit special. Even the spiritual energy filaments, when he lost control, could not cut through them. The black silk only entangled and dragged him away, and did not melt and swallow directly like other people. This means that Qin Yenin is likely not dead. As long as the speed is fast enough, he will definitely be saved. No one was found on the roof. Jisoo hurried downstairs again, checking every floor, looking for traces of Kuroshio. It took a lot of time to find Kuroshio on each floor, but he did not find Kuroshio on the first floor. Jisoo was a little unsteady, so he walked back to the emergency room corridor with the help of the wall. The people waiting inside saw Jisoo coming back and hurried forward. They heard Jisoo shout, as if the man who went with him was in trouble. Jisoo didn't let anyone help him, and walked in by himself. At this time, his clothes were already stained with blood, dripping down the hem of his clothes. Bai Jing and the others saw his back, and their scalps were all numb. He was directly stabbed like a hedgehog. How did he manage to walk back as if nothing had happened? Did he have a lack of pain nerves? Tao Qing's face changed when he saw Jisoo's injury, and he hurriedly called Dr. Zheng and 2 nurses to help. For medical staff took tweezers and plates and surrounded Jisoo to pull out the fragments. The clanging sound made everyone nervous. Looking at Jisoo again, he seemed to really not feel the pain, and he didn't say a word the whole time. Uncle Zhang was receiving in 4 drip. Seeing Jisoo injured like this, he was so anxious that he wanted to sit up, but was stopped by 2 nurses in time. If the wound broke open again, all the work would be in vain. Others did not dare to ask. But Uncle Zhang asked, "Where is Mr. Qin? Did something happen?" Jisoo sat on the stool motionless. "I will go out to look for him after the fragments are removed." Uncle Zhang frowned tightly. "How can you find someone when you are injured like this?" Bai Tingyan said, "We can go together to look for him. Do you know where he is?" The security uncle came out of the emergency room and saw the injuries on Jisoo's body. He felt a little uncomfortable. He was still a child of 18 or 19 years old, but he was safer and more reliable than many adults. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Jisoo took the initiative to ask, "Is there something?" The security uncle said ashamedly, "The people inside want to ask if it is safe outside and can we go out? They want to leave the hospital." Jisoo looked at the survivors hiding at the door and looking around. There is a degenerate creature outside. It is very dangerous. My companions and I were attacked just now. I was injured. My companions were missing. And the degenerate creature disappeared. There are also a lot of crazy corpses outside the hospital. Jisoo would not make a choice for them, but only tell them the actual situation. It is up to them to decide what to do. If they make the wrong choice and lose their lives, it is also their own decision. Everyone in the emergency room heard Jisoo's words, and someone couldn't help asking, if it is so dangerous, how can you come back? Jisoo glanced at the door, and Baiji had already spoken carelessly. My cousin is awesome. He dared to fight monsters, and came back after going out. Can you do it? Jisoo was a little stunned by the shouting of cousin. He glanced at him, and Baiji grinned at him. Baijing is the child of Jishuchi's maternal uncle. He is 1 year younger than Jisoo, so it is okay to call him cousin. Someone inside the door was unwilling to give up. Then, since he is so powerful, can he help us get some food? There should be food in the vending machine in the hospital. Bai Tingyan frowned and looked towards the emergency room, but didn't find anyone to talk. Jisoo sneered and was about to speak when he heard a cold voice. The rules of the end of the world. Whoever finds the supplies will own them. Bai Jing reacted and exploded immediately. This guy wanted to use his cousin as an errand boy. You are just a turtle egg, who only knows how to shrink and dare not show your head. You are just delivering food when you go out. You still want my cousin to run errands. You can't make such a thickness without brushing 10 layers of old noodle sauce on your face. Everyone, Jisoo stood up from the stool, and the doctors and nurses hurriedly pressed him to sit down and told him not to move. Jisoo's eyes were fixed on Qin Yenin. The man's clothes were torn and dirty, and it was obvious that he had been through a fierce battle. Jisoo stared at him. How are you? Are you injured? Qin Yenin's eyes fell on Jisoo's back. His lips were straight, and the golden color in his eyes was soon suppressed by the gray-blue. I'm fine. I'm not injured. But the speed of deformation is a little out of control. Jisoo saw this with his own eyes, and could not hide it. The pain could not make Jisoo frown. But the man's words made Jisoo frown. To what extent? Qin Yenin looked at him with deep eyes. I don't know. He didn't know how deformed he was. When he saw Jisoo blocking the impact for him and getting injured, his reason suddenly became a little out of control. His anger and violent emotions burst out directly, and he couldn't suppress it. He wanted to tear the monster in front of him to pieces. The monster dragged him out of the window, but didn't fall down, but went directly to the roof. As the scales on his body increased, his emotions became more and more difficult to control. He wanted to kill all living things. He wanted to eat. He needed fresh blood and flesh full of fear. That was the supreme delicacy. He had never eaten it, but he couldn't resist such temptation. His consciousness was somewhat confused, wavering between going out to hunt and tearing the monster apart. In the confusion, there was always a ray of consciousness that was the clearest. He wanted to protect his younger brother and live with him. That was the only thing his grandmother left him. That was the most closely related to him in this world. His younger brother. He was too hungry, so he ate the monster to fill his hunger. The monster was a fusion of various fear emotions, dirty and complex, and very unpalatable. But it could meet his needs and make him deform faster and more completely. He ate most of the monster, but the monster tricked and escaped. He did not intercept and chase immediately. He hesitated. His consciousness was stopping him. If he really ate all the monsters, he would never be able to turn back into a human again, and he would not be able to stay by his brother's side. He was full of violence and madness, and his bloodthirsty impulse was hard to contain. He could only go to the crazy corpse to fight and vent his violent emotions. Jisoo recalled Qin Yenin's deformed condition at that time. Both arms were covered with scales, and his hands turned into claws. His body and body above the shoulders were still in human form, and he was not completely out of control. Otherwise, he could not stand here in human form. He would have run out and gone crazy just like Su Tsuinsheng, who was completely deformed. In front of so many people, Jisoo did not ask any more questions. Uncle Jean carefully propped up his upper body. It's good to be back. Xiao Su is also injured. Let's go back to the base quickly. Xiao Su's injury also needs to be healed. Jisoo nodded in response. Okay. We will go back in a while. Van Lin looked at Bai Tingyan, a little anxious. It would be too late if he didn't speak. The tall wall that appeared in the south was discovered by them when they were looking for materials for making. They originally planned to rescue Tao Qingwu and go over to take a look. But they didn't expect to meet people in the wall. Bai Tingyan gave Fan Lin a look, telling him not to worry. This was not the place to talk. Qin Yanan watched the doctors treating Jisu's wound. And the two doctors felt a chill on their backs. They were very careful with every step. And even the bandages were wrapped very beautifully, for fear that the family members would be dissatisfied. Jisu and Qin Yanan clothes were too dirty to wear. So the nurse went to the emergency room to find 2 hospital gowns for them to change into. As long as they had clothes to wear, Jisu and Qin Yanan were not picky. They changed into hospital gowns and talked about the black tide. Qin Yanan, it dragged me out. And it couldn't do anything with my scales. So I took the opportunity to escape. Jisu could never have imagined that it was not Qin Yanan who took the opportunity to escape, but the black tide. The black tide is not yet a mature body, and its form is changeable. It can only be caught when it stabilizes. Jisu didn't know who took the flower of purity in his previous life, and how he caught it. There is no doubt that it is absolutely dangerous to catch the mature body of the black tide. Even so, Jisu must get the flower of purity. Jisu didn't know when the pure flower would appear, so he could only go to Qinjiang City more often. In the previous life, the pure flower was taken away from Qinjiang City, which means that the black tide would leave Baiwan town and go to Qinjiang City. After the matter was dealt with, it was indeed time to go back. Jisu looked at Tao Qingwu and invited him. Dr. Tao, my base is short of a doctor. I wonder if you are willing to go there. Tao Qingwu was surprised. He didn't expect Jisu to invite him to the base. He hadn't left the hospital since the end of the world. He didn't know where the base was, and what kind of base it was. Tao Qingwu hesitated and looked at Dr. Zheng and the 2 young nurses. Dr. Zheng smiled helplessly at him. When the young nurse heard about the base, she was happy at first, but then lonely. Obviously, not everyone could enter the base. Jisu only invited Dr. Tao. The young nurse clenched her fingers. Her home was in Baiwan town. If she could enter the base, she would find a way to bring her family over. At least she would have a stable place. And she wouldn't have to hide and flee like she is now. Jisu, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Tao Qingwu said, I need to go home first. My mother? He didn't know how his mother was doing now. Whether she was still alive. Jisu looked at the black spots on his arm. You have been seriously eroded. If you can't become a deformed person or stop the erosion, you will soon become a crazy corpse. Those monsters outside. When we go to the base, I can help you stop the erosion. As long as you control your emotions, and don't let your fear value exceed the limit, there shouldn't be any big problems. Tao Qingwu shuddered. And his fear value exceeded the standard? He finally knew why Xiaoming suddenly turned into a monster. She was too scared and too terrified. She saw the little nurse hanging outside the window being eaten by the monster. And she was going to end up like that. That's why she couldn't hold on. Her fear value exceeded the standard, and she turned into a monster. Bai Tingyan was very worried about the black spots on Tao Qingwu's body. I've been to your house, and there's no one at home. You go to the base first. I find someone for you. Your black spots are very serious. Don't let your aunt worry. After the end of the world, almost everyone has black spots on their bodies. They all know that these black spots are not good things, because monsters have many black spots on their bodies. They all realize that if there are too many black spots, they will turn into monsters. It is extremely rare for people like Jisu and the other 2 to be clean and without any black spots on their bodies. The people hiding in the emergency room also have very few black spots on their bodies. And Dr. Zheng and the 2 nurses don't have any either, which should be because they stayed in the hospital and didn't go out. But Tao Qingwu also stayed in the hospital. But black spots appeared on his body. Bai Tingyan couldn't figure out the connection, but he was sure that the black spots appeared in the hospital lobby. At that time, the monster was killing people. How could Tao Qingwu not be afraid? Tao Qingwu's heart sank when he heard that there was no one at home. Jisu said, go to the base first. Then drive to find someone. If your relatives are still alive, you can bring them to the base together. After the end of the world, too many people died. It is not that they are not dead or turned into monsters, which can prove that people are still alive. There is another possibility that they can't withstand the invasion and die directly. And even the corpse will not be left. Uncle Zhang's injury is more serious. He can't travel with the car. He must go back first. Jisoo has said this. Tao Qingwu can't refuse. But he looked at Bai Tingyan. What about you? Bai Tingyan smiled. I will talk to Jisoo in detail later. Tao Qingwu nodded. Now he can't hide anywhere for long. Only the base can keep the survivors alive. Bai Tingyan looked at Fan Lin. Fan Lin scratched his head. He was tall and strong. And he was a little reserved at the moment. Well, I see you have a car at your base. Do you need a mechanic? Jisoo raised his eyebrows. Can you repair a car? Fan Lin smiled with his big white teeth. It's a family skill. My father and I can repair cars. Our family has run a car repair shop in town for many years. I majored in car repair in college. Repairing a car is definitely no problem. Jisoo asked with interest, Can you modify it? Fan Lin rubbed his hands. It depends on what you modify. Under the current conditions, it is unrealistic to modify the engine and fuel. There is no equipment or materials. Modifying the appearance is definitely no problem. Jisoo was originally waiting for others to make a modified car. But he didn't expect such a talent to come to his door. Jisoo nodded. Okay. Follow the car later. Fan Lin smiled. My dad is still at the White Whale supermarket. Jisoo, go back to the base first. And then drive to pick someone up. Fan Lin agreed happily. Paeong and Fong Jun pushed each other. Fong Jun was pushed out and scratched his head in embarrassment. I don't have any special skills. It's the end of the world right after the college entrance examination. Money should be useless. Oh, yes. My family still has a few acres of land. I should be able to harvest some food. I wonder if I can use the food to pay the rent. I also want to move to the base with my family. Is it okay? Paeong, my family also has land. We can pay rent and move in. Jisoo pondered in silence. And the two children blushed with anxiety. Several people came out of the emergency room. We also have land. Can we live in the base? The people without land were a little anxious. Did something go wrong? Isn't the base to take in survivors? Why do you need land to enter? And you need to collect rent? Then what should we do? Is there no one to take care of us? Jisoo said coldly. It's a private base. Not a shelter. I choose people. Survivors, Just now, Dr. Zheng was treating his injuries. And even Dr. Zheng was not allowed in. Yes, even Dr. Zheng and the nurse who helped him were not allowed in. Let alone us. They probably still remember the grudge of not letting them into the emergency room. Qin Yinen's hand hanging by his side trembled slightly. And scales appeared on the back of his hand. He was trying to suppress his emotions and not let himself get angry and kill people. He was afraid that his appearance would scare Jisoo. And even more afraid that he would hurt him. Dr. Zheng and the young nurse, who were held up, were very embarrassed. And they didn't know what to say for a while. In fact, they also wanted to go to the base. Jisoo glanced at the emergency room. Are they here to kidnap him? If it was in his previous life, he might have brought them all back to the base. One more or one less person wouldn't make much difference. But now, he didn't think so. One more or one less person would still make a big difference. After all, a bad apple can spoil the whole pot of porridge. How could there be no difference? Jisoo called Dr. Zheng and two nurses to the clinic outside. He had something to say to them alone. The people in the emergency room saw them leave and came out, wanting to follow them to have a look. But the arch was blocked by a person. When they looked up, they saw a pair of golden vertical pupils, bloodthirsty and cold, which frightened them so much that they almost fainted on the spot. They turned around and ran to the emergency room, not daring to come out again. In the clinic, Jisoo told them that there were still survivors upstairs. Baiwan Hospital only has this one building. The lower floors are outpatient clinics, and the upper floors are inpatient departments. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, there are still patients in the inpatient department, and the medical staff on duty are also there. When Jisoo was looking for Qin Yinen on each floor, he heard the movement and saw the patients and medical staff hiding. The group of people who escaped last night was only a minority, and there were still survivors upstairs. Jisoo said, I have reinforced the hospital building to block the dark matter from the outside. As long as the doors and windows are closed, the dark matter cannot enter the hospital, and the people who stay in the hospital will be safe. The hospital is important, and you are more important. Medicines and medical equipment are scarce resources. Medicines outside the hospital are basically corroded by dark matter and can no longer be used. The clean medicines retained in the hospital are very important. If there is no one in the hospital, The things inside will soon be snatched away. The key is that it is a waste if you don't use them. Those medicines can only play the greatest value in the hands of doctors. Dr. Zheng said, "You mean? Let us stay here to guard the hospital for you." Jisoo wanted to, but he couldn't take over a hospital by himself. Unless he could move the entire hospital back to the base, which was not realistic. And other forces would not agree. Jisoo would not be naive to think that Baiwan Town only had his own force. Because Baiwan Town is close to Chijiang City. The population is not small. Jisoo has been running around Chijiang City and has not come to the town. So he has not met many survivors. So there should be a lot. Jisoo did not answer directly. Baiwan Town will be rebuilt sooner or later. And the hospital is also Baiwan Town's hospital. The base is independent of the town. And the various facilities are not complete. If you want to develop for a long time, you must rebuild Baiwan Town and unite all forces to clean up the crazy corpses and deformed creatures. This is a big project that cannot be completed by one person or one force. As for the division of interests after reconstruction, that is a later story. Dr. Zheng heard Jisoo's meaning. Once Baiwan Town is rebuilt, the interests will be redistributed. It is difficult for the hospital to belong to one person. In the end, it is likely that several forces will be in charge together. Jisoo came to him to say this. And the purpose is also very obvious. In fact, Jisoo did not pursue the development of power too much. He was tired of the various intrigues and power struggles in his previous life. He considered these just to make his base safer, and not be isolated and helpless when encountering danger. The longer the apocalypse lasts, the more dangerous it becomes. Powerful deformed creatures and degenerate creatures continue to appear. Crazy corpses will also rely on eating living creatures to obtain living creature genes, thereby advancing. When they obtain enough living creature genes, they will stop rotting and become advanced crazy corpses. The degree of danger is completely incomparable to the initial crazy corpses. In the previous life, countless bases, shelters, and asylums were destroyed by monsters. As monsters become stronger and stronger, the living space of humans is severely squeezed. If they want to survive, they can't stand alone. Human forces must unite. Jisoo, of course. You can make your own choice. Staying in the hospital or going home is your freedom. Different choices will receive different treatments. Dr. Zheng said, "I can stay in the hospital. But my family wants to stay in the base, if they are still alive." This is considered standing in line. No matter how many forces intervene in the hospital, Dr. Zheng will choose Jisoo's side. The two nurses hesitated. They didn't know what would happen in the future. Looking at the present situation, it was obviously the best choice to send their families to the base. In this way, they would not be homeless. In the future, the base would be their home and their retreat. The two nurses made the same choice as Dr. Zheng. Jisoo took them upstairs again to check whether the glass on each floor was closed. By the way, he talked with the medical staff upstairs about ideals in life. When Jisoo came back, he had a few pieces of paper in his hand with home addresses and names written on them. These were the families of the medical staff. He asked Jisoo to find them. If they were alive, he would take them to the base for settlement, and the hospital would be left to them. Chapter 29. Jisoo came down from upstairs and saw the security uncle standing in the corridor of the emergency room, looking out through the locked glass door. This is the emergency door, which will not be closed at night. After the end of the world, it was locked from the inside to prevent monsters from breaking in. Jisoo's truck was parked outside the outpatient hall, and the wall was also there. The emergency door was crowded with crazy corpses. The security guard Lao Rao seemed to be unaware of fear and stared at the corpses in a trance. I don't know what he was thinking. Jisoo walked over. You are also a deformed person, right? Jisoo did not reinforce the security room, and it would inevitably be attacked on the night of the end of the world. Even if the security guard did not turn into a monster, it would be impossible for him to be completely free of black spots on his body, no matter how fast he ran. It would be useless unless he was a deformed person and digested the dark matter himself. Lao Rao raised one of his arms, and his intact skin gradually became uneven, and the color became blue-gray, as if covered with a layer of rock, which looked very weird. If you call this a deformity, then I should be one. When Jisoo saw Lao Rao in the emergency room, he guessed that he might be a deformed person. Doctors and ordinary people don't have black spots on their bodies. Maybe they have been in the hospital from the beginning, or they might be deformed people. but the security guard is more likely to be deformed. Lao Rao chose to protect the people in the emergency room and didn't go out to confront Su Sunxing and others. It is likely that his ability is limited, and he doesn't want to go out and take risks. Jisoo didn't ask him the name of his deformed ability. This is the secret of deformed people. Once the name is exposed, his ability may be known to others. Just like Jisoo, outsiders only know that he can build walls, but don't know the real name of his deformed ability. Jisoo said, "What are your plans for the future? Will you stay in the hospital?" Lao Rao was silent for a moment. "I'm going to Chijiang City." Jisoo, "Something?" Lao Rao's eyes were silent. "Looking for someone. My son and daughter-in-law work in the city. I want to go and see whether they are alive or dead." Lao Rao had heard from people who escaped from outside that all the cars were scrapped and there was no car that could be driven. He planned to walk there, and he thought about the consequences very clearly. This time, he would most likely not be able to come back. "Jisoo, I will also go to the city in 2 days. If you want a ride, I can come and pick you up." Lao Rao's gaze on the door finally moved. He looked at Jisoo. "You have a car?" Jisoo nodded. "My truck is parked at the door of the hall now." Lao Rao came out of the emergency room and only moved around in the emergency area. He had not been to the outpatient hall. He heard the words and went directly to confirm it with his own eyes. Everyone else said the car couldn't be driven. So why could it still be driven? While Lao Rao was checking the car, Jisoo whispered to Dr. Zheng and the 2 nurses, "Do you know what happened to him?" Lao Rao gave Jisoo a very strange feeling. There was a sense of deadness about him, as if his heart was dead, but he couldn't let it go. Jisoo was very familiar with this feeling. In his previous life, he had a very trusted friend who was also like this. He was greatly stimulated by watching his daughter die in front of him, and was invaded and became a deformed person. He was always surrounded by that sense of deadness. Whether he was alive or dead, he would not care about his life when he went crazy. The young nurse glanced at the outpatient hall and whispered, "Old Rao is in a very miserable situation. A gas tank exploded in the town 2 years ago. The old lady who used the gas tank was killed on the spot. At that time, Old Rao's wife was playing with her 2-year-old grandson at the door of the old lady's house. They were blown away together. The child died on the spot, and Old Rao's wife could not be rescued. Old Rao's son and daughter-in-law rushed back, without making a fuss. They left after the funeral, and have not returned since then. People in the town said that his son and daughter-in-law hated Old Rao, and hated him for not raising their children well." The young nurse shut up immediately when she saw Old Rao coming back. When Old Rao saw the truck, he also saw the wall surrounding the door, which was the same as the one in the emergency room corridor. He knew that this was the ability of the young man. Lao Rao confirmed that the truck could be driven, and there was a little life in the dead silence. "When are you going to the city?" Jisoo knew that Lao Rao wanted to follow the car. "Maybe in 2 days." Lao Rao was silent. The longer he delayed, the lower the chance of his son and daughter-in-law surviving. But if they walked, not to mention whether they could get there in 2 days, just saving their lives would be a big problem. Jisoo still had a lot of things to do. He promised to find his family for Dr. Zheng and the others, and he couldn't postpone it because of Lao Rao's matter. Lao Rao figured it out and decided to wait for 2 days. "Okay. I wait for your news in the hospital." Jisoo looked at the fence outside, which was almost useless. It had been pushed down by the mad zombies. The hospital building was exposed and stood alone here, without any shelter. Opening the door would face the mad zombies. Jisoo had seen the range of the wall upstairs. The area was not large, and the construction was also simple. He rebuilt a wall along the position of the old fence to enclose the hospital building. A 10-meter-high wall appeared out of nowhere. Old Rao, Dr. Zheng and the other 2 standing in front of the glass door all widened their eyes, then looked at the young man beside them, their eyes full of disbelief. Jisoo said to Lao Rao, "I trouble you to take care of the hospital for a while." Lao Rao, Lao Rao's head was buzzing. The wall was being built too fast. No problem. I'm a hospital security guard. It's my duty." Before leaving, Jisoo needed to make arrangements for the hospital. Feeling the ground shaking, Qin Yinan came out and saw the brand new wall outside. He knew what Jisoo wanted to do, so he went to drive. The crazy corpses trapped in the wall must be cleaned up. If they were to fight head-on like by Tingyan, the speed would be too slow. Jisoo had a faster way. He asked Bai Tingyan to lock the glass door of the hall from the inside, and weather the wall at the door. The crazy corpses immediately swarmed in. Jisoo climbed into the car and began to clean up the hospital building in circles. When the truck came back, there were no crazy corpses inside the wall. There were many people standing in the outpatient hall. All of them were stunned, and no one dared to speak carelessly. Jisoo got out of the car and looked at the survivors in the hall. Bai Tingyan had already opened the soft lock and pulled open the glass door. Jisoo didn't notice that his soul stepped on the sticky blood and rotten meat. But the survivors in the hall were all tingling. No one dared to look at Jisoo, worried that they would be recognized for their previous chatter. Jisoo looked at them. If you want to leave, you can leave now. I will only clean up for you once. Some people rushed out without hesitation. The hospital was safe, but they were almost starving to death without food or water. The vending machines in the hospital were empty long ago. They were all used up by Su Tsuincheng and his people. They would come back when they found food. Some people looked at the truck hesitantly, wanting to say something but not daring to speak. If they were not allowed to enter the base, it would be better to drive them away. Those who did not give up asked again. If they had landed home, could they live in the base? The medical staff and survivors in the inpatient department also came down. They had been trapped in the hospital for so many days, lacking water and food, and were always in danger of being eaten by monsters. They were very worried about their families and wanted to go home. Jisoo looked at Bai Tingyan and the others. Aren't you leaving? Bai Tingyan had something to talk to Jisoo about. But there was no rush. Jisoo still had to go to the White Whale supermarket to pick someone up. And it wouldn't be too late to talk then. White Whale couldn't stay any longer, and was anxious to go back, worried that something might happen to his parents. Fan Lin didn't want to go back and forth, so he planned to go to the supermarket with Bai Tingyan first and wait for Jisoo to come. Or he and his father could go there by themselves. Bai Tingyan looked at Tao Qingwu, who nodded at him. He didn't need to say anything. He understood. Jisoo turned around and walked towards the gate on the sticky ground. Uncle Rao, open the door. Old Rao followed Jisoo to the door. The security room was built inside the wall, and there were stairs behind the house and on the roof, so you could walk directly up to the wall. Jisoo stood on the wall and threw a few crystals into the group of crazy corpses at the door. Jisoo retreated back to the wall, and the energy exploded, with blood and flesh splattering. Jisoo, Uncle Rao, open the door. Old Rao pulled open the door of unknown material, and Bai Tingyan and his men rushed out first. The survivors who were originally a little scared and coward immediately rushed out after seeing someone running out. Old Rao quickly closed the door to prevent the monsters from breaking in. Jisoo threw a few more crystals into the denser group of crazy zombies, and watched the survivors who left race with the crazy zombies. Some were caught up. Some went into the shops on the roadside, and some continued to rush forward. Bai Tingyan and his men were the fastest and ran in the front. Jisoo walked down the stairs and said to Old Rao, the door must be guarded well. It is best not to let survivors in casually. No one knows whether it is a human or a monster. It is best not to open the door. If it is opened, you can't guard it. Su Tsuincheng is a living example. Even if Jisoo didn't remind them, they didn't dare to open the door casually. There was no one else in the hospital except Lao Rao and Dr. Zheng. Jisoo secretly counted the number of survivors. They might not want to risk leaving the hospital, but if they didn't leave, they would starve to death or die of thirst. Besides, no one could guarantee that the monster wouldn't come back. They had to leave. Jisoo and Lao Rao came back. Dr. Tao was removing the needle from Uncle Zhang. Today's infusion was over. Dr. Zhang and 2 nurses were counting the potions to be taken to the base. Uncle Zhang still needed infusion. Jisoo and Tao Qingwu were both injured. It would be better to have infusion to heal quickly. Jisoo, Qin Yanan, and Lao Rao carried Uncle Zhang to the couch. After settling Uncle Zhang, Jisoo opened the door of the carriage, took the food and water out of the carriage, vacated the carriage, and pulled the trailer in. Jisoo, follow me. Several people followed. Lao Rao followed a few steps, saw the food and water in the hall, and retreated. Jisoo pulled the trailer through the entire hospital building. When he encountered a locked door, he used his spiritual energy to open it, and went all the way to the warehouse behind the building. Dr. Tao, Dr. Zheng, 2 nurses, They were still counting the drugs to be taken away in front. But they turned their attention to the hospital drug warehouse. They didn't care about the outpatient pharmacy, and went directly to the drug warehouse. Jisoo pressed the door of the warehouse with one hand and opened the warehouse. Please help me see how to match these medicines. Before the end of the world, he stored a lot of medicines, which were common medicines that could be bought outside. The types were limited. Many of the hospital's medicines could not be bought outside, let alone injections. Medical equipment is not easy to move back to the base, but these medicines can be. When there are doctors in the base in the future, these medicines can be used. Jisoo does not know how to make medicines, so only professional doctors can do it. The doctor and the nurse went into the medicine warehouse to move the medicines. Qin Yinan turned back and drove the truck over so that they could move directly into the carriage. Medicines are consumables. As long as you can hold on until the medicine city appears, you don't have to worry about running out of medicine. In the past life, many medicines circulating on the market came from the medicine city, and there were even medicines that could suppress black spots. But the price of these medicines was so high that ordinary people could not afford them at all, especially when it was limited to pure food and crystals. Ordinary people couldn't even touch the edge. Thinking of crystals, Jisoo felt that he still had too few crystals, and he had to collect more. In the end of the world, this is money, a life-saving talisman, and more is not too much. While Jisoo was moving medicine boxes into the carriage, he was thinking about where to get more crystals, and the flower of purity. He didn't know when the flower would appear. Jisoo filled the carriage, and the remaining medicine was sealed in the medicine warehouse. The backup power supply room and the room where important medical equipment was placed were also temporarily sealed. Tao Qingwu and Jisoo squeezed into the driver's cab together. Fortunately, the space was spacious, and it was not a problem to squeeze 4 people. When Jisoo left, he rebuilt the door of the emergency room, weathered the wall on the second floor, brought small flower pots, and reinforced 2 rooms upstairs for them. In case of danger, they could hide in the room for refuge. The food and water brought down were left to them. Before Baiwan Town was rebuilt, their rations were temporarily borne by Jisoo. When Baiwan Town was built, the expenses of the hospital would naturally be borne by Baiwan Town. If he felt it was appropriate, Jisoo would ask them to return to the base to work. If not, they would have to stay in the hospital. As the truck drove out of the hospital, Lao Rao immediately closed and locked the door. He had always been very vigilant, and he could not let his guard down in this environment. Chapter 30. When the truck left the town, it could see 2 layers of walls standing high in the farmland. The outer wall was very large, and the planting area near the town to the southernmost Jinglin Mountain was all enclosed within the wall. Tao Qingwu was shocked when he looked at the tall wall. Such a large area would take a long time to build even if it was built manually. It has only been a short time since the end of the world, and such a base has appeared. Tao Qingwu has a new understanding of the ability of the deformed people. Before the truck reached the main gate of the base, 2 people came out of the sentry post on the buffer wall. Chung Imo waved his arms excitedly, and he almost shouted a few times. Shi Ying, who was next to him, looked at him like a fool. There was no need to honk. The sentry post set up on the buffer wall could see the vehicle coming from a distance. Chung Imo ran down from the buffer wall and opened the buffer gate. The truck drove in. Chung Imo quickly closed the gate and locked the crazy corpse that followed him outside. The buffer wall is still some distance away from the outer wall gate. This closed buffer area is to prevent the buffer gate from being lost and the zombies rushing in. As long as the buffer gate is closed, the zombies can be caught in the trap and eliminated in the buffer zone. The buffer wall is only 3 stories high, but the outer wall is 10 stories high. There is a small door at the junction of the buffer wall and the outer wall, which is only for 1 person to pass through. The sentry can walk directly from the buffer wall, enter the outer wall, and open the outer wall gate. The idea is very clever. When the people in the base found it, they were all amazed and didn't understand how Jisoo came up with so many practical and convenient details. No matter how they thought, they would never think that these details were summed up in one painful attack after another. How to defend and how to escape as quickly as possible have all been tested in actual combat. So Jisoo dared to use them. Chung Imo stayed in the sentry post. In addition to feeling fresh and interesting, he was also waiting for Jisoo to come back. At this moment, he drove his own commercial vehicle behind the truck and left without any reluctance. As for why he drove to the outer gate, it was naturally because the outer wall was far from the inner wall, and it was too time-consuming to walk. 2 cars drove into the inner gate one after another. Shong Fengmin opened the door, and Qin Yanan drove the truck directly to Aunt Chio's house. Aunt Chio was already waiting at the door. She was very nervous, and didn't know how Lao Zhang was. The first person to get off the car was not Jisoo, but Tao Qingwu. And Chiu felt relieved when she saw the white coat on him. With the doctor coming back, Lao Zhang must be fine. Jisoo and Qin Yanan got off the car one after another. And Cheng Yimou and Qi Ying helped to lift Uncle Zhang off the couch and sent him home. Jisoo introduced to Aunt Chiu. This is Dr. Tao Qingwu. You will be the doctor of our base in the future. Uncle Zhang is fine. Aunt Chiu is relieved and smiles more. Hello, Dr. Tao. You haven't eaten yet. I cook. It will be ready soon. Come to my house for lunch. Tao Qingwu has been hungry for several days. How could he not know that food is precious nowadays? He wanted to decline, but Jisoo had already agreed. He would take Tao Qingwu to see the place where the clinic is to be built first. Seeing Qi Ying, Jisoo remembered that Qi Ying came to the base with him last night. He was busy with various things, and then went to the town hospital overnight, and didn't have time to settle him down. I don't know where he stayed last night. Cheng Yimou pointed at his dark circles, and showed them to Jisoo. Do we look like we've slept together? Jisoo, ? Cheng Yimou said. When the outer wall appeared, it shook a lot. After we were done, Brother Zhong took us out to fish. Fish out the crazy corpses. We set out with flashlights, hatchets, sickles, and shovels. When we found one, we shoveled its head off. That's how we spent the night. It was so exciting. No wonder there were no crazy corpses in the outer base. Jisoo asked. Have they all been cleaned up? Cheng Yimou patted his chest and assured. Don't worry. There will be no corpses that have escaped. We have even checked the self-built villas at Jianxi's house. All the crazy corpses have been shoveled to death. By the way, there are other survivors over there. They hid in their villas and didn't come out. When we went there, both sides were shocked. Jisoo had already thought that there might be survivors. The self-built villas with their own houses were much safer than the densely populated communities in the town. As long as the crazy corpses were blocked outside the door, the house could still be guarded. There are only empty houses in the back of the base, where Cheng Mo's family lives. There are also 2 self-built villas, and a row of 4-story buildings that are vacant. Jisoo does not plan to put the clinic in the inner base. The medicines brought back from the hospital must be placed in his large warehouse. If conditions permit, the base will be further expanded, and there will be survivors entering the outer base. By then, the clinic will be crowded, and it will be inconvenient to put it in the inner base. The people living in the inner base must be people that Jisoo trusts and are important. Outsiders can only live in the outer base. Jisoo took a sickle and took Tao Qingwu out of the west side door, walked into the bean field and corn field, and cut down the crops along the way while moving forward. Tao Qingwu then noticed that these crops were all dark green. A very strange color. Can the food grown in this way really be eaten? He bent down and picked up a corn stalk, broke off a small corn cob from it, tore off the outer coat, revealing the black corn kernels inside. The corn had not yet grown, and the kernels were small. When he pinched it with his fingertips, turbid gray juice flowed out. Tao Qingwu put his nose to the tip of his nose and smelled it. It was not smelly, nor did it have the sweet fragrance of corn. He could not smell anything at all. Jisoo noticed Tao Qingwu's actions and explained to him. The crops have been corroded, and the dark matter content inside is very high. If ordinary people eat it, the dark matter will accumulate in their bodies and become black spots. If you eat such food, it won't take long for you to become a crazy corpse. Tao Qingwu, have all the crops been corroded? Jisoo, yes. Tao Qingwu's face turned pale. Then, what about the finished food on the market? Jisoo didn't need to answer this. Cheng Yimou could give the answer. There is no edible food outside. Cheng Yimou still remembered Qi Ying's prank on him. Last night, when he cleaned up the villa, there was no one in the first villa. Qi Ying took a piece of chocolate from the snack plate on the coffee table and gave it to Cheng Yimou. Cheng Yimou was hungry, so he tore it open and stuffed it into his mouth without thinking, and then ate a mouthful of mud, and kept saying "Pa, Pa, brother," and Qi Ying laughed beside him. Cheng Yimou thought Qi Ying was teasing him on purpose, so he chased him and hit him. Qi Ying denied it and asked him to take it again. Cheng Yimou tore open several pieces in a row, all of which tasted like mud. He was a little skeptical about life. The food he ate after the end of the world was obviously normal. So why was the food here wrong? Qi Ying told him that the food outside was like this, and asked him to cherish the existing supplies. Chung Yimou was so angry that he was deformed. And he asked Ji Ying to return the rations. Without comparison, you don't know how rare normal food is. The two of them were at Jisu's house, and ate a lot of his normal food. How could this be possible? He must protect his good brother's supplies. Not only Ji Ying had to return them, but he also had to return them. Ji Ying's expression changed. He didn't know that ordinary people would have black spots after eating eroded food. Fortunately, Chung Yimou didn't swallow it. He ate it in his mouth and spit it out. Jisoo had an injury on his back, so it was inconvenient for him to bend over. Qin Yinan took the sickle from his hand and chopped down a piece of crops. Jisoo looked at Qin Yinan, but said to Chung Yimou, "You are wrong. The food outside is not delicious, but it is not inedible. The survivors all rely on those foods to survive. If they eat, they will not die immediately. But if they don't eat, they will definitely starve to death." Chung Yimou stared at Jisoo's back and wanted to ask why the food outside was corroded. But their food was not. The words came to his lips, but he didn't ask. He is not a fool. The food outside was corroded, but their food was not. All the cars outside were scrapped, but their cars can still be driven. The crops and plants outside have turned dark green or black, but there are normal vegetable and fruit forests in the greenhouses of Jisoo's family and Zhong family. The Zhong family was trapped in the base by Jisoo from the beginning. And Chiu is a good girlfriend of Jisoo's mother. She has taken care of Jisoo a lot over the years. The reason why their Chung family was brought to the base is because he is Jisoo's good brother. Look at the three families. The supplies, cars and greenhouses are all saved. The core of all this is Jisoo. It is because of their relationship with Jisoo that they will encounter such a good thing. Chung Yimou thought of his father sighing at home, always worried about the loss of his peaceful life, and thought about how to pull Jisoo out of his lazy state. Let him work hard to develop the base, and let him persuade him more. But what was the result? Jisoo quietly built an external base, and the base area was directly expanded several times. Who said Jisoo was lazy? He has his own plan, but he is unwilling to say it. No one knows better than Jisoo himself how to develop the base. This is why Chung father was excited. He has been busy since last night, and has not been seen until now. Even if he dragged his wounds to patrol around, he was happy. Tao Qingwu's face looked better, since all the food has been corroded. There are so many survivors outside, which proves that the corroded food will not kill people if eaten. But there is a risk of turning into a monster, a crazy corpse if eaten for a long time. Even if you know that eating corroded food is not good, you have to eat it. There is no clean food, and you will starve to death if you don't eat it. Jisoo and Tao Qingwu discussed the planning and specific layout of the base clinic. Tao Qingwu mentioned a few things that Jisoo had overlooked. Jisoo modified the construction model according to Tao Qingwu's suggestions. After confirming that there were no problems, he put the constructed clinic into use. The clinic is located on the side of the main road, with 4 floors, in the shape of a Chinese character Hui, and the building is pure white. Qin Yinan and his companions have become immune to Jisoo's ability to a certain extent, but Tao Qingwu has seen it for the first time. He originally thought that Jisoo could build a wall, which was incredible, but he didn't expect that he could also build a building. The first move was a 4-story building in the shape of a Chinese character Hui. Tao Qingwu's heart was pounding as he looked at the brand new clinic in front of him. This is not a clinic at all. This is a hospital. Some hospitals in remote towns may not be as big as the base clinic. Chung Yimou had seen the fineness of the buffer wall and the outpost, and he was still very excited when he saw the white building that suddenly appeared. He fumbled with the wall and leaned over the window to look inside. It was empty, and there was nothing inside. Chung Yimou touched the clean and transparent glass and said excitedly, "Brother Su is awesome. Aren't you only good at building walls? Hey, how did you make this glass? Is it real glass?" Jisoo, it shouldn't be real glass. And of course, the wall is not a real reinforced concrete wall. Jisoo doesn't know the specific material, but it's very strong. At the beginning, he really only knew how to build walls, and the houses he built had no glass. He didn't want to close it into a black box, so he could only leave windows, remove the glass from the outside, and reinforce it and install it. Later, by chance, he discovered that when constructing a model in the conscious world, the amount of spiritual energy incorporated directly affects the thickness of the wall. When it becomes thin to a certain extent, it will become transparent. After discovering this technique, he became more adept at future constructions. Several people went in and took a look around. Some areas were obviously built to imitate hospitals, such as the cashier's office, pharmacy, clinic, infusion area, etc. Tao Qinghu once again felt that this was not like a clinic, but a small hospital. But now there was nothing in the building. It was just an empty building. Jisoo said, "The fourth floor is a suite, a house allocated to doctors. When you find your family, you can live in it together. But you have to prepare the furniture and daily necessities yourself. For furniture, you can either look for it in an abandoned house or move it to a furniture store. You can always find it." Considering the issue of eating, Jisoo said, "I will build a canteen as soon as possible and let someone be responsible for cooking. If you don't want to cook by yourself in the future, you can go to the canteen, but it will be charged. You are a doctor at the base, and the base will pay you. There are ingredients, food and labor inputs, which must not be free. No one will work for others for free. If you want to pay wages, you must charge. The specific regulations need to be planned." Tao Qingwu nodded, and couldn't be more satisfied with the conditions and living environment given by Jisoo. Tao Qingwu, "This should be a hospital, right?" Jisoo, "It's not a hospital. If there is a big problem, you have to go to Baiwan Hospital, where the medical equipment is the most complete. Jisoo will go to the hospital to move some of the beds and small medical equipment needed. Forget about those medical equipment that is too heavy. It is not easy to move, and it is impossible to move. Even if it can be disassembled and transported, it must be able to be disassembled and reassembled." Jisoo felt that there was no need to go through all this trouble. What humans are facing now is not disease, but the erosion of dark matter everywhere. Who would go to the hospital for a scan and film because of a headache or heart and lung discomfort? The hospital mainly treats those who can be saved through surgery and drugs. For people with excessive dark matter, the hospital cannot save them, unless they can buy the special medicine specially developed by Yao Cheng to suppress black spots. Otherwise, no sophisticated equipment will be useful. A few people spread out the cut bean stalks and corn stalks to dry and use them as fuel. After finishing these, they went back to eat. In the afternoon, they had to move things to the hospital, and Jisoo also had to go to the town to find someone. On the way, they met Aunt Chio, who came over. The meal was ready, and she came to call them back to eat. Chung Mo did not go with them. He went home to eat alone. He owed enough food and could not continue to owe it. There were many vegetables in the base, and the Zhong family had so many vegetables and fruits that they could not finish eating them. Aunt Chio and Chung mother took a lot of rice and noodles to exchange for them, and went home. They ate rice and stir-fried vegetables at noon. Aunt Chio's cooking skills were very good, and the food was very fragrant. Tao Qingwu hadn't eaten real food for many days. Looking at the snow-white rice and emerald green vegetables, Tao Qingwu was a little stunned. After seeing so many black and dark green vegetables, he was a little overwhelmed. Jisoo saw him in a daze. "Eat it. These meals are not corroded. You can eat them." Tao Qingwu took a bite of rice, and the unique soft, sticky and sweet fragrance of rice filled his mouth, making his nose sour. The base and the outside of the base were like two different worlds. There were crises everywhere outside, and death could happen at any time. Everyone was so hungry that they wanted to eat people. But it was very safe inside the base. There was no need to worry about the crazy corpses that might pounce on him at any time. There were also hot and fragrant meals. It was as if there was no end of the world here. Quiet and peaceful. Chung Mo went home and had a quick meal, then hurried back again, fearing that Jisoo would go to town without him. Chung Chifeng also followed him. He and Zhongji had just returned from the foot of the mountain, and before they had time to eat, Chung Mo only said that Jisoo had set up a clinic and was going to the town hospital to move things and ran away. Chung Chifeng couldn't sit still, so he followed to see the situation. Chung Chifeng was very enthusiastic about building the base. After finding out the whole story, he also wanted to go and help, but his neck injury had not healed yet, and he couldn't exert much strength. He had no choice but to stay and look after the house. Dr. Tao was also left at the base. He had a wound on his back and couldn't bear weight either. He had serious black spots on his body, so it was best not to run around. It was safest to stay in the base clinic honestly. Dr. Zheng was at the hospital, and Dr. Zheng would help choose what was needed. Dr. Tao didn't have to go with him, but the father and son of the Zhong family had to go together. More people could work faster. Jisoo's truck was left at the base. There was no time to unload the full compartment of medicines, so he could only drive out 2 other medium trucks, take the compartments, and try to bring all the medicines back in one trip. In addition to the 2 trucks, Chung Mo's commercial vehicle was also driven out. If they met the person they were looking for, they would bring them back together. Chapter 31. Jisoo and Qin Yanan were in a truck. Zhong father and son were in a truck. Chung Mo and Qiying were in a business car. Jisoo asked about Qin Yanan deformity. The out-of-control deformity speed was worrying. There were many people in the hospital, so he didn't ask in detail. Now that there was no one else, he asked again. Qin Yanan still answered that he didn't know. Jisoo, are there scales on the face and body? Qin Yanan, no. No scales, but a pair of bat wings. Jisoo breathed a sigh of relief. It should be the late stage of the initial transformation, not to the level of semi-deformation. If it reaches semi-deformation, his upper or lower body will be completely deformed, and it will not be far from full deformity. Deformed people are only truly safe when they reach perfect deformity. Any other period is very dangerous. Jisoo said, your distortion speed is already very fast, but I didn't expect that the monster would drag the progress bar again. Try to use distortion ability as little as possible in the future, unless you are ready for full distortion. Qin Yanan drove seriously and asked casually, does the full distortion have self-awareness? How can I get out of that state? Jisoo thought of his own full distortion. At that time, he was stuck in the full distortion period for a long time. The human consciousness became weaker and weaker as time went by. He almost forgot that he was a human being. He really regarded himself as a fortress and stood quietly. Fortunately, he got out of that state, entered the perfect distortion, and finally recovered his human body. Jisoo, I am no longer a human being in the full abnormal period. Human consciousness will gradually be replaced by full abnormal instincts. In the final analysis, it is still conscious defense. As long as you keep your self-consciousness, you can always return to human. The fear is to be trapped in the full abnormality. Treat yourself as a real monster, and do things that only monsters can do. Then, there is no turning back. Only 20% to 30% of the invaded people can successfully enter the initial transformation period, and less than 10% of the people who can escape from the full abnormality. Qin Yanan did not ask him why he knew this. He knew that Jisoo had a secret, and Qin Yanan would not deliberately explore it if he didn't want to say it. With a car to travel, the group quickly arrived at the hospital. Lao Rao heard the sound of the car from a distance, climbed up the wall and took a look. He saw the truck coming and knew that Jisoo was coming. When the trucks arrived at the door, Lao Rao quickly opened the door, and 2 trucks with long carriages rushed into the yard, followed by the business car. Even though Jisoo had used crystals to clean up a wave of zombies before entering the door, some zombies still squeezed in. They were too fast. Qin Yanan and Jisoo, who entered the yard first, immediately returned to support. Lao Rao's arms were completely deformed, and his skin turned blue-gray. He stood in front of him, with 3 zombies biting on his arms. No matter how they bit, they couldn't bite through the deformed skin. Jisoo swung a baseball bat and knocked down the zombies one by one. Qin Yanan twisted his neck neatly. Lao Rao finally closed the door while the zombies were biting. The zombies that broke into the yard were quickly cleaned up by several people. Jisoo looked at Lao Rao's arms. Are you okay? Lao Rao raised his arms for Jisoo to see. The deformation had disappeared, and there was not even a tooth mark on it. The zombies couldn't bite through his rock skin. He might not be good at force, but he could definitely defend. Several people parked the car at the main entrance of the hall, and Dr. Zheng and 2 nurses came out to greet them. They didn't expect Jisoo to come back so soon. After asking the reason, Dr. Zheng did not delay and took them to sort out the things to take away. He was an emergency doctor and was familiar with various instruments and equipment. Dr. Tao was a surgeon who was good at surgery and wound treatment. He also had a close relationship with Bai Tingyan. If the doctor had to be brought back to the base, Dr. Tao was undoubtedly the best choice. Everyone worked together and moved for an afternoon. They moved away a batch of instruments and equipment that could be used and moved away. The beds were moved the most, and the mattresses and medical quilts were also taken away. The patient gowns and infusion chairs were not left out. They took away a batch of things that could be used to save the trouble of searching everywhere. The 2 trucks and the trailer were all filled up, and they were ready to return. Qin Yanan didn't get in the car. You go back first. I have something to go out for. Qi Ying immediately said, I have something to do. I go with you. Qin Yanan looked at him coldly and said to Jisoo, give me the note. I go to these 3 places by the way. Jisoo was too busy and didn't have time to do many things. I go with you. Qin Yanan, you are injured and have been busy all day. Go back early and let Dr. Tao give you some medicine. Leave the matter of finding someone to me. It is easier for him to find someone than Jisoo. If he is not at home, he can look for fear nearby. And it will be quick. Jisoo didn't know what Qin Yanan was going to do. Since finding someone was just by the way. He didn't insist. Be careful and come back early. He handed him the note and the business car key together. Having a car means security. Qin Yanan agreed. Okay. The Zhong family father and son drove a truck respectively. Jisoo and Chung Imo went back first, while Qin Yanan and Qi Ying got on the business car. After consuming a few more crystals, the 3 cars successfully left the hospital. The business car and 2 trucks went in different directions. Qin Yanan glanced at Qi Ying, who was completely relaxed. What do you want? Qi Ying slumped in the seat with no desire. What a sin. I need to find something to return the rations. What do you want to do? Qin Yanan, Can he say that he also wants to find something to take back? He can't just stay in the base and eat and drink for free. Qi Ying slapped his thigh and said with a smile, I knew you and I were thinking the same thing. Hurry up. I owe your brother and Chung Imo food rations. And I must pay them back tonight. Qin Yanan silently pushed away the crazy corpse that pounced on him. What are your plans for the future? Qi Ying looked at him for a moment. And suddenly sat up. What do you mean? What plans can I have? I must go wherever you go. What do you want to do? Qin Yanan said calmly, my suggestion is that you stay at the base. It's pretty good here. Qi Ying patted the control console. What do you mean? Are you arranging me? Where do you want to go? You don't want your brother anymore? Fuck. Qi Ying was still shouting. And suddenly he met a pair of golden vertical pupils, which frightened him so much that he stuck to the car door, wishing he could get out immediately. Walking is safer than staying in the car. Qi Ying, you. What's wrong with you? Can you control it? Tell me before you lose control, so I can run away. Qin Yanan gripped the steering wheel tightly, and veins on his hands bulged. He was very hard to suppress it, and he could lose control and hurt people at any time. He didn't want to do this, but he couldn't control himself. Qin Yanan's voice was a few degrees lower. I can't stay in the base, let alone stay with Jisoo. I understand. You don't recognize your relatives when you go crazy. I can understand that you want to leave the base, but you have to take me with you. Otherwise you will fall asleep on the road after going crazy, and you won't know if you are bitten by monsters. You can't do without me. Qi Ying is very confident in his importance. Qin Yanan sneered. Before the monster bites me, you might be eaten by me earlier. Qi Ying, shock. Qi Ying's head was buzzing. So cruel? When you go crazy, don't you just like to scratch the wall and destroy it? When did you learn to eat people? Does your brother know? Qi Ying's hand was already on the car door. If something went wrong, he would jump out of the car. He must not become his brother's dinner. Qin Yanan pulled the corner of his lip. With Jisoo's defensive character, if he knew he was so dangerous, he would probably kick him out immediately, and maybe throw Qi Ying out together. In that case, it would be even more impossible for him to get close to Jisoo again. He didn't want their relationship to become like that, and he didn't want Jisoo to look at him with defensive and vigilant eyes. He would rather take the initiative to leave in human form. If he could come back, at least their relationship could remain the same. The business car was going further and further away, and Qi Ying was getting more and more nervous. The business car suddenly stopped, and Qi Ying almost hit his head on the dashboard. Get out of the car. Qin Yanan unbuckled his seat belt. Qi Ying, Looking outside the car, Qi Ying suddenly didn't want to get out of the car. Isn't this wilderness a good place to kill people and bury bodies? Qin Yanan glanced at him. Your thoughts are about to flow out of your head. Qi Ying, fuck. Qi Ying opened the door and got out of the car, looking at the messy mountain in front of him. He was puzzled. What are we doing here? Qin Yanan pulled up the protective net that fell on the ground, twisted it into a thick rope. Catch chickens. Qi Ying's head was full of question marks. Chicken? Where did the chicken come from? It would have been fine if he didn't mention the chicken. As soon as he mentioned it, he started to be greedy. He hadn't eaten meat since the end of the world. Jisu's base only had vegetables. No poultry. Qin Yanan threw a homemade rope to Qiying. There should be some on the mountain. I go catch them. You tie them up and keep an eye on them. Don't let them run away. Qiying didn't ask him why he knew there were chickens on the mountain. This guy could even smell fear. So it didn't seem strange to smell chickens on the mountain? As long as there were chickens. Qiying didn't dwell on the reasons. Qiying, don't worry. It's just chickens. I'm sure I can keep an eye on them. Qin Yanan pushed aside the blackened weeds and walked toward the mountain alone. He had changed out of his hospital gown when he left the base. He was wearing a clean t-shirt. He didn't release his bat wings for fear of damaging his clothes. He just had deformed arms and hands. During this period, he had carefully felt the fear emotion. Human fear was more intense and continuous, while animal fear was relatively thin and gentle. And unstable. Sometimes present and sometimes absent. With the fear of the deformed cat in mind, Qin Yanan could easily tell that there were animals on the mountain. The mountain was just south of the town and very close. So the chance of dangerous animals appearing was small. It was most likely poultry that escaped from the town. Qin Yanan walked forward following the faint fear. And halfway through, the fear disappeared. He stood there and waited for a while. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him. And Qin Yanan's claws had already grabbed it. Qiying, who was waiting at the foot of the mountain, found that there were crazy corpses following him. He turned around and got into the car, not intending to fight with the crazy corpses head-on. Several crazy corpses circled around the business car for several times. The fear and the smell of fresh flesh and blood all disappeared. The crazy corpses were like headless flies spinning in place. A crazy corpse of an ant with a severely rotten face was lying on the car window looking inside. The protruding eyeballs were squeezed on the glass and could fall off at any time. Qiying lay in the seat, closed his eyes and dared not look, and quietly lowered the seat height to prevent being discovered by the crazy corpses. The movement outside the car suddenly moved away, and Qiying opened his eyes and saw several crazy corpses running towards the mountain. Qiying, Qiying groaned, climbed to the back seat, took out the shovel, opened the door and got out, and shouted at the running corpse. Hey! Idiots! Come and eat your grandfather! The corpse broke suddenly, turned around and ran back. Qiying's heart was pounding, and he held the shovel tightly. He was very skilled in shoveling heads. He shoveled many heads last night. There was nothing to be afraid of. When Qin Yanan came back with the prey, he saw Qiying in a mess, panting with the shovel, and several headless corpses lying on the ground. Qiying, who was originally dying, was frightened when he saw what Qin Yanan brought back. What the hell is this? Where's the chicken you caught? Qiying collapsed. Why did he fight the crazy corpse so hard? Isn't it for that bite of food? Where's the chicken? Qin Yanan threw the prey he dragged back to the ground. It was like a small hill. Snow white. The prey had 2 long necks, but no head. Blood gushed out along the broken neck. Qin Yanan turned around and went back to the mountain. He came back soon, dragging another prey in his hand, and threw it to Qiying's feet. Chicken. Tie it up. Qiying looked stiffly at the chicken that was as big as a yellow cow. If it weren't for the feathers that really looked like a chicken. He really didn't want to admit that it was a chicken. And a chicken with a split head. Qiying looked at the chicken head that looked like 2 heads fused together, and said blankly, Can this thing really be eaten? Qin Yanan pulled the protective net again. He wanted to tie the prey to the roof of the car. The meat is not smelly. It's just deformed. It should be edible. Qin Yanan reminded again. The chicken is not dead. I knocked it out. You tie the chicken up. The weather is too hot. The meat may go bad. It's better to keep it alive. Fresh. Qiying, Qiying hurried to get the net rope. Turned around and saw a chicken eye glowing red. Qiying, chicken. Qiying and the chicken screamed at the same time. The chicken jumped up and flew towards Qiying, pecking at Qiying's head with its sharp beak. Qiying screamed and jumped sideways, grabbed the shovel leaning against the car, and hit the chicken again with a shovel. Qiying really wanted to cry. I almost died under the beak of a chicken. Qin Yanan dragged the protective net back. It's just a chicken. Tie it up quickly. Qiying, isn't it just a chicken? No matter how big it is, it's still a chicken. Qiying quickly tied up the chicken's feet and wrapped up its beak to prevent it from waking up halfway and attacking people again. The two dragged the headless goose onto the roof of the car. Qi once suspected that the roof would collapse. Qin Yinan was very confident in the car. The reinforced car would definitely be fine. So he tied a goose as big as an elephant and a fainted chicken as big as a yellow cow on the roof. A thick layer of protective net was used to fix the two. The two got into the car, feeling a sense of aggrieved and horrified as if a mountain was pressing on their heads. Qin Yinan drove the car very steadily. But Qi was very nervous. Although the roof didn't look like it would collapse, it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't overturn. Qin Yinan unfolded the note and looked at the road section. Community name and person's name on it. His brows gradually wrinkled. He was not familiar with Baiwan town at all. He didn't know which road or section, so he had to ask someone for directions. He left a crack in the car window, started the car, and went in search of fear. Jisoo and his group returned to the base, moved the things they brought back from the hospital into the clinic one by one, and placed them in the designated location according to Dr. Tao's requirements. By the time everything was moved and loaded, it was completely dark, and Qin Yinan and Qi hadn't returned yet. Jisoo returned to the inner base, and several people moved all the medicines in the carriage into the large warehouse. Aunt Chiu had already prepared dinner, and was waiting for Qin Yinan and Qi to come back before eating. Jisoo was busy inside and outside, and Chung Chifeng helped throughout the process. He couldn't do heavy work, but he could do light work, such as cutting bean stalks and corn stalks, which was no problem at all. When the others heard that a canteen was going to be built, they were all very happy and helped to clear the open space together. The base really needed a canteen so that people who didn't want to start a fire would have a place to eat. The canteen was located behind the clinic, and it was close to the side door of the inner base. Jisoo did not rebuild the canteen. He reduced the canteen model of the fortress base and put it out directly, which was convenient and quick. Just as everyone was busy cleaning up the freshly baked canteen, they heard the sound of a whistle. It was Qin Yinan and Qi who came back. Chapter 32. Jisoo walked onto the main road and flashed a strong flashlight to tell the people who came back where they were. Two beams of car lights came slowly, and the car lights behind quickly overtook them and headed all the way to the inner base. They found the flashing flashlights on the main road and turned again. The first to come back was not the business car, but Chung Yamo, who stayed at the outpost waiting to open the door for Qin Yinan and Qi. He drove Uncle Zhang's car and came all the way. Chung Yamo jumped out of the car and shouted with a horrified face, "Ji Ting Ting! They brought back two big monsters." Jisoo? Jisoo looked at the slowly approaching business car. The black shadows piled on the roof surprised him. What they said was something. Is this it? The business car stopped in front of him, and the strong smell of blood made Chung Yamo retreat again and again. The things he brought back were too big and a bit scary. Chung Yamo was worried that the monsters were not dead and would jump up and bite people. Qin Yinan got out of the car and saw Jisoo standing by the road with a flashlight waiting for him. His manic heart, stimulated by the smell of blood, suddenly calmed down and his tense nerves relaxed a lot. If he could stay like this, he would be able to endure it even if he had to suppress his violent emotions. Qin Yinan came over. "I'm back." Jisoo shone his flashlight on Qin Yinan. "Are you okay?" Qin Yinan, "No. It went smoothly." Qi opened the door of the car and helped the people he brought back with him out of the car. Jisoo shone his flashlight over, and the first thing he saw was the dark spots on the middle-aged woman's face, which were more than those on Dr. Tao's body. The woman was very weak, but her eyes were bright and full of hope. Qin Yinan explained in a low voice, "This is Dr. Zheng's mother." Dr. Zheng's father was also alive. The two elderly people who lived with him turned into crazy corpses. They were attacked. Zheng's father took Zheng's mother to hide in the room. The door lock was broken. Zheng's mother was locked in the bathroom by Zheng's father. He led the old man who turned into a crazy corpse to the living room and wanted to push the old man out. Zheng's father locked the security door of the house and never came back. The other person was a young girl. Her hair was uneven. It was obvious that she cut it herself. The long and short hair stuck on her head. The girl had a cold expression, and there was no black spot on her pale face. Jisoo raised his eyebrows. This was an invasion. Qin Yinan, she is Zhou Yubing, Zhou Muying's sister. She was stabbed in the thigh by her mother, who turned into a mad corpse. She pushed her parents, who turned into mad corpses, out of the window. And she was the only one left at home. She dragged her injured leg and tried to go to the hospital to find her sister several times. But she came back injured every time. The wound gradually worsened, and she became weaker and weaker and could no longer go out. When Qin Yanan found her home, no one answered the door when he knocked. He said that Zhou Muing asked him to pick someone up. There was still no movement in the house, but there was a faint fear inside, proving that someone was at home. Qin Yanan tore off the security door and walked in. He found Zhou Yubing on the bed in the room. She had her eyes half open and was not very conscious. Her wound had festering and smelled, and she was completely waiting to die. Qin Yanan fed her some water, and she gradually woke up. She learned that her sister was still alive and asked someone to find her. So she followed Qin Yanan into the car and left. Qing supported the two people by herself, and Dr. Tao came over with an emergency bed, first putting the seriously injured Zhou Yubing on it, and Qing helped Zheng's mother to the clinic. The clinic was connected to the power line, and it was very bright inside. The haze and pain brought by the end of the world were also temporarily dispelled by the light. Zheng's mother walked and cried, both happy and sad. Happy that her son was still alive, sad that her husband left. Jisoo asked Zheng Mo to call Zhongji. Zhongji came quickly, and Jisoo asked him to keep an eye on the clinic. Dr. Tao was still in the observation period. Although the two newcomers entered the base, it did not mean that Jisoo trusted them. He must send someone who was powerful and trustworthy to keep an eye on them. If there was anything wrong, he would not care whose family it was. If it was a monster, he would kill it directly. And if it was a bad intention, he would drive it out of the base directly. Zhongji nodded and followed into the clinic. Dr. Tao was treating Zhou Yubing's injuries, and he was helping on the side. Jisoo looked at Qin Yanan. Only two people? Qin Yanan nodded. Wan Ling's grandparents are still active at home, but they are dead. Jisoo, monsters? Qin Yanan didn't know what a monster was, but he was sure that Wan Ling's grandparents were no longer human. When he went there, he didn't feel any fear. When he got close to the house, he heard dragging footsteps inside. He saw through the window that there were people walking around in the house, and there were also the sounds of pots and pans colliding. The two old people were still living a normal life. Qin Yanan stood outside the window for a while, and then left. Wan Ling said that she grew up with her grandparents, and she missed the two old people the most. In such an apocalypse, the hardest to survive are the elderly and children. Qin Yanan has been to Dr. Zheng and the two nurses' homes, and brought back the living people. The only one left is Dr. Tao's mother, whose life or death is unknown. Bai Tingyan has been to Tao Qingwu's house. No one is home. It is difficult to deal with whether Tao Qingwu's mother is alive or dead. If she is alive, it is not easy to find someone in Baiwan town. If she is dead, there is no way to find her. Qin Yanan said, I went around Baiwan town. There are probably 3 major forces and 2 medium forces. The 3 major forces have gathered a lot of survivors. The 2 medium forces also have dozens of people. There are also many scattered small forces. Qin Yanan went out this time. In addition to hunting, he also wanted to find out the specific situation of Baiwan town. If he wanted to leave, he must ensure Jisoo's safety. Otherwise he would not be at ease. Jisoo looked at him strangely. You went out to confirm this? Jisoo didn't know that Qin Yanan made a judgment based on fear. He just thought that Qin Yanan drove all over Baiwan town himself to find out so many forces. Qin Yanan, just by the way, if you want to stay in Baiwan town to develop, you must always understand the situation in Baiwan town. Even if you don't participate in it, you must know it. Jisoo thought for a while. Where are the 3 major forces? Qin Yanan, White Whale Supermarket, Jixing Shopping Mall, and a food processing factory in the west. There are many survivors. White Whale Supermarket and Jixing Shopping Mall have been reinforced by Jisoo. Qin Yanan cannot accurately judge how many survivors are in them, but judging from the number of survivors moving nearby, there should be no few. There are more than 100 fear emotions in the food processing factory in the west. Some strong and some weak. Except for the 2 larger medium-sized forces. Those small forces scattered everywhere can be directly ignored. They are too numerous to count. A few people or a dozen people are a small force. It is formed today and destroyed tomorrow. It is too common. Zhang Qifeng, who came over, also heard the conversation between the two. Should our base also recruit survivors? There are so many major forces outside, and there are less than 20 people in their base. No matter how you think about it, you feel uneasy. Jisoo would accept people, but not just anyone. Too many people will lead to chaos, and then we won't have the peace we have now. Qin Yanin knew that Jisu's guard had risen again. He didn't trust humans, but he would take the initiative to invite a group of deformed cats to live in the base, and was even willing to build a base specifically for them. He would also ignore the threat of the deformed cats and insist on taking away the kittens. Perhaps in Jisu's heart, the deformed cats were more trustworthy than humans. Chung Chifeng worriedly said, then the safety of the base. Jisu, I have ordered a batch of weapons, and I will go to discuss it in detail tomorrow. Chung Chifeng was a little relieved, as long as Jisu also realized the safety issue. After Qi Ying sent people back, he stood aside with Chung Yamo. The two of them stared at the big monster on the roof of the car and discussed whether such a big chicken and goose would be delicious. Chung Chifeng's attention was focused on the conversation between Jisu and Qin Yanin. Only then did he see the big thing on the roof of the car. What is this? Chung Yamo actively introduced. This is the chicken and goose that Brother Qin and Brother Qi caught. Chung Chifeng. Chung Chifeng's eyes were straight. Such large poultry is obviously mutated. Can it be eaten? Jisu has seen animals with deformed bodies, but has never seen such large deformed chickens and geese. Did Qin Yanin catch the ancestors of chickens and geese? Deformed animals are divided into humanoid deformities, body deformities, intellectual deformities, and language deformities. They all have a certain degree of wisdom. Like humanoid deformed animals, they can walk upright like humans and speak human language. Normal people will not choose to eat them. In addition to their force value factors, there are also humanoid characteristics on them. In addition to humanoid deformed animals, other deformed animals that still look like animals may become human food. If they are deformed in intelligence and language, they will be very smart and eloquent, and the chance of being eaten is very small. However, if a deformed animal is really caught, no one is willing to eat it, as long as it can be tamed. It is a very useful fighting force. The two deformed animals that Jisu was most impressed with were the deformed rooster of Xiao Shiqi, the leader of shelter number 17, known as Huayi. This rooster is famous throughout the city, proud and venomous, and especially hateful. The other is the Mount of Liaowu, the leader of the East City base, a deformed pig, known as Jiegu, a pig that likes to chatter and is particularly annoying. These two people are very famous in Xinjiang City. Of course, Jisu is also very famous. The reason for his fame is his deformed ability. Xiao Shiqi and Liao Wu also took the initiative to make friends with him because of his ability, exchanged materials with him, and asked him to help build the base. The tied-up deformed chicken has woken up and is struggling desperately on the roof, causing the commercial vehicle to shake. It is particularly fierce. Qin Yanin said, I don't know if I can keep it alive at the base and kill it when I want to eat it. Hearing that it was going to be killed, the reed chicken struggled even more violently, and the dead white goose was kicked off the roof by it. Jisu's eyes changed when he looked at Qin Yanin. This is because he has the strength and confidence to dare to raise deformed poultry. Think about the status of Huayi and Jiegu. They represent the leaders of the two bases. Look at the deformed chickens that Qin Yanin caught. They are just food for him. Jisu didn't raise poultry in advance because he thought it was not cost-effective. He could indeed block the invasion. If he didn't want the poultry to be eroded, he had to raise them in a pen. He had to feed them clean water, feed and food. If they were released to eat the eroded grass and insects, they would also become crazy corpse poultry. Instead of investing so much, it would be better to go out and catch them when you want to eat meat. It doesn't necessarily have to be deformed poultry. Poultry that is not deformed but just eroded can be eaten as long as it has not become a crazy corpse poultry. But the taste and texture are not good. If deformed poultry can really be raised, it is also a good resource. Although it is very fierce, it is stable. Deformed animals will not be deformed in stages like deformed people. If they survive the deformation, they have completed the deformation. Even if they eat the eroded food, there will be no problem. Moreover, the meat tastes good and tastes very fragrant. Jisu, then raise them. I just cut a lot of bean stalks and corn stalks. Let the deformed poultry, which can eat meat and vegetables, learn to eat vegetarian food. Jisu built a breeding area outside the base. In the future, he will put the deformed poultry caught alive in the breeding area. The fence is built high so that they cannot escape. The high-risk crops in the base are left for them as food. Others dare not approach the reed chicken. Qin Yanin personally grabbed the feet of the reed chicken and dragged it away. No matter how the reed chicken fluttered, it could not escape. If these two had a higher IQ, they would not attack Qin Yanin. The deformed cats were very afraid of Qin Yinan, and were as docile as kittens in front of him. Qin Yinan threw the reed chicken into the breeding area and closed the door. With the strength of the deformed chicken, it could quickly break free from the net rope. The newly built canteen ushered in its first firing. Aunt Chiu, Mother Zhong and Mother Chung, who were cleaning the canteen, saw Chung Mo and Qi Ying dragging a big thing in. They were all shocked. When they learned that it was a goose, they all curiously circled around the deformed goose. As long as it was food, they had nothing to be afraid of, let alone a dead goose. They only had meat in their eyes. A lot of meat. It has been a long time since I tasted meat. I could bear it when I couldn't see it, but it was a bit unbearable when I saw it. Several people worked together to chop off a goose leg, which was enough for them to eat. After boiling hot water, put the big goose leg in to blanch it. Pluck the feathers and cut it into pieces. The goose leg was already stewed over there, and the remaining big goose was still being processed here. The three families who had cooked the meal went back and brought the food to the canteen for everyone to eat together. Jisoo asked Chung Mo to pick up Jianxi and Jinhuan. Chung Mo held a piece of goose meat in his mouth and drove to pick someone up. The goose meat was so delicious and fragrant. It was different from the taste of goose meat in his impression. Although it was so big, the meat was not dry at all. It was plump and delicate, and the meat was chewy and delicious. Chung Mo came back soon, and Jianxi and Jianhuan also came. The cafeteria was filled with the long-lost smell of food and the smell of meat. It smelled especially fragrant. Jianxi and Jianhuan had not really eaten for a long time. Stimulated by the smell, their stomachs began to rumble uncontrollably. Jianxi could still bear it, but Jianhuan couldn't. Her thin body was shaking violently. She was so hungry that her internal organs were twisting and twisting. She once doubted whether the organs in her stomach had been digested by herself. Otherwise, why would it hurt so much? Aunt Chiu looked at the thin girl, who was shaking constantly, and waved at her. Come here. Drink some rice soup to relieve your hunger. You are so hungry that you can't eat hard food directly. Jianxi pushed Jianhuan over, and Aunt Chiu said, You have to drink too. The brother and sister were each stuffed with a bowl of rice soup. Aunt Chiu knew that there were 2 new people in the base, so she filled 2 bowls of rice soup and asked Chung Mo to deliver them. Chung Mo, who was stealing goose meat, walked quickly with the rice soup and ran back soon. Tao Qin Wu and Zhong Ji were also called to eat together. Zhou Yubing had just finished the operation and could not move for the time being. Zheng mother was brought over, and she had finished the rice soup. Everyone gathered around the long table. Hot rice was served, along with stir-fried vegetables and stewed goose meat, all in large pots. There was also a large bucket full of goose soup. This was the most filling and sumptuous meal everyone had had since the end of the world. Chapter 33. After dinner, it was already late, so everyone went back to rest. Jisoo brought out the mobile power bank, powered on the refrigerator, and cut the goose meat into pieces and put them in the refrigerator. The mobile power banks were fully charged before the end of the world, and some solar power generation was not used up. The excess electricity was stored in the mobile power banks. The base was still short of electricity, and the photovoltaic power station had to be arranged as soon as possible. It would be a waste not to use such good sunlight. Tao Qingwu's house had not been cleaned up yet, so he lived in the ward for the time being. The house was very cool, and the temperature was much lower than outside, so he didn't feel hot sleeping on the bed. Zheng mother and Zhou Yubing lived in a ward, and Zhongji also chose a ward next door to live in, because it was convenient to take care of several people. Qin Yinan and Qi Ying lived in Jisoo's house. After the refrigerator was set up, the 3 of them took a shower and went to bed. There were several rooms upstairs and downstairs that could accommodate them. After eating and drinking, Qi Ying felt refreshed and lying on the bed. He felt dazed, as if the end of the world was just a dream, and a peaceful life was real. He didn't have time to think about it for too long, and fell asleep comfortably. Jisoo was very tired after fighting and running around for the past 2 days. He took Buzai back and slept with Buzai. The little guy rarely saw Jisoo, so he was very clingy. He had to lie in Jisoo's arms to sleep, listening to Buzai snoring, and being in his own home. Jisoo fell asleep quickly. Qin Yinan in another room couldn't sleep. He was trying to suppress the mania and tyranny in his heart. Every cell in his body was restless. He lay on the bed for a while, but he couldn't lie down anymore, so he had to get up and go downstairs, and walked out quietly. The base was silent late at night. Qin Yinan walked in the farmland. took off his shirt, and held it in his hand. There was golden light in his eyes, and the huge bat wings spread behind him. His eyes completely turned into vertical pupils. The violent bloodthirsty mood made him show his claws and scales uncontrollably. He captured countless fears, strong or weak. In this form, he was more sensitive to emotions, and more eager to devour fresh flesh and blood soaked in fear. The golden vertical pupils looked at the small villa standing quietly, flapped their wings, flew over the high inner base wall, and headed towards Xinjiang City. This time, Qin Yanan took the initiative to release the bat wings. Unlike the last time when he was forced to release the bat wings after eating monsters, Qin Yanan was trapped in frenzy and tyranny at that time, and his self-awareness was weak. This time, his self-awareness was clear, but some behaviors were out of his control. The night in Xinjiang City was not as peaceful as the base. Hunting corpses and strange monsters could be seen everywhere, and occasionally the screams of survivors could be heard. Qin Yanan folded his bat wings, stood on a tall building, and looked down at the entire Xinjiang City. The fear here was more and stronger than that in Baiwan town. He had eaten a lot at night, but now he was very hungry. He looked at the buildings where fear emotions appeared and forced his sight away. Jisoo said that we should not get stuck in the monster mood and should not do things that only monsters can do. Otherwise we will get deeper and deeper and cannot turn back. With a flap of bat wings, Qin Yanan has disappeared from the tall building. In the darkness, the deformed cats that were parkouring and hunting on the ruins suddenly jumped up in surprise. And the black shadow flying down from the sky has arrived in front of them. Seeing who appeared, the deformed rat that had just been caught, paw, fell to the ground. And the deformed rat, the size of an adult cat, turned over and was about to escape. The golden vertical people looked over, and the deformed rat immediately fell to the ground with weak legs, trembling, and dared not escape again. The ferocious deformed cats in the past were now obedient like a group of harmless rabbits, retracting their claws and waiting for orders. Qin Yanan left quickly, not heading to Baiwan town, but to the next city. Jisoo had a good night's rest and regained his energy. The cub was hanging on him and was still dozing off. Jisoo walked down the stairs, and the first thing he saw was a big bag in the hall. He took a curious look and found it was full of crystals. Jisoo, shocked. If the bag wasn't wrong, he wouldn't have put so many crystals into a big bag. He almost suspected that the crystals he hid were stolen. The bag of crystals in front of him was obviously not his. Qin Yanan came in from the door. Awake? The baby who was dozing on Jisoo woke up with a start, looked at Qin Yanan with fear, meowed and got into Jisoo's arms. His little body was still shaking slightly. Jisoo looked at the baby, then at Qin Yanan. You don't seem to be very popular with cats? Qin Yanan, Qin Yanan looked at the kitten who hid his head. The kitten just didn't know how to hide his emotions. Whatever he liked or feared would be directly expressed. Qin Yanan acted innocent. It can't be helped. Some people are born to be disliked by cats. Maybe it's because of the incompatibility of their auras. Jisoo didn't dwell on the cat issue. What's going on? Where did it come from? Qin Yanan's eyes fell on the crystal bracelet on Jisoo's wrist. I see you like crystals, so I asked the cat to pick some for me. In fact, he went crazy and ran to the next city, picked up a bag of crystals and brought them back. He didn't understand his behavior at the time, but he thought Jisoo would like it, and he should bring back things that Jisoo liked. When he woke up, he realized that he couldn't explain the sudden appearance of a large bag of crystals in the base, so he could only think of a way to make it up. Jisoo knew that Qin Yanan should have discovered the use of crystals. After all, the crystal beads on his fingers disappeared one by one, and each disappearance was accompanied by energy shock. It was impossible for Qin Yanan to fail to discover such an obvious thing. But discovering the use and actually using it are two different things. A deformed person who can stimulate crystal energy must be mentally deformed. Only when the mental energy is strong to a certain threshold can the crystal be stimulated. This threshold is defined. Even if there is no perfect deformed mental energy, at least there must be the strength of a full deformity. However, the mental energy of a full deformity is not stable, and invalid stimulation often occurs. The crystal is thrown out, but the crystal energy cannot be stimulated. This is very fatal in the fight. Not all mentally deformed people can stimulate crystal energy. Jisoo's spiritual energy is very strong, which is related to his distortion ability. If he wants to build a consciousness model in the consciousness world, he relies on the continuous output of spiritual energy. In the long-term construction of the consciousness model, his spiritual energy becomes more and more huge, and his control becomes more and more refined, which makes him more handy when stimulating crystal energy. Jisoo grabbed a handful of crystal beads in his hand, all of which are natural crystals containing energy. I really like crystals. Crystals make him feel safe. The crystal beads fell into the bag one by one. Jisoo tilted his head to look at Qin Yinan. You said the cat picked it up? Where's the cat? Qin Yinan, in the buffer zone. Jisoo paused and looked at him suddenly. A deformed cat? Qin Yinan looked at his wide eyes and curled his lips. It's a deformed cat. It came here with its family, as if it wants to take refuge with you. Jisoo. Jisoo said nothing and walked out of the living room quickly. The deformed cat that he had been thinking about for a long time actually came to his door on its own initiative. Qin Yinan laughed helplessly. It seems that he really likes the deformed cat. He has never seen him so eager before. Qin Yinan drove Uncle Zhang's car and took Jisoo to the buffer zone. Qin Yinan did not let the deformed cat enter the base directly. This is Jisoo's base. Whether to accept the deformed cat is also up to Jisoo. All he can do is persuade the deformed cat group to come. The gate of the outer base was opened. Seeing the deformed cats waiting in the buffer zone, Jisoo was dumbfounded. What Qin Yinan said was not an exaggeration. Didn't they bring their families with them? These deformed cats not only came by themselves, but also brought food with them. And they were all alive. The strong deformed cats held a deformed poultry in one hand, and the thin and small deformed cats only held one. When the deformed poultry made a lot of noise, the deformed cats would raise their cat fists and knock them all out with one punch. Jisoo couldn't believe what he saw. These deformed cats were carrying small bags and all wearing clothes. If it weren't for the furry cat faces and tails exposed, they really looked like humans from the back. When Jisoo was shocked, the baby in his arms had already meowed excitedly. Its injured leg had not healed yet, so it didn't dare to use force when walking. It slipped from Jisoo's arms and crawled towards the deformed cats. The big black cat threw down the knocked out deformed chicken, bent down and picked up the crawling baby, lifted it up to his eyes and looked at it, and then tested its weight, as if to check whether the human had taken good care of the baby. The baby was heavier than when he left. When he touched his belly, it was deflated. The big black cat immediately looked at the human, with cold eyes. Jisoo, didn't he just wake up and had no time to eat breakfast? The big black cat felt the deterrent force exerted on him, looked at the man standing next to the human, and had to restrain his hostility. The big black cat didn't understand. They were willing to follow the man, and they were fearless no matter where they went. But the man asked them to come to the human base to protect a human. It was difficult for them to live in peace with humans, and they were full of resistance. The man told them that the human to be protected was his younger brother, the most important person in the world, and there could be no mistakes. They could continue to be hostile to humans, but they could not be hostile to or hurt his younger brother. They had to protect his younger brother. Not only that, before the deformed cats come over, they have to pay attention to their appearance and bring gifts. These gifts are all caught by the man in the nearby mountains and asked to be brought over. In the face of absolute strength, the deformed cats have no right to say no. They are clearly arranged by the man, so they appear in front of humans in this image. The big black cat spoke with frustration, his voice still hoarse. We want to stay at the base temporarily. These are gifts, and the crystal is the cost of asking you to help build a cat bed. As the big black cat said this, he took off the small bundle on his back and threw it to Jisoo. The other deformed cats followed suit and took off their own small bundles and threw them over. Jisoo reached out to catch a bundle and opened it. There was a small bag of crystal inside. Jisoo had a complicated expression. Qin Yinan must have told these deformed cats that he liked crystals. But when did Qin Yinan go to see these deformed cats? Jisoo was very happy for the deformed cats to come on their own initiative. He accepted the fees and asked, "What do you want for the cat's nest?" Li Hua said, "Just stay away from humans. The foot of the mountain over there is very good. It is convenient for us to go up the mountain to hunt." The southernmost part of the outer base did surround the foot of the mountain, but the outer base wall was also 10 stories high. It was impossible to climb out from the smooth wall. If you want to go up the mountain, you have to open a side door. Jisoo thought about it and decided that it was not impossible to open a side door at the foot of the mountain. It would be convenient for the deformed cats and the people in the base. But safety was a big problem. Jisoo could definitely trust the strength of these deformed cats. But it was hard to say whether they could guard a gate. No matter how smart they were still cats after all. Some cat habits still existed. If they took a nap or ran away after their prey, the gate of the base would be wide open. And that would be the end. Qin Yanan said, no need to open a side door for them. The safety of the base is the most important. Don't forget that they are cats and are best at climbing. Jisoo looked at him. You mean? Qin Yanan, you can build a house for them. You can use some vines to pad the inner wall of the wall. And weave vines into a vine ladder outside the wall. Wrap it around the big tree on the mountain. And the deformed cats can just go down from the tree. Deformed cats are light in weight and agile in movement. Climbing is indeed their strong point. But where can we find such vines? According to Qin Yanan, the vines must be long and strong enough. Otherwise the deformed cats will be injured if they fall down. Qin Yanan said, I have seen withered vines at Zhou Yobing's house. Zhou Yobing's invasion is a foregone conclusion. Jisoo can confirm this the first time he sees Zhou Yobing. With her injuries, if she hadn't been invaded in the middle, she would not have survived until now. But the invasion also has two sides. Whether it is good or bad remains to be seen. Qin Yanan, the base saved her. And the medical treatment and medicine used on her must be paid for in equal value. Jisoo agreed. The base would never give her free treatment and medicine. In peacetime, she had to pay. Now money is not money. The only thing she can pay is her own value and contribution to the base. Jisoo picked up all the small bags and put them in the car. Picked up Buzai and walked back. Qin Yanan drove with Jisoo. All the deformed cats in the abandoned factory came over. A total of 33 adult deformed cats. Plus Buzai. A kitten. A total of 34 deformed cats. It's like so many deformed people came to the base all at once. Deformed cats also have the innate advantages of cats. Even deformed people may not be the opponents of deformed cats. They went to the breeding area first and threw the welcome gifts they brought into the breeding area and locked them up. The people living in the clinic have woken up, seeing a group of cat people passing by. They were petrified. They had never seen an animal walking upright. And they had seen so many at once. Tao Qinwu had a blank face. Shongji was thoughtful. And Zheng Mother, who was about to go to the cafeteria to help, was scared to death. The effect was no different from facing a monster directly. Without the encumbrance of deformed poultry, the deformed cats quickly disappeared. They were very fast. Walking slowly was not their style. They went to the foot of the mountain to wait for humans first. Jisoo and Qin Yanan went to the clinic to see Zhou Yubing. Her condition was much better than yesterday. She had many major and minor injuries on her body. The most serious one was the knife wound on her thigh. Fortunately, the artery was not pierced. Otherwise she would have died long ago. Zhou Yubing was lying on the bed receiving an infusion. Jisoo explained his purpose and asked her to help build a vine ladder. Zhou Yubing's face was still pale, with no expression on her face. Are you the same as me? Jisoo nodded. Yes. We are all deformed people. Zhou Yubing looked at Jisoo, not knowing what he was thinking. Last night in the car, she took a few glances. But unfortunately, she was in too bad a state to have the energy to look carefully. She only knew that the base was very large and had high walls. Zhou Yubing looked at her infusion bottle again. I have only been like this for a few days, and I can't release many vines at a time. So I need to do it in batches. If she was strong enough, she would not have to hide at home and wait for death, and would have fought her way out long ago. Jisoo, it doesn't matter. Take your time. Wait until you finish the infusion. Let Zhongji drive you there. Jisoo and Qin Yanan walked out of the clinic and drove to the southernmost part of the base, at the foot of Jinglin Mountain, where the deformed cats were waiting. The place they chose was closest to Jinglin Mountain, and on the other side was an unfinished residential area, which was also enclosed in the base by Jisoo. Chung Chifeng had already inquired about the situation of the community. It had been under construction on and off for several years, but had not been completed. The developer originally wanted to build a villa area for the rich at the foot of the mountain and sell it to the wealthy people in Xinjiang City. Some problems occurred during the construction, and the construction was suspended for a long time. When it was restarted, it changed from the original villa area for the rich to half villa area and half high-rise area. Later, the construction was suspended again, and until now, this community has not been completed. The community is in a mess. Chung Chifeng and Zhongji went in to check. The villa area has been basically built, and the high-rise area buildings are only half built. After the invasion of the end of the world, the scaffolding and walls have collapsed a lot, and it is impossible to clean them up. The deformed cats don't want to get close to humans, even if they don't want to get close to unfinished buildings. So they chose this place. Jisoo asked them to talk about what kind of nest they wanted, since they had decided to stay in the base. The deformed cats were not polite and described the nest they wanted. Jisoo listened and constructed in a consciousness world, trying to build the cat nest that the deformed cats wanted. The final shape even surprised Qin Yinan. This was not a house, but a mushroom house with tentacles. The tentacles standing on the ground supported the mushroom house in midair. The mushroom houses were of different sizes and stacked layer by layer. Each mushroom was a small nest. There were glass windows on the mushroom houses that could be opened and closed freely. You could get out from the windows. You could enjoy parkour on the ups and downs of the mushroom houses. And it was also a unique way to lie down and bask in the sun. The deformed cat's eyes widened, and they grabbed the tentacles and rushed up at the fastest speed. Each cat occupied a mushroom nest. The cub, who had lost the initiative, meowed anxiously, looking at the big cats rolling comfortably in the cat nest. The cub was furious. Jisoo held the little guy's head, lifted it onto the tentacles supporting the ground, and let it climb up by itself. When he was building, he built a few more mushroom houses to prevent the addition of children to the family. The cub crawled into a smaller mushroom nest, rested his head on the smooth window, and rolled around comfortably, looking at this group of lazy and squinting cats. Who could have imagined how terrible they would be when they become ferocious? Qin Yinan couldn't tell what he felt. It was the first time he saw Jisoo build a residence so seriously, and it was a mushroom house with such a complex structure. This was more difficult than building a stable building. He listened carefully to the requirements of each deformed cat and combined them to build this mushroom house. Judging from the reactions of the deformed cats, they were very satisfied with the mushroom nest, and their hostility and vigilance towards Jisoo were much less. Otherwise, they would not be so relaxed and comfortable. When Jisoo left, he did not take Bullseye with him. It was just when it was new to the cat nest, so he let it play enough and then come to pick it up. Before leaving, Jisoo reminded the deformed cat that someone would come to build a vine ladder and not to hurt people. The big black cat lazily stretched out a paw to show that he understood. Chapter 34. When Jisoo and Qin Yinan drove back, they saw several people gathered at the entrance of the breeding area, looking in through the window. When Aunt Chio saw Jisoo coming back, she waved to him to come over. Why are there so many poultry suddenly? There was only one chicken in the breeding area last night, and it was particularly large. Today, there were suddenly so many chickens, ducks and geese, which surprised Aunt Chio and Zhong mother, who came to prepare breakfast. Compared with the chickens the size of cattle, these extra poultry seemed a little more normal. At least there were no poultry bigger than chickens. Although some of them looked strange, they were at least poultry and living meat. They all ate the big goose last night, and it tasted very good. So even if these deformed poultry looked a little ugly, as long as they were not smelly, they could be eaten. Jisoo glanced at Qin Yinan. There are new members in the base, living at the foot of the mountain in the south. They are a group of deformed cats. This is the welcome gift they brought. Jisoo is not stupid. He knows that the deformed cats suddenly changed their minds and wanted to stay in the base temporarily. It must be related to Qin Yinan. When he first met Qin Yinan in the abandoned factory, he found that he had a subtle relationship with the deformed cats. The deformed cats did not hate him, but had a harmonious relationship with him, as if they were the same kind. All Jisoo could think of was Qin Yinan's deformed ability. It is estimated that they belong to the same animal species and can resonate with each other. Aunt Chio was very surprised. Deformed cats also know to bring welcome gifts? Is it a cat like Bullseye? By the way, where is Bullseye? Have you had breakfast? Jisoo smiled a little. Yes, it's very humane. Bullseye is with the cat group. If he is hungry, the big cats will send him back. Aunt Chio doesn't have to worry about him. It is probably rolling in the mushroom nest at this moment. How can it feel hungry? After checking the poultry, Aunt Chio and Zhong mother went to the canteen to prepare breakfast. The mother of the new Dr. Zheng was already cleaning the canteen. She was so weak before, mainly because she was hungry. After having a full meal last night, she has regained her strength. The base took her in for the sake of her son, so she had to do something to feel at ease. Jisoo handed the canteen to Aunt Chio to manage, and she also decided on the staffing. She was the head of the canteen. Jisoo and Qin Yinan took the small bag in the car and walked home one after the other. Jisoo. Thank you. No matter what role Qin Yinan played in it, Jisoo had to thank him. For the big bag of crystals, and for persuading the deformed cat to come. Qin Yinan curled the corners of his lips. He could see that Jisoo was very happy. And even his walking steps became brisk and lively. As soon as they entered the door, they came face to face with Qi-ying, who had a messy head of hair. Why did you all get up so early? Jisoo passed by him. It's a blessing to be able to sleep. Qi-ying, Qi-ying looked at his good brother. Is he hinting that I'm a pig? Qin Yinan followed him. No need to hint. Qi-ying, Jisoo took out a new bag and wanted to pack the crystals in the living room so that it would be easier to carry. Qin Yinan grabbed the bag mouth and directly lifted up a large bag of crystals. Where to put it? Jisoo, Jisoo, put it in the basement. Jisoo walked in front. Opened the door for Qin Yinan. Put a large bag of crystals in. And locked the door carefully when he left. Jisoo kept the crystals in the deformed cat's small bag for pocket money, and did not put them in the basement. Breakfast was rice porridge and vegetarian buns, with vegetables as the most common, accompanied by side dishes pickled by Zhong mother herself. Simple and satisfying. The rice and flour used in the canteen now come from Jisoo's private warehouse. And the vegetables come from the Zhong family's greenhouse. The Zhong family doesn't have much grain in stock, so Jisoo uses grain to exchange vegetables with them. It just so happens that the vegetables in the field can't be eaten up, so there will be no waste. People who eat in the canteen have to pay for meals. Now everything is just starting. And money is not money. They can only barter temporarily, or work hard to earn food. When the time is right, the base will implement a contribution system, and each person will get contribution points based on their contribution to the base. Some scarce materials can only be exchanged for the base contribution points. Jisoo provided these rice and flour to the canteen. Everyone in the base was present. And Chio wrote down the weight of the grain and every expenditure, which would be returned to Jisoo in the future. The operation of a base cannot rely on the contribution of only one person. Everyone is a part of the base, and must contribute to the development of the base. While everyone was at breakfast, Jisoo said a few things. From now on, the base will go out to look for supplies collectively. 30% of the supplies brought back must be handed over to the base, stored in the base's collective warehouse, and reserved for the base's expenditure. The remaining 70% will be distributed according to the work of the people who travel. This is recognized by everyone. Private vehicles can be rented to the base for public use or to individuals for travel. The rental fee can be negotiated with the owner. The base wants to build a photovoltaic power station, and all the materials and equipment required are available. Jisoo needs to recruit people to help install the components. He pays the installation fee. When the photovoltaic power station is completed, the electricity bill generated will belong to Jisoo privately. Jisoo said, it is best to use a bicycle to travel within the base. The unfinished building at the foot of Jinglin Mountain must be cleaned up as soon as possible. The survivors who join the base later will be arranged to live there. Gasoline and diesel should be used as little as possible. It is best not to consume them within the base. Bicycles are also very convenient to reinforce, strong and durable, and are a good means of transportation. Anchio, the Zhong family, and the Chung family all have cars. Each family gets 1 ton of gasoline and diesel brought back. The Zhong family contributed more, and often went out together with their father and son. Jisoo gave the Zhong family 2 tons. The Zhong family only had a small truck, so they only needed 1 ton. The remaining ton was exchanged for rice and noodles. They didn't have much food in stock. The Chung family only sent Chung Mo, although no one followed Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang out of the base. Uncle Zhang guarding the gate was also a very dangerous job, so each of them got 1 ton. These were divided before, and have nothing to do with the current system. No one spoke at the long table. Chung Chifeng looked around and said, if you trust me, you can leave these things to me. I will definitely do it for you. As for the current people in the base, Chung Chifeng is the only one who has the ability to manage them. Jisoo said, Chung Mo and I have been friends since childhood, so naturally I trust Uncle Chung. I will trouble Uncle Chung to take care of me from now on. Chung Chifeng smiled. It is the responsibility of each of us to develop the base well. Only when the base is good can we be good. Jisoo asked, Uncle Chung, do you have any suggestions on salary? Chung Chifeng thought for a while. Dr. Tao's work is very important, so the salary should be more generous. I will pay him 20 kilograms of rice, 30 kilograms of grains, 20 kilograms of vegetables, and 10 kilograms of meat every month. Now food is in serious shortage. This is the best treatment for doctors. What do you think? Jisoo? Chung Chifeng gave the answer, and everyone looked at Jisoo. It must be said that the doctor's salary is indeed very generous. There are grains, vegetables, and meat. If you are alone, you can live well. Even if there are 2 people, you can get by with a little saving. And Chio, the Zhong family, and the Chung family had never suffered. They were brought to the base after the end of the world. Their family had abundant supplies. They only guessed about the situation outside the base and had no correct understanding. Only the Jianqi siblings, Dr. Tao, Dr. Zheng mother, and Zhou Yubing, who had experienced hunger, knew how desperate and terrible it was. The salary that Chung Chifeng offered to the doctor was not just a little generous, but very generous. Jisoo tapped the table lightly. The amount that Chung Chifeng said could indeed be used as a reference. But he overlooked the most important point. Are these grains and vegetables that Uncle Chung mentioned clean or corroded? Chung Chifeng, when he was considering the salary, he didn't expect that there was a saying of cleanliness and corrosion. As long as the grains and vegetables were edible, they could be paid as wages. Jisoo said, "You may not know that there is no uncorrupted food outside. Our base only has these. They will be gone after we eat them. The crops outside are all high-risk crops. Compared with processed foods and packaging bags, crops completely exposed to the outside have a higher content of dark matter, reaching an extremely dangerous level. The crops are eroded, and the land is the same. I have some clean seeds, which will be grown into medium invasion crops. The dark matter content is about half lower than that of high-risk crops. But planting takes time. Without considering external factors, ordinary people who eat medium invasion food for a long time will have a lifespan of about 10 years. During this process, if they are invaded and survive, they will become deformed people. And then, they will no longer worry about the dark matter problem. They only need to consider keeping their self-awareness. Even if they are not invaded, they can buy some inhibitory drugs in the future. The bottom line is to survive. Only when your life is saved can you wait for hope. After the end of the world, a large base developed a detector that divided food into pure, low invasive, medium invasive, high invasive, and high risk. Each level can be divided into first, second, and third grades according to the value. And the price of each grade is different. The pure food that people talked about in the previous life was not really pure. At that time, there were no truly pure seeds. Using the pure flour to purify the land, the eroded seeds were cultivated and filtered again and again. And the dark matter content was filtered to the lowest, so that the value was kept below 1 unit. This is pure food. This is also an important reason why Jisoo hoarded many seeds before the end of the world. The land was purified by the pure flour, but the seeds could not be purified. They could only be cultivated and filtered through generations. Jisoo made 2 preparations. He saved his own glass greenhouse and accidentally saved Zhongji's plastic greenhouse. If he couldn't find the pure flour, he could also cultivate pure crops and seeds with the existing greenhouse land, so as not to completely lose the opportunity. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In such an environment, everyone was in danger, so who could ask for too much? Clean food is too scarce. Being able to eat medium-risk food is a benefit given by the base. Otherwise, if you go outside to find food, all of them are highly invasive and high-risk food. Isn't it more dangerous than medium-risk food? Chung Mo said in distress. Since high-risk crops are so dangerous, should all the crops in the base be cut down? Jianxi and Jianhuan, brother and sister, were on pins and needles. They can stay in the base and eat here because they handed over these fields. Now Jisoo said that the crops in the fields are all high-risk crops. So what should they do? Will they be driven out? Qin Yanan, who had been silent all the time, said, "No need to cut them down. You can wait for the crops to mature. Even if you cut the crops this month, it's not easy to plant other crops. And it's a waste to leave the empty land. Jisoo has already said that the eroded food outside will not kill you immediately after eating it. It's just not delicious. The same is true for these high-risk crops. Even if they don't eat them after harvesting them, it's also good to break them up and feed them to livestock and poultry. It's a waste to cut them down when they are about to mature. There is no other way to build a clinic, a canteen, and a breeding area. They must build them, and they can only cut down the crops. They have a choice now. When they have no choice. Jisoo did not prepare clean food in advance. So they can only eat these high-risk foods. At most, they have the strength and capital to solve the black spot problem. Qin Yanan's words were affirmed by Zhong Fengmin. It is about to mature. And it is really a waste to cut it down. If you don't eat the food after harvesting it, you can save it. If you really starve to death, you can eat a layer of mud. If you have food to eat, you will wake up with laughter in your dreams. Who cares about erosion? Chung Chifeng said, even if we can grow medium invasion crops, we have to wait for several months. Now the seeds have not been planted. We have limited clean food and vegetables. In order to wait until the medium invasion crops mature, we may have to eat them together. Chung Chifeng is very clear about his own food reserves. In addition to those left in the city, they will not last long. What he wants is to go out to find food. As long as it can be eaten, it doesn't matter what degree of erosion. Chung Chifeng looked at Jisoo and asked for his opinion. Jisoo nodded in agreement. When dark matter enters the human body, it will accumulate in the body. Eating it mixed can indeed control the intake. When we have medium invasive food, we can switch to medium invasive food. As for now, the canteen will try to control the intake of dark matter. The food is mixed. Vegetables are temporarily clean. After the clean ones are eaten, medium invasive vegetables will be eaten. I will ask Kenchio to plant some in the open space near the canteen. Dr. Tao's salary can be directly deducted in the canteen. If you don't eat in the canteen, you can temporarily receive 20 kilograms of clean food, 40 kilograms of high-risk or high-invasive food, 20 kilograms of clean or medium-invasive vegetables, and 10 kilograms of meat every month. If you eat in the canteen for the whole month, you can only receive 10 kilograms of clean food. 1. 0 gene of high-risk or high-invasion food. 5 gene of meat. Food is not necessarily rice. The base will give whatever food it can issue. The reason why it is temporary is that the salary will be adjusted after the medium invasion food comes down. In addition to these, the base will also give certain rewards according to the individual's contribution, depending on the specific contribution. However, Dr. Tao, your black spots are quite serious. My suggestion is that you better eat clean food. You can give all 20 gene of clean food to the canteen. You are also allowed to exchange 40 gene of high-risk or high-invasion food for clean food. Your situation is more special, so you can ask the canteen to make a separate portion for you. Jisoo did store a lot of food, but these foods were his and Qin Yanan's private property and could not be used to subsidize the base. The base must circulate on its own. Tao Qinwu accepted Jisoo's proposal and chose to cook in the canteen. His own house was not cleaned up yet, and he had no bed or kitchen utensils. He didn't have time to cook, so it was more convenient and troublesome to eat in the canteen. Afterwards, Jisoo allocated the salaries of other positions, with Dr. Tao's salary as the watershed. Those who only worked inside the base would have lower salaries than Dr. Tao. Except for the management, the salaries of sentry guards and combatants would be higher, and they faced great dangers, so no one objected to the high salary. Jianshi's deformed ability gave him wings, so he could fly, which made him the most suitable to be a sentry guard, and he could escape most easily when he encountered danger. He was the only one guarding the sentry for the time being, and he could stay at the sentry for food and lodging. Jianshi, who almost thought he was going to be kicked out, almost cried when he heard the job Jisoo arranged for him. Such a generous salary was enough to support him and his sister, so he agreed without hesitation. Zhou Yubing was a deformed person, and was temporarily assigned to a combatant group. Her monthly salary, in addition to paying for food, had to repay the clinic's medical expenses. If she couldn't pay it off in 1 month, she would pay it back over several months. Jisoo, Qin Yanan, Qiying and Zhongji are all combatants. But Chung Mo has nowhere to go. He can't farm, can't cook, is dangerous to fight, and even has no place to guard the gate. Chung Mo, Chung Mo said eagerly, how about Jianshi and I go to guard the outpost? Chung Mother patted him. Jianshi is a deformed person. You are an ordinary person. Why are you going to join in the fun? Jisoo glanced at them. You be determined. After the matter was explained, everyone can get busy. Those who are not assigned to a position can do odd jobs for others. The salary will be paid by the employer, and will not be paid from the base warehouse. Jisoo has already negotiated the location of the photovoltaic power station with the Zhong family. The photovoltaic components are placed above his glass greenhouse and the plastic greenhouse of the Zhong family. As long as the height and angle are adjusted, it will not affect the greenhouse below. This is a big project that requires a lot of manpower. They are not professionals. They should be able to assemble it by themselves. It is not certain whether there will be any problems. Jisoo decided to go to the White Whale supermarket to pick up Fan Lin and his son. If he could find other people to help, he would be happy to do so. As long as the photovoltaic power station could be built as soon as possible. Chung Mo and Chi Ying were left at the base to work, and Jisoo only took Qin Yin with him. Chapter 35. The first floor of the White Whale supermarket has completely become a shelter. All inedible goods are packed into large cartons, and the shelves are pushed to the window. Many people sit or lie in the empty space. Some people spread mats under their bodies, and some lie directly on the ground. They are thin and have black spots all over their skin. After the end of the world, the main door of the supermarket has never been opened again. The survivors go in and out through the back door. The White Whale parents donated all the edible food on the first floor for free. After all, who cares about money after the end of the world? People who know what to do will go out to find supplies by themselves. When they come back at night, there is no safe place outside. The security doors and glass windows are very fragile, and even the walls are not solid. If you want to rest, you can only go back to the supermarket. People who don't know what to do and are timid stay in the supermarket and don't want to show their heads, waiting to see if the Bai family will really watch them die without helping them, and watch them starve to death without opening the second floor. They often gather together to whisper and talk about small things, and just fight with the Bai family. The people of the Bai family gathered in the kitchen on the first floor. The kitchen was connected to a small storage room with a bed and a small bathroom at the back. They lived in such a cramped place these days. There were only 3 families of the Bai family left in Baiwan town. The others had either gone to other places to develop and settle, or married or moved away. Only Jisoo's 4th grandfather, 6th grandfather, and 7th grandfather remained in the town. Currently, the 3 people confirmed to be alive are Bai Jing's family of 3. Bai Tingyan and his father and mother are missing. Bai Jiajiao and her father. A few years ago, Bai Jijiao's parents divorced, and her mother chose to take her brother away and left Bai Jiajiao in the Bai family. None of the old people in the Bai family survived, and the married aunts of the Bai family were unknown whether they were alive or dead. Bai Jing became more and more anxious. Obviously, the whole supermarket belonged to their family, but 7 people had to squeeze into this small space. They could only sleep sitting up, and the only bed was left for his mother and cousin. The worst thing was that they had finished their food. They had to either starve with the people outside or open the door to the second floor. If they dared to open the door, they would definitely be robbed. Just listen to the discussions outside. Bai Jing was hungry and uncomfortable. He couldn't eat or sleep well. He couldn't go out or take a shower. He couldn't even drink water. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. He kicked the bed leg hard. I can't stand it. Get rid of them all. The supermarket is my home. Why do I have to live so aggrieved? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Mother Bai wanted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. At first, they did take him in out of kindness, thinking that rescue would come sooner or later. But from the news brought back by Bai Tingyan and others, they would most likely not be able to wait for rescue. Now the situation in the supermarket is no longer decided by their family. Even if Bai Tingyan and Bai Jing's friends and family are included, there are only a dozen people. But there are no less than 100 people gathered in the supermarket. They couldn't act rashly. If they pushed people to the edge, not to mention that all the supplies in the supermarket would be lost. It was unknown whether they could survive, even if they had flamethrowers and Molotov cocktails in their hands. They could not do it in the supermarket unless they wanted to burn the supermarket down. Bai Jiajiao held a fire axe in one hand and gently opened a crack in the door. People were coming and going outside. I wonder if anyone heard Bai Jing's angry words. Driving people out at this time would undoubtedly force them to die. It would be strange if they didn't fight back. Bai Jijiao closed the door, and a person lying on the ground half dead opened his eyes. He was at the innermost position of the outer wall of the small kitchen, which was a blind spot in the door crack. Bai Jiajiao didn't see him, but he heard Bai Jing's voice clearly. The man bent over and sat next to the few people who were also lying still. He whispered a few words and got up to go to the back door. Someone who knew him called him. Ho Sainer. Are you going out again? I told you that you can't go out empty-handed. You have to bring something with you. Otherwise you will come back empty-handed again. Hosseiner was startled by this shout. His expression changed, and he forced a smile. I didn't dare to go too far. The food nearby has been searched by others. I will try to go farther this time. All those who were ready to go out gathered at the back door, waiting to rush out together, to kill the monsters outside the door first, and then run out to find food. Van Lin, who was guarding the door, was also attracted by this shout, and took a closer look at Hosseiner. He remembered this man. He had gone out once in the morning and came back empty-handed soon. He didn't expect him to go out again so soon. When the survivors who were ready to come back ran to the back door, the survivors inside the door who were ready to go out were also ready to rush out. Van Lin opened the back door at the right time, attacking from both inside and outside. The monsters lingering at the back door were quickly solved, and the survivors inside and outside exchanged positions and closed the door immediately. They came like this these days, going out and coming back together. It was not worth it for one person to risk opening the door. Van Lin handed the back door to Pei Ong and Fong Jun. They both carried flamethrowers on their backs. If anyone dared to have any bad intentions, don't blame them for being ruthless. This was also the main reason why the supermarket had not been in chaos. Both sides were afraid. Van Lin went to knock on the door of the small kitchen. They took turns guarding the door. At this moment, Bai Tingyan and Bai Jiajiu took turns to rest. Bai Tingyan had not gone out for the past 2 days, and had been waiting for Jisoo to come. Bai Jiajiu opened the door. Van Lin walked in, and the door of the small kitchen was closed again. Bai Tingyan leaned against the wall, and took a nap for a while. When he opened his eyes, he saw Van Lin in the small kitchen. What's wrong? Van Lin was a little uncertain, so he told Bai Tingyan about Hosseiner. I just think he is a little strange. He went out for a while in the morning, and then came back empty-handed. He just went out again, and the interval was less than 2 hours. According to the rules found in these days, a person basically only goes out once a day, and goes out to find food. Some people go out once and bring back more food, so they can go out for 2 or 3 days without going out. No one is willing to go out frequently to take risks. Bai Tingyan frowned. So his behavior is indeed abnormal. Has anyone noticed his movements in the past few days? There were too many people in the supermarket, almost to the point of being crowded. They didn't know many people, so how could they pay attention to them one by one? Van Lin said, I didn't notice it before, but someone shouted that he went out again and came back empty-handed. And then I noticed that he had gone out in the morning. Hosseiner was not the only survivor who came back empty-handed, and he was the only one who went out frequently in such a short period of time. Bai Tingyan stood up. Go ask the person who shouted. He should pay more attention to Hosseiner. Bai Tingyan and Fan Lin walked out of the small kitchen. Bai Jiajiu followed behind, and no one else came out. They rarely appeared in the supermarket these days, in case they heard unpleasant comments and couldn't control their temper. Bai Tingyan's father said worriedly, Do you think Jisoo will really come? After his parents died, he became estranged from us. We haven't contacted him for 4 years, and we couldn't help him. Now he needs help. It's really... Alas. Bai Jing's father said. Tingyan said that there is no need to make connections. Just talk about the facts. We won't let him help in vain. Outside, Van Lin took Bai Tingyan to find the person who shouted. He was an unknown uncle with messy hair and dark skin. He looked about 50 or 60 years old, and his face was full of vicissitudes. Bai Jijiao, who was standing at the back, called out uncertainly, Uncle Chui? The uncle stood up with the help of the wall, smiling. Hey, it's me. Bai Tingyan looked at Bai Jiajiao. Do you know each other? Bai Jiajiao said. My father is a breeder at the farm. I have seen Uncle Chui several times when I went to the farm. Speaking of the farm, Uncle Chui was so distressed that his eyes were filled with tears. It's all ruined. The chickens, ducks and geese that we raised with great difficulty all ran away. This is a big loss. Uncle Chui has worked at the farm for several years, and he lives and eats at the farm. Bai Jijiao's father trusts him very much, and the farm is left to Uncle Chui to manage. Uncle Chui is also down-to-earth and hard-working. The farm has never had any trouble, but this time it suffered a disaster. Bai Juju advised, now is not the time to feel sorry for the chickens, ducks and geese. The most important thing is that people are alive. Uncle Chui came here. Why didn't he go to find my father? He is in the small kitchen. Uncle Chui bowed his head and waved his hands. It's enough to know that you are all alive. This place is a mess. I won't disturb you. He didn't know how to face the boss. Such a big farm. Everything is gone. Everything is ruined. Bai Tingyan said. Uncle Chui, can I ask you something? Uncle Chui said. You want to ask about Hosanner? I know this guy. He's not a good person. He has been stealing chickens from neighbors to sell for money since he was a child. He often steals money from home to eat, drink and have fun. His parents were sent to the hospital several times. A few days ago, I saw him whispering with others, and then he stayed in the supermarket without moving. Yesterday afternoon, I saw him go out and come back empty-handed. This morning, he went out again. Still empty-handed. He just went out again. He is the kind of person who can make his parents angry to death. He must be holding back a bad trick. As soon as Uncle Chui finished speaking, someone shouted, The Bai family is deliberately trying to kill us. I heard clearly that they were in the small kitchen. They are plotting to kick us all out, saying that the supermarket belongs to them, and all the supplies upstairs also belong to them, and they want to force us to death. Where are the Bai family? Don't hide like a coward. Come out and explain clearly. Someone shouted. What do you mean by clear? The supermarket is indeed the Bai family's. What's wrong with that? You are not satisfied with the food and accommodation in the supermarket. So you want to instigate others to occupy the supermarket together? Who occupied it? They want to kick us out. They want to force us to death. If we are not allowed to stay, then no one should stay. The two sides developed from verbal disputes to fists, and everyone's attention was attracted to this side. Peiyong and Fong Jun, who were guarding the door, were also craning their necks to watch. The Bai family in the small kitchen could not stay any longer, and came out with self-defense weapons. Bai Tingyan always felt that something was wrong. This was the first time that there was a direct conflict. Before, there were only verbal quarrels, and no one dared to really fight. He glanced at the back door and saw a sneaky figure touching the door lock. Bai Tingyan shouted, Guard the door. There was a lot of noise in the supermarket. Peiyong and Fong Jun didn't hear clearly. They only saw Bai Tingyan, Van Lin and Bai Jiaji rushing over here. At this moment, the back door was pulled open, and a group of people rushed in from outside, knocking down the survivors and the gatekeepers waiting at the door to go out. The people who rushed in shouted loudly, Don't move! Don't move! The three people who rushed over Bai Tingyan faced the people who rushed in head-on. They thought that the people who rushed in would be a group of crazy zombies, but they didn't expect that they were people, and a group of people with weapons. The noisy supermarket suddenly became quiet, and when they saw the weapons in their hands clearly, they were all terrified and silent. Gun! They actually had guns in their hands, and 2 submachine guns. They all knew the power of guns, although they had never touched them or seen them with their own eyes. They had seen them many times on TV and movies, compared with kitchen knives and fire axes. Guns are the king. Bai Tingyan seemed calm on the surface, but in fact his palms were full of cold sweat. He was a professional. How can you not tell whether a gun is real or fake? These pistols and submachine guns are real, and they are standard firearms. This group of people looted the armory of the town police station. Bai Tingyan's father and Bai Jijia's father in the crowd were anxious to rush out, but were held tightly by the Bai Jing family. They had guns in their hands, and going out now would only lead to death. Stay calm. The leaders all had guns in their hands. They wore black hoods and pointed their guns at everyone in the supermarket. A dull voice came from under the black hoods. We have taken over this supermarket. Those who have nothing to do with it should leave immediately. Everyone was silent. No one left, and no one dared to move. The Black Hood tilted his head slightly, and someone behind him grabbed a survivor who was knocked down and dragged him out. He wiped his neck in public, and blood splashed far away. Some people screamed in fear. The Black Hood spoke again. You only have one chance. If you don't leave, I kill you all. Bai Tingyan and the other 2 stood in the front. They were not sure whether these guns could still be used normally, so they did not dare to act rashly. Just as the 3 were about to lead the way and leave, the Black Hood leader had already pointed his gun at Bai Tingyan. The Bai family will stay. You still need to count the supplies. Everyone else leave immediately. Bai Tingyan glanced at Bai Jing and others standing in the crowd, hoping that they could follow the crowd out. The Black Hoods made way to both sides, and the survivor who had just been killed was dragged out by one person to attract the monster. The back door opened and they could leave. Ho Sainer, who was standing behind the black hood, shouted, "Run! What are you waiting for?" The few who had colluded with Ho Sainer pushed aside the people blocking the way and ran towards the back door. Seeing someone running out with their own eyes, the people behind immediately followed and scrambled to run out. The people in the supermarket squeezed together, and soon there were not many left. The Bai family was so anxious that they wanted to spray fire remotely. But it was conceivable that the speed of the fire spray could not catch up with the speed of the bullet. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people, they would soon be exposed. These people were ruthless, and would never leave anyone alive. White Whale frequently looked at the glass wall, hoping for a miracle, that his cousin could come over now, and drive a truck to kill these bastards. When White Whale looked back for the umpteenth time, he suddenly saw a car passing through the gap between the shelves. He thought he was too nervous and had hallucinations. He stared at it for a while, but he didn't see the truck, but saw a person standing next to the rolling door. It was his cousin who he had been thinking about. He really came. Jisoo, who only showed half of his body, was making gestures to White Whale. White Whale nodded desperately, tears streaming down his face. Seeing that all the survivors in the supermarket had run away, Bai Jing grabbed his parents and shouted, "Brother, get out of the way!" Bai Tingyan turned back subconsciously. Boom! The rolling door and the glass door were knocked away together, and a truck rushed in like a steel beast, and a wall appeared at the door again. Bai Jing had already pulled the people around him to dodge, and Bai Tingyan and the other two quickly rushed to both sides. The truck roared and crashed into the black hoods at the back door. Some were knocked away, and some luckily avoided the collision. A black hood fell to the ground, and was about to get up when a slender and straight leg was chopped off in front of him. Bai Jujiu had already killed him. Bai Tingyan also fought with the surviving black hoods. Jisoo and Qin Yinan jumped out of the cab on the left and right. Jisoo waved a baseball bat and knocked down the two. Qin Yinan acted like lightning and quickly dealt with several people. "No, don't come over here, or I kill them." The remaining two black-hooded men grabbed Peiyong and Fong Jun as hostages, with daggers pressed tightly against their throats, ready to stab them at any time, and dragged them back. The black-hooded men didn't choose their hostages randomly. The two men were carrying flamethrowers, and they were obviously in the Bai family, so they were very easy to recognize. Bai Jing picked up the pistol on the ground, his eyes red. "I kill you first." Jisoo hurriedly stopped him. "Wait! Don't get excited. Put the gun down." Bai Jing was very excited, and his hand holding the gun shook violently. He suspected that his cousin was wrong. Shouldn't he put down the criminal's dagger? Qin Yinan glanced at the scene and understood. He grabbed the gun in Bai Jing's hand, and with a little force, the gun broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Everyone at the scene, if this gun can really be used. These black hoods are stupid not to use guns. But daggers? Bai Jing looked at the gun with only the frame and trigger in his hand, and his face was blank. Jisoo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't shoot. Otherwise it would not be the black hoods who died, but Bai Jing and the people nearby. At this time, the black hoods dragged Peiyong and Fong Jun out. There were several bodies lying at the back door. They were all black hoods that were knocked away. Ho Sainer was even deader than dead. The two retreated to the back door nervously. The Bai family was even more nervous. After the end of the world, the two children had been with them. They were Bai Jing's classmates and had a good relationship. They were also implicated by them when they encountered such a thing. They couldn't just watch the children being killed. But how to save them? Bai Jing's father Bai Xuanli tried to persuade them. "Let them go, and we will let you go. We will keep our promise." The two black hoods had already left the back door with one leg. Qin Yinan's drooping right hand began to deform. The scales on the hand surface quickly appeared and disappeared, and his right hand returned to normal. Bai Xuanli's forehead was sweating. "We didn't lose much, and we definitely won't kill them all. Let them go and leave quickly." A black hood shouted as if he was stimulated. "You didn't lose anything, but we lost a lot." The moment the two black hoods completely left the back door, several people suddenly rushed up from behind. Some grabbed the black hoods' arms holding knives and snatched their daggers. Some strangled the black hoods' necks and snatched Peiyong and Fong Jun from their arms. The people in the supermarket were very surprised. They didn't expect that the survivor who escaped didn't leave, but hid outside, waiting for the opportunity. Of course, Qin Yinan and Jisoo were the only ones who were surprised. Qin Yan sensed the fear of the people hiding outside the door, while Jisoo saw that there was something wrong. The back door was open until now, but no crazy corpse rushed in. It was abnormal. There must be someone outside who was blocking the crazy corpse. The survivors who restrained the Black Hoods punched the two people without courtesy. A Black Hood suddenly screamed loudly, holding his head tightly, his body struggling and twitching. And he looked very painful. "Let go," Jisoo reminded. The survivor who strangled the man hurriedly let go and retreated. And then, they saw a living person disappear in front of them, as if he was torn to pieces by an invisible force, screaming continuously, leaving only pieces of black like ashes, fluttering and falling. But when they really fell to the ground, there was nothing. Before everyone could come to their senses, the remaining Black Hood was frightened to death. He got up and ran, shouting, but stopped in the middle. The Black Hood rushed to a nearby ant, whose eyes were only pupils at this time. The ant held a large trash can and knocked over the monsters one by one to prevent them from passing the defense line. She was very fierce. When she found the monsters coming from behind, she raised the trash can and hit them. The young man who was defending together kicked the monsters again and knocked them over. "Run! Run! Run! Run!" The survivors who finally stopped the monsters fled in all directions. Bai Shunli stood at the back door and shouted, "Here! Here!" The survivors who were chased and fled around, circled around and ran back, quickly hid in the supermarket, quickly locked the back door, and panted, "It's so close! So dangerous! Fortunately, my legs and feet are good. So many years of square dancing have not been in vain." The ant patted her chest and panted heavily. Jisoo had seen many aunties who would only hide and tremble. But it was rare to see an auntie who dared to hold a big trash can and confront the crazy corpse head-on. The key point was that the green trash can was quite heavy. How could she swing it and smash it? Soon Jisoo knew the reason. Because there was no black spot on the ant's skin. But the young man standing with the ant had black spots on his skin. There is no doubt that the ant is a deformed person, and it may be related to strength. The Bai family looked at these people who they knew or didn't know, and were glad that they didn't stand by and watch them die. Otherwise, there would be no such people who would help them when they were in trouble. The Bai family looked at Jisoo and the other two who arrived in time, and were very grateful. Just as they were about to say something, they suddenly saw Jisoo's face change, and Bai Jing's anxious shout appeared behind them. "Brother!" The Bai family then realized that Bai Tianjian's condition was not right. He supported himself on the wall with one hand. His arm veins bulged. Cold sweat dripped down, and his whole body was shaking violently. It was obvious that he was in great pain. "Don't touch him." Jisoo spoke out to stop him. But it was too late. Bai Jing was swept away by the out-of-control Bai Tingyan, and hit the carriage with a thud, and the person fell directly. The Bai family panicked and didn't understand what happened, but saw Jisoo and Qin Yan had already walked over quickly, and each of them grabbed one of his arms to prevent him from struggling and going crazy. Jisoo shouted at Bai Tingyan, "Hold on to your sense of self. Don't let it invade you." Jisoo shouted at others, "Bring a rope. A strong rope." The Bai family hurried to the warehouse to find a rope. Jisoo and Qin Yan grabbed the man, while the others wrapped the rope around him, tying him up again and again. Jisoo looked at the loose rope and said, "Tie it tight." The Bai family couldn't bear to do it, and the sturdy ant came over quickly. "I do it." The ant took the rope, swished it a few times, and tied Bai Tingyan up like a dumpling. "Jisoo, is there a separate room?" The Bai family pointed to the small kitchen. Jisoo directed several people to carry Bai Tingyan to the small kitchen, put him on the bed, locked the door, and left him alone in there to toss and turn crazy. Chapter 36. The Bai family gathered at the door, waiting anxiously, unwilling to leave. Bai Tingyan's father couldn't help asking, "What happened to Tingyan? Is he okay?" No one can be sure whether Bai Tingyan is definitely okay. But since he survived the invasion and did not die directly, he can become a deformed person as long as he keeps his self-awareness. Jisoo explained Bai Tingyan's current situation to the Bai family, and the Bai family became more worried. They thought of the Black Hood that disappeared in front of them, and they were very worried that Bai Tingyan would disappear like this. Bai Tingyan's father, Bai Xingnong, turned pale. The invisible condensed by pure dark matter is only the largest in number at the beginning of the end of the world. When the full invasion occurs, and it will not appear so frequently afterwards. Unlike the ordinary dark matter floating in the air, which exists all the time. The pure dark matter that appeared this time may have existed nearby, and was triggered by emotions, causing the invasion. It is normal for the Black Hood to have an emotional outburst and trigger an invasion. Bai Tingyan was suddenly invaded, and there must be a trigger point. Judging from Bai Xingnong's face, he should not have reacted at the time, and only figured it out now. Jisoo, did you think of something? Bai Xingnong wiped his face and said with red eyes, after the end of the world, we survived, but Tingyan's mother disappeared. We looked for her near our home and even looked at the monsters, but we couldn't find her. Tingyan ran to a farther place to look for her. We always thought she was hiding somewhere. After all, she was always the first to get up every day. Maybe she went out and found something wrong, so she hid. Unexpectedly, she was not hiding, and it was very likely that she was gone. When he saw the Black Hood disappear, Bai Xingnong was scared, but he didn't think of his wife. Maybe Bai Tingyan thought of it at the time, which was why he lost control of his emotions and caused the invasion. Jisoo understood that if Bai Tingyan had not been greatly stimulated and lost control of his emotions, he would not have been invaded suddenly. Moreover, there were more than one person gathered at the door at that time. If they had to choose the target of the invasion, Peiyong and Fang Jun, who were obviously held hostage, would have a higher chance of being invaded. They were the most afraid. In the quiet small kitchen, there were sounds of collisions and painful groans, which made the people outside the door feel distressed. Bai Jing covered his swollen head with red eyes. Is there any way to help my brother? Jisoo shook his head. There is an invisible energy in his head, competing with him for control of consciousness. Outsiders can't help him. Only he can keep his consciousness and defeat the invisible energy. There was silence in the supermarket. The Bai family was very tormented and just hoped that Bai Tingyan would defeat that thing quickly. The aunt said confidently, Tingyan has been excellent since he was a child. This difficulty will definitely not be difficult for him. Even someone as old as me can survive, let alone Tingyan. As soon as the aunt said this, everyone looked at her. The aunt laughed and said, at the beginning of the apocalypse, I was also confused for a day or two. It was my son who kept watching over me and didn't let me go crazy and run out to fight monsters. Am I not alive now? I just get a headache from time to time. But it's nothing compared to life. Uncle Chui also said, I was confused too. When I woke up, I found that I was entangled in a net. I finally climbed out. There was really no problem. Both the aunt and Uncle Chui said this, which made the Bai family feel relieved. Jisoo didn't say anything. The invisible is a condensation of pure dark matter, and its energy is strong or weak. The weaker invisible is indeed easy to defeat, and the ability of the distortion is relatively weak. The stronger the invisible energy, the stronger the distortion ability will be, and the more difficult it will be to defeat during the invasion. Jisoo still doesn't know what his secondary invasion ability is. The headache continues. He always thinks of invading in one fell swoop at the critical moment. It has happened twice. He doesn't know whether it is because of the secondary invasion or the special distortion ability. In short, they are still in a stalemate. Jisoo looked at the glass wall near the street. There were survivors lying on the glass wall outside looking inside. They should be the survivors who escaped before. Jisoo said, it's best not to let him out before he wakes up. He can't control his behavior. If he hurts you, he will definitely blame himself after he wakes up. Bai Jiaju nodded seriously. We know. Thank you. Jisoo looked at the people who stayed in the supermarket. In that situation, they did not abandon the Bai family and escape, but thought about fighting back. They received the protection and favor of the Bai family, and they knew how to be grateful and knew right and wrong. Jisoo had met good and bad people in his previous life. He was betrayed by people close to him and helped by strangers who were wary of him. He was wary of everyone and would not easily label people as bad people. He could not take the initiative to help, nor would he take the initiative to harm people. Everything depended on what the other party did. Jisoo, originally, he said he had something to talk to me about. But now it's impossible to talk. Why not wait? We can talk. Bai Jiaju continued. We all know what we are going to talk about. My cousin has discussed it with us. We are just waiting for you to come. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, we don't know if we will survive. Jisoo pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. Let's talk. Jisoo and the Bai family went to the other side to discuss things. The others began to clean up the supermarket and piled the bodies together, waiting for centralized processing. Jisoo found that there was one person missing, and turned back to look for him. He saw that Qin Yinan did not follow him, and was standing alone by the car waiting for him. Jisoo called him over. You are part of the base. There is nothing you can't listen to. Qin Yinan, Okay. He is also a part. There is nothing he can't listen to. Qin Yinan came over and stood beside Jisoo. The other people in the Bai family may not know, but Bai Jiajiu and Bai Jing are very clear about Qin Yinan's strength. When these two people are together, even the black monster can't do anything to them. You can imagine how strong they are. It was not the elders of the Bai family who spoke, but Bai Jiajiu. She was 1.7 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, a thin waist and long legs, and very fair skin. Apart from the black spots that ordinary people have, there was no flaw. The genes of the Bai family were there, and there was no doubt that Bai Jiajiu was very beautiful. The 2 times Jisoo met her, she was wearing a high ponytail, and she spoke and acted neatly, without any dragging of words. The elders were relieved that she conveyed Bai Tingyan's intentions. Bai Jiajiu said, My brother means that he hopes the Bai family can join your base. Such a big supermarket cannot be defended by just a few of us. Either the survivors will take action, or they will be targeted by external forces. In short, it will not be left in the hands of the Bai family. Instead of giving it to others and strengthening their power, it is better to hand it over to our own family. We are willing to give half of the supplies in exchange. As for the survivors taken in by the supermarket, you can choose suitable people to take into the base. My brother said that the relationship between people can't escape the involvement of emotions and interests. Most survivors just hope to have a stable place to live, have food to eat, and survive without facing life-threatening dangers all the time. For this reason, they will do their best to maintain the stability of the base. If a base wants to grow and develop, people are an indispensable and important resource. People's participation is indispensable in everything they do. How could Jisoo not know these truths? He just didn't want to participate in the struggle for power anymore. If Baiwan Town wants to develop, it does need manpower and good managers. Jisoo doesn't think he is a good manager. He just wants to guard the base and leave the outside affairs to the outsiders. Bai Jiajiu saw Jisoo was silent. Her heart sank. Or, if you have other ideas or arrangements, you can also speak up. To be honest, the person Jisoo wanted to talk to the most was Bai Tingyan. If Bai Tingyan was an ordinary person, it might be a bit difficult for him to manage a district well. After all, it was the end of the world where strength was everything. Without strength, nothing could be discussed. Even if he occupied a high position, he would be overthrown sooner or later. Even if he had weapons in hand, he had to have absolutely loyal subordinates. It was better to trust yourself than others. Everyone could betray. Only you would not betray yourself. Now that Bai Tingyan was invaded, the possibility of successful deformation was very high. No matter how deformed he would be more deterrent than ordinary people. With the influence of the Bai family in this area, it would be no problem for him to manage a district. Jisoo said, The Bai family has been developing in Baiwan Town for so many years. There is no one in Baiwan Town who doesn't know the Bai family. Have you ever thought that the Bai family can occupy a place in Baiwan Town? The Bai family looked at each other, a little unresponsive. Qin Yinan understood that Jisoo wanted to support others to work hard outside, while he would stay at the base and concentrate on being a salted fish, not caring about anything, just taking the dividends. Bai Jing's father vaguely understood Jisoo's intention, and was excited, but he was not sure. Who doesn't want to develop and expand the family? The eldest uncle and the second uncle's family went to other cities to develop early and made a fortune, except for the aunt who died young. The remaining 2 aunts were also in other places, and their family conditions were very good. Only the 3 of them stayed in Baiwan Town. Although the family conditions were not bad, they were still incomparable to the eldest uncle and the second uncle's family. Now that they have a chance to stand up, how can they not be excited? Bai Shuanli asked carefully, You mean? Jisoo gave an accurate answer. I intend to enclose the southern part of the town with a wall, clean up the buildings, and clear out all the deformed monsters. I will build this area into the southern base and hand it over to the Bai family for management. What do you think? After being stunned, the Bai family members all showed their joy. This is absolutely no problem. Their homes and businesses are all here. They really don't want to leave unless they have to. Now they can stay and be in charge of the southern area. This is definitely no problem. They will actively cooperate with any arrangement of Jisoo. Jisoo said, if we want to clear out all the deformed monsters in the southern area, it is not something that these people can accomplish now. Bai Xuanli said, that's no problem. There are still many survivors in the South District. Some are hiding in my supermarket, and some are hiding in other places. Now we need to rebuild the South District, and they will definitely actively participate. Jisoo, it's not enough to rely on enthusiasm alone. Bai Jiaju said, then record the merits, and finally judge the merits according to the number of monsters killed. Whether it is a house or a field, or something else, you can specify it in advance. Those who died in the cleanup will be given preferential treatment and pensions to their families. Those who are timid and afraid of death and don't work can stay in the South District, but they will not have any guarantees. And don't even think about housing, food, and work. Jisoo nodded and agreed with Bai Jijiao's statement. If you want people to work, you have to show them benefits. The matter was settled, and the specific details will be discussed after Bai Tingyan wakes up. The Bai family explained the situation to the survivors, who stayed in the supermarket. They were all very happy. Who would not want to have the opportunity to return to their own home and live a normal life? After discussing it here, the Bai family looked at the survivors wandering outside. They had seen the situation inside from the glass wall. The criminals failed to rob the supermarket. They wanted to come back, but they were not so shameless, so they could only wander outside the supermarket. Bai Xuanli gestured to them to go out the back door. The survivors who were wandering around were refreshed and all ran to the back door and returned to the supermarket. It was embarrassing for sure. They couldn't help at the critical moment and still wanted others to protect them. They would definitely feel embarrassed. Fortunately, the Bai family didn't hold on to this issue and told them that they would rebuild the South District. Of course, they were happy. Someone immediately went out to find someone to find the survivors who left. Bai Xuanli, no hurry. Wait a little longer. The Bai family didn't know what they were waiting for, but Jisoo said to wait a while, so they could only wait. While they were discussing how to clean up the South District, Jisoo was releasing his spiritual energy to measure the South District. He did not rebuild the wall, but scaled the existing wall model in the consciousness world according to the measurement ratio. This was faster and saved more spiritual energy. Jisoo stood at the window on the second floor, with the White Whale supermarket as the center, and enclosed an inner area. He first cleaned up a small area, and then expanded outward to clean up after the inner area settled down. The South District was temporarily divided into inner and outer areas, just like Jisoo's base. The outer area wall was connected to the outer wall of Jisoo's base, and was uniformly built to 10 stories high. The inner area wall did not need to be that high. 5 stories high was enough. If you encounter a flying deformed monster, it would be useless to build it higher. Generally, the deformed monster could not reach the inner wall. The sudden vibration scared everyone in the supermarket, thinking that an earthquake had come. Seeing that Jisoo was still standing at the window, the Bai family took the lead in calming down and comforting others. When the vibration disappeared, Jisoo closed the second floor window and walked down the stairs. I built the South District into an inner district and an outer district. We are in the inner district. I built a wall around Qinyuan community, which is not far from the supermarket. You can first clear out Qinyuan community and move in. The supermarket has limited space and cannot be a temporary residence. When everyone gathers in Qinyuan community, we will clean up the inner district together, and then the outer district, layer by layer. The survivors were very excited and were ready to get started. Since the end of the world, they have been in confusion. They don't know what to do in the future. They can't see the future and can only live one day at a time. It's different now. They have a goal and know the direction of their efforts. Everyone is in high spirits. Jisoo said again, there are gates in both the inner and outer districts. There is a buffer wall outside the gate of the outer district, and there is also a buffer gate. They are all closed now. Before the internal cleaning is completed, it is best not to open the gate. There is no manpower to guard the gate for the time being, so lock it first. It is definitely not okay to clean up inside and go in from outside. Bai Xuanli immediately said, the supermarket sells locks. I will pick out a few of the largest and most difficult locks. The southern part of the town is quite large. Jisoo and Qin Yinan will drive over there, lock the 3 gates, and drive around the southern part to bring all the survivors to the inner area, and then distribute the cleanup work together. If you want to gather the survivors together faster, it is best to bring them by car. Jisoo asked Fan Lin. Do you know where there is a large carriage? Fan Lin, there is a large carriage, but it is too fragile to be hung on a truck. Jisoo, this problem can be solved. Bring a few good hands and go together. Fan Lin and Bai Jiajiu will definitely go. And the fierce ant will also go. She feels that she is strong, and it is easy to swing the monster. The sun did not stop her, but just asked the ant to get on the truck to see. They had to sit in the truck first, and then go to get the docking car. The car was a bit high, and the ant climbed in by holding onto the door. Due to her size, it took a while to get on the car. If she was outside, she would have been dragged down by the monster. The sun gave a summary. You are suitable for fighting on the ground, and the work of climbing the ladder can only be left to the young people. You take a rest. I will do it. The ant's son looked gentle and was just an ordinary person. He stepped on the ground and pushed his hands to get into the carriage. The ant gave in. As she was old, she had no choice but to give the opportunity to the young people. The people who followed her all brought long-handled weapons. The carriage was a warehouse carriage. Survivors could climb up, and monsters could also climb up. They had to poke the monsters down in the carriage. They also prepared several portable loudspeakers to shout along the way, letting the survivors know that they were here to pick people up. Those who were willing to join the cleanup team could follow the car into the inner area, and those who were unwilling could continue to hide. When the cleanup reached the outer area, if they were still unwilling to join, they would live at the bottom of the southern area, and no policy would take care of them. Everything was ready. The people who went with them entered the carriage, and the truck retreated to the main door. Jisoo weathered the wall blocking the door, and the truck retreated and sealed it again. The crazy corpse that broke into the supermarket would be dealt with by the people inside. Jisoo got on the co-pilot and went to get the carriage. The plan went smoothly. We took the warehouse carriage, opened the gate of the inner area, and rushed all the way to the gate of the outer area. The portable loudspeaker with recorded sound kept honking all the way from the inner area to the outer area. The survivors heard it, and the crazy zombies heard it too. A large group of crazy zombies were attracted by the sound and the fear in the warehouse carriage, and chased the truck all the way. There were also some strange and deformed monsters mixed in it. The number was very shocking, and the people in the carriage were sweating. A large group of deformed monsters were brought to the gate of the outer area. Jisoo made a prompt decision, lowered the window, and shouted to the back with a small loudspeaker. Everyone go down and open the door. Then go to the buffer wall and wait. We will lead a group of monsters out and come back. There are too many monsters. If we don't lead a group out, it will be difficult to clean up the southern area in a short time. If the monster army is led out of the southern area, the number of monsters outside the southern area will increase sharply, and the survivors outside will be very dangerous. There is no way. The truck can only continue to drive, and the small loudspeaker continues to shout. Jisoo personally releases the fear and leads the monster group away from Baiwan town. Qin Yanan was seduced along with the army of monsters. The army of monsters chased the truck crazily. Qin Yanan could only try to control himself and not drive the truck into the wall. His scales and claws popped out uncontrollably, and his eyes became vertical pupils. The truck passed through the streets and alleys of Baiwan town. The small loudspeaker in the car shouted that the whole town knew that a base had been built in the South District, and that survivors were being gathered to clean up the South District. The monster army grew stronger and stronger. The truck drove the monsters away from Baiwan town. This process was torture for Jisoo and Qin Yanan. Jisoo had a splitting headache. The invisible force of the second invasion was eager to try and always wanted to compete with him for control. Qin Yanan was going crazy. The scales and claws on his arms appeared, and his bat wings were also ready to move. The truck rushed out of Baiwan town and sped in one direction. With a click, the steering wheel was cracked, and the body of the truck shook violently, rushing out of the road and driving into a black lawn. Qin Yanan stepped on the brakes, and the two of them rushed forward at the same time. Fortunately, they were wearing seat belts and were not injured. The monster army chased after them. Jisoo waited for them to run into the black lawn, and the cylindrical model that had been prepared was released. The short cylindrical building soon appeared, and more than half of the monster army that rushed over was trapped. Only a small part rushed out of the range before the building was formed. Jisoo immediately put away his fear, closed the car window, and collapsed into the seat. It was too crazy. He had never done such a thing before. It was still inspired by the sealed gas station that sealed the deformed monsters and prevented them from coming out. It was a completely closed space. So many deformed monsters were trapped in it. Jisoo didn't know what would happen. Now he had no time to think about those things. The most important thing was to leave quickly. Drive, what's wrong with you? Jisoo's whole spirit was focused on releasing fear, resisting secondary invasion, and building cylindrical models. He didn't notice Qin Yinen's situation. Now seeing him lying on the steering wheel, he realized that something was wrong with him. Qin Yinen? Brother Qin? Jisoo wanted to help him. But the person who had not responded suddenly raised his claws and grabbed Jisoo's wrist. Jisoo was startled. The black claws were hard and cold, as if they could easily crush his wrist. He didn't feel any pain, but just felt cold and a slight tremor from the claws. Brother Qin? What's wrong with you? Brother? Jisoo tried to call him something nice. He didn't know what was wrong with Qin Yinen, but his arms were deformed, so he shouldn't be out of control. A low laugh came from the steering wheel, and Qin Yinen slowly straightened up. His pupils had returned to normal, and the bat wings that almost appeared were suppressed, leaving only 2 deformed arms. He leaned into the seat, looking at Jisoo from the side, but his claws didn't loosen. You know to call me brother now? Jisoo looked at him, not fooled by his pretense of being relaxed. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Qin Yinen knew he couldn't change the subject, so he had to say, just now my ability was a little out of control, but it's fine now. Jisoo looked at his arms and claws, motioning him to retract them. Qin Yinen let him go, retracted his claws and scales. Sorry, I scratched the steering wheel. Jisoo, Jisoo looked at the cracked steering wheel, reached out, and reinforced the steering wheel so that it wouldn't really fall apart. The truck started again, deliberately bumping and shaking, throwing off the crazy corpses clinging to the carriage, and climbing up the warehouse fence. The small horn placed in the warehouse fence had been smashed by the crazy corpses that climbed up. The truck drove back to Baiwan town quietly, and all the way to the buffer gate. The people standing on the buffer wall saw the truck coming back, and excitedly ran down to open the door. The truck left the southern area with the army of monsters, and the monsters that fell behind did not leave with them. They climbed up the stairs to the buffer wall. Several people fought wave after wave, and finally closed the gates on both sides. And finally they could rest for a while. The truck entered the buffer zone, and Bai Jiaojiu and the others immediately closed the buffer gate, locking the monsters that followed them outside. When they looked up, they saw several crazy corpses squatting in the compartment. Several people. Shit! Is this scene reversed? The monsters are in the compartment, and they are below. Several people stabbed around the compartment, and finally solved the crazy corpse in the compartment, threw the corpse out of the compartment, and returned to the outer area. Both gates were locked from the inside, replaced with new shouting horns, recruited people along the way in the outer area, and returned with most of the survivors in the compartment. When the truck entered the inner area gate was immediately closed and locked. The truck was driven directly to Qin Yuan community, and all the survivors brought back were put in. Jisoo and Qin Yinen did everything they could, and many crazy corpses and deformed bodies were taken out, and the entire southern area seemed less crowded. The truck returned to the White Whale supermarket. The Bai family had already opened the second floor door and promised to give Jisoo half of the supplies, which would still count. After that, the South District would give Jisoo a certain percentage of supplies every year. They would have to wait until Bai Tingyan woke up before discussing it in detail. The Bai family only left a group of people they trusted to help, and the others were sent to the Qin Yuan community to clean up monsters. More people means faster work. Jisoo's truck and warehouse compartment were full of supplies. He took Fan Lin and his son back to the base. Fan Lin wanted to enter Jisoo's base because he thought Bai Tingyan would also enter. He didn't expect things to develop like this. When Bai Tingyan was still not awake, the South District had been established. After discussing with his father, Fan Lin decided to go to the base. Their specialty is repairing cars. Currently, only the base is cars. They are more valuable in the base than in the South District. Jisoo took one person to open the gate of the inner district. He would open a side door on the outer wall shared by the South District and the base. The truck would enter the outer base directly from the side door. The gate would be temporarily locked from inside Jisoo's base to facilitate entry and exit from the South District. Chapter 37. Jisoo and Qin Yinen went out and brought back a lot of supplies. They did not come from the East Gate, but appeared from the back of the base. The busy people were surprised to see this scene. Chung Yamo, who was working in the unfinished community, saw Jisoo's truck coming back from a distance, drove his own commercial vehicle, and followed back to the inner base. Jisoo saw Chung Yamo as soon as he got off the car. "Why are you here?" Chung Yamo looked a little depressed and had no energy. Jisoo was not in a hurry to unload the truck. He and Qin Yanin went out in the morning. It was already afternoon, and they hadn't eaten yet. They and Fan Lin and Fan Shurgwa, who came back with him, were very hungry and prepared to fill their stomachs before working. At this time, it was past the canteen's meal time. Jisoo didn't want to bother Aunt Chio anymore and planned to eat something at home. Qin Yanin saw Chung Yamo looking for Jisoo for something, so he asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I prepare it." "Jisoo, anything is fine. If you need fresh vegetables, go to the greenhouse to pick them. The key is on the shoe cabinet." Qin Yanin responded and took Fan Lin and his son back to the yard first. He quickly took out the key and went to the glass greenhouse to pick vegetables. Chung Yamo watched Qin Yanin leave. His heart was sour, and he complained, "Jitingting, I feel like I'm about to lose you." Jisoo was cold and ruthless. "I never had it. How can I lose it?" Chung Yamo, Chung Yamo pointed and said, "I used to accompany you wherever you went. But now there is no place for me by your side. Not only do you have a new brother, but there are also new people coming one after another. Am I, the old one, completely out of date?" After going out for a while, he brought back 2 strangers. There will be more and more strangers in the future. Others will be reused. And he is the most useless. If this continues, their brotherly relationship will definitely go further and further. Jisoo stared at his puffy face, which had lost a lot of weight. "It's dangerous to go out these few times. I will definitely take you out if I can." Chung Yamo was really unhappy. But the reason was not Qin Yanin. He was angry with himself. He felt that he was too weak and incompetent. He always lived under the protection of his parents and Jisoo. He didn't want to go on like this. He wanted to become stronger and become a deformed person. Chung Yamo said, "When are you going to Xinjiang City?" "My dad wants to move the supplies from the house in the city." Jisoo calculated the time. When he met Yang Ji in the mall in his previous life, it would take a few more days. At that time, his daughter was gone and his mental state was very unstable. This time, Jisoo went there in advance to see if he could find them. "I will go to Xinjiang City tomorrow. The base also needs to organize an outing to bring back some urgently needed supplies. Your family's supplies can be moved back together. If you want to keep all of them, your family can provide vehicles and oil. When the collective share is divided, choose not to, and only keep your own supplies. If Chung Mo's family only has Chung Yamo, it must be necessary for others to take risks to move supplies for his family. Jisoo can ignore these things with him, but others certainly can't. Since there are regulations, they must be followed." Chung Yamo understood. "Okay, I will drive a medium truck tomorrow." "Is that considered my family's truck?" Originally, there were 2 medium trucks in Jisoo's warehouse. One was bought by Jisoo for Uncle Zhang, and the other was bought by Chung Yamo. Chung Yamo guessed that their car could be driven, which should be related to Jisoo. Logically, the car was kept by Jisoo, and whether it was Chung Mo's car depended on Jisoo's opinion. Jisoo said, "It's your family's car. Can you drive a truck?" Chung Yamo nodded. Whenever he had free time these days, he practiced driving a truck and thought he was very skilled. Jisoo turned and walked towards the warehouse. "It just so happens that you can drive your truck back. You can decide whether to rent it to an individual or to the base. However, it is not easy to rent it to an individual unless you can provide gasoline and diesel. Tomorrow, the base will bring back a batch of oil. All of this oil will be given to the base to supply the base's vehicles. Chung Mo's family has limited gasoline and diesel, so it is definitely not possible to supply it to the renter. The renter cannot afford such a rent, so it can only be rented to the base in the end." Jisoo opened a warehouse, where 3 trucks were neatly parked, 2 light trucks, and 1 medium truck. They were all trucks that Chung Yamo bought to join the transportation company. Jisoo did not give all the cars to Chung Yamo at once. One reason was that the base could not use so many cars for the time being, and the other was that he could not trust his parents as much as he trusted Chung Yamo. Chung Mo's eyes widened. "These are all my cars?" "Jisoo, they are yours. Drive them all back." Chung Yamo waved his hands hurriedly. "No, I've already driven a medium truck back." I drive another light truck. And the remaining 2 are for you. Jisoo, I don't need them. You drive them back. Chung Mo pushed Jisoo into the warehouse. Quickly closed the warehouse door. And whispered, "Are you stupid? Although you didn't say it, and I didn't ask. I'm not a fool. It must be your credit to save these cars. You have to get paid for working for others. Are you going to work for me for nothing? Let me repeat. Driving so many cars out is too eye-catching. What if someone suspects that we knew about the end of the world in advance and prepared so many cars, and captures us for slices and research? Jisoo, Jisoo, you have a strong sense of defense. Chung Mo, that must be strong. Don't you know that wealth should not be exposed? Jisoo said with a headache, this is only a part. There are still a few cars that can be driven. Leave them here for the time being. Chung Mo, Chung Mo patted his chest and almost choked to death. Okay. You are awesome. I will drive these 3 back. And you don't need to give me the rest. You can keep them for yourself. Jisoo actually didn't need Chung Mo's cars. The cars he bought were still hidden in the underground garage. But Chung Mo's cars were all placed in the ground warehouse for easy access. Jisoo didn't argue with him on this point. If Chung Mo really needed cars and oil, he couldn't just leave it alone. Chung Mo believed in him. Just as he believed in Chung Mo. Chung Mo regarded it as Jisoo accepting his labor fee and happily climbed onto the truck, trying to drive the car out of the warehouse. He almost crashed the warehouse just after starting. Jisoo caught the man and replaced him with an experienced driver to move the truck out. The warehouse space was limited, and Jisoo himself didn't have the ability to drive it out. Shin Yenin was preparing food, so Jisoo could only call Fan Lin and his son to help. Seeing the 3 brand new trucks, the Fan family father and son were very happy, and they were more determined to come to the base. Ordinary people like them, if they want to gain a foothold in a base, must have their own advantages. Jisoo's base is perfect for them. Fan Lin and his son helped Chung Mo move the goods. The car was sent over, and then they came back to eat. Shin Yenin cooked instant noodles with tomatoes, stir-fried goose meat with green peppers, stir-fried vegetables and cold cucumbers, all of which were quick dishes that could be eaten quickly. Several people were so tempted by the aroma that their stomachs growled. Chung Mo, who came back with him, was drooling at the aroma and followed Jisoo in and out like a greedy dog. Brother, is there any portion for me? Jisoo asked him to get his own bowl and chopsticks. And the 5 of them ate around the table. The noodle pot was placed in the middle of the table, and the dishes were placed on the side, all of which were large portions. Jisoo didn't expect Shin Yenin to be able to cook, and he cooked so well. His cooking skills were not inferior to Aunt Chio. Jisoo really didn't expect this person to be so hidden. Not only was he strong, but he was also a good cook. The excellent grandson in Grandma Chin's mouth was indeed excellent. Chung Mo was completely captured by this skill. Brother Chin, you are my real brother. Can I come to your house for a meal in the future? It's so delicious. Shin Yenin was pleased by your house. You have to ask another real brother about this. Compared to Chung Mo's wolfing down, Shin Yenin ate very politely, but his speed was not slow at all. Chung Mo was just saying this. It was impossible for him to come here every day for free meals. Nowadays, no one is rich, no matter how good the relationship is. Fan Lin and his son had not had such a good hot meal for a long time. Although they were not too hungry during the days of hiding in the supermarket, they had never eaten enough. Moreover, what they ate was not rice, but some snacks they could find. They had no taste, and the taste was also very bad. Such a normal and delicious meal was the first time they had eaten since the end of the world. The 5 people ate all the food. Not even a little soup was left. After eating and drinking, it was time to unload the truck. The 5 of them worked together. Shin Yenin and Fan Lin were both very strong. It took them quite a while to unload the goods in a car and a warehouse. When all the goods were moved to the basement, it was already dark. Jisoo took Fan's father and son to the cafeteria for dinner. The staple food was still pure rice for the time being. There was no high-risk food in the base. They would go to Xinjiang City to transport some food back tomorrow. In the cafeteria, Fan Lin met Tao Qingwu. He was in good spirits, and the black spots on his skin had indeed not increased. The two chatted privately for a few words. Tao Qingwu was still very worried about his mother. Fan Lin told him that Bai Tingyan would help him find her, and let Tao Qingwu be safe. Stay at the base. As long as people are alive, they will definitely be found. The place that Jisoo arranged for the father and son of the Fan family to live was next to Jianxi's house. There was a row of self-built villas over there, most of which were empty, and there were survivors hiding in their own homes. Jisoo had been busy and had not seen the survivors. Zhongji and Chung Chifeng had seen them, so they should not pose any threat. Otherwise they would definitely tell him. The villas were fully equipped and could be used after cleaning. The villas here were closer to the inner base than the villa area at the foot of Jinglin Mountain, and were very close to the canteen, clinic, and the South District base. The next morning, those who were going to follow the car to go out gathered at the canteen entrance. Jisoo said last night that he would go to Xinjiang City to look for supplies tomorrow. In addition to the base mission, people traveling with him can look for supplies they need personally. When the supplies are divided at the end, they can keep the supplies they need. Those who cannot go out can write down what they need, and the team will try to find it. After returning, they can exchange it according to the regulations. The base currently has a medium truck from Aunt Chio's family. Chung Yamo has 2 medium trucks and a light truck, and keeps a light truck for daily use. Jisoo also drove 3 light trucks and a medium truck from the warehouse, which just makes up 8 trucks. 4 light trucks and 4 medium trucks. When not on a mission outside the base, you have your own car and oil, so you don't have to share the supplies you bring back with the base. However, if you rent a truck from the base, whether you go out alone or in a team, you have to share the supplies with the base. After all, if you don't have a car or oil, you consume the base's resources. In addition to Jisoo, Qin Yinan and Chung Yamo, there are also Qiying, Fan Lin and Zhongji who go out with the car this time. They also have to go to the town to pick up Lao Rao. 7 people have to drive 4 trucks out. Jisoo and Chung Missouri drive their own trucks, and the base provides 2 medium trucks. Jisoo didn't know whether the deformed big cats still like cat food, cat cans and cat strips, so he sent a batch to the mushroom house, hoping to leave the base's safety to them. The big cats opened the cans and smelled them reservedly, and decided to accept the kindness of humans. During the time Jisoo was away, the safety of the base would be left to them. Everyone prepared a weapon. Chung Mo's weapon became a shovel. The long knife he brought from Xinjiang City was used when he escaped downstairs, and then it was completely thrown away and covered with dust. He felt that it was not easy to use. Stabbing the crazy corpse was like stabbing into a rotten winter melon, with no resistance at all. Jisoo asked him to bring the long knife, and after reinforcing it, he handed it to Qin Yinan. As long as the knife is strong enough, plus Qin Yinan's speed and strength, what can't be cut? Jisoo also reinforced the weapons of others and emphasized, there are many supplies to be found this time. As many fire extinguishers as possible. Intact bottles are also needed. And crystals. Except for Qin Yinan. No one else understood why crystals were needed. Now they are too lazy to pick up gold thrown in front of them. So who would want crystals? Jisoo said, crystals are my personal collection. You don't have to look for them specifically. If you see them, bring them back and exchange them with me for what you need. It was a convenient thing, and everyone had no objection. Everything was ready, and they got on the car and set off. A carriage was hung behind each truck to try to transport more supplies back. Chapter 38. 4 trucks. 1 for Jisoo and Qin Yinan, 1 for Chung Yamo and Qiying, and 1 for Fan Lin and Zhongji. They first went to the hospital to pick up Lao Rao, and told Dr. Zheng and Nurse Zhou Muing that their surviving family members had been taken to the base. The only one who had no family members alive was Nurse Wanling. She cried hard when she learned that her grandparents had turned into monsters. Although she was mentally prepared, it was still difficult to accept the confirmation. Jisoo was worried that her emotional loss would lead to invasion or erosion. So he told her the news in a completely closed hospital. Wanling kept crying, and Zhou Muing stayed by her side to comfort her and cried with her. Her parents were also gone, and only one sister was still alive. Dr. Zheng carefully inquired about his mother's condition. Jisoo assured him that his mother was doing well in the base. She was now working in the cafeteria, with food, drink and shelter. There was no threat from the deformed monsters, and she was very safe. Dr. Zheng hesitated and said, I want to see my mother. Is it convenient? No matter how good others say, you can never be truly assured without seeing it with your own eyes. Jisoo said, let's talk about it when I come back. They are going to Xinjiang City now, and they can't waste any more time turning back. Dr. Zheng had no choice but to agree. The hospital gate was locked again, and the group set off for Xinjiang City. This time when they came to the hospital, they could clearly feel that the number of crazy corpses was much less. The sealing was effective, but there were also safety hazards. Jisoo had not thought of a better solution for the time being. Once they were released, the survivors of Baiwan town would suffer. Lao Rao and Fan Lin were in the same car. His destination was his son's residence in Xinjiang City. He wanted to see it with his own eyes whether he lived or died. The speed was very fast, and all the crazy corpses that rushed into the middle of the road were knocked away. The 4 trucks did not stop all the way, and soon entered Xinjiang City. In a few days, Xinjiang City looked even more dilapidated, and many of the originally intact buildings collapsed. Although these buildings are no longer as strong as before, they will not collapse by themselves unless they are affected by external forces. This external force does not include deformed monsters. When Jisoo was resting, he built several wall models in the consciousness world in advance. These walls were not high and had a small range. They were only used to block the crazy corpses when transporting materials. They would weather away when leaving, so they did not need to be too high or too thick. Jisoo's ability to deform consumes the most mental energy not in the deployment of buildings, but in the construction of models. The formation of a model will condense a lot of Jisoo's mental energy. So if he wants to build a complete base, it cannot be completed overnight. He needs time and mental energy to build the base model. The base model is not just a circle of walls, but includes all the buildings within the walls. Every line on the building needs mental energy to condense. Otherwise it will not appear when it is deployed. With the model, after the deployment, the mental energy in the model is consumed, and the model will become blurred. But it will not disappear completely, unless all the mental energy condensed on the model is used up at once. Otherwise, as long as there is a vague outline, it can be supplemented with mental energy, and the speed will be faster than rebuilding. Soon after entering Xinjiang City, they encountered the materials they needed. Shared bicycles on the roadside, manpower and electricity. Jisoo put out a circle of walls to enclose this area. Jisoo did not replenish the model before knowing the specific situation of Xinjiang City. He wanted to save mental energy as much as possible. Everyone got off the car, dealt with the crazy corpses trapped in the wall, and lifted the intact bicycles onto the truck. The shared bicycles in this place were enough for the base. The wall was weathered, and the group continued to move forward, collecting the necessary supplies along the way. On the way, they encountered a large supermarket. The glass walls and glass doors were all broken. There were crazy corpses entering and exiting the door. There should be no survivors inside, and the supplies may still be there. The truck was horizontal at the entrance of the supermarket. Jisoo circled a range. Everyone got off the car again and still cleaned up the crazy corpses first. Several people walked into the supermarket carefully. There were still many things on the shelves. Fortunately, there were no more dangerous deformed monsters in the supermarket except the crazy corpses. After cleaning up the crazy corpses, several people packed up their things as quickly as possible and moved them into the car. They found a lot of rice, flour and salt. No matter how much erosion, they took them back first. The supermarket only had 1 floor. When they moved to the innermost wine and beverage area, they found a big hole in the corner of the innermost ceiling. The edge of the hole was smooth, and it didn't look like it collapsed by itself. There was no debris underneath. All of them stopped and held their breath, feeling that something was wrong. Jisoo gestured to them to quietly retreat. No matter how much wine or anything, they couldn't take it. They quickly left the supermarket. Jisoo weathered the wall and quickly got in the car and left. After they left the vicinity of the supermarket safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. In the case of a power outage, the light in the big supermarket was dim. In the innermost darkness, a big hole was hidden in the corner of the ceiling, which was indeed easy to be overlooked. This is very dangerous. When they thought the supermarket was safe, the monster suddenly came down from above and attacked from behind. There would inevitably be casualties. But fortunately nothing happened. With a reminder from the supermarket, they became more cautious when cleaning the site. When they encountered a sealed gas station on the road, they got off the car, filled up all the large oil barrels they brought out, and then resealed them and continued to move forward. The closer they got to the city, the more crazy corpses there were. On the way, they were chased by a meatball deformed body with many legs for several streets, and they finally got rid of it. The density of deformed monsters was too high. So the group did not stop, and went straight to Chungmo's community. This time there was a warehouse truck. So they just put the supplies into the warehouse compartment through the window, saving the step of transportation. Qin Yan adjusted the angle of the truck and parked the warehouse compartment just below the window of Chungmo's house. One person had to stay on each truck. The ones who followed Chungmo upstairs were Jisoo and Fan Lin. Originally, Lao Rao wanted to go with him and asked Fan Lin to stay on the truck. But Fan Lin disagreed. He was young and strong, and could run faster than Lao Rao. So he was definitely the most suitable person to go. The three of them ran upstairs all the way, and they didn't encounter many crazy corpses. It was relatively smooth to go upstairs. The house was still the same as when they left. Chungmo looked at the familiar living environment and felt that everything was like a dream. There was no time to sigh. The three of them immediately got busy and stuffed all the things they wanted to take away into the cloth bag. Chungmo took all the clothes, quilts, pots and pans in the house, and put them down through the window. There was a lot of food and water alone. Every time a bag was put into the warehouse compartment, Qin Yan had to cut the rope. Jisoo and the other two took back the rope and continued to put the cloth bag down. Qin Yan stood in the compartment waiting. All the crazy corpses that climbed up the compartment had their heads chopped off. When putting the rice and flour bag, it was heavy, so two people were needed to pull the rope together and slowly lower it. Chungmo stood at the window to direct, and occasionally looked out to check the height. Chungmo, it's okay. You can lower the rope faster. Brother Qin has climbed to the roof of the van, so he won't be hit. Jisoo and Fan Lin, who were pulling the rope, heard the words and increased the speed of lowering the rope. Qin Yan shouting suddenly came from downstairs. Jisoo vaguely heard Qin Yan shouting, "Be careful," and "Close the window." But the cloth bag was suspended in the air, so it was impossible to close the window. Jisoo made a prompt decision. "Let go!" Chungmo closed the window. In a critical moment, it is not important to care whether the rice and flour bag will fall or not. Human life is the most important. Jisoo and Fan Lin let go at the same time, and the rope and the cloth bag fell out of the window. Chungmo dodged the rope and reached out to close the window. His arm was suddenly grabbed by a skinny and black hand. Before Chungmo could react, he was dragged out of the window. Jisoo, shock. Jisoo's heart suddenly sank, and he rushed to the window as fast as he could. He saw wall skin and broken glass falling from above, and Chungmo was dragged upstairs by an unrecognizable deformed body. Jisoo immediately turned around and ran out the door, followed by Fan Lin. When he rushed upstairs, he found that the security door was closed, and directly used his spiritual energy to open the locked core. The strong stench that came to his face made the two stagger. Jisoo ran in and saw the freak in the living room. It was shaped like an enlarged version of an ant, with a skinny and blackened human face. The strange body was supported by black and dry hands. These dry hands were several times larger than normal hands. It was one of these big hands that grabbed Chungmo. At this time, Chungmo was being pressed to the ground by several dry hands. Next to him was a pile of corpses emitting a foul smell. Most of the flesh and blood of the corpses had been eaten. The remaining flesh and blood rotted and infested with insects. The walls and the ground were crawling with big insects as long as fingers. It was smelly. The skinny and blackened human face, which was almost only a piece of skin, approached Chungmo and was about to eat when it was attracted by the fresh flesh and blood that broke in. Chungmo was so frightened that he couldn't even make a sound. He wanted to struggle and get out of the black withered hand. He turned his head and saw a rotten human face almost touching his face, covered with big bugs. Ah! A throat-breaking scream completely broke the peace of the living room. Chungmo's fear value instantly soared to the highest point. The deformed body bit Chungmo's neck without hesitation. Jisoo had already rushed forward and swung a stick to hit the withered face. Fan Lin grabbed Chungmo's leg from the other side, trying to snatch him out of the monster's hand. But the strength of the withered big hand was much greater than Fan Lin, and the withered big hand grabbed Fan Lin. Fan Lin retreated to avoid it, but was suddenly grabbed by a skinny hand. He fell to the ground with a bang. Fan Lin raised the metal stick in his hand and stabbed the monster's rotten eyes. The monster threw Fan Lin away and smashed a wall directly. Jisoo's baseball bat was completely useless against such a monster. Chungmo was being pressed by the monster. He couldn't use the crystal either. He could only try to separate the monster and Chungmo. However, The strength of this monster was not something Jisoo could contend with. His calf suddenly hurt. The skinny hand grabbed Jisoo's calf. The slender fingertips dug deep into the flesh and blood. Jisoo was also thrown out by the monster. Qin Yinan rushed up at the fastest speed and saw the scene of Jisoo being thrown out. His light pupils were instantly covered with gold. He rushed up at the fastest speed and caught the person who was thrown out. As soon as Jisoo looked up, he met a pair of golden vertical pupils. Qin Yinan put Jisoo aside and rushed towards the monster. He chopped the long knife towards the back of the neck of the deformed body, but was caught by a skinny hand that suddenly stretched out. Another skinny hand attacked Qin Yinan, but was stepped on the ground and could not move. Black scales quickly covered his arms, but his hands remained human, tightly holding the handle of the knife, and chopped down hard. The skinny hand was cut off, and the long knife deeply penetrated the back of the neck of the deformed body, but it failed to behead it at once, because all the skinny hands were holding the long knife, preventing the blade from moving forward. Jisoo ran over and dragged the frightened Chung Yimo out from under the deformed body. Chung Yimo kept screaming. His eyes were scattered, waving his arms, not letting anyone and the monster get close. And the whole person was scared and insane. Chung Yimo, wake up! Jisoo slapped his face, but it was useless. He was still screaming. Chapter 39. Fan Lin climbed up from the ruins and found himself in a bedroom. He was stunned and turned around. He found Qin Yinan coming over. Chung Yimo had been rescued and was going crazy at the moment, grabbing Jisoo with both hands. Fan Lin turned around and grabbed the air conditioning quilt on the bed, crawled over the ruins, covered Chung Yimo with his head, quickly wrapped him up, and carried Chung Yimo downstairs. Jisoo reinforced the floor and ceiling. Let's go! Qin Yinan had already chopped the deformed body into several pieces. As long as there was a skinny big hand, it could still move. The skinny big hand supported the body and crawled around, attacking Qin Yinan again and again. Hearing Jisoo shout, Qin Yinan turned around and ran without any hesitation. The intact skinny big hand used its fingers to run on the ground, chasing the two people to the door. Jisoo threw down a crystal, quickly slammed the security door, grabbed Qin Yinan and ran down the stairs. His feet trembled suddenly. The security door was blown away, and cracks appeared on the stairs. Jisoo and Qin Yinan jumped to the corner below and stopped. After waiting for a while, no skinny big hand came out. Jisoo reinforced the stairs. The two went up again to take a look. The ground was full of blood and rotten meat. There was no intact piece. Even the rotten corpses and big insects in the living room were crushed by the impact of the crystal energy. Jisoo breathed a sigh of relief. The pain in his calf became more and more obvious. He reached out to support the wall, but was supported by Qin Yinan. Qin Yinan's face was cold. Can you still walk? Jisoo was wearing black trousers, and the trouser legs were tucked into black high-top boots. If you didn't pay attention, you couldn't see the blood. Jisoo ran back and forth without any injury. It was only when Qin Yinan saw the bloody footprints on the ground that he realized he was injured. You can walk. It's too normal to get injured in the end of the world. This injury is nothing at all. Jisoo didn't need anyone to help him and walked down by himself. Qin Yinan watched him go down the stairs. The coldness in his eyes almost solidified. The gold spread, and the scales that had just disappeared reappeared. Qin Yinan stood on the stairs for a while, suppressed his emotions, and then followed him downstairs. He walked into Chung Mo's house, closed the security door, heard Chung Mo's scream from the bathroom, walked over, saw the situation inside, and the scales that had tried to disappear reappeared. Chung Yimo was tied to a chair. His clothes and pants were stripped. Fan Lin took mineral water and poured it on his head and body. Jisoo took a bath brush and pressed him, brushing foam all over his body and head, and stepped on a few big bugs to death during the process, which made Jisoo sick. Such a stinky friend can't be kept without brushing. Qin Yinan stood outside the bathroom door, looking gloomy. Your injury needs to be treated. Jisoo instructed Fan Lin to pour water, so he should not feel sorry for the water at this time. Wait a minute. Qin Yinan's lips were straight, and he stood outside the bathroom door watching them busy. Chung Yimo was washed from head to toe several times before Fan Lin wrapped him up with a big towel and dragged him out of the bathroom. He found Chung Mo's clothes in a pile of clothes in the living room and helped him put them on. Chung Yimo was locked in the bedroom, and Fan Lin also went to wash himself, and his body was also stained with stench. Jisoo washed his hands carefully several times before coming out of the bathroom and busying himself with the things piled in the living room. Qin Yanan stood by and watched, seeing that he completely ignored his injuries, busy and walking around, trying to suppress his manic emotions, and walked over. You go back to the car first. Leave this to me. The cloth bag in Jisoo's hand was pulled away, and Qin Yanan piled a bunch of messy things together, tied the four corners, picked them up, and threw them out of the window. Jisoo, Qin Yanan continued to pile up the second cloth bag. Seeing that Jisoo was still standing there, he looked up at him and said, "Can you go down by yourself?" Jisoo, "Yes." Qin Yanan, "Go ahead. Take care of your wounds first." Chung Mo's family didn't have a medicine box, but they always had a medical box in their truck. Jisoo, "Okay." Van Lin came out of the bathroom and put on a big t-shirt in the living room. His clothes were already smelly and couldn't be worn again. Qin Yanan, "Wait. Go down with Van Lin." Jisoo stood at the door waiting for Van Lin. Van Lin went to the bedroom to carry the crazy Chung Mo out, and the three of them went downstairs together. Chung Mo was very dishonest and punched and kicked all the way. Fortunately, Van Lin was tall and strong enough to withstand his tossing. Jisoo led the way in front, and Van Lin carried the person and ran downstairs quickly. Qiang saw them coming out and immediately opened the door. Van Lin was about to carry the person over, but was stopped by Jisoo. "Don't put it in the cab. Put it in the car. Putting this uncertain factor in the cab may cause the car to overturn." Chung Mo's madness is not mental disorder, but invasion. The outbreak of fear at that moment will only lead to two consequences: erosion or invasion. His skin is still clean, but he started to go crazy. This is obviously not erosion, but invasion. As long as he can safely pass this stage, he can become the deformed person he has been thinking about. In his previous life, Chung Mo was thinking about his parents whose life and death were unknown, and he kept his self-awareness. Now his parents are in the base, safe and secure. Jisoo doesn't know if he will relax his vigilance and let the invisible take advantage of him. So even with the experience of the previous life, before the person is fully awake, Jisoo dare not be sure that Chung Mo will definitely become a deformed person. Originally, it was thought that there was no need for a wall, but in the end, it had to be built. Some of the things Qin Yanan threw down fell into the warehouse compartment, and some fell on the ground. Each cloth bag was half filled with clothes, and rice and noodles were piled on the clothes. Throwing them down would have a buffer and would not swell. This was the fastest way. The wall was put out, and the crazy corpses trapped inside were cleared away. Others came to help and move the things that fell on the ground into the warehouse. Chung Mo's family's things were placed in Jisoo's warehouse compartment. Chung Mo's own compartment was still empty. Jisoo opened the compartment door, picked up a few quilts from the ground and threw them into the compartment, arranged them, and laid them flat. Threw Chung Mo in, closed the compartment door, and let him toss inside. Van Lin, be careful of hypoxia. After Qin Yanan threw the things, he jumped into the wall from the second floor window and walked straight towards Jisoo. Seeing him coming back, Jisoo collected the spiritual energy in the carriage. Help me open a few ventilation windows. Qin Yanan looked at him and stood still. Jisoo, what's wrong? Qin Yanan used a long knife to open a few ventilation windows in the carriage. Jisoo reinforced the carriage again. Chung Mo's screams had stopped, and there was only the sound of banging against the carriage. It was estimated that there would be more trouble. Qin Yanan put away his long knife. Get in the car. Jisoo stared at him for a few seconds, always thinking that he seemed angry. He looked at the things on the ground and almost finished moving them, and followed Qin Yanan to the cab. Qin Yanan had already taken out the medical box. Jisoo observed his face. Qin Yanan did not look at him. Take off your shoes and sit on the couch. Jisoo had no choice but to do it. Qin Yanan turned around and rolled up his wet trouser legs, revealing 5 small black holes with blood. Qin Yanan stared at the wound, grabbed Jisoo's ankle with his slender and powerful fingers, and lifted his calf. Jisoo's body temperature was low, and he was stimulated by the hot palm that was holding him. He subconsciously moved his legs, and Qin Yanan immediately held them tightly. Don't move. The color of the blood is wrong. Jisoo leaned against the wall of the car, motionless, looking at the man who lowered his eyes to observe the wound. Just disinfect and wrap it up. Qin Yanan didn't listen to him. I squeeze it to squeeze out the dirty blood. You bear with it. Neither of them dared to think about how dirty those dry hands were. Under Qin Yanan's squeeze, More blood gushed out. And the color was still dark. Not the bright red of normal people. After wiping off the blood, Qin Yinan took tweezers and disinfected the wound with cotton balls several times. And squeezed it again. This time the blood color was more normal. Qin Yinan disinfected several more times until the blood color was completely normal. Then stopped. Applied hemostatic medicine. Bandaged it carefully. And gave him oral medicine to swallow with mineral water. Qin Yinan didn't let him move around. But the wall still needed Jisoo to weather. So he couldn't move it even if he wanted to. Qin Yinan had to help him get out of the car and weather the wall. When the crazy corpses rushed in, Zhong Ji, Qi Ying and Fan Lin helped to stop them. Qin Yinan picked him up and put him in the cab. Jisoo, When Qin Yinan got in the car, Jisoo said, "This injury is nothing. I can go. If you really encounter a life and death crisis, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as you are not dead, you still have to run forward, unless you want to die on the spot." Qin Yinan started the truck. "I know. I'm just a little worried." At that time, his back was injured like that. And he didn't say a word. He did everything he should do. Not to mention treatment. He didn't even have time to rest. He was always busy. The convoy left the community and continued to move forward. The next stop was the residence of Lao Rao's son, which was an old community. Jisoo and Qin Yinan's car stopped at the gate of the community and did not drive in directly. The community seemed to have experienced a war. The buildings were dilapidated, and there were big holes on the outer walls. There was also a collapsed building. "I don't know what happened here." Qin Yinan lowered the window. The community was clean, and there was no fear, which meant there were no survivors in the community. Now that they were here, even if Qin Yinan told Lao Rao the news, he could not stop him from going in to find his son and daughter-in-law. He would not give up until he saw them with his own eyes. Fan Lin drove the truck to the left of Qin Yinan and lowered the window of the passenger seat. Lao Rao said, "Thank you. I can get off here," Qin Yinan said, looking at the damage to the building. "There may have been powerful deformed monsters here. There should be no survivors in the community. It is very dangerous inside." Lao Rao smiled and looked relaxed. "No matter how dangerous it is, I have to go. They are my son and daughter-in-law. They may be hiding at home waiting for me to save them. Just send them here." "Thank you." Qin Yinan knew that he could not stop a father from looking for his children. He would not turn back even though he knew there might be danger. The situation in the community was clear at a glance. The probability of danger was extremely high. Jisoo had no way to let others follow Lao Rao to take risks. So he had to say, "We will wait for you outside. If no one is home, come back immediately. Maybe they are hiding somewhere else." Lao Rao responded and lent him Fan Lin's metal stick. Lao Rao jumped out of the car. His skin had completely turned to rock. He swung away the crazy corpses that rushed over and ran towards the building where his son's house was. Jisoo asked the truck to adjust the direction so that he could run away at any time if an insurmountable danger appeared. He asked Qin Yinan to reverse the car, unload the warehouse compartment behind his own car, and attach it to the back of Chung Mo's car. The empty compartment behind Chung Mo's car was attached to the back of the medium truck driven by Fan Lin. The medium truck compartment was loaded with supplies moved from the supermarket, and the attached compartment was a shared bicycle, which was lighter than the other medium truck. The medium truck driven by Zhong Ji was filled with large oil drums. The body of the truck was heavy and ran slowly, and it could not continue to carry the weight. Jisoo emptied his truck and followed Lao Rao into the community, so that they could respond at any time. Even if there was any danger, the truck could help block it, and not kill him in one blow. Jisoo watched Lao Rao run all the way into a building, and several crazy corpses chased him in from outside. Jisoo looked around. The number of crazy corpses in this community seemed to be a little less. Much less than the crazy corpses in Chung Mo's community. I don't know if they were scared away by the deformed monsters, or there were no survivors in the community, and could not attract the crazy corpses. Lao Rao, who ran into the building, rushed out again soon and ran back desperately. A black shadow smashed the glass on the 4th floor, jumped down, and smashed a pit on the ground. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. A rush had disappeared from the smoke and dust, and the black shadow rushed straight to the running Lao Rao. Lao Rao was hit by a claw on the back and fell to the ground. The black shadow jumped high and smashed Lao Rao on the ground. If it smashed hard, Lao Rao would be gone on the spot. The falling black shadow was suddenly broken by an invisible force and rolled in the air and flew out. The truck that rushed over suddenly braked. Jisoo opened the door and was about to get out of the car. But he heard Qin Yinan coldly say, "Stay still." Qin Yinan jumped out of the car and went to help Lao Rao on the ground. Although Lao Rao was hit by a claw, he was not injured. His back was all rock skin, which blocked the blow. As soon as Lao Rao got up, the black shadow pounced again. Jisoo, who was lying on the window, threw out another crystal and activated it. The black shadow was blown away again. This also gave Qin Yinan and Lao Rao time. The two quickly climbed onto the truck, and Jisoo closed the window. Qin Yinan started the car, and with a loud bang, the three of them fell forward together, and the black shadow hit the windshield of the truck directly. The truck, which had been safe since the end of the world, now had spider webs all over its windshield, which could break at any time. And a black shadow was standing on the front of the truck. A black, lean humanoid monster raised one foot and stomped on the windshield again. Jisoo fell on the driving platform and never got up. He pressed the windshield tightly with one hand and reinforced it with spiritual energy layer by layer. The spider web on the windshield disappeared quickly and was stomped out by the monster again. Qin Yinan retreated quickly, and the truck turned sharply. The black monster standing on the windshield was thrown out, and the truck rushed towards the gate of the community. The three trucks waiting on the road were almost dying of anxiety. They watched Jisoo's truck being attacked, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing the truck get rid of the monster, the three trucks started and prepared to run away together. However, the next moment, the black shadow hit the turning truck compartment obliquely, and all the wheels on one side of the truck left the ground. Qin Yinan twisted back hard and finally rescued the truck without overturning. Qing and the others who saw this scene all broke out in cold sweats. They didn't understand what kind of monster this was. It was just an ordinary human size, but it had such jumping ability and strength, and it could even stand on the front of the car diagonally. It was so fucking unsolvable. "Stop the car," Jisoo suddenly said. Qin Yinan stepped on the brakes. He also found that the faster he drove, the easier it was to overturn if he was hit from the side. Jisoo broke the Super 7 purple hair crystal bracelet on his wrist. Holding the beads in his hand, he lowered the car window and threw 3 purple hair crystals out of the car. The small crystal beads rolled to the ground silently. Jisoo did not close the window, waiting for the shadow to come. Deep cold killing intent instantly swept through his body. The shadow suddenly smashed the window, and the dark arm grabbed Jisoo on the seat. Jisoo was suddenly pulled to the driver's seat, and the dark arm that stretched out was grabbed by a sharp claw. At the same time, the purple hair crystal on the ground had been activated. "Lie down," Jisoo shouted this, holding Qin Yinan down on the steering wheel. The energy of the purple hair crystal instantly turned into countless energy needles, shooting out in all directions. The car body shook for a while, with a continuous trembling sound, and soon quieted down. Jisoo opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was an arm held by Qin Yinan's claws. Only one arm. The passenger window, door and seat were covered with blood and flesh. Chapter 40. Jisoo immediately looked at Qin Yinan and Lao Rao on the couch beside him. "Are you alright?" Qin Yinan, "No problem." Lao Rao tightly grasped a piece of paper in his hand. "Is it over?" The three of them looked at the marks on the car door, and their scalps were all numb. If it was shot through, they would become sieves. Qin Yinan threw the broken arm he was holding out of the window. Jisoo almost sat in Qin Yinan's arms. The co-pilot seat was no longer suitable for people. Qin Yinan opened the door of the cab, put Jisoo on the ground first, and then got out of the car himself. The two walked around the front of the car and came to the other side. The ground was full of dirty blood and rotten flesh, and there was no intact part except for an arm. Such a ferocious monster was completely destroyed by a purple hair crystal. In addition to the dirty blood and rotten flesh on the ground, there was another thing that was particularly conspicuous. It was a spherical object the size of an adult's fist, which was pitch black and embedded in the half of the skull. Jisoo walked over and picked up the black crystal, and then went to find the other two purple crystals that had not been activated. The overdue crystals were extremely powerful, and none of them could be wasted. Qin Yinan watched him wipe the two purple crystals clean and put them in a separate small compartment in his waist bag, and then wiped the fist-sized black crystal. "Qin Yinan, what is this?" Jisoo handed the clean black crystal to Qin Yinan. "Energy crystal, which can change things in the end of the world. The new energy that appeared after the end of the world is the energy crystal that grows in the head of the advanced mad corpse. Cars, machinery and everything that needs energy can be replaced by energy crystals. But this requires an energy conversion device. Xinjiang City lacks talents in this area. Even if they find energy crystals, they will not use them. It was not until the new materials from outside were modified into cars that the survivors of Xinjiang City knew that many new things had appeared outside. In addition to crystals and pure food, the most popular currency in circulation is energy crystals. Although energy crystals are important, they are rarely seen outside. They are basically controlled by the base and major forces. After all, advanced crazy corpses are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Qin Yinan did not ask in detail how to change the end of the world. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. The two cleaned up the co-pilot and got in the car to leave. The 3 trucks waiting on the road were relieved to see them come out smoothly. This was too thrilling. The black humanoid monster still didn't know what it was. The 4 trucks set off again and searched for the necessary supplies along the way. Lao Rao followed them to find things and move things. But he didn't speak again. He just lit a cigarette and smoked it silently during the break. The eroded tobacco had no taste. But the smoke was also irritating. Others did not go over to disturb him. They watched Lao Rao standing alone by the glass door from a distance, smoking outside, occasionally wiping his eyes, wondering if his son and daughter-in-law were gone. Jisoo took a bag of bread and walked over, handed one to Lao Rao, opened one himself, and ate slowly. Jisoo, what are your plans for the future? Lao Rao pinched his eye sockets. Yes. What are his plans? He rushed to his son Raoji's house. The security door was not closed. The house was in a mess. No one was seen. And there was no body. He found a piece of paper on the bedside table with his son's words to him. They have been living in pain for the past few years. After the funeral at home, the son and daughter-in-law returned to Xinjiang City and have never returned to Baiwan town since then. There are indeed blame and resentment. But the most is pain. The originally harmonious young couple quarreled constantly because of the accidental death of their child, and divorced in a few months. Raoji stayed alone in Xinjiang City, did not return to Baiwan town, and did not contact his father. Lao Rao did not know until today that his son and daughter-in-law had divorced long ago. Raoji had resentment in his heart and didn't want to go back. He lived in a daze every day until the apocalypse broke out. He suddenly woke up and indulged in the past. How unfair it was to the living. He felt that he owed his father and his ex-wife, and it would be difficult to make up for it in this life. Raoji apologized to his father. If his father could see this letter, he should not look for him and go back to Baiwan town to live a good life. He would go to find his ex-wife. If he could survive, he would find a way to go back to Baiwan town. He hoped that his father would take care of himself and wait for him to go back. Old Rao didn't know where his ex-daughter-in-law was, nor did he know where his son would go to find his ex-wife. Judging from the time he wrote, he left home a few days after the apocalypse. Now he didn't know if he had found anyone. The only thing that was certain was that his son didn't turn into a monster, and he survived. When Lao Rao went to his son's house, he had already made preparations. If his son and daughter-in-law were gone, he would have nothing to miss. But now, his son might still be alive. And there were Jisoo and Qin Yinan. The 2 young people risked their lives to save him. How could he not live well? Lao Rao put out his cigarette, tore open the bread, and took a big bite. You saved my life. If you need me, just ask. He wanted to live. Live well. Wait for his son to come back, and repay the 2 young men for saving his life. Jisoo nodded. My base lacks a capable gatekeeper. Lao Rao agreed. Okay. Then I will be the gatekeeper of the base. After eating and drinking, we have almost found everything we want to find, and we can go back. Xinjiang City is too dangerous. It is best not to stay in the city overnight unless it is absolutely necessary. Even Jisoo and Qin Yinan were almost shoveled away by a monster with their truck. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago. Going back now. It will not be dark when you reach the base. Jisoo said, I take you there. After you leave Xinjiang City, don't stop if you meet anyone or anything on the road. Go back to the base directly. I have some things to deal with, and may have to stay in Xinjiang City for a few days. Jisoo looked at Zhongji. Take care of the base. If you have time, you can arrange the photovoltaic power station. Jisoo took out the fist-sized energy crystal and gave it to Fan Lin. Go back and study how to replace the car fuel with this energy crystal. Fan Lin, is it a very difficult challenge right from the start? Jisoo finally looked at Qin Yinan. Before he could speak, Qin Yinan said, I go with you. Jisoo also wanted Qin Yinan to stay. It was too lonely to be alone. If he encountered danger with Qin Yinan, the two of them would have a greater chance of winning together. So he did not refuse. Before getting on the bus, Jisoo had a few words with Jongji alone, asking him to keep an eye on Chung Mo. If he woke up from his madness, he should observe his behavior and habits to see if they were the same as before. After all, it was impossible to tell from appearance that one had lost consciousness and turned into a bloodthirsty person. They were best at disguising themselves as deformed people. Jongji nodded seriously. Jisoo had told him more than once about the harm of bloodthirsty people. If the invaded people failed in the battle for consciousness, they were no longer considered human. They would feed on humans and stand on the opposite side of humans and deformed people. Everything was arranged properly, and everyone got on the bus, and the convoy drove towards the south of the city. Jisoo and Qin Yinan's car led the way, escorting them out of Xinjiang City all the way, and then sent them forward for a while. There were not even a few crazy corpses on the road. And then, they returned to Xinjiang City. On the way back, Qin Yinan asked why he stayed in Xinjiang City. If possible, he actually hoped that Jisoo could go back. It would be better to ask Tao Qingwu to check his leg. Although the blood color was normal, it was still unknown whether there were other problems. But Jisoo's attitude made him realize that he couldn't persuade him. And there was no other way except to stay with him. Find someone. He has helped me a lot. I must find him. Looking at the dilapidated buildings outside the window, Jisoo recalled a figure who always sat in the corner of the supermarket. At that time, Yangji's daughter was gone, and his spirit was greatly stimulated. When he looked at people, his eyes were sharp and crazy. He didn't look like a normal person. People in the supermarket were afraid of him. When resisting the attack of the crazy corpse, Yangji was pushed out by several survivors. This behavior stimulated him. The man who had always been quiet suddenly went crazy, shouting that he wanted to kill them and asked them to return his daughter. He ignored the crazy corpses lying on him and biting him, and rushed to the survivors. The scene was in chaos. Everyone only cared about themselves. No one helped him. Yangji fell beside the glass wall covered in blood. The glass wall had been reinforced bit by Jisoo. Yangji was not dead yet. He just looked at Jisoo behind the glass wall with a very calm look. Jisoo was scared and tormented at that time. He was scared of the crazy corpses outside. He was tormented that he had the opportunity to save people, but was hesitant about whether to save them. At that time, he was really a kind and good young man. When he saw another crazy corpse rushing over, he rushed out with a baseball bat, waved away the crazy corpse that was biting Yangji, and dragged him behind the glass wall. Yangji was seriously injured. Jisoo had no medicine, so he could only let him carry it by himself. Occasionally, he fed him some water and stuffed him with food. Whether he could survive depended on him. After a few days of coma, he miraculously woke up. The few who pushed him formed a small group. They didn't know Yangji. They just wanted to grab Yangji's corner position. So they pushed him out. When they learned that Yangji was rescued, they looked at Jisoo with very unkind eyes. But they didn't think Yangji could survive. Nor did they worry about Yangji's revenge. If he had the ability, he would turn into a fierce ghost to seek revenge on them. In the end, Yangji didn't die. He woke up. Several people were a little panicked and wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was still weak and get rid of him first. There are other survivors in Jisoo's safe corner. They are alive now because they are hiding here. They will definitely not let Jisoo get hurt. Those people didn't dare to force it. So they wanted to negotiate with Jisoo so that they could exchange people. After being rejected, they threatened Jisoo fiercely, asking him to wait, and he would definitely die next time. After making such threats, they turned around to leave, but found that they couldn't move their feet. They looked down and saw that their feet were covered with gray things, and the gray was spreading rapidly up their legs. They screamed and struggled, and soon turned into a few dry bones. Everyone was frightened, watching the gray quickly retreating from the crack of the door back to Yangji's palm, and finally disappearing. Jisoo knew that Yangji, like him, was a human with strange abilities. Yangji leaned against the wall and looked at Jisoo silently. Since then, The two became familiar with each other. He could communicate with people normally. And he was like a normal person when he was not crazy. Once, Jisoo accidentally asked about his daughter. And Yongji went crazy on the spot. He did not hurt Jisoo, but his state was a little scary. Since then, Jisoo dared not mention his daughter again. And Yongji never talked about his own affairs. Yongji's deformed ability is very strong. He is very good to Jisoo and has saved him many times. No one can pry Yongji away from him. Yongji's weakness is also obvious. His daughter is his taboo. He will go crazy if he mentions her. And he will not care about anything when he goes crazy. If it weren't for someone's calculation, Yongji would not go crazy and fight with a deformed creature and never come back. When he got the news of Yongji's death, Jisoo couldn't control his emotions, and his degree of distortion was almost a step forward. He thought that Yongji would die of madness sooner or later, and he wanted to save him. But the root of his madness was gone. Unless his daughter could survive, no one could save Yongji. Jisoo didn't know where Yongji's home was, and he didn't even know if he was a local in Xinjiang City. He only knew the time when Yongji arrived at the mall. Jisoo had been counting the days, and planned to find someone near the mall in advance. He wanted to save Yongji's daughter, no matter what. He couldn't let Yongji go down the path of his previous life. Qin Yanan followed Jisoo's instructions, and passed every street near the mall, but didn't enter the mall. And the survivors were hiding in the mall. Qin Yanan sensed that there was a lot of fear in the mall, and there would be many survivors. Qin Yanan, don't go in. Jisoo, not for now. It's not time for Yongji to go to the mall yet. On the day he went to the mall, he had obviously just woken up from the invasion, and was not familiar with his deformed ability. Otherwise, he would not have been pushed out to feed the crazy corpses without using his ability. When he was seriously injured and unconscious, his deformed degree deepened, so he could kill those people as soon as he woke up. Jisoo roughly calculated the time when Yongji was invaded, and came to find someone in advance. If he still couldn't change the fate of Yongji's daughter, he could only take Yongji back. It was getting dark. After walking around for so long, no trace of survivors was found. Jisoo originally planned to go back to his community to spend the night, and come back tomorrow. On the way back, he found a trailer RV. Except for the faded color, the glass and body were still intact. Jisoo decided to take the RV and hang it behind the truck. He could spend the night here, and didn't have to run home. He and Qin Yanan homes are both on high floors, and it is a bit inconvenient to go up and down the stairs. They have to come here tomorrow, so it is better to stay here. If there are survivors passing by, they can find them in time. Jisoo built a rectangular building, completely covering the truck and the RV inside, and opened a row of ventilation windows on the wall. Even if there is an advanced crazy corpse attack, don't think of destroying the wall condensed by spiritual energy. Jisoo got on the RV. The space is quite spacious. There is no trace of life inside. It should be a new car. Unfortunately, it has been invaded and faded seriously. Except for being clean, there is no trace of a new car. Jisoo reinforced the RV several layers in a row. It must be able to withstand the attack of advanced crazy corpses. Even if there is a wall outside to protect it, it can't be taken lightly inside. What's more, there are many glass windows on the RV, and it needs to be reinforced several times. Jisoo was busy reinforcing the RV. Qin Yanan had already hung the RV on the truck, and could leave at any time. Jisoo brought a mobile power bank and a floodlight from the truck, and also brought a folding table and chairs for camping and an electric cooker, and placed them on the ground one by one. He added water to the pot, and prepared to cook noodles. When he left in the morning, Jisoo picked some vegetables and fruits, and put them in the car. After the bumps and tossing along the way, the vegetables and fruits rolled to the corner of the car. But fortunately they were not smashed. Dinner was still instant noodles. There were no fresh eggs, so he could only put ham, lettuce and tomatoes, and match them with vacuum-packed braised goose meat. This was the night before departure. Jisoo specially asked Aunt Chio to help braise it. He took it home, and sealed it in a vacuum bag. It can be stored for a few days without a refrigerator. The fruit was the grapes from Jongji's house. The two sat around the small table, eating dinner beautifully, listening to the crazy corpses running past from time to time outside. And they were very relaxed. Jisoo was confident in his ability to deform, and Qin Yanan was confident in Jisoo. As long as he stayed in the space created by Jisoo, he would feel very safe. The water in the carriage was all well water that Jisoo brought from the base. Several large buckets. After washing the pots and bowls, and putting them back in the carriage, Qin Yinan took out the medicine box, and applied medicine to Jisoo's injured leg again.